The timeline has been adjusted by the author's own design, so do not be surprised if certain people suddenly appear or if someone's age feels inconsistent. If you truly cannot accept this kind of personal setting, you may begin reading from the third battle in chapter 44 onward. In Konoha year 47, amid a heap of corpses, a 5- or 6-year-old child was desperately pushing away the heavy bodies pressing down on him. With a sudden exertion of strength, the corpses covering the child finally slid off. The child among the corpses wiped the blood from his face, panting heavily, cursing inwardly, "Wasn't I just at home playing a Hokage game? How did I end up transmigrating into the Naruto world?" Shindu raised his head and looked around only to discover that within a radius of 6 meters the ground was densely packed with corpses. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the crossdressing power-up system. Through wearing women's clothing and gaining others' favorability, you can obtain rewards. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Huegu was slightly stunned. A system? I can have a system too. There was a faint hint of caution in Huegu's tone. Yes, host. If you do not believe it, this system has a novice gift pack prepared for you. Huegu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, realizing that no matter what, it seemed to do him no harm, and then he nodded slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rewards Ice Release Awakening 1 Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, and 100 Chakra. Seeing that the ice release was actually awakened, Huegu's mouth twitched. He could not help suspecting that this system might be here to mess with him. Right, system, at how much favorability can I receive rewards? Huegu had long wanted to ask this question. He had simply been too shocked by the previous rewards. Ding! When favorability reaches 50% or 100%, rewards can be obtained. He suddenly thought of several crucial questions. Who am I now? Where am I right now? At what point in time am I currently? Huegu scratched his head and, lowering his gaze, noticed that his entire body was covered in fresh blood, yet he himself was not injured in the slightest. What is going on? For a child like me not to have died here is already a miracle, but I do not even have a single wound. Ding! The host's current identity is that of a child of the Mizunatsuki clan who was cast adrift outside, named Shun Huegu, currently on a mountain near Konoha. The present time is Konoha year 47. The system proudly answered the questions Huegu had just raised. Oh, all right, Huegu replied flatly, realizing that his current appearance seemed to be that of a 6-year-old. How could a 6-year-old child end up near Konoha? He certainly could not have come as a tourist. He stretched out his hand and waved it before his eyes, for Huegu had discovered that his vision was growing darker and darker until he could no longer see anything at all. Baiju, who had been secretly observing at the side, was somewhat surprised. So this is the child of the Mizunatsuki clan that Lord Ban spoke of. Why did he suddenly faint? Forget it, I will just take him back to report to Lord Ban. With that, he stepped out from behind the tree, wrapped Huegu with his own body, then used the mayfly technique to sink into the earth and move swiftly toward Ban's base. When Huegu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, damp cave with 2 strange individuals at his side, staring intently at him. The elderly man with spiky white hair asked Baiju in a low voice, "Are you sure you did not bring the wrong person? I think this child looks like a girl." Baiju nodded firmly and replied in his peculiar tone, "I Fei would stake my life on it. This child is exactly the one Lord Ban spoke of." Huegu listened quietly, a few drops of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What do they want with me? Are they insane? He cursed inwardly. Stop pretending you are awake, aren't you? Ban spoke in a low, hoarse voice, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Huegu, whose eyes were still tightly shut. Ahaha, you even noticed that. As expected of the former Azura of the ninja world, Huegu said awkwardly in a teasing tone, the corner of his gaze drifting repeatedly toward Uchiha Ban. Seeing Huegu sit up, Baiju finally realized that he had already awakened. Alil, so you have been up for a while. Baiju exclaimed loudly in his strange cadence. His body twisted and writhed, looking rather disgusting. That at least was Huegu's honest opinion. When he looked back at Ban, however, he found the latter still staring straight at him. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Huegu lowered his head to look at his hands. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Uchiha Ban's favorability, 20%. What is that supposed to mean? Huegu asked the system in confusion, seriously suspecting that the system had forgotten to put a symbol in front of that number. Ding. Host, please do not doubt this system. This system was only repaired just yesterday. The system was shouting loudly while Huegu rolled his eyes hard in his heart. Even so, he still could not understand why Madara's favorability toward him had suddenly risen. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the nervous Huegu and asked, "Child, do you have any questions about this world before you?" What did Madara mean by that? Was he planning to trick him into working for him? Huegu stared blankly at Madara. Wait, if he answered that he had no questions, would Madara kill him to silence him? Thinking of this, Huegu hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Yes. I want to know what meaning this twisted world still has in continuing to exist." Madara nodded, clearly very satisfied with Suega's question. He let out a faint sigh and said to Huegu, "Indeed, I too believe that this twisted world has no reason to exist." The corner of Suega's mouth twitched. Was he really trying to coax him into doing his dirty work? Yet he truly did have his complaints about this ninja world. Back in his original world, when he watched Naruto, he had always felt that the series could have been renamed to the love and hatred between Indra and Azura. At the time, he always thought that if he could ever travel into Naruto, he would destroy the ninja world and infuriate the Sage of Six Paths to death. Perhaps it was because Huegu had grown up in an orphanage, and although he was a boy, he had a face even prettier than most girls. From a young age, he was bullied by many male classmates for it, and his heart gradually twisted. Every time he saw that beautiful face of his, he would feel an urge to slash it to pieces. Every night, he would pondering why he existed, why he should continue to exist at all. Whenever he saw those radiant classmates in class chatting and laughing with their friends, he would want to carve their faces apart. He himself did not understand why such thoughts arose within him. After graduation, he drifted through his jobs in a daze. It was not until he watched Naruto that the darkness in his twisted heart deepened even further. The radiant Sasuke and Naruto overlapped in his mind with his classmates from school. In the end, that beautiful ending was something he could not accept. His entire life had been darkness. He was like a coward birthed from the shadows. But now things were different. He had truly crossed over into the world of Naruto. He now possessed a system and could do all the things he had ever wanted to do, including destroying the ninja world. As Suegu looked at Madara, he realized that the Eye of the Moon plan did not seem so unacceptable after all. At worst, he would simply betray them at the very end. Lord Madara, I wish to change this world, Suegu said, his voice firm, which greatly pleased Madara. You are still far too weak. Focus on training first. White Zetsu, you take care of him, Madara ordered, then turned and left. White Zetsu Afe looked at Suegu and asked, Are you hungry? If you are, I'll go prepare something for you to eat. Suegu glanced at White Zetsu from the corner of his eye and nodded. If possible, could you also bring me a set of women's clothing? Thank you. Suegu had not forgotten what the system had said earlier, that crossdressing could make him stronger. Though the request was outrageous, it was still within the bounds of what he could accept. After all, with his androgynous looks, there would be no sense of incongruity when he wore women's clothes. White Zetsu Afe nodded. The respect he had never received by Madara's side was now given to him by Suegu, and his mood lifted with delight. Ding! White Zetsu Afe's favorability is at 60. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a reward. Would the host like to open it? Suega's lips curved slightly. Afe's favorability was surprisingly easy to raise. If he stayed here a few more days, wouldn't he be able to max it out? After Afe left, Suegu silently muttered yes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on obtaining reverse technique and 100 chakra. Hearing that he had acquired a reverse technique, Suegu was a little surprised. He had thought he could only receive things from Naruto and Bleach. Ding! This system can draw rewards from all anime worlds for the host, and abilities from other worlds will automatically be converted into chakra. Is that so? So the system is really that impressive? Suega's doubtful tone carried a hint of distrust as it echoed within the system's hearing. The system roared noisily in Suega's mind to the point where he felt somewhat annoyed. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had mentioned it was now year 47 of Konoha. Wasn't that the timeline when Obito fell into darkness? To Suegu, Obito and Kakashi were practically the only characters he liked in Naruto. They were just like him, immersed in darkness. If possible, he truly wanted to meet that so-called pure love warrior who ignited the fourth great ninja war. It should be only a few days left, right? Suegu muttered under his breath. Suegu raised both hands to gather chakra, a cold air emerging in his palms. As he increased the output of chakra, the cold air slowly coalesced into an irregularly shaped ice pillar. At that moment, footsteps came from the entrance. Who? Suegu turned around abruptly and threw the ice pillar, but the person at the door merely tilted their head slightly and dodged the attack. Suegu realized the person was Uchiha Obito, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Obito. I apologize, Lord Obito. He knelt on one knee, lowering his head, not daring to look at Obito's expression. There's no need to be so nervous. So you've awakened the ice release, have you? Obito watched Suegu's movements with satisfaction in his eyes. In his eyes, Suegu was just a pitiful person like himself, a pawn that could be nurtured. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability is at 40. Suegu glanced up at Obito and sighed in relief. He probably won't kill me now. In response to Lord Obito, yes, I have indeed awakened ice release. Suegu anxiously placed his hands behind him while Obito scanned the surroundings and furrowed his brow in confusion. Where is White Zetsu? Suegu rolled his eyes inwardly and whispered, Afe went out to prepare food for me. Seeing Suegu's hesitant demeanor, Obito raised an eyebrow and nodded at him. Suegu, noticing Obito's approval, voiced his request. Lord Obito, I would like to go out for a breath of fresh air. Just then White Zetsu happened to return holding a bag. White Zetsu accompanied Suegu outside for a while, Obito said as he saw White Zetsu return and then left. Host, this Uchiha Obito is quite nice. He agreed to your request without hesitation. Suegu pouted in dissatisfaction. System, are you out of your mind? Isn't he sending White Zetsu to keep an eye on me? The system, feeling insulted by Suegu's comment, stomped its electronic foot in anger. White Zetsu handed the bag to Suegu and looked at him with envy. Suegu felt uneasy under that gaze. What are you staring at me for? I'm going to change clothes, so you don't need to follow me. White Zetsu nodded eagerly. Suegu felt inexplicably confused. He unfolded the clothes in his hands and his vision darkened. This dress looks quite nice. The white skirt he held reached knee level with very loose sleeves that tightened in the middle and a light pink bow at the back waist. After changing into the dress, Suegu awkwardly walked up to White Zetsu. Let's go and take me out for a stroll. White Zetsu nodded and transformed into a woman who looked remarkably similar to Suegu. White Zetsu took Suegu's hand and led him out of the cave. Seeing the sunlight outside made Suegu squint slightly. That cave is truly uninhabitable. Suigu thought to himself, glancing around and realizing they were likely near the land of fire. There wasn't a single household nearby, making the area eerily quiet. They walked under the shade of the trees, and Suigu enjoyed the moment of tranquility. White Zetsu had been staring at Suigu since they came out, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. How could such a child be found by Obito? Hey White Zetsu, do you have anything you like? Suigu's question caught White Zetsu off guard. Why do I have anything I like? The White Zetsu bringing Suigu out is not au fait. It seemed that apart from obeying Lord Obito's orders, he had no hobbies or preferences. No, White Zetsu replied flatly. Suigu felt a bit speechless. It was quite normal for White Zetsu not to have his own emotions or favorites. After walking for 4 to 5 hours, Suigu finally felt a bit tired, and they sat down on the grass by the riverside. White Zetsu continued to stare at Suigu, who was gazing at the sky with a hint of indescribable emotion crossing his eyes. Light filtering through the leaves cast a unique glow on Suigu's beautiful face. Behind the two, a boy with orange goggles and a hedgehog hairstyle was staring blankly at the girl in front of him. A sudden breeze blew, lifting the girl's white hair. Suigu inexplicably felt someone watching him. Turning around, he collided with the dazed gaze of Uchiha Obito. Obito, upon seeing Suigu look back, became flustered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. His face inexplicably flushed, and his eyes darted between the trees and the water, not daring to look at Suigu. Seeing him like this, Suigu chuckled. It's alright, my name is Shindai Suigu. What's your name? I am Uchiha Obito. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Observing Obito's flustered retreat, Suigu smiled slightly. In a hurried rush back to the team, Obito gasped for breath, his mind unexpectedly replaying Suibone's smile. His face was as red as if it were about to bleed. Kakashi shook his head at Obito's flustered state. A gentle female voice inquired, Obito, what's wrong with you? Obito was taken aback, remembering that he seemed to have feelings for Rin. It's nothing, Rin. Obito scratched his head, feeling as if he were cheating in front of his wife, while gazing at Rin's concerned expression. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Obito, not expecting Kakashi to question him like this, hurriedly replied, Really, there's nothing. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito's foolish demeanor. Suibone tugged at White Zetsu's clothing, and White Zetsu looked down at him. Let's go back, I'm feeling a bit hot, he said, pointing to his forehead, which was glistening with a thin layer of sweat. White Zetsu nodded and stood up, leading Suibone back. On the way, Suibone asked the system in his mind, when did Obito arrive? I've been watching you for over 10 minutes now, you really are oblivious to this, the system replied in a disdainful tone. Has it really been over 10 minutes? System, I want to claim my reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered Ice Release Ninjutsu. Chakra 100-inch. Suibone nodded. Looking up, he realized he had already returned to the cave. He sighed and reluctantly walked inside. For several days, Suibone would sit by the river all day long. Each time he went, he did nothing but stare blankly at the sky. White Zetsu would often ask him why he gazed at the sky every day, and Suibone would simply say it was a secret. This was actually a small habit of Suibone's. In his previous world, he had painted the ceiling of his room to resemble the sky. During a period when Suibone locked himself in his room, he would gaze blankly at the ceiling, and over time this habit developed. However, today when Suibone returned, he found an extra person in the cave. That person was Obito, which was his first thought. Approaching Obito's bed, Suibone gently shook him. Obito slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon a beautiful girl. Cough, cough. You are that girl from that day. Obito sat up, pointing at Suibone. The other party smiled and placed her hands on Obito's green light flowing from her palms. Obito looked at Suibone's hands in surprise. So you're a medical ninja? Suibone shook his head softly, responding, No, I'm not. Seeing Suibone's answer, Obito nodded with a hint of disbelief. By the way, Rin. What happened to Rin? I want to see her. Obito suddenly brightened, loudly asking Suibone, who was helping him heal. The girl you mentioned, Rin, is doing well, but you should focus on getting better first, Suibone replied gently, then asked, Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare some food? Obito hesitated for a moment and nodded. Madara, hearing the two voices, slowly opened his eyes. Suibone, you're back. Madara's voice startled Obito. Yes, Lord Madara, Suibone replied in that gentle tone, picking up a comb from the side to help Madara comb his hair. Ding. Uchiha Madara's favorability level 45-inch. Suibone's lips curled slightly. To an outsider, it would look as if a granddaughter was combing her grandfather's hair. Obito was stunned by this scene and asked in a trembling voice, Suibone, is this your grandfather? Hearing Obito's words, Madara chuckled lightly. If only that were the case. Suibone's lips twitched. In a tone of grievance, he complained, Lord Madara, please don't joke with me. My parents have already passed away. Obito fell silent. After helping Madara finish combing his hair, Suibone called White Zetsu to help prepare food for Obito. Ding. Uchiha Obito's favorability level 70. For several days, Obito diligently trained, while Suibone occasionally checked the favorability level. After a few days, Obito's favorability level had already reached 99. 5. Obito. I saw Kakashi and Rin being chased by the Mist Ninja when I was out for a walk. They're barely holding on. Baiju shouted as he emerged from the wall. Obito's pupils constricted in panic upon hearing this. Suigetsu tentatively called out, Obito, shaking his shoulder. I need to go out, Suigetsu, don't stop me. Obito shouted as he forcefully shrugged off Suigetsu's hand, feeling a bit apologetic as he quietly said, "I'm sorry." Suigetsu, caught off guard, smiled in response, brushing off the dust from his clothes, feeling a bit wronged. It's fine, it's fine. You go ahead, Obito. I won't stop you, you know I wouldn't." Obito was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit guilty. Baiju and Akatsuki volunteered to assist Obito. After the two left, Suigetsu inwardly cursed Obito. "Don't be sad, Obito will come back." A cold voice from Madara came from behind. Suigetsu turned to look at Madara, who nodded indifferently. Sure enough, within a day Obito returned covered in blood, his gaze icy. He had a Mangekyo Sharingan in one eye. "Madara told me how to change the world." Madara looked at Obito and smiled slightly, sitting up and waving towards Suigetsu. "You should join us too." Suigetsu realized that Madara aimed to manipulate Obito into executing the Moon's Eye plan, with only himself added into the mix. After hearing the plan, Obito nodded, indicating that he understood. "I will now inject my will into this Baiju, and he will tell you what to do." Madara turned to Suigetsu. "Obito, the arrangements for Suigetsu's fate will be yours as my time has come." Madara removed the tube from the back of his head and wobbled to sit on the stone chair, now in a state of barely breathing. Suigetsu's nose turned slightly red, tears welling in his eyes. "Madara." Suigetsu's voice choked up and Madara smiled at him. "Ding." Uchiha Madara's favorability reached 60. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Would you like to open it?" "Yes." "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan left I named Master of Time. Its ability allows one to rewind any object state to its past up to 5 minutes. The right eye is named Dream Space, and its ability creates a space from dreams where you are the king." Suigetsu was a bit surprised. It was indeed a Mangekyo and a time-space type at that. This is a valuable treasure. No one would dare to oppose time-space ninjutsu. Suigetsu had prepared for Madara's passing, but he still felt a bit troubled. The reward only came after death. "Obito, my life and death are now in your hands, right? Should you be alive or dead now?" Suigetsu's voice was still a bit choked. Obito looked at him, his mind racing. He knew that even if he asked him to die, he would carry it out. At that moment, Kuroju spoke up. "He can go to Konoha as an undercover agent. We still lack information about Konoha, and his age is just right." Obito nodded, looking at Suigetsu, wanting to hear his opinion. But Suigetsu simply nodded in silence. Changing into the clothes prepared by Akatsuki, he followed Obito out of the cave. "The third great ninja war is about to begin. You can pretend to be a war orphan and blend in." Suigetsu thought for a long time and smiled, saying, "I don't need to pretend. I am a war orphan by default." Obito felt a bit uncomfortable. After seeing the Konoha ninja, he reminded Suigetsu of some precautions before leaving. Suigetsu used chakra to cut several gashes on his body and smeared some blood on his face. Sitting on the ground, his gaze was vacant. After completing his mission, Minato noticed that the Konoha search unit had stopped. Thinking there was nothing else to do, he approached the squad leader to explain the situation. Upon seeing the visitor was the legendary yellow flash of the ninja world, the squad leader nodded in agreement without a second thought. Minato hadn't walked far when he spotted a beautiful girl on the ground, yet her gaze was vacant, her hair disheveled and her body covered in wounds and blood. Even as he approached her, she showed no reaction. Minato bit his lip, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. He crouched down in front of her, gently smiled, and said softly, "Would you like to come to Konoha with us? I can adopt you, you know." Suigu seemed to just realize something, looking up at Minato, and in his eyes it appeared there was a glimmer of light. But this was merely an act hard forced upon her in order to protect herself. Suigu opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Helpless, she could only nod. "Ding." Minato Namikaze's affinity level 50. "Congratulations, host, you've received a reward. Would you like to open it?" "Wait, let's open it tonight." Seeing Suigu nod, Minato was overjoyed. He immediately picked her up, for Suigu had been malnourished since childhood, causing her to be only 95 centimeters tall at the age of 6. Minato could easily lift her with one hand. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato took Suigu straight to the Hokage building. "Knock knock. I need to take a leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled upon seeing Minato, but was surprised to notice a child beside him. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Minato held Suigu's hand as he entered the office. "Hokage-sama, I want to adopt this child." Sarutobi nodded and took out a document from his desk for Minato and Suigu to sign. After they signed, Sarutobi couldn't help but asked Minato, "Why did you suddenly bring back a child to adopt?" Previously, Minato had always felt pity for war orphans, but never adopted one. This was quite unusual. Minato glanced down at Suigu and reached out to touch her white hair. "Because she resembles Kakashi. Perhaps she can change him as well." Suigu felt a bit of unease upon hearing this, while Sarutobi silently observed Suigu's state. Fortunately, Suigu had decent mental fortitude and did not show any extreme reactions. "Is that so?" Sarutobi shifted his gaze to Minato, waving him off to leave. Minato said nothing, merely glanced back at the third Hokage before taking Suigu and leaving. Watching Minato's figure disappear downstairs, the third Hokage shook his head. Minato is still too kind. This kindness will eventually get him into trouble. After leaving the Hokage building, Minato took Suigu's hand and brought her to a clothing store. Suigu tilted her head. "Uncle, are you buying new clothes?" Minato smiled down at her, gently tapping her little head. "I'm buying clothes for you." "Why are you buying me clothes from a women's clothing store?" Suigu felt conflicted, but said nothing. Minato hesitated, looking at a pile of beautiful little dresses. Maybe it would be better to let Kushina handle this. After pondering for a while, he nodded, and then took Suegu out of the store, heading towards Kushina's house. Suegu was unsure of Minato's intentions and silently followed him. Kushina. Minato knocked on the door, which was immediately opened by a red-haired woman. Seeing Minato, she became even more excited and tightly hugged him. Minato felt a bit embarrassed. Kushina, I'm almost out of breath, and there's a child here. Kushina released him in confusion. A child. She looked down and indeed found a child at Minato's feet. Ding. Uzumaki Kushina's affinity level 60. Congratulations, host, you've received a reward. Would you like to open it? No. Looking at the child, Kushina's eyes lit up. She had never seen such a cute child before. Although she was a bit dirty, her face clearly showed she was a beauty in the making. Minato, where did you find such a cute child? Kushina excitedly picked Suegu up and brought her inside, even taking the chance to pat her head. Minato smiled gently. This is the child I adopted. Her name is Shinto Suegu. Kushina was momentarily stunned, but once she reacted, she exclaimed excitedly, what? You have such luck. You adopted such a cute little girl. Minato, who had been worried about Kushina getting angry, sighed in relief upon hearing this. He awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, at least give me some face in front of the child. Suigetsu felt a bit nauseous. Having never experienced familial love, he only thought they were noisy and foolish. What kind of return could he expect for sacrificing his life for Konoha? What he got in return was Konoha cursing his child as a demon fox, yet he had to protect himself, ensuring his true identity wouldn't be discovered. In his worldview, if his true self was revealed, he would be beaten to half-death. He must disguise himself as someone others would like to protect himself. Minato recalled the purpose of bringing Suigetsu and asked Kushina, who was holding Suigetsu and showering her with kisses, Kushina, will you buy clothes for the child? If possible, I hope you can help Suigetsu buy some clothes and daily necessities. Kushina looked joyfully at the girl in her arms, excited to dress her up. This was Kushina's inner thought. Sure. I'll take her to wash up first, as she can wear my clothes for now. After that, we can go buy her things. What do you think? Kushina looked at Minato with starry eyes. Minato nodded, prepared the water for Suigetsu, handed over Kushina's old clothes to Suigetsu, and told her he would be back soon. You go wash up first. As soon as Suigetsu saw the two leaving, she immediately ran to the bathroom and locked the door behind her. System received the rewards for Kushina and Minato. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete set of Clow cards and their ceiling key Chakra 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Black Flash Experience Chakra 100. Suigetsu's face darkened upon hearing about the Clow cards from cardcaptor Sakura. It meant she was destined to become a magical girl. However, recalling Sakura's smiling face from the original show, she felt a bit dazed. Compared to a saint, she seems more like a true angel. Why haven't I encountered someone like that? But since I can't, why not ensure others can't either? Suigetsu walked up to the mirror, touching her distorted reflection, and smiled happily. System, what is Black Flash Experience? The system, initially frightened by Suigetsu's terrifying appearance, cautiously replied to the host, it's literally what it means, because the manga author never mentioned that Black Flash is a skill. Suigetsu nodded, showing no dissatisfaction. She looked at the Clow cards and necklace in her hands, placing the Clow cards into the dream space, before clasping the necklace, silently reciting, key that hides dark powers, reveal your true strength before me. Having made a pact with you, I command you to break the seal. The necklace in her hands emitted a dazzling light, slowly elongating, gradually transforming into the shape of the bird-headed staff from the original work. Suigetsu toyed with the staff for just a few minutes before losing interest. She sealed it again and hung it around her neck. Slowly shedding her clothes, Suigetsu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a surge of laughter. Despite having a perfect body, she was nurturing a disguised devil within. As she settled into the tub, the water reached Suigetsu's lips, and she blew bubbles like a true 6-year-old. Her green pupils were fixated on the water's surface. No, they should be focused on her reflection within the water. Half an hour later, Suigetsu finally stood up from the tub, dried her body with a towel, and donned the clothes Kushina had prepared for her. This references Kushina's clothing from her Genin days. Suigetsu smirked, isn't this a dress? Finally, I don't have to wear a dress anymore. The system cautiously asked, host, would you like to check your mental state? It sensed that its hosts seemed to have some issues, and they didn't seem minor. Are you saying I have a mental illness? Suigetsu was somewhat speechless. She had never seen anyone so openly ask another if they were insane. The system fell silent, and Suigetsu did not dwell on the matter, simply sitting quietly on the sofa in Kushina's home. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Suegu turned his head to look. His eyes were filled with caution, but upon seeing Kushina, he broke into a gentle smile and sweetly called, Sister Kushina, you're back. Ding. The favorability of Uzumaki Kushina is at 80. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? Kushina's heart melted at the sight of Suegu's adorable demeanor. She quickly walked towards Suegu and embraced him. Suegu was taken aback, but returned the hug. Although he liked the kind Sakura, it was based on the fact that she was merely a virtual character. Virtual characters only reveal their most perfect sides, but the Kushina before him was real. Oh, everyone in this world was real, and he felt overwhelmed. After releasing Suegu, Kushina patted his fluffy head and said, let's go out and have some fun. She looked at Suigu expectantly, and after contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Kushina happily styled Suega's hair into 2 cute buns, adding a lovely little clip. Looking at his adorable reflection, Suigu became a bit lost in thought. If I had dressed like this from the start, would I not have been bullied? Would I have been loved? He muttered quietly, and Kushina couldn't hear what he was saying, but saw his mouth moving. What are you saying? Kushina leaned closer to Suigu, placing her hand near her ear, mimicking a megaphone. Suigu shook his head with a smile, responding, It's nothing. I was just thinking about how this has already happened. They created me, creating this version of me. I will uphold the spirit they taught me. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. Kushina leaned in and told Suigu that she couldn't go too far and could only let Minato take her out to play. Kushina's eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. Suigu nodded, comforting her. It's okay, Sister Kushina. You will definitely be free one day. As he said this, he made a cheering gesture. Suigu. Wow. Seeing Suigu comfort her like this, Kushina instantly broke down, hugging him and bursting into tears. Suigu watched Kushina like this, his eyes filled with indifference, but his hand gently stroked her back as he continued to murmur, It's okay, just cry it out. It's okay, just cry it out. After crying for 5 or 6 minutes, Kushina wiped her tears and smiled gently at Suigu. Ding! The favorability of Uzumaki Kushina is at 95. At that moment, Minato happened to return and saw his girlfriend crying while holding his daughter, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. What are you two doing? Hearing Minato's voice, Kushina awkwardly scratched her head and pushed Suigu towards Minato, saying, It's nothing, you take our daughter out to play. They'll go to your house to help her decorate her room. Upon hearing Kushina call Suigu her daughter, Minato's face turned red as he hurriedly took Suiga's small hand and went out. As they walked down the street, Minato was still thinking about where to take Suigu when someone walked towards them. The person had silver-white hair hanging down, mirroring his current mood. A black mask covered half of his face, obscuring his current emotions. Suigu was surprised to see that it was Kakashi, and Minato next to him was even more astonished. Kakashi, what are you doing here? How about we grab some ramen together? Minato waved at Kakashi, who was silently walking with his head down. Upon hearing his teacher's voice, Kakashi abruptly froze and looked up, discovering a little girl beside his teacher, appearing somewhat bewildered. Minato quickly walked towards Kakashi with Suigu in tow. Suigu felt a bit annoyed, thinking, why is this blonde guy acting surprised? It's not like he hasn't seen Kakashi before. Despite internally cursing Minato, he maintained his composure. Hello Kakashi, I am a child adopted by Uncle Minato Shindai Suigu. As she spoke, Suigu extended her right hand. Kakashi looked at Minato, who merely nodded to confirm Suiga's words. Hello Suiguchin. Kakashi also extended his hand to shake Suiga's fair hand. After Suigu withdrew her hand, she smiled at Kakashi. Ding! Hatake Kakashi's favorability is at 20. The system's words made Suiga's lips curve upward slightly. Uncle Minato is Kakashikin, the boy genius that people in the village talk about. Suibone looked up at Minato, her emerald eyes causing him to momentarily lose his focus. Kakashi pursed his lips, reluctant to accept the title of genius, for despite being called one, he could not fulfill the promise made to his friend. Yes, Kakashi is indeed a true genius. He has already become a chunin at your age, Minato said gently, his tone laced with a touch of pride. Suibone lowered her head and thought, what level is my strength at? Should I challenge Kakashi to a duel? After a long pause, she looked up at Kakashi. Kakashikin, I hope you will fight me. Kakashi forced a smile and shook his head. No, you can't defeat me. To him, Suibone was just a weak little girl of 6. Minato tapped Suibone on the head. What are you thinking, Suibone? Kakashi is a jonin, and he is already 12 while you are only 6 years old. Suibone shot a glare at Minato with her peripheral vision pointed towards the nearby woods, and ignoring the gazes of the other two, took Kakashi's hand and walked away. Kakashi was taken aback by Suibone's action as she released his hand and stood opposite him. Kakashi, can please grant my request. As she spoke, Suibone took off the necklace around her neck. It wasn't that she didn't want to use the illusion technique, but she couldn't wield a blade, thus, she could only use the bird head staff. Kakashi tilted his head towards his teacher, who merely gestured for him to keep it light. He that hides dark power, reveal your true strength before me. I who made a pact with you command you release the seal. As the incantation concluded, the necklace in Suibone's hand transformed into a pink bird head staff. Kakashi still stood motionless, and Suibone quietly reminded him, please Kakashi, can use your full strength. As her voice faded, she instantly pulled out a somewhat aggressive Clow card from the dream space. Tree card. Suddenly, a beautiful woman emerged from Suibone's card, her head adorned not with hair, but green vines. She darted towards Kakashi, and countless vines appeared around him as his pupils dilated, would release. This thought was quickly dismissed. Kakashi evaded the attacking vines while contemplating how to win without hurting the pride of his teacher's daughter. Black Flash. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was distracted, Suibone unleashed a black flash. Kakashi turned sharply, realizing he couldn't evade it, and immediately used body flicker technique to escape. Suibone frowned and punched the ground, creating a 5-meter deep crater. She looked around but couldn't find even a single hair of Kakashi. Hiding behind a tree, Kakashi was gasping for breath. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he might have been killed by that punch. He glanced back at the crater Suibone had created and swallowed hard. Minato was momentarily shocked, but upon recalling that Suibone was his daughter, he proudly lifted his head a little. After searching for a long time, Suibone still couldn't find Kakashi, becoming somewhat impatient. Hey, Kakashi-kun, are you sure you want to come out? Suibone's tone was a bit restrained as she was struggling to contain her desire to see Kakashi's indifferent face in a flustered state. After some thought, Kakashi raised both hands and walked out. I admit defeat, you win. Seeing Kakashi emerge, Suibone had initially felt happy, but then he conceded defeat. Her already troubled mood became even more vexed. Minato, seeing Suibone's victory, clapped his hands. As expected of my daughter, she has defeated Kakashi. Suibone cast a side glance at Minato, cursing his ancestors in her heart. Ding. Wolfing Minato's favorability, level 85. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's favorability, level 40. What is wrong with Kakashi? How could his favorability increase after being defeated by her? Is he a masochist? Suibone smiled without saying a word. Minato, wanting to say something to Suibone and Kakashi, was approached by an Umbu. Bo Feng-senpai, the third Hokage, is calling for you. Minato nodded, and then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, I have something to attend to, so you take Suibone to play for a while. Before Kakashi could agree, Minato had already disappeared. After the teacher left, Kakashi turned his head to look at Suiga's abdomen, pondering how should I deal with her. Seeing Kakashi like this, Suiga's system felt a twitch at the corner of its mouth, thinking, how is Kakashi acting even more pretentious than I am? After thinking for a long time, Kakashi still couldn't come up with anything. He sighed and patted Suiga's head, saying, you can go play by yourself for now. Oh, I have things to do. Suiga's face darkened as he was patted, but he still obediently nodded. As soon as Suigu nodded, Kakashi turned and left. He wandered around Konoha for a while and found a grassy area by a small river to sit and daydream. How boring this is, was Suiga's only feeling. System, who currently has the highest affinity towards me. Reporting to the host, it is Uchiha Obito, currently at 99. 5. Suigu felt somewhat nauseated. How could Obito have a decimal point? Leaning against a tree by the river, the overly warm sunlight made Suigu a bit drowsy, and his eyelids grew heavier until they closed completely. He fell asleep leaning against the tree. Hey, who are you? Why are you sleeping here? Suigu slowly opened his eyes to see a boy with black hair and a round nose. Suigu shook his head to fully wake up. He glanced at the boy but couldn't remember who he was. Wait a minute, this curly hair. This round nose. Shisui noticed the girl staring at him and felt his face heat up. You. Hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. Suigu nodded and smiled lightly. I am Shindai Suigu. Seeing Suiga's smile, Shishui's face reddened even more. Ding. Uchiha Shisui Affinity 50. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? Seeing him like this, Suigu was somewhat bewildered. Having never experienced love, he found it strange to see someone else's kindness towards him. Shindai, who are your parents? Shisui sat beside Suigu, his gaze never leaving her face. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Suigu felt uncomfortable under his gaze. My father is Namake's Minato. Shisui was surprised and opened his mouth. He had never heard anyone mention that Minato had a child. Suigu smiled at his disbelief. He's adopted. Shisui nodded, somewhat understanding as he gazed into Suiga's eyes, captivated. Suigu couldn't hold back any longer and waved her hand in front of Shishui's face. Why do you keep staring at me? Shishui's face turned bright red and he stammered no. Host, could it be that Shisui has taken a liking to you? The system's gossipy tone made Suigu inexplicably annoyed. System, you are cuter when you don't talk. The system fell silent, fearing the host would scold it. Suigu looked up at the sun and found that the sunset glow was already spreading. Shisui, I have to go back. It's getting dark. Suigu stood up and brushed off the grass from her clothes. Shisui responded with a sound and waved his hand at Suigu. After seeing Suigu return the gesture, he whispered a goodbye. Upon returning to Minato's house, Suigu found that he was not home. After a sigh of relief, she went to the kitchen and cooked a few dishes by herself. Sitting alone at the dining table, she ate as if completing a task, seemingly accustomed to it. After finishing, she went to wash the dishes, but there were more sets of chopsticks on the table. After washing up, Suigu lay on her bed in her room, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She felt that everything happening now was somewhat unreal, like a dream. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared at the bedside. Were you adopted by Minato Sensei? Obito's voice came from within, and Suigu sat up without looking at him. Why are you suddenly wearing a mask? Obito's body completely materialized with his masked eyes fixed on Suigu. It's nothing new, I just think my face isn't good looking. Suigu turned to look at Obito but couldn't find the words. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I don't like being deceived. His voice was muffled. Obito. Suigu yawned and burrowed back under the covers. Obito said nothing, only slipping his hand that was outside under the blanket before silently leaving. The next day, Suigu sat up, his eyes dark circles. Host, did you have a nightmare? The system expressed concern for its unfortunate host. Suigu ignored it, sitting in a daze. Qingyi. I will. He murmured, wrapping his arms around his wrists. Who is Qingyi? After more than 10 minutes, Suigu finally calmed down, changed into the clothes prepared for him by Jiu Xi Nai, and stood in front of the mirror to admire himself before heading out to wash up. Seeing Suigu awake, Minato greeted his lovely daughter while tying on an apron, and Suigu responded with a smile. Suigu, today is the registration day for the ninja school. Do you want to become a ninja? Minato said, his voice slightly muffled as he chewed on bread. Suddenly Minato remembered the strange ninja tool Suigu used during his battle, with Kakashi glancing at the necklace around Suigu's neck. Suigu thought for a moment and nodded. Becoming a ninja could provide access to more information. Suigu, who gave you the necklace around your neck? Minato was genuinely curious. Suigu looked up at Minato, contemplating what excuse to use to deflect him. After a long while, Suigu choked out, "This was given to me by my biological mother." Minato paused his chewing of the bread. Ding. Minato, Namikaze's favorability towards you is at 80. Minato crouched down in front of Suigu, his eyes misty and his nose slightly red. "It's alright, you have family now. Gio xin nai, and I will protect you." Suigu remained silent, but the tears on his face betrayed his feelings. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and nodded vigorously. "Uncle Minato, wait for me to become strong. Ooh, I will protect you." He hugged Minato tightly, tears uncontrollably streaming down. "Okay, uncle is waiting for you." Minato gently stroked Suigu's hair. Of course, Suigu's appearance was all an act. His tears had long dried up during the summer of his childhood. After finishing breakfast, Minato took Suigu out towards the ninja school. On the way, many ninjas who had a good relationship with Minato came over to greet him, each of them having appeared in front of the Hokage. Truly worthy of being the fourth Hokage. Suigu sneered inside, but regardless of how dark his thoughts were, his face always bore a warm smile. "Wow, is Minato just your daughter? She's really adorable. Good morning, Minato. Are you also bringing your child to register? Your child looks just like you." Throughout the journey, ninjas of all sizes praised Suigu's cute appearance, making his face almost split from smiling. "Suigu, you are really popular." Shisui and an unknown Uchiha approached. Suigu didn't even need to look to know that voice must belong to Shisui. "Good morning, Shisui. Are you here to register too?" Suigu turned to look at Shisui with a light smile. Minato was surprised that Shisui knew Suigu. Shisui nodded, his gaze towards Suigu filled with tenderness. The nearby Uchiha chuckled at Shisui's demeanor. "Do you like Minato-senpai's daughter, Shisui?" Suigu and Minato both raised their eyebrows. The Uchiha's voice was low, only the four of them could hear. Shisui's face turned red to his ears, but he did not refute it. Minato chuckled and playfully tapped the Uchiha, who was teasing, for after all, no one would genuinely believe a 6-year-old could understand what like means. After registering, Minato had to leave for a mission and told Suigu to stay at Gio xin house for the night before departing. Suigu went to sleep as usual on the lawn by the river, staring at the sky as drowsiness gradually overtook him, but at that moment someone sat down beside him. "You still like watching the sky just like before?" A somewhat bitter voice of Jishui came through. Suigu glanced at Jishui and shifted aside, saying, "Are we that familiar?" He just couldn't understand why Jishui was so keen on getting close to him. Could it be that he genuinely liked his appearance? Ding. Zishui's affection level 80, and Shisui looked at Suigu's profile in silence, a nostalgic expression flickering in his eyes. Suigu and the system in his mind were puzzled. "System, what's going on with this, Jishui?" The system replied uncertainly. "Did he mistake you for someone else?" He clearly knew that Suigu had never interacted with Jishui. "I love you," Jishui suddenly declared out of nowhere. Suigu was taken aback. "Host." The system responded somewhat at a loss. But once Suigu regained his composure, he smiled gently and said, "If you say such disgusting things again, I'll kill you." Ding. Zishui's affection level 90, Jishui saw Suigu smile and blushed as if he hadn't heard what was said afterward and repeated, "I love you." With a thud, Suigu grabbed Zishui's neck and pinned him down on the grass. Yet Jishui showed no panic. He simply gazed at Suigu, fixated on his green pupils. Suigu frowned in displeasure and said, "Did you mistake me for someone else? I've never met you before." Jishui held Suigu's wrist tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "It's enough that I've met you. I was sent by heaven to love you." His grip tightened, and Suigu tried to pull his hand away, but found that his strength was no match for Zishui's. "Who exactly are you?" Suigu's tone turned cold as he realized that he was overpowered, and with his limited martial skills, he couldn't think of a way to escape. Jishui hesitated for a moment before replying. "I told you, I'm Jishui, the one here to love you." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal and slipped his hand into Suigu's shirt. When Zishui's hand touched Suigu's abdomen, a searing pain shot through him, and Jishui released his grip. "Ah!" Suigu cried out in pain, half kneeling on the ground. Once the pain subsided, he stood up, lifting his shirt to reveal a black seal on his abdomen. "What are you trying to do?" Suigu asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Jishui blushed slightly as he looked at Suigu's fair waist and murmured, "It's nothing. Just ensuring you can't harm me." Suigu glared at Jishui with some disgust, thinking to himself that this was a lunatic. He glanced at the sun in the sky, realizing it was already noon, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Just because I can't perform the sealing technique doesn't mean no one else can. Don't even think about it. This seal can only be undone by me," Jishui said softly, seemingly aware of Suigu's thoughts. Suigu shot Jishui a glance, cursed him for being disgusting, and then left. Jishui stared at Suigu's retreating figure, silent for a long time. "I will fulfill my promise to you, no matter how many times I have to die." On the way back to Kushina's house, Suigu walked with his head down in silence. "System, do you have a way to break this seal?" The system thought for a moment and nodded yes, but it requires a 100 affection level. Suigu fell silent, feeling as though no one had a 100 affection for him. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Suddenly Suigu remembered something. He released the seal necklace and immediately took out the Clow card, the Nothing, from his dream space. It should work right. He thought of using the erasure ability of the Nothing to dispel the seal. Once the Nothing was released, a girl with long pale white hair appeared, a dark gem embedded in her forehead with a pair of white wings on either side. After explaining the situation to the Nothing, she shook her head saying, "I can't do it. If I erase it, you will disappear." Suegu fell silent. The Nothing was returned to his dream space. Suegu felt a sense of despair. Clearly, he didn't even know this person, yet they had inexplicably given him a sealed gift package and declared their love for him like a lunatic. Upon returning to the home of Joshinai, he knocked on the door. Joshinai called out from inside, "Coming," and hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Suegu, she joyfully embraced him tightly. "Suegu, my dear, I've missed you so much," Joshinai said with a cheerful smile, affectionately ruffling his hair. However, Suegu showed no reaction. Normally, he would have brushed her hand away by now. Sensing something was amiss, Joshinai took a closer look at the chakra around him and noticed that in addition to Suega's own chakra, there was an unusual layer of chakra in his abdomen. Joshinai sat Suegu down and bent down to lift his shirt, revealing a seal on his abdomen. Shocked, she gasped, "Suegu, what is this? Who placed this seal?" Joshinai asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Even among the Uzumaki clan, she had never seen a seal like this. Suegu shook his head and smiled at Joshinai. "It's nothing, this seal. It's just an empty shell." Skeptical Joshinai insisted he check it thoroughly. Half an hour later, Joshinai was relieved to see that Suegu was indeed fine. "You should go take a shower. He'll prepare dinner. I'm quite a good cook." Joshinai patted Suegu's head and puffed out her chest. Suegu nodded and walked into the bathroom, locking the door behind him as he removed his shirt and stood before the mirror. "This seal is really strange. Ew, I've never seen one like it before," Suegu murmured to himself while tracing the pattern of the seal. "Host, there's something wrong with this Jishui." The system pondered, resembling Sherlock Holmes deep in thought. Suegu rolled his eyes and began to contemplate as well. Lying in bed, Suegu found it hard to sleep. He stared at the ceiling, recalling Jishu's words, "You still enjoy staring up at the sky, don't you?" Why was it again? I should have suddenly appeared in the Naruto world. Could it be that he really has seen me? Suegu spent a sleepless night, and when morning came, he still looked absent-minded. Holding the clothes that Joshinai had bought for him earlier, he felt a bit fatigued. Is this one a casual shrine maiden outfit? Or is it sleeveless? Though he was a bit reluctant, he put it on. "Host, you look quite good in this. Even if they're skirt pants, they still count as a skirt, right? No need to thank me." The system playfully stuck out a virtual tongue. Suega's face darkened, and the system immediately fell silent. After washing up, he sat at the dining table for breakfast. Joshinai nearly hugged him again upon seeing how good he looked in the outfit. After finishing breakfast, Joshinai saw him off at the door. Suegu glanced around, and after confirming no one was watching, hastily made his way to the ninja school. As he neared the school, the crowd around him grew denser. "Wow, Jidu, look at that girl. She's stunning." A boy named Jidu turned to see a beautiful girl with white hair in the direction pointed out by his companion. His face flushed slightly as he quickly turned away. Along the way, everyone was discussing Suega's adorable appearance. So annoying, was Suega's only thought. But suddenly someone blocked his path. "Jishui, why are you here to disgust me?" Seeing that it was Jishui, Suega's expression darkened. Jishui gently replied, "We're in the same class, so naturally I'm here to go to school with you." Ever since Jishui blocked Suegu, Jidu had not taken his eyes off him. When he realized that Suegu seemed to particularly dislike Jishui, he felt surprisingly relieved. His classmate nudged him with an elbow. "Hey Jidu, look at that black-haired guy. What did he do to make the pretty girl dislike him so much?" He shook his head, indicating he didn't know. After entering the classroom, Suegu immediately found a corner to sit down and laid his head down for a quick nap. Jishui sat beside him without saying a word, staring at Suegu. In less than a minute, Suega's area was surrounded by boys, their chattering voices making him irritable. "Host, you really are popular. There are people all around you." The system exclaimed, covering its face with its hands. "System, are you trying to get yourself killed?" As soon as Suega's voice rang out, the system immediately retreated into its shell. Suega's heart grew increasingly restless due to the noise, and the presence of Jishui beside him made it nearly impossible for him to hold back his irritation. "Could you all lower your voices a bit?" Suegu glanced around, and indeed it was all men. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but those men should be able to hear him clearly. As soon as he spoke, the previously noisy boys immediately fell silent. Jishui had been smiling gently at Suegu the whole time. When Suegu caught a glimpse of the affectionate gaze directed at him, goosebumps erupted all over his body. "If you stare at me any longer, I'll gouge your eyes out." Suegu said this with a gentle smile still playing on his lips, but the chill in his eyes was unmistakable. However, Jishui merely smiled indulgently, his tone devoid of any anger. "You wouldn't do that, you couldn't do it." Upon recalling the scene from yesterday when Jishui placed a curse seal on him, Suegu shot him an annoyed glare. He got up and moved to the farthest position from Jishui. Strangely enough, Jishui did not follow and remained in his original spot watching Suegu. Feeling uncomfortable under Jishu's gaze, Suegu looked around and noticed that the teacher had not yet arrived, so he immediately climbed out the window and left the classroom. Once outside, Suegu used a mirror clone to replicate himself, allowing the clone to attend class while he practiced swordsmanship on the mountain behind the school. 97, 98, 99. 100-inch Sui Gu let out a breath and stopped his actions. His delicate face was already drenched in sweat. System, what's my proficiency level? Report host proficiency of the slashing blade mirror flower water moon is at 10. Sui Gu looked at the blade in his hand and smiled happily. Oh, was it really only 100 strikes for 10? That was quite convenient. At that moment a figure emerged from the bushes clapping with a smile on his lips. Sui Gu could easily guess that it was none other than the peculiar Shisui who had come to find him. Without turning his head, he tossed a shuriken behind him, knowing that such an attack would not harm the other. Shisui, you know me quite well. Even my mirror clone can't fool you. As he had expected, Shisui merely tilted his head slightly and dodged the shuriken. He slowly approached Sui Gu, resting his hand on the exposed shoulder of the latter, which made Sui Gu feel somewhat disgusted by the physical contact. Sui Gu suddenly forcefully shrugged Jishu's hand off, his voice low. Shisui, don't touch me like that. Sui Gu felt a bit afraid, fearing that Shisui might actually do something to him. Shisui smiled gently and said, I won't force you to do anything you dislike, and I know you're a man who I know everything about you. Sui Gu was stunned. He hadn't told anyone about his situation. How did Shisui know? If it weren't for the seal, he might have killed Shisui long ago, but now he had changed his mind. If possible, he would indeed like to dig out Jishu's brain and swap it with his own to see how he knew his secret. Taking advantage of Sui Gu's moment of distraction, Shisui immediately pinned him against a tree, the pain in Sui Gu's back, snapping him back to reality. Having just returned from a mission, Kakashi went to train on the back mountain, but after a few minutes, he heard voices. Kakashi felt displeased. Who would come to the back mountain at this late hour? As he approached, he saw a girl talking with a Uchiha, but it was night, so he couldn't make out their faces. He didn't know what the Uchiha said, but suddenly the girl froze, followed by a sight Kakashi would never want to see again. Shisui leaned in and kissed Sui Gu on the forehead. Kakashi. System. Sui Gu. Because Shisui had pinned Sui Gu against the tree, the moonlight just happened to shine on Sui Gu's face. Kakashi caught a glimpse of the girl's face and felt it looked somewhat familiar, suddenly realizing wasn't this the teacher's daughter. The startled Kakashi asked, what are you doing? The pinned Suabone, still dazed from the kiss, heard Kakashi's voice and immediately snapped back to reality. Just as she was about to use the mirage technique against Shisui, the seal in her abdomen began to heat up again. In pain and drenched in sweat, she still forced herself to endure and swung her knife at Shizuo's face. This action exhausted all her strength, and Suabone leaned against the tree trunk, slowly losing consciousness. Shisui touched the wound on his face, somewhat surprised as he said, do you really hate me this much? If so, the seal might not hold for much longer. Kakashi was momentarily stunned by this, but upon seeing Suabone faint, he walked over with concern, and after checking her, he sighed in relief when he found no significant issues. He glanced at Shisui in front of him, somewhat hesitant to speak, but Shisui smiled gently and said, you should take her back quickly, or otherwise her abdomen might suffer burns. Kakashi furrowed his brows, not understanding what Shisui meant, but when he lifted Suabone's clothing, a prominent sealing technique appeared on her abdomen. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling with confusion. Did you do this? Shisui candidly admitted it, while feigning concern, saying, Kakashi-kun, do you care for her? If you do, then you need to be careful. Kakashi still couldn't grasp why Shisui was doing this, and Shisui remained composed, hands together in an apologetic gesture, saying, I'm sorry, but if I didn't do this, she could kill me at any moment. Kakashi didn't overly concern himself with Shisui's words. He scooped Suabone into his arms and rushed toward Kushina's home. Time passed, and Suabone slowly opened her eyes, gazing outside at the now darkened scenery, surprised as she said, System, how long did I sleep? And what's with that strange Shisui? Suabone couldn't understand how the other party had all this information. Clearly she was an outsider who had joined midway, yet the other party said, I know everything about you. The system also looked bewildered. Host, I don't know either. How about we keep our distance from him for now? You can first increase your favorability to lift this seal. The system spoke cautiously as its host already had some mental issues. It couldn't be certain how the host would react after such a significant shock. Kushina, who had been watching over Suabone, was awakened by her movement. Seeing that Suabone was awake, Kushina could no longer hold back and immediately hugged Suabone's frail body, sobbing. Didn't you say? This seal was fine. Suabone struggled to breathe under the hug, but she gently patted Kushina's back. All right, Sister Kushina, don't cry. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Kushina laughed through her tears, wiping away the moisture from her eyes, her gaze toward Suabone, filled with tenderness. In the bathroom, Suabone comfortably closed her eyes, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a familiar and chilling chakra appeared outside the shower curtain. Suabone looked up in surprise and teased, What brings you here? Didn't you know I was bathing? Obito remained silent for a long time before softly asking, I heard from White Zetsu that you suddenly fainted today. Is there something wrong with your body? Suabone climbed out of the tub and picked up a change of clothes. Obito turned away, his voice low, Hurry up. Suabone pouted. Suabone is a nickname for Suabone, and cursed him in her heart for being a pervert. After changing clothes, Sui stepped out from behind the shower curtain and leaned against the wall, speaking in a calm tone, I'm fine, you really don't need to worry about me so much. Hearing the answer he wanted, Obito nodded and left. Sui rolled her eyes, feeling a bit bored, and went back to her room to sleep. An hour earlier, Kushina sat beside Sui's bed looking somewhat lost. and quickened her pace back to the village upon hearing the news from Minato on the road to Konoha. Upon returning home, Minato immediately ran to Kushina's side, but Kushina showed no reaction. In the past, he would have twisted her ear for this. Kushina's voice became slightly somber as she said, "Sui inexplicably fainted today." Minato gently stroked Kushina's red hair, muttering, "You should have told me something like this." He lifted Sui clothes, and the strange symbols of the sealing technique caused Minato to pause. Seeing that Minato already knew about Sui's seal, Kushina stood up abruptly, her tone slightly incredulous. How did you know?" Minato observed the seal on her abdomen, his expression serious. "Kakashi told me." Kushina, as if awakening from a dream, nodded and moved closer to Sui. Upon closer inspection, she sensed something was off and suddenly realized that the seal seemed to have shrunk a little. The previous seal was about the same size as Naruto's 8 trigram seal. "Minato, this seal seems smaller than before." Kushina shouted, shaking Minato's shoulder vigorously with her left hand. In contrast to Kushina's excitement, Minato appeared much calmer, his brow furrowing, as if he thought of something. "What is going on? Who helped Sui loosen the seal?" Seeing Minato's lack of response, Kushina felt a bit displeased. "Minato, why aren't you happy?" Kushina's tone held a hint of confusion. Minato shook his head and sighed, "I'm not." "Kushina, I will inform Lord Hokage and arrange for someone to investigate." Kushina hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. This was the best plan. On the morning of the second day, Sui finished breakfast and set out towards the ninja school. Not long after departing, Sui noticed someone seemed to be following her. Looking back, she found no one there. How strange. Could it be the Umbu? Sui's heart trembled at the thought. Could it be that Konoha discovered her undercover identity? It was impossible. But she had only just arrived in Konoha for a little over half a month, and the third Hokage couldn't possibly have found out. Kakashi, who was following behind, squinted his eyes, not understanding what Sui was doing. Why did she suddenly stop walking? He thought as he slowed his pace. After a moment, Sui came up with a strategy to kill the Umbu who was following her. But then she thought, what if Konoha was still just suspicious? If she were to kill the Umbu following her now, wouldn't that be tantamount to proving her identity as an undercover agent? Clever, even someone as smart as I am almost fell for it. Sui smirked, snorting coldly in her heart as she continued walking towards the school. In Kakashi's eyes, Sui simply stopped walking for a moment and then resumed her normal pace after a few minutes. Arriving at the classroom, Sui looked around and suddenly met Shizui's gaze. After rolling her eyes, she walked over and sat next to a pleasing-looking person. Seeing Sui actually sit next to him, Jiku was extremely surprised and opened his mouth, but said nothing as Sui immediately lay her head on the desk and fell asleep. Jiku awkwardly smiled, originally wanting to greet her. Ding! Sarutobi. Jiku's favorability increased by 40. Sui, who was about to fall asleep, caught a glimpse of the disappointed Jiku beside her. He straightened up and propped his chin with his hand, openly stealing glances at Jiku, whose face flushed a little from being watched. Ding! Sarutobi. Jiku's favorability increased by 60. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? The system suggested that the host use it to unlock the seal. Sui skeptically asked, isn't it supposed to be 100 favorability to unlock the seal? The system explained, host, you can combine the favorability of Sui and Jiku to unlock the seal. After closing her eyes and pondering, Sui agreed to the system's suggestion. As soon as the words fell, the seal on Sui's abdomen immediately reacted. A few seconds later, when Sui used chakra to probe again, the unusual chakra in the abdomen had disappeared. Sui smiled with satisfaction, noticing that Ji-Do, who was secretly observing, turned red with embarrassment. Ding! Ji-Do's favorability level is at 70. Upon hearing this, Sui nearly burst into laughter. This was simply a big fat sheep. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for the favorability level to max out. Just then a person suddenly appeared at the entrance. The individual walked up to the podium, looking down with a satisfied nod. There was no doubt that this was their teacher from the past 6 years. Seeing the teacher's pretentious demeanor, Sui found it somewhat amusing, but the other party suddenly spoke. I am your teacher. My name is Yiteng Shichuan, and you can call me Teacher Shichuan. Now let's have everyone line up to introduce themselves. The audience erupted in cheer, and Ji-Do, seeing Sui's lack of reaction, curiously blinked. Shindu, classmate. Sui smiled gently. What's wrong? Ji-Do's face turned red as he hurriedly shook his head, indicating it was nothing. Sui cursed inwardly and continued to think about other matters. Before long, it was Ji-Shu's turn. Ji-Shui walked up to the podium, and his refreshing face sent the girls in the audience into a frenzy. Wow, Ji-Shui is so handsome. Can Ji-Shui be my friend? Ji-Shui. The noise was so loud that even Sui, who had been daydreaming, was bewildered. When he saw that the person introducing himself on stage was Ji-Shui, Sui felt a bit speechless. This class is hopeless. Even someone like Ji-Shui has admirers, he thought, giving a middle finger to express his disdain. Since Ji-Shui took the stage, his gaze had been fixed on Sui. Seeing Sui provoke him without getting angry, he said, Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Ji-Shui. I enjoy training, and my dream is to change a person. As soon as he finished speaking, the infatuated girls in the class let out a series of screams. Ji-Shui-kun is so gentle. Sui's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and Ji-Do also looked confused. After all, in Ji-Do's eyes, Ji-Shui was merely decent while Sui purely disliked him. Next, a series of unfamiliar faces took turns introducing themselves. Feeling bored, Sui lay back down on the desk. Just as he was about to doze off, Ji-do walked up to the podium. Sui rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself up. Ji-do appeared somewhat nervous on stage. His voice was slightly soft and stuttered, but it didn't hinder the pleasantness of his tone. Hello everyone, I am Sarutobi Ji-do. I love reading, and my dream is to become a ninja, even stronger than the third Hokage. The classmates below fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into applause. Feeling Sui gaze upon him, Ji-do's face turned beet red. Ding! Sarutobi Ji-do's favorability level is at 80. Oh wow, this big fat sheep has dropped more coins. Sui's mood brightened, and he looked at Ji-do with even more warmth in his eyes. Ji-do returned to his seat, and Sui immediately leaned closer. Hey, your dream sounds a lot like mine. Staring at Ji-do's face, which was as beautiful as a painting, Ji-do's already flushed face turned even redder, almost bleeding from embarrassment. So, what is Shun-do classmate's dream? Sui smiled mischievously, placing a finger on his lips. You'll find out soon enough. Sure enough, the teacher just happened to call out Sui's name. As Sui walked onto the podium, most of the class attention turned to him, not surprisingly due to his outstanding appearance. With almond-shaped eyes, emerald irises, and white hair coupled with a petite frame, he was simply captivating. Hello everyone, my name is Shun-do Sui-gu, but you can call me Sui. I love sweets and my friends. My dream is to become Hokage and protect my companions and family. A wave of warm applause erupted from the audience as Sui returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. Ding! Sarutobi Hisashi's favorability level is at 30. Sui snickered as expected that old Sarutobi was indeed using the telescope technique to spy on him. He truly hasn't changed, he still loves to peek. Ji-do turned his gaze to Sui, surprised that his desk mate placed such importance on family ties. Sui ignored the look and sat down quickly, falling asleep. Not long after, Ishikawa returned to the podium and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, alright everyone, we know each other well enough by now. Today Lord Hokage will conduct a test to assess your foundations, and I will lead the way, so everyone keep up. Ji-do glanced at the still sleeping Sui and gently nudged his arm. It was cold to the touch. Sui let out a discontented grunt and slowly opened his eyes. What is it? Sui was in no mood for interruptions after having his sweet dreams disturbed. Ji-do repeated what the teacher had just said. Sui realized with a sense of certainty that the third Hokage was probably looking to bother him tomorrow under the guise of testing their strength, while in reality, it was just a way to pick on him. But Sui didn't mind, he could just hide part of his strength. Upon reaching the training ground, everyone else was eager to compete, but the performances of Shizuka and Sui stood out. Bored Sui was fiddling with his fingernails when he suddenly felt a strong gaze upon him. Turning to look, his previously indifferent expression crumbled. What was Shizuka looking at him for? It was a bit nauseating. Shizuka smiled when he noticed Sui looking back. Sui felt a chill run down his spine and shot him a glare before turning away. Ishikawa raised his voice from the center of the training ground. Alright everyone, quiet down. The first group will now demonstrate the matchup between Sui Kudo and Uchiha Shizuka. Sui couldn't find anything to smile about. Who would be happy fighting an enemy? But Shizuka showed no reaction, perhaps sensing that something was off with the seal on Sui. In the training ground, Sui and Shizuka locked eyes, with Sui wearing a grim expression, while Shizuka merely smiled. As the sign of opposition ended, Shizuka immediately unleashed a fire release technique, the Great Fire Dragon technique, aimed at Sui. Sui used the body flicker technique to evade, preparing to defeat his opponent with swordsmanship, aiming to avoid drawing too much attention. Shizuka quickly turned his black pupils, changing, soon replaced by a crimson hue, with black swirls rotating at the center. Ishikawa, watching from the side, exclaimed in shock that Sharingan. He can awaken it at just 6 years old. What a genius. Sui was momentarily stunned, but he became even more convinced that something was off with Shizuka. Unseal. Sui swiftly removed the necklace from his neck. Upon unsealing, it transformed into a bird-headed staff, and he pulled out a mirror from the dream space. Mirror. As the words fell, a beautiful full-length mirror appeared beside Sui, and a figure identical to him stepped out. As the person stepped out of the mirror and gradually faded, Sui tossed his Zanpakuto to the copy, allowing it to take the offensive, while he used the flying card to take to the sky and interfere. Shizuka raised an eyebrow, but showed no surprise. The copy, upon receiving the sword, charged at Shizuka, who skillfully dodged nearly every strike. Sui felt puzzled from above, as Shizuka seemed to have already adapted to his attacks. But this was his first test of the copy in battle. A card appeared in Sui's hand, he released it, and a beautiful woman emerged, her striking green vine-like hair giving her an exotic charm. With the woman's appearance, a multitude of plants inexplicably sprouted from the ground, all rushing toward Shizuka. Naturally, he noticed and leaped into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Extinguishing technique. As Shizuka unleashed a torrent of flames, the plants below were engulfed. The copy reacted swiftly, already retreating as Shizuka formed the seals. Sui felt increasingly annoyed. If the tree card doesn't work, then I'll use the fight card. If I can't defeat it, can it not defeat me? With that thought, he pulled out the fight card, unsealing it with the bird-headed staff. A handsome woman emerged, all in white. White skin, white hair, and white clothing, with only her eyes and the gem on her chest being blue. The woman immediately looked at Shizuka, her hands forming the stance of Eastern martial arts. Now Shizuka was facing a master of physical techniques, a master of swordsmanship, and someone who could interfere at any moment. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that their two classmates were so formidable. The third Hokage in the Hokage Tower was also left speechless, the child adopted by Minato, and this genius from the Uchiha clan truly left him unable to calm down. Especially the strange ninja tool of Minato's child, which could perform techniques similar to wood release. The third Hokage clicked his tongue, took a puff of his pipe, and sighed resignedly. Due to his agreement with Danzo, he likely couldn't keep this genius, but if he could, he genuinely didn't want to hand this talent over to Danzo. The office door was suddenly kicked open forcefully. The third Hokage didn't turn around, for he couldn't think of anyone other than his close friend Danzo, who would be so brazen. Danzo, if you keep kicking my office door like that, you're going to break it. The third Hokage was quite speechless at Danzo. Ever since he became Hokage, Danzo had been subtly urging him to resign, claiming that he was too indecisive and not suited to be Hokage. Danzo snorted at this and turned his narrow eyes toward the crystal ball in the third Hokage's hands, which displayed the battle between Sui and Shisui. Danzo immediately spoke up. "Risen, I want that white-haired girl." The third Hokage shot him a glance as expected. Was it really Sui he wanted? He rubbed his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Danzo, seeing this, forcefully prodded his cane, his tone icy. "Risen, what do you mean by this? Did we not agree that I would get a good seedling?" Risen replied. The third Hokage felt helpless. This friend of his was always so straightforward. "Sigh. Danzo, it's not that I don't want to, but primarily because this child is adopted by Minato and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I'm afraid." The third Hokage deliberately left his sentence unfinished. After a moment of silence, Danzo had to agree. "Fine then, Risen, you can give me that Uchiha child. That should be acceptable." Hearing Danzo's agreement, the third Hokage was initially pleased, but was stunned by Danzo's subsequent words. "You want the Uchiha? Are you sure you don't mean the Sharingan?" Danzo, seeing that the third Hokage remained silent for too long, grew somewhat annoyed. "Risen, are you having an issue with me not allowing this and that?" Danzo had already been somewhat displeased when the third Hokage first refused, and now he was even more irritated. The third Hokage sighed, shook his head, and turned away. "Danzo, how about you choose another one? I will definitely agree to you." Danzo stared at the third Hokage's back, his expression seemingly saying, "Do you think I believe that?" He quickly walked out of the office and slammed the door heavily. Once outside, Danzo muttered, "Risen, you will regret this." Standing by the window, the third Hokage was momentarily lost in thought, but he still heard Danzo's voice. He sneered disdainfully, "Danzo, don't you dare pull any tricks." The third Hokage continued to gaze at the crystal ball, where the image was just paused at Sui holding his Zanpakuto against Shizui's neck. The copy was silently pressing the Zanpakuto against Shizui's neck. Sui suddenly leaped down from the sky and landed steadily on the ground, taking the Zanpakuto from the copy's hands, leaving Shizue with no choice but to concede. Sui raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you curious why the seal you placed is gone?" Sui's words were so quiet that only Shizue next to him could hear. Shizue expressed his confusion, saying he wasn't curious, and at that moment Ishikawa loudly announced, "The winner is Shindu Sui." The surrounding classmates immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Wow, Shindu-san is amazing. Can Shindu-san be my friend?" Sui showed no signs of impatience, replying to each and every one. Ding! Sarutobi Risen's favorability increased by 50. "Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it?" Sui let out a cold huff, realizing that the third Hokage had indeed not disappointed him. TCH. Still fond of eavesdropping, huh? Time to collect my rewards from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, a sandalwood bracelet. The host can control the beads within the bracelet to attack enemies. This item has now been stored in the host's kaleidoscope space." A bracelet? Sui found it hard to comprehend what use a bracelet could have. He glanced around, and fortunately no one was paying attention to him. After stepping into the thicket, Sui took out the sandalwood bracelet, and as he gazed at the wooden beads in his hand, his expression darkened slightly. He couldn't tell if this bracelet was truly made of sandalwood, but it should be wood, right? The bracelet had a total of 18 seeds, each with faint golden thread patterns at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the bracelet was not strung together by fine threads, but rather forcibly connected by an unknown energy. Sui suddenly had a thought and inquired within his mind, "System, can the energies of the two worlds be freely converted?" Oi. If that were possible, he could be deemed invincible, for to enemies the unknown is the most terrifying of all. The system pondered for a moment. It should be possible. It wasn't entirely sure if this was permissible, as this was the first time it had encountered such a question. Upon hearing the system's response, Sui no longer dwelled on the bracelet issue. He returned to the training ground just in time to see his classmates finishing their tests. There was no need to think. He was definitely first, followed by Shizuki. Back in the classroom, Sui leisurely returned to his seat, while Jiku, who sat beside him, secretly vowed to train hard after witnessing his battle with Shizuki. Sui still couldn't understand what the bracelet was good for. Was it merely for show? The system seemed to have mentioned something about control. It should be about using the power from that world to control it to continue attacking. Oh. Sui suddenly realized he might have been a bit foolish. Wasn't his deduction just a reiteration of the system's introduction to him? The system, which had been lingering in Sui's mind, weakly asked, "Host, are you feeling unwell?" Before Sui could retort, the classroom door was unexpectedly pulled open, and the classmates who initially thought it was the teacher erupted in excitement upon seeing the figure outside. It's Lord Hokage. Why is Lord Hokage here?" Lord Hokage, I'm your fan. Sui, like everyone else, looked at the third Hokage with a face full of admiration. Why is the third here? Could it be that I need to seek Danzo? He chuckled. To be honest, Sui didn't have a good impression of the third Hokage. His excessive kindness was his greatest flaw. In the original work, the third Hokage showed leniency toward Orochimaru, his disciple, and ultimately faced dire consequences. The third observed the expressions of everyone in the classroom, all filled with admiration for him. His gaze finally settled on a white-haired girl sitting in the corner. Oh, so this is that girl. Indeed, she looks different from the one in the crystal ball. The third thought, yet his gaze never wavered. Sui felt a bit uncomfortable. Who wouldn't feel nauseated with an old pervert staring at them? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to the podium, displaying the demeanor of a kind grandfather. Sui could already tell that the third was going to preach about the will of fire again. Sigh. Does this old man really enjoy brainwashing us kids? As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first words were, wherever the leaves dance, the will of fire flourishes endlessly. Sui felt that if he had to hear it a few more times, he might go insane. Host, I can actually block it. Is that so? Is the system really so kind? Didn't you just say I had a problem with my brain? Sui replied sarcastically, and the system sighed softly. Sigh. Host, don't blame me. Ooh, I never said you had a problem with your brain. Hearing the system's careful explanation, Sui's mood improved significantly. Sui happily catered to the system, and not long after the passionate performance of Sarutobi, Hiruzen finally came to a pause, prompting Sui to enthusiastically applaud in response. With the lead of the first person, the second and third individuals began to clap as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Sui becoming softer. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability, 60 foot. The favorability of the third Hokage is indeed easy to raise. I wonder if I can max it out today. For some reason, Sui felt a wave of displeasure in her heart. Shinduken, could you come with me for a moment? The third Hokage's request stunned the entire class. Could it be that he discovered Sui potential? Standing by the podium, Ishikawa couldn't help but think. Sui was also a bit confused. No wonder she felt so displeased earlier. It turned out this old man was finally going to reveal her to the world. All right, Lord Third. As she arrived at the school rooftop with the third Hokage, Sui kept pondering how to persuade him not to place her into some ridiculous rude organization. What to do? Is this old man really sending me to the root? I'm the child of Minato and Kushina after all. However, when Sui finally reacted, she found herself on the rooftop, curious about what else this old man wanted from her besides sending her to the root. Looking at the third Hokage, who had his back turned to her, Sui was somewhat puzzled. Sui, why do you want to become a ninja? Wait, is this the reason you call me here? Sui lowered her head in contemplation, and after a short while she raised it again. I want to become Hokage so that I can protect my friends and family. And my mother told me that I must protect those who love me. The determination in her voice made Sarutobi Hiruzen pause, reflecting on the fact that this child truly cared for others. Just this reason alone was very Hokage-like. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability, 65 foot. Meanwhile, Sui was still pondering how to gain more favorability, while Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head. Sui, can you tell me what kind of person your mother is? And who gave you those unusual ninja tools? Grandpa Third, do you want to know? My mother looks just like me with white hair and green eyes. As for this, Sui pinched the sealing necklace around her neck, a smile creeping onto her lips. This was given to me by my mother right before she passed away. In truth, Sui had no real issue. The mother she referred to was simply a big sister from the orphanage. And as for the sealing necklace, would a time traveler reveal their little secrets to others? Laughable. Oh, is Sui mother also as beautiful as you? The third Hokage pondered carefully, wondering if there was indeed someone like that in the ninja world. Sui had already caught on to the underlying meaning. It was merely an inquiry into her background and keys. Yet she knew it was all a scheme. The third Hokage thought for a while, but still couldn't remember anyone matching Sui's description, who should indeed be a stunning beauty. Then Sui, what is your mother's name? My mother is named Shindu Ryoyuki. Naturally, Sui's mother's name was entirely fabricated. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to investigate, she had her reasons, being just 7 years old after all. How could a child lie? But Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more puzzled. She had her mother's surname. Was her father a son-in-law? Or did she not have a father? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was still contemplating, Sui cheerfully asked, Grandpa Third, can I graduate early? Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought this little one was up to something, but it turned out she wanted to graduate early. Why does Sui suddenly want to graduate early? Aren't you just in your second day of school? Sui pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy as she said, I already know everything, and I heard that Konoha is currently at war with the Wagakure and Kimobikure. I also want to contribute. The third Hokage gazed at the child before him, surprised by her reasoning. He had thought she was simply bored with school. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability, 70 foot. Sui, you are only 7 years old. Isn't it too early to go to the battlefield? Moreover, most of your strength comes from those ninja tools, right? Hearing this reason for refusal, Sui was at a loss for how to refute. Suddenly, she thought of a strategy that should work. She was determined to enter the battlefield, as war heroes were the best way to gain favorability. Grandpa Third, then you find someone qualified to go to the battlefield. I should be able to win without using ninja tools, right? Well, If that's possible, then give it a try. The tester will arrive shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The third Hokage thought for a long time before finally agreeing. He did not believe that a 7-year-old child without ninja tools could defeat a Jonin. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen leave Sui felt a bit unconfident. Can I really succeed without the ceiling necklace, the mirror flower water moon, and the sandalwood bracelet? Most of her previous victories had relied on intelligence gaps. If the opponent knew about her weapons, winning could be quite challenging. Sui sat on the rooftop floor deep in thought. System, besides weapons, what other abilities do I have? Host, you also possess Ice Release, Black Flash, and the Kaleidoscope along with Reverse Technique. I see. Then I definitely can't use the Kaleidoscope, and Black Flash consumes too much chakra. I only have a Chunin level of chakra. Ugh, what should I do? This old third is so annoying. Host, I have a technique. Sui's eyes lit up. Oh, tell me about it. Seeing the host agree, the system revealed its plan, making Sui increasingly astonished. This system truly has high expectations for me. But the plan is indeed feasible. Returning to the classroom, it was already empty. Was school over? Sui had no idea how long she had sat in the sky, only realizing that by the time she had sorted out her thoughts, the sun was already setting. Where's the tester? Sui was already speechless. This tardiness. Surely not. Before she could be surprised, a low, lazy voice came from behind her. Shinduken, I am a member of the Hokage's Anbu here to complete a task in the name of the Hokage. Sui stiffly turned around, and her eyes were met with a dazzling silver. Had they really think highly of me? I only won earlier because of the Kuro cards. Arriving at the training ground, Sui stood face to face with Kakashi. Ishikawa stood to the side, and with a single command, Sui remained still while Kakashi swiftly advanced kunai in hand. Sui was also stunned by Kakashi's speed. So fast. But she couldn't just stand still and take the hit. In the moment the kunai was about to pierce her, a black flash appeared in her right hand as she swung a punch towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi knew the power of that technique. A 5-meter diameter pit was not made without reason. He immediately used body flicker technique to dodge, breathing heavily. The spot where Kakashi had originally stood was now a large pit created by Sui's strike. Kakashi looked at the large pit, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Huff! How on earth did she conjure that black lightning? Sui felt a bit angry as the opponent once again dodged to the side like before. Kakashi, why are you acting just like before? Kakashi remained silent. After 2 seconds of silence, Sui finally thought of a method to find the opponent, but her chakra. System, can you make it so that others don't see my Mangekyo? Yes, but only for 10 minutes. Sui was overjoyed. As long as she used the Master of Time to restore her chakra to what it was 5 minutes ago, she could cover the playground with Ice Release and then revert her chakra. Isn't this just infinite? It seems like the ability to rewind the power of the eyes. Sui suddenly felt that her ocular technique was somewhat perverse. The ability to rewind anything was a guaranteed kill no matter where she was. The snowflake pattern Mangekyo appeared in Sui's eyes as chakra surged violently within her body. She pressed her hands against the ground, an overwhelming chill emanating. Kakashi, observing from the side, was momentarily stunned. Are you using all your chakra to search for your position? Not a wise choice. Before long, the temperature of the entire playground had dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. Sui, having lost a large amount of chakra, lay on the ground. Just as Kakashi was preparing to launch a sneak attack, Sui immediately used the rewind ability to revert her chakra to its optimal state. Kakashi was completely baffled. What happened? How did you suddenly regain so much chakra? He questioned sternly. Sui did not reply, only smiled gently and placed her finger on her lips. Kakashi was finally exposed. Sui quickly moved behind Kakashi and unleashed another black flash, catching Kakashi off guard and grazing his left shoulder. He dodged to the side, gritting his teeth as blood trickled from the spot that had just been hit on his left shoulder. Sui slowly stood up, glancing curiously at the bleeding area. I wonder if dyeing a piece of clothing with blood would look good, eh? Thinking this, she concluded, I should try it in the future. Host, 6 minutes have already passed. Please resolve the battle quickly. Sui revealed a barely noticeable cold smile, her movements not slowing, as she quickly approached Kakashi, pressing an ice crystal shuriken against his neck. Kakashi smiled helplessly, raising both hands. I lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing from the Hokage building, widened his eyes. If someone said Kakashi was defeated, he might believe it, considering even the former Uchiha Madara was killed by Hashirama, let alone Kakashi. However, if someone said that Kakashi was defeated by a 7-year-old child, he would be the first not to believe it, yet the scene before him was reality. Seeing that Kakashi had admitted defeat, Sui displayed a cute smile and made a yay gesture with her hands. Kakashi, show me your injuries, I'll heal you. Okay. Kakashi actually thought that Sui healing was probably just applying bandages or something, but he was puzzled when Sui hand touched his injury. A white light appeared in Sui hand, enveloping the injured area completely. This isn't medical ninjutsu, is it? So what is it? Also, why did you suddenly have so much chakra earlier? Sui tilted her head and thought, in your terms, this should be a bloodline limit similar to my ice release. Kakashi was astonished. Double bloodline limit. That talent is unprecedented. Alright. Sui also stood up, stretching lazily before extending her hand to Kakashi, who was sitting on the ground. Kakashi-senpai, your father is Konoha's white Fong, right? Yes, Kakashi replied, his voice somewhat low. That's great. So you're the son of my idol. Huh. Kakashi looked at the excited girl bouncing beside him, somewhat confused by her meaning. Sui stopped her actions, faced Kakashi, pointed at the sky, and spoke in a lively and adorable manner. Uncle Minato told me about the heroic deeds of White Fang. Just like what Mom said, he protected others. He is my idol and my role model. The setting sun cast a warm glow on Sui, back her smile against the light, causing Kakashi to be momentarily lost in thought. Ever since his father's mission failed, no one had respected him. But during the Battle of the Bridge, his dear friend Obito was the first to call his father a hero, and now Sui, before him, became the second. Even though the sun behind her was blinding, Kakashi felt that Sui was even more radiant than the sun. Ding! Kakashi's favorability has reached 70. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? It increased by that much. Sui felt a bit giddy as Kakashi held her outstretched slender finger. Kakashi-senpai, would you like to come to my house for dinner? Uncle Minato's cooking is delicious. Kakashi shook his head in refusal. Maybe next time I have a mission. Sui could only helplessly return home alone. On the way home, Sui looked down, kicking small stones along the path. System claimed the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 loyalty from the Guardian Cerberus. As soon as the system finished speaking, Sui's necklace emitted a burst of warm white light. Wow, you are the replacement for Kirillito. You're a quite cute little girl. Sui opened her eyes again, only to see a small plush-like creature, about 2,530 centimeters tall. Little girl. Sui gritted her teeth. The small creature wagged its tail and crossed its arms. Is that not correct? Should I call you master instead? Sui grew even angrier, clenching her fists and punching the small creature. What are you doing? Cried the small creature as it flew back over 5 meters. Sui approached the small creature with a dark expression, stating clearly, I am a boy. The small creature chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, alright Sui bro. Hearing the term Subro, Sui let out a proud huff. Alright, in front of outsiders I'm a girl. You can just call me Sui, but don't expose my original gender. The small creature happily flew up to sit on Sui's head, and Sui briefly introduced her plans and the basic circumstances of this world. When Sui returned home, the sky was already darkening. Knock knock, Sui tapped on the door. It wasn't long before someone opened it. Don't ask why Sui didn't have a key, it was simply because she forgot it today. Oh, it's Sui. What is that thing on your head? Kushina exclaimed as soon as she opened the door, noticing the strange item on her daughter's head. Sui took off the small creature from her head, hinting for it to pretend to be a stuffed toy, and nervously explained, Sister Kushina, this is a doll someone gave me. Kushina felt a surge of curiosity. Little Sui is quite popular. Dinner is almost ready, so wash your hands quickly. Seeing that she had no suspicions, both Sui and the small creature sighed in relief. Sui gently held on to Xiaoku, running all the way to his room. After closing the door, he tapped Xiaoku's head, reminding him that it was time. The previously dazed Xiaoku suddenly seemed as if a monster had come to life. He stood up first, stretching his muscles and bones, then jumped on his sweet dressing table, which left Sui somewhat puzzled about what he intended to do. Looking in the direction of Xiaoku's gaze, he found a plate of sweets that Xiaoku had prepared before he returned. Xiaoku, you really are quite unreserved. Xiaoku, who had just put a piece of biscuit in his mouth, was slightly taken aback. He looked at the biscuits in the bowl, then at Sui's somewhat darkened expression. So you wanted to eat. Xiaoku realized this, and eagerly handed the thickest one to Sui. Sui helplessly accepted the biscuit, thinking that his little guardian's intelligence might not be very high. He had no choice but to eat it. You eat here first, I will be back after I finish my meal. Be careful. Fire. Xiaoku, unable to pronounce clearly due to his mouth being stuffed with biscuits. Back in the living room, Minato was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper while Xiaoku was cooking. Are you hungry, Sui? Minato looked up from the newspaper, noticing Sui's presence. Uncle, I have something to tell you. Go ahead, is Sui going to buy something to eat again? Minato teased, sitting next to Sui. Sui pouted in annoyance, puffing out his cheeks like a little bon. But he did not forget what he wanted to say and conveyed everything he had discussed with the third Hokage today, including the news of defeating Kakashi. Minato raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of disbelief. He knew his daughter was a genius, but defeating Kakashi twice was hard to accept. Do you want to go to the battlefield? Minato still couldn't understand why his daughter wanted to go to war. Sui beamed with a big smile. Because I want to protect you. You're going to protect Konoha, so if I protect Konoha, aren't I protecting you too? Minato patted her fluffy head. Xiaoku and I don't need a child to protect us, we still have to protect you. Sui rolled her eyes internally, wondering why Minato was so fierce about this. If you directly agree, I might just die. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Minato and Sui were both a bit puzzled. Who could it be at this time? Sui rushed to open the door, feeling a strong urge to slam it shut upon seeing who was outside. Grandpa Third, what brings you here? It's Sui. Grandpa came to find your uncle about something. Can you go play in your room for a while? Sui obediently nodded, and without hesitation returned to her room. Xiaoku lay in the bowl, having finished all the biscuits without leaving a crumb. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately became cautious, but when he saw that it was Sui, he lazily resumed his position. Burp, why are you back so soon? Aren't you going to eat? Sui glanced at Xiaoku's round belly with a sigh, wondering why she didn't have someone like you. That old third Hokage came, and he asked me to go back to my room first. Xiaoku really didn't care much about the people in this world, They were just a bunch of greedy humans, so why should he care? In the living room, upon realizing that the visitor was the third Hokage, Minato felt uneasy. Could it be that the third Hokage really wanted Sui to go to the battlefield? The two sat facing each other on the sofa, both remaining silent. After a long silence, Minato couldn't hold back any longer and spoke gloomily. Third Hokage, do you really want Sui to go to the battlefield? She's just a child. Hiruzen Sarutobi took his time, gently sipping his tea. Minato, this was her own request, and she is capable. Besides, I know a secret that will make you agree to her going to the battlefield. What? With a smile, the third Hokage appeared quite pleased. Minato, your adopted child, is truly a genius. She not only possesses the ice release bloodline limit, but also a healing bloodline limit, meaning she has dual bloodline limits. Minato's mind went blank for a moment in shock, but after regaining his composure, his previously furrowed brows relaxed. Are you suggesting that Sui go to the battlefield as a medical ninja? The third Hokage nodded, showing no emotion, but Minato was visibly much happier as medical ninjas had a higher survival rate. Having been eavesdropping in the room, Sui felt like laughing. Hey Shouka, what do you think about being a medical ninja to gain goodwill? Shouka looked up and thought for a moment. That should be fine. The medical ninja you're talking about should be a doctor, right? It seems that humans have a high opinion of doctors. Sui smiled gently. Great. He'll be a medical ninja then. Shouka saw her smile and couldn't help but chuckle as well. Not long after, Shouka fell silent, and Sui guessed he must have left. When she returned to the living room, both Minato and the third Hokage were gone. Gyo-xin, Nai didn't seem to care, clearly used to it. After dinner, Sui lay on her bed in a daze. Even though she was idling, Shouka, who was standing beside her, seemed unable to stay still. Take me out to play. Okay. Sui could barely endure it as Shouka was talking at an astonishing speed of nearly 50 sentences a minute. Alright, I'll take you out. Upon hearing this, Shouka immediately brightened up, his mouth wide open, his eyes almost sparkling. Yay? That's great. Sui glanced at the excited Shouka with a sigh, feeling tired. By the way, Shouka, do you still want to pretend to be a toy? Can't you use transformation jutsu to turn me into something else? You can't do it. Shouka's tone was slightly provocative. Seeing Sui's face quickly grow cold, Shouka thought to himself that it was bad. Sui, you will always be my brother. Our brotherhood is absolutely stunning. Has smooth talker. After saying this, a kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes, and he prepared to cast a genjutsu on Shouka, making others see him as an ordinary cat. After changing his clothes, Sui finally took Shouka out the door. Looking up, he noticed that the moon was beautiful tonight, a rare full moon. The gentle moonlight spread across Konoha, especially illuminating Sui's white hair. Under the moonlight, the white hair shimmered like silver threads resembling fine needles, creating a charming scene. Shouka, who sat on Sui's shoulder, hardly disturbed this beautiful sight. Shouka, where do you want to play? Anywhere is fine, I'm okay with anything. Alright then, just don't complain later. After standing in place for a long time thinking, Sui still couldn't decide where to go play. It was already midnight, and there was still a battle going on outside. In the end, they had no choice but to return to the small river where they had previously encountered Shisui, not for anything else, but simply because it was the quietest place where Sui could feel comfortable. As before, Sui sat by the large tree. Tonight, the evening breeze was excessively wild, blowing fiercely against the tree he was leaning on. Sui gently closed her eyes, feeling a bit weary. Suddenly, she found herself back in her childhood orphanage. What is happening? After a moment of inspection, Sui could sense no fluctuations of power. If this isn't an illusion, then what could it be? Could it be that I never really crossed over? Sui was on the verge of tears, facing the prospect of reliving her miserable life once again. Do I have to confront those whom I do not wish to face? I might as well be dead. She looked down at her hands, which were not the small hands she had expected, but her grown-up hands instead. Am I not supposed to be only 4 years old? Wait. The orphanage. Doesn't that mean I could see her? Just then, a child who looked nearly identical to Sui suddenly passed through her body, covered in wounds with disheveled hair. Am I truly a mere observer? How pitiful. My childhood self. Indeed, the child was the young Sui. The young Sui, codenamed You, clearly had just been bullied, yet he did not seek out the director, instead quietly entering the storage room. Sui understood the reason well. It was futile. Telling others would only lead to harsher beatings. She did not wish to observe her childhood self's pitiful appearance. Looking around, she found no one she hoped to see. Not here. That's a bit disappointing. I thought I could get one more look. Sui sighed heavily and sat down on a nearby chair, resting her face on one hand, watching the wooden door of the storage room with disinterest. The wooden door was somewhat old, with much of the green paint already chipped away. If one listened closely, the sound of a child's sobs could be heard from inside. Sigh. So noisy, just like my childhood self. How annoying. She reluctantly walked into the storage room. The room was dark, or rather it had no light at all. Being so familiar with the place, Sui quickly found You curled up in the corner. She sat down beside him and waved her hand in front of his face. Sigh. You really can't see me, how unfortunate. Why would I even agree to you? Hey, can't you go call him here? If I could, I would like to feel a little fondness for this world. If you could see me, then I could take you to play. In the cramped room, the two sat huddled in an even smaller space. One was silently sobbing, while the other had not stopped talking since entering. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. Sui's mouth was starting to feel dry. Suddenly the door swung open and Sui jerked her head up, unable to see the visitor's face clearly due to the bright light outside. You? Sui and you spoke almost simultaneously. The person outside did not say a word, she merely smiled gently. Her voice was soft like a puff of cotton. Yet Sui heard her clearly staring at the figure in disbelief as tears welled up in her eyes. What are you doing here? Little you and little Sui. Sui was taken aback by this statement. What did it mean? Could she see me? That's impossible. Not much, just this noisy person. Yes, voice was quite gloomy, finding it strange that someone who had never seen him before would say they disliked him. Sui, haha, she can really see me. The person outside reached out her hand saying, let's be friends, strange person. Sui was taken aback, her expression complex, but she still reached out to accept. However, just as they touched, everything went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to the base of the large tree. Sui rubbed her eyes, trying to gather her spirits. Are you awake? A familiar voice came from behind. Sui did not respond. She concentrated chakra in her hand, and a blade of ice swiftly formed. Jishui quickly waved his hand saying, no, I'm not here to fight. I can't sleep, and came to find you to play for a while. Sui raised an eyebrow, wondering why he had suddenly changed. Split personality. What are you here for? Didn't I just say? I'm here to play with you. You should go back, there's nothing fun here. Sui was not in the mood to play around with Jishui. Her mind was still occupied with the unclear voice she had just heard. Why are you not bothered by me today? Jishui leaned a bit closer to Sui curiously. Sui moved back, slightly feeling uncomfortable with the close contact. If you don't go back, I will leave. Hey, don't go. Stay and talk to me for a while. Sui, who had originally stood up to leave, froze and turned to look at Jishui, who was pleading with her, and her tone sounded like. After pondering for a long time, Sui sat back down beside Jishui. Jishui, did you know me before? I didn't know you. Then why did you say still when we first met? Just a slip of the tongue. Sui was somewhat angry, grabbing Jishui's shoulders and shaking him forcefully. Are you serious? Jishui seemed taken aback, but suddenly burst into laughter. Are you really that concerned? Sui was bewildered. This sudden change in emotions was a bit too much. Did he really have a mental illness? After releasing Jishui, Sui calmed down again, supporting her forehead with her hands as the evening breeze blew through her hazy eyes, carrying away a hint of sorrow. No, if you don't care, then don't bring it up again. Jishui's tone shifted back to the lively manner from before. Host, I actually feel that this Jishui is a bit off. You must be able to tell that something is wrong with him. He felt somewhat disdainful of his system's supposed perfect intelligence. However, the issues with Jishui were far too evident. He was afraid to ask further, fearing it might bring bad luck. The moon is so round tonight, Jishui suddenly remarked. Sui nodded in agreement. She really had no mood to admire the moon with a mental patient beside her. Who would feel like it? Do you know? Know what? If I die, then every full moon will keep watching you for me always. Sui fell silent, wondering what such a nonsensical statement was meant to convey. Is it to disgust me? Or what? Don't say things like that. Oh wait. That sentence is exactly the same as what she said before. The memory of that person became clear. It was also a full moon night when she and that person sat in a dilapidated attic watching the moon. The moon was beautiful, and so was she. The moon is beautiful, and so are you. Sui was directly stunned. What did that mean? Why did Jishui say that? Could it be that? Impossible. Kakashi would never be like that, and besides, she is a girl. Seeing Sui's dazed expression, Jishui couldn't help but smile, waving at her. Goodbye, it's already midnight. You should hurry back to sleep. Returning to her room, Sui felt no hint of sleepiness as the words from before lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Kiki lay beside her, fast asleep without a care. After a sleepless night, Sui woke up in the morning with no sign of anger. When Mizuno Kakashi saw Sui emerge from her room, he wanted to greet her, but her unusual state left him stunned. Did you not sleep well last night, Xiao Sui? Mizuno Kakashi asked with concern, for Sui had not had dark circles under her eyes yesterday, but today she looked like a panda. Sui shook her head, forcing a smile to signify she was fine. Xiao Sui, you can now head to the battlefield as a medical ninja. Lord Hokage and Lady Tsunade have already mentioned it. Alright. Sui recalled that she was somewhat interested in the legendary Tsunade, and the allure of the Een sealing technique was indeed considerable. By the way, where's Sister Kushina? She has a mission and left early. Sui nodded, and after freshening up she left with Mizuno Kakashi towards the Hokage building. On the way, Sui wondered if she was considered a genin now. Mizuno Kakashi thought seriously for a moment, and felt he should ask Lord Hokage. Knock knock. Come in. Outside the door, Mizuno Kakashi tapped on the Hokage's office door, and after hearing the response from the third Hokage, he entered. Seeing Mizuno Kakashi enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his actions. Looking down, he noticed that Sui was also present. Xiao Sui is here too. Mizuno Kakashi, you will head to the battlefield against the Wind Country, while Sui, you will take this to Tsunade. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Sui. She nodded seriously and accepted the scroll with both hands. Also, Mizuno Kakashi will join you later. The situation is becoming increasingly intense. We probably need to hold out for another 3 months, and if we do, we will win. Speaking of the war, Mizuno Kakashi had to become serious. Sui stood to the side, feeling out of place due to her age. After over 10 minutes of dazed silence, the two who had been chatting animatedly finally fell silent. Alright, Mizuno Kakashi, you should hurry along. Okay. Once outside the Hokage building, Sui finally relaxed. Mizuno Kakashi, noticing Sui's earlier demeanor, thought she was a bit anxious and began to comfort her. There's no need to be nervous. The survival rate of medical ninjas is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas, and I will protect you. What about Kakashi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I don't know, let's wait a bit longer. Mizuno Kakashi patted Sui's shoulder. Hidden in Sui clothes, Kiki's pupils dilated. Its tail had just been at Sui's shoulder position. Would that person named Mizuno Kakashi discover it? However, it may not realize that Mizuno Kakashi had no idea where he had just patted. Before long, a silver-haired youth arrived. Kakashi, you're late. I sincerely apologize, Mizuno Kakashi-sensei. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. Sui was getting a bit impatient waiting. Why did they both love to talk so much? The three of them traveled in silence and soon reached the battlefield against the Wind Country. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the sounds of battle were incessant. Mizuno Kakashi immediately joined the fray, showcasing his exquisite ninja techniques to swiftly repel the enemies from Sunagakure. Kakashi was not to be outdone. He utilized the power of the Sharingan to copy his opponent's techniques and counterattack. Meanwhile, Sui stayed in the back, treating the injured, demonstrating her outstanding healing abilities and buying more time for her comrades. With their combined efforts, the battle gradually turned in favor of the ninjas from Konohagakure. Upon returning to the Konohagakure base, those around her were filled with surprise as they beheld the renowned golden flash of the ninja world. Sui, you should find Lady Tsunade by yourself. Kakashi and I have a mission to attend to, so well, leave first. As soon as the words were spoken, the two beside her vanished like phantoms as if they had never been there. Sui marveled, inwardly knowing that such teleportation abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary ninja techniques. This was the Flying Thunder God technique invented by the second Hokage, a powerful ninjutsu that allowed one to instantly move to a marked location. Sui, holding the scroll, felt somewhat helpless. Was she really going to search for Tsunade alone? Who knows where she is? Just as Sui was complaining internally, a clear female voice called from behind, Hey, you must be the girl with the healing Kekkai Genkai that the old man mentioned, right? Sui was startled by the sudden voice and turned around to see a tall woman with a resolute face standing behind her. She wore a black ninja outfit with a red belt tied around her waist. Her long golden hair flowed freely over her shoulders, and her gaze exuded an undeniable authority and confidence. Sui recognized this woman as Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, famous for her powerful medical ninjutsu and bold personality. Sui silently rejoiced that she had not shown any impatience, otherwise she would surely have been scolded by Tsunade. She hurriedly said respectfully, Yes, Lady Tsunade, I am the one you are looking for. Tsunade nodded, sizing Sui up, and then said, You seem promising. I hope you truly possess a healing Kekkai Genkai. Follow me, we need to see an important patient. With that, Tsunade turned and walked towards the village. Sui hurriedly followed Tsunade's pace, filled with curiosity and anticipation. She had no idea whom Tsunade was taking her to see, but she knew this person must be very important. Wow, she really thinks highly of me. To have me treat an important patient right after we meet. Soon they arrived at a tent. Upon entering, Sui was greeted by a sight of injured ninjas. Tsunade led Sui to a man covered in blood. Come show me your worth, Tsunade said. Sui immediately realized that this so-called important patient was merely a ninja suffering from superficial wounds. She silently complained, What an important patient. Is this just messing with my mindset? Looking at the patient before her, Sui took a deep breath and gently placed her hands on his chest. The moment her palms made contact with the patient's body, a mysterious and powerful force surged from her hands, quickly spreading throughout the patient's body. Suddenly, the patient's body began to emit a dazzling white light, as if enveloped by a layer of pure luminous mist. The light grew increasingly intense, almost blinding. Tsunade's mouth fell open in astonishment, as she had never witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon. What ability is this? Tsunade murmured, filled with confusion and wonder. This power, able to instantaneously heal wounds and make injuries disappear, was simply on a level of its own. She couldn't help but recall the enemies she had faced before. If they too possessed such abilities, battles would become exceptionally challenging. Ding! Tsunade's favorability rating increased to 40. Tsunade turned to Sui, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Would you like to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Sui felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief. She widened her eyes, looking at Tsunade incredulously. A wave of indescribable excitement and joy surged within her. This was an invitation from Tsunade. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, possessed unparalleled power and prestige. To become her disciple was an unparalleled honor for any ninja. Sui's heart raced and a blush crept across her cheeks. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling as she said, I am willing, very willing. Her eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Her favorability rating will surely improve further. Tsunade grabbed Sui's small hand and quickly walked towards the disaster area, filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see the limits of this ability. Sui looked bewildered, completely unaware of Tsunade's intentions, thinking she was being taken to a resting place. However, when they entered a room full of injured, Sui's expression turned grim and her lips twitched involuntarily. She muttered to herself, Am I being used like a mule? Looking at the numerous patients in need of treatment, Sui felt an overwhelming pressure, but she also understood that this was a test of her abilities. Tsunade waved her hand saying, "Come on, let me see the limits of your power." "All right." Sui sighed, helplessly thinking to herself that she would have to give it her all this time. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, and activated the power of her Sharingan, sending her chakra back to 5 minutes ago. This method greatly conserved her stamina and chakra. Otherwise, given her current state, she might have collapsed after healing just one person. Sui slowly opened her eyes and scanned the injured before her. However, when she saw the first patient, she was stunned. The person was half dead, in extremely poor condition, with wounds bleeding profusely and a barely detectable breath. Sui widened her eyes, thinking, can I really heal someone who is this close to death? Yet having already promised Tsunade, she could only brace herself. She gently placed her hand on the patient's chest, and the mysterious white light that had appeared earlier surged forth once more. Tsunade immediately focused intently, as this ability was too strange and miraculous. However, no matter how carefully she observed, she couldn't understand the underlying mystery. Suddenly, the patient's severed right hand began to twitch, and a wave of fear surged within Sui, worried that she might have accidentally killed the person. But then a shocking scene unfolded. The patient's wound began to heal at a visible speed, and a brand new right hand abruptly grew out. Sui herself had never expected that the ability of the reversal technique could be so monstrous, allowing severed limbs to regenerate. This was beyond her imagination. System, does the reversal technique really have such incredible power? I don't think even Itadorus is that impressive. Host, do you not trust me? It's not that. I trust you, but this reversal technique shouldn't be that powerful, right? Just take a look at how much chakra you have left. You just unintentionally activated the rewind 3 times. Sui was stunned. So it was chakra, she thought to herself. Tsunade was dumbfounded by the newly grown right hand, thinking, isn't this guy a little too good? Is this bloodline limit really that amazing? Sui felt a twinge of envy. She then proceeded to treat one patient after another. In less than an hour, all 20 or so critically injured patients in the room were healed, and Sui knelt down on the ground, feeling somewhat exhausted. System, how many times did I rewind? Host, you've used it almost 40 times. If you hadn't also rewound your ocular power alongside your chakra, you might have gone nearsighted. Sui did not refute. This time the system was indeed correct. Tsunade stood by, her eyes nearly popping out. Just who on earth was this Sui? Sui checked the pulse of the injured, and her previously furrowed brows relaxed. After taking a deep breath, she said calmly, they should wake up tomorrow. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, asking, how do you know that? Sui pondered how to answer. My mother taught me, but it's called pulse diagnosis. Tsunade did not respond, but examined the patient's symptoms again. A few minutes later, Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly, thinking to herself, this child was indeed correct. She turned to look at Sui, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt and curiosity. Who is your mother? Tsunade asked softly. Sui replied obediently, Shinduo Lianyu. Tsunade racked her brain, but seemed to have never heard of this name. She frowned, thinking carefully. If this was Sui's mother, she should have similar physical traits. However, even after searching her memory over and over again, she found no information related to this person. Either this person didn't exist, or they had never appeared before the public. At that moment, a Konoha ninja rushed in, panting and looking anxious. Lady Tsunade, Orochimaru-sama requests your presence. His voice carried a hint of urgency. Tsunade, who had initially been angry at the ninja for entering without greeting, felt her anger dissipate upon seeing his frantic demeanor. She knew the situation must be urgent, otherwise this ninja wouldn't have rushed to find her. Thus she decided to temporarily set aside her work and go to meet Orochimaru. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tsunade took Sui and left the tent. Sui was actually quite surprised of why was Orochimaru calling for her. What? Is he going to use me for research? The thought of this made Sui shudder. Orochimaru's tent wasn't far from there. They could reach it in just 1 or 2 minutes. Orochimaru, why did you call for me? Tsunade pulled back the curtain and peeked inside, followed by a curious Sui. Orochimaru immediately noticed the child behind Tsunade. It wasn't surprising, as Sui's appearance was too striking. Tsunade noticed that Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on Sui, and she said, somewhat displeased, hey, it's not appropriate to stare at my disciple like that in front of me. Upon hearing the word disciple, Orochimaru looked slightly surprised, but then regained his composure and asked, when did you take on a disciple? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and replied sternly, is there a problem with that? Seeing Tsunade's attitude, Orochimaru didn't press further. So what did you call me for? From that ninja's appearance, it must be something important. As she spoke of the matter at hand, Tsunade's expression became serious. The situation is that intelligence has just come from the battlefield in the Rain Village requesting you to go in person. They want to have the antidote for Hanzo's poison. Also, the Sand Village wants a medical ninja to accompany the convoy transporting the antidote to their outpost. Tsunade lowered her head slightly, as if deep in thought. I will go to the Rain Village, but as for the medical ninja, my disciple should be capable. To make her words more convincing, Tsunade handed Orochimaru the scroll from the Third Hokage. After reading the contents of the scroll, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils trembled slightly. Strange ninja tools and dual bloodline limits. This is quite interesting. Seeing Orochimaru's eerie smile, Sui felt as if she would be dissected on the operating table the next moment. From what the teacher said, she does indeed have the qualifications, but I still need to see if her level is genuine. Tsunade heard that Orochimaru was going to personally test Sui's strength, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really going to test her yourself? Mum, don't you think that's a bit excessive? Bullying a 7-year-old child. Orochimaru thought for a moment and shook his head. Isn't it true that she defeated Kakashi twice? Kakashi is already a jonin, and she's just a child who has only been in school for 2 days. What incredible talent she must have. That's true, but seems I was overthinking it. Sui listened to the two of them bantering in front of her, feeling somewhat speechless. Isn't Orochimaru at the level of a Kage now? How am I supposed to win against that? Win in a dream. Just thinking about how pitiful her defeated appearance would be made Sui quite furious, but she didn't dare show it. Sui weakly requested, Lord Orochimaru, could you go a bit easier on me? Tsunade saw her disciple's state and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ding! Tsunade's favorability level is at 45. The three exited the tent and walked toward a spacious forest. Sui felt a wave of anxiety. Even if she had many advantages, her physical abilities were lacking. What if her Doppai martial arts were inferior to her opponents? Wouldn't that be the end for her? Little Kess's true form still couldn't be revealed. If she could later unlock Moon, that would be another matter. Although the ability Mirage was quite buggy. It only had a proficiency of 10A and the duration was merely 5 minutes. The Kuriko card was still somewhat useful, but she couldn't reveal too much for fear of being targeted later. The only ability she was unaware of was the sandalwood bracelet. Thinking of that bracelet, Sui remembered a question. System, how can I control the bracelet? Host, to control the bracelet, you need to use your blood to drop onto each wooden seed and let them absorb it. Sui hurriedly complied, biting her left middle finger and carefully applying her blood onto the golden brown wooden seeds. As expected, just as the system had said, the blood vanished at a speed visible to Sui. Sui suddenly felt that this thing resembled some kind of demonic object from certain cultivation novels. System, why do I feel like this isn't a lucky charm? I don't think so, host. Let me check the instruction manual. Before long, the system's voice came again. Host, this thing is indeed not very auspicious. It originally only had one original pearl, and that first pearl was refined with heart. The other 17 pearls were nurtured with blood. So, I can also nurture the wooden seeds with blood, right? Yes, any blood will do, but the first drop must be from you, the host. About one adult's blood can nurture one wooden seed. Sui nodded, not asking further about the bracelet. She didn't have much reaction to nurturing the wooden seeds with blood. After all, it was someone else's blood. After coming out, Orochimaru had been observing Sui. When he saw her dripping blood, he was just a bit curious. Arriving in the forest, Sui and Orochimaru stood facing each other. Tsunade shouted, begin. Almost as soon as she spoke, Sui began to rapidly form seals. Orochimaru noticed that Sui seals seemed to indicate fire release and also began to form seals, but considering her age, he slowed down the speed of his seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Water release, water barrier. Almost simultaneously, Sui unleashed a massive amount of flames while Orochimaru expelled a large volume of water. The two techniques collided, creating a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire area, obscuring visibility. However, for Sui, who possessed the Sharingan, this did not pose much of a problem. She could still clearly sense Orochimaru's movements and position. Orochimaru, however, was different. He could only rely on his keen sensitivity to chakra to determine Sui location. In this cloud of smoke, his movements were somewhat restricted. Taking advantage of the smoke as cover, Sui did not hesitate to launch and attack her kunai, shooting toward Orochimaru like lightning. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Relying on years of battle experience, he swiftly sidestepped to evade, then quickly formed seals, preparing for the next round of confrontation. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a light shout from Orochimaru, a powerful gust of wind blew toward the smoke. In just 1 second, the smoke was blown away and visibility became clear. Seeing this, Sui quickly dashed behind Orochimaru while controlling the wooden seeds to fly toward him. However, she knew full well that a few wooden seeds meant nothing to Orochimaru. But the true purpose of these wooden seeds was not to attack, but to create a distraction. Seizing this opportunity, Sui quickly concealed herself behind a tree, began forming seals with her hands, and pressed her palms onto the ground. Ice release, ice spears. Sui whispered, and instantly countless icy spikes erupted from her hands. Orochimaru sensed danger and instinctively looked down. To his surprise, several hundred thick ice spears suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, as hard as steel and radiating a bone-chilling cold. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and he inwardly cursed. Without hesitation, he used the body replacement technique, trying to evade this sudden attack. However, when he teleported to a tree, he found Sui was already waiting for him, greeted by her black flash. With no choice, Orochimaru could only take the black flash hidden. It's worth noting that in the original story, the power of the black flash was quite astonishing. Although Orochimaru was powerful, he could not fully withstand the force of the black flash. As a result, Orochimaru was hit and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Sui's condition was also not good. Her chakra barely reached the level of a special jonin, and without the recovery of her Mangekyo, she would have likely fallen long ago. After once again recovering her chakra, Sui hurriedly took off the key, gripping it tightly in her palm, while murmuring, seal released. A flash of white light passed, and the key transformed into a bird-headed staff. Suddenly, Sui felt a sense of foreboding. Trusting her perception ability, she immediately flew into the air using the Xiong card. Sure enough, the moment Sui ascended, hundreds of small snakes surrounded the spot where she had just been standing. Have you been discovered? That's really impressive. Shindao can even fly. It's worth noting that in the ninja world the ability to fly is quite rare. The only ways to achieve it are through summoning techniques like Sasuke's eagle or the third Tsuchikage's lightweight rock technique. Tsunade, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, was also quite surprised. Although she knew Sui's strength would be considerable, she never expected her to be evenly matched with a relaxed Orochimaru. Ding! Tsunade's favorability level is at 55. Congratulations, host, you've received a reward. Would you like to open it? Ding! Orochimaru's favorability level is at 40. Sui, flying in midair, heard the system's notification and nearly couldn't suppress her slightly upturned lips. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru suddenly began to applaud, and Tsunade froze for a second before joining him in clapping. Sui controlled the staff to fly down, and at a certain distance, she directly released the Xiong card, standing steadily in front of Orochimaru and Tsunade, while the bird-headed staff transformed back into a key. Is this the strange ninja tool that the teacher mentioned? Both Orochimaru and Tsunade thought simultaneously. Seeing that neither of them intended to question him, Sui immediately realized the third Hokage must have recorded all his intelligence onto that scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once I come into my strength, I'll make sure to give you a thorough beating. Sui muttered inwardly. Sui disliked this sensation of being laid bare, of having every detail about him known by others, as if he were walking naked through the streets. Sui, why did you drip blood onto this bracelet earlier? Tsunade asked, pointing with her finger at the bracelet encircling his right wrist. Not only Orochimaru, but Tsunade as well, had witnessed Sui's behavior along the path. After a moment's reflection, Sui decided it was best to keep the bracelet's secret to himself. Blood sealing for mastery. Tsunade and Orochimaru. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru furrowed their brows in unison. Something felt off. This reply reeked of evasion. Yet sensing his reluctance to elaborate, they chose discretion over inquiry. Suddenly a small kick struck Sui's side from within his robes. What are you kicking me for? You're not allowed to emerge yet. Just wait patiently a little longer. Sui whispered softly in reassurance. Hearing that more waiting was required, the creature grew impatient and kicked harder. Had Sui not worn exceptionally loose clothing, such vigorous movement would have been impossible to conceal. Any observer missing it would have had to be utterly blind. Just wait a little longer. I'll find the perfect moment. But push me further, and I'll end you on the spot. His voice dropped low and icy. Sensing the lethal edge in his tone, the creature fell silent and curled itself quietly away. Tsunade turned toward Orochimaru beside her and lifted one corner of her lips. Well, is he qualified? Orochimaru let out a peculiar chuckle. Heh, yes, absolutely. Go with Tsunade now to collect the antidote, and then proceed to the gate to rendezvous with the escort unit. Sui nodded and followed Tsunade out of the forest. After receiving the antidote, he joined the escort unit bound for Sunagakure. When the 5 members of the escort team saw Sui, a mere girl, they assumed Lord Orochimaru had made an error. But upon spotting his personal seal, they instantly clamped their mouths shut. No need for words. A child deemed worthy of Orochimaru's direct endorsement carried undeniable weight. Throughout the journey, Sui remained silent, not out of shyness, but because speaking to those offering no advantage held no appeal for him. System, claim the reward. And please, begging you, grant me an ability that enhances chakra capacity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 6 eyes. Its abilities include accelerating chakra regeneration 100-fold, granting extraordinary perception and precognitive insight. The 6 eyes. Not bad. Sui found the reward quite satisfactory. The very ocular power wielded by Gojo. If he could later acquire limitless, victory would become absolute. Well, system, you're rather kind, aren't you? Inside his mind, the system rolled its eyes, its voice dripping with grievance. When exactly have I ever not been kind? Yes, you're the kindest of all. But Sui severed the mental link before uttering the rest aloud, completing the sentence silently in his thoughts. You're merely a stepping stone, one I'll discard once she is restored. Coincidentally, the moment Sui finished thinking, the system re-established contact. What just happened to our connection? Nothing, just an accidental disconnection. The system asked no further questions and retreated into silence. Along the road, 6 figures traveled in total silence, each a master of social avoidance, until rustling erupted from the roadside underbrush. SHSHSH. Instantly all tensed, eyes snapping toward the sound. There they stood, Sunagakure shinobi making no pretense of stealth, boldly revealed at the edge of the grass. Their kunai gleamed openly in the light, their intent written across their faces like bold ink. We are here to intercept you. Sui, shoved unceremoniously to the rear, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fools, just attack already. Perfect timing, blood for nourishing the woodseed. Wait, that elder figure at the back? Is that Chio? His pupils contracted violently as his gaze locked onto the most venerable of the sand shinobi. Sui nearly blacked out. Who would have imagined delivering mere supplies would land him face-to-face with a cage-level master? Was her stature truly so devalued? Shouldn't you be commanding from your village's stronghold? Were it not for the grim odds of victory, he'd have unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke. Instead, he scanned the terrain. Only a few scattered trees offered any cover. Puppetry allows flight, so my soaring card may prove useless. but deploying the mirror card's duplicate gives me a solid 2 versus 1 advantage. And at this moment Xiao Ku can legitimately manifest, leveraging my status as a summoner. Having weighed his options, Sui smiled with quiet confidence, and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He unleashed the technique without hesitation, even as fellow Konoha shinobi stood directly before him. A vast torrent of searing flame erupted from his mouth. The nearest Konoha shinobi were instantly reduced to charred ash. Amplified by the 6 eyes, the inferno swelled into an all-consuming conflagration. The Suna shinobi, stunned by the sheer scale of the fire technique, faltered in panic. Chiyo, seeing her comrades frozen, grew agitated. What are you waiting for? Quick! Use water release or earth flow wall. At the rasp of Chiyo's voice, the Suna shinobi finally snapped into action, hands flying into seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Thick earthen ramparts surged upward, halting the raging inferno in its tracks. Seizing the brief lull, Sui swiftly retrieved the mirror card and removed its key. O key harboring darkness's might, reveal your true power before me. By the covenant sworn between us, I command, break the seal. Intent on dramatic flair, Sui recited the full incantation, an uncommon indulgence for him. The bird-headed staff reappeared, the lens soared into the air. With a sharp strike at the card's center, blinding white light flared, and a flawless mirror materialized beside him. From its surface stepped a figure identical to Sui himself. Sui glanced casually at his double, reached into his dream space, and tossed him a Zanpakuto, not because Kagehushi lacked utility, but because close-quarters combat simply looked far more impressive. Sui crooked a finger toward Chiyo. Old Chiyo, care for a unknown duel. Her brow furrowed in instant fury. Has the age of impudence arrived, when even a brat dares challenge me? Then I shall indulge you, for a time. With that she drew a white scroll from her sash. Unfurling it, 10 uniquely crafted puppets emerged, clad in long white robes, their collars crowned with thick flowing fur. A closer look revealed fine blue chakra threads trailing from each puppet's back. Sui grinned faintly, and whispered to Xiao Ku, emerge in your true form. Understood. From within his robes, Xiao Ku nodded vigorously. Assured of compliance, Sui relaxed his guard, and began weaving hand seals with practiced speed. Ninjutsu summoning technique. His right palm slammed hard into the earth. A billowing cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dispersed, a colossal beast appeared, its size rivaling that of a full-grown Siberian tiger. Upon its head rested a helmet reminiscent of Tobarama's, studded with a gleaming crimson gem. Sui gently stroked the fluffy tiger head of the other party, her eyes cold and expressionless as she said, attack that old man. I don't think I need to teach you anything else, do I? Xiao Ku let out a loud cry, seemingly indicating that it understood its master's intent, and then opened its mouth to gather a powerful energy cannon. At that moment, the puppet controlled by Chiyo lunged forward like a fierce wind, but Sui appeared calm and unhurried as she raised her right hand, forming a gesture like a gun. Bang! She mimicked the sound of gunfire, and seeing this, Chiyo couldn't help but snicker. You're still just a child, how immature. However, in the next second, the energy cannon from Xiao Ku surged forward towards Chiyo with astonishing speed. Chiyo had not originally paid much attention to this energy cannon, but as it approached at close range, the suffocating aura hit her instantly. If I'm hit by this thing, I might not even leave a complete corpse behind. Thinking this, Chiyo unhesitatingly controlled the puppet to pick her up and fled rapidly. Sui sighed, a hint of regret on her face. Did it get away? What a pity. That shot just now wasted a lot of my chakra. Hearing this, Chiyo couldn't help but curse. What do you mean? However, just then Chiyo suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. Her heart tightened as she realized danger was closing in. Relying on years of combat experience and sharp intuition, Chiyo swiftly sidestepped, dodging to the side without hesitation. Almost in the same instant, a massive sword chi descended from the sky, striking down violently at the spot where Chiyo had just stood. With a loud crash, the ground was cleaved open, creating a deep pit and sending dust flying. Chiyo stared in astonishment at the scene before her, secretly relieved that she had dodged this deadly blow in time. Before she could collect her thoughts, Xiao Ku's second energy cannon was already on its way. This attack was faster and more powerful, and Chiyo had no time to react further. She hurriedly controlled the puppets, trying to use them to block this round of attack. But in doing so, she lost 5 puppets, and the remaining ones were either immobilized or severely damaged. Sui sensed her chakra, but she had only used about 1/5 of it, but with the recovery speed of her 6 eyes, she would probably be fully restored in less than a minute. Old thing, are you really at the shadow level? It feels like you don't even have the strength of an elite jonin. Sui observed Chiyo's disheveled appearance, secretly delighted, and showing a hint of mockery on her face. Chiyo silently cursed, damn it, if it weren't for the numbers being unequal. She then manipulated the puppets to launch a counterattack, and dozens of poisoned silver needles shot out like raindrops from the puppets. Sui's lips curled into a smirk as a thick ice wall suddenly formed in front of her, blocking all the silver needles. Watching the astonished expression on Chiyo's face, Sui let out a burst of laughter. Ah. Oh, how does it feel to be toyed with by me? It truly is surprising you. I was worried I couldn't defeat you before. Ha. With the Clow card in my possession, victory is assured, and you can only become a stepping stone and sacrifice on my path to success. As she spoke, Sui's gaze gradually turned cold and ruthless, and a claw card suddenly appeared in her hand. She tightly gripped the card and mimicked the action of drawing a bow. With a crisp sound, a bow and arrow shimmering with a faint blue light appeared in Sui's hand. The duplicate understood what was meant and quickly ran to Kyo's side, restraining her. Chiyo had wanted to resist, but when she saw the emotionless gaze of the duplicate, she realized she had no chance left. Against an emotionless demon, there was no possibility of a counterattack. Is death the only option? But I haven't found the scorpion yet. My life has truly been a failure. Chiyo sighed inwardly, a flicker of despair and helplessness flashing in her eyes. She recalled her life filled with loneliness and suffering, ultimately ending in this manner. Sui chuckled softly, as if Kyo's fate had long been predetermined. With his laughter, a blue arrow glowing with white light shot out swiftly, piercing directly into the center of Kyo's forehead like lightning. Uft! The arrow shot into Kyo's forehead suddenly exploded, and the immense impact caused Kyo's head to burst open, turning into a mass of red and yellow mush. Blood splattered everywhere, some even landing on Sui. Sui paid no mind to the bloodstains. He took out a small vial from the dream space and tossed it to the duplicate. The duplicate accepted the vial, somewhat puzzled, looking at Sui, not understanding why he was given this vial. Sui raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't you understand? Well, go dig out her heart and squeeze the blood into this vial." The duplicate expressionlessly nodded and unhesitatingly used a knife to slice open Kyo's chest. Hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto him and the surrounding ground. However, he simply wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve in silence. In the next moment, a bloody heart was dug out by the duplicate from Kyo's chest cavity, held in his hands. Sui grinned wickedly as he gazed at the duplicate, who looked just like him, a hint of pride and narcissism flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "My own flesh suit is truly beautiful." The duplicate rolled his eyes at Sui, seemingly disdainful of his narcissism. Then he tossed the container filled with blood to Sui. Sui received the container, glanced at the thick blood inside, and smiled with satisfaction. Then he tossed the vial into the dream space and took out some clean tissues, handing them to the duplicate. "From now on, don't use my appearance anymore. Use Sister Chinyes instead. That way I can also take a look at her," Sui said softly, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. The duplicate was silent for a moment, but ultimately agreed to Sui's request. His body began to change, gradually transforming into the appearance of Chinyes as remembered by Sui. She was a 15-year-old girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate face, and clear, determined eyes. Sui gazed at the Chinyes before him, his eyes filled with tenderness. He always maintained a calm demeanor towards others, but only in front of Chinyes would he reveal such gentle expressions. He gently caressed Chinyes' face as if touching a precious treasure. "Sui is what we're doing really right." The usually silent duplicate spoke up, and Xiaoku, who had been nearby, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Suiga, is this really right?" Upon hearing this, Sui smiled gently, as if the one who had just proposed digging out a heart was not him. "It's right, as long as it can revive Sister Chinyes, no matter the cost, I will revive her." Watching Sui's incessant chatter, both of them fell silent. "Forget it, no matter what you become, we will support you because you are the chosen heir of Clow Reed," the duplicate said blandly, and Xiaoku also returned to his dull form, saying, "Yes, we will all support you." Hearing their sincere words, Sui coldly chuckled. "Hee, if you didn't support me, that would be strange considering the system has brainwashed you thoroughly." His eyes flashed with cunning and sarcasm, but his face still wore a gentle smile, making it hard to perceive his true thoughts. "Let's go, it's time to return and deliver the supplies. Those who are still alive must be eliminated, they know too much." The clone softly replied yes. Minutes later, the clone, covered in blood, transformed back into a Kuro card and returned to the dream space. Xiaoka sat on Sui's small shoulder, and the two slowly made their way to the sand-hidden battlefield. In the only one left, everyone else has been killed by the enemy. Indeed, the enemy is too brutal. "Haha, let's go." Sui laughed joyfully, and even her steps became lighter. 2 days passed, and as Sui flew in the air, fatigue finally appeared on her face, and she could no longer smile. No way, it took a whole day to arrive. Xiaoka couldn't help but complain. They slowly descended at the camp entrance, explained the situation to the guards, and headed towards the medical ninja's tent with the scroll. As soon as they entered the camp, Sui immediately got to work, tirelessly casting the reversal technique. In just one night, all the injured in the camp received her treatment. Exhausted from a long day, Sui lay softly on the bed beside which was a box meal specially prepared for her by the medical team leader. Although she did not wish to accept it, she was too hungry to refuse the kind gesture. The cool night breeze flowed through the window screen, gently brushing against Sui's delicate face. Her hair fluttered slightly, with a few strands blown out of place, obscuring her view. Sui reached out, gently pushing aside the long hair that covered her face. In her eyes, a hint of fatigue and confusion was revealed. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart, and she could not help but feel a deep disdain for this world. "Ah, this is so annoying. This world is so disgusting, but how strange. Why do I hate this world so much?" Sui murmured softly, her voice tinged with helplessness and confusion. She tried to understand the intense emotion deep within her heart, but could not find the answer. Forget it. If I can't make sense of it, then I won't think about it. It seems the internet is right. Staying up late really makes one emo. Sui gave up on thinking and decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. She raised her head and gazed at the bright moon hanging outside the window, the moonlight spilling over her, adding a touch of melancholy to her atmosphere. Orochimaru assigned Sui the task of delivering some supplies, after which she was to return to the base immediately. However, helping those injured was Sui's own idea. Leaving the sand-hidden base, Sui returned to headquarters. As soon as she got back to her tent, she immediately retrieved a bottle of blood from her space and dripped it all onto her bracelet. I heard from the system that the heart blood works better. Just 5 people's hearts can grow one seed. Sui murmured, and as before, the blood was absorbed by the bracelet as soon as it dripped. In just a moment, the entire bottle of blood had been consumed. Such a glutton. She murmured to herself while carefully examining the bracelet. She noticed a faint red pattern appearing on the seed, spreading like threads of blood. After playing with it for a while, she put the bracelet back on her hand. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside the tent. Sui, are you in there? Sui did not respond immediately, but silently activated her 6 eyes, trying to see who was outside. When she recognized the visitor, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, feeling a hint of reluctance. If you don't answer, I'm coming in. No way. I'm changing clothes. Sui hurriedly shouted to stop, but the person outside fell silent for a moment. Just when Sui thought the other would leave, that person unhesitatingly lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. Sui. The Uchiha family crest and the unique black curls made it easy to identify the person's identity. Uchiha Shisui. Sui felt displeased with Shisui for ignoring her words and barging in. Did I not tell you not to come in? Shisui looked at Sui with some confusion and said, but you aren't changing clothes either, and besides, aren't we both guys? Little Sui. Upon hearing the last words, little Sui's face instantly darkened. She pointed at the tent entrance and coldly said, get out, and also, don't call me little Sui. You don't deserve. Seeing Sui's angry expression, Shisui, however, was not bothered at all and found it quite adorable. He looked at Sui with gentle eyes and softly said, then what if I say my other name? Shinduali. Upon hearing this, Sui's eyes widened in shock. She looked at Shisui in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Shisui noticed and slightly smiled. However, Sui quickly regained her composure and calmly said, I don't know anyone named Shinduali. After saying this, she turned to observe the green plants outside the window, ignoring Shisui. Shisui quietly stood by, watching Sui back, feeling a surge of complex emotions. Is that Aoi really that important? Just hearing her name surprises you like this? With this thought, Shisui felt even more dejected. Where did you even hear the name Aoi? Sui probed, thinking that if the other did not give her a convincing reason, she could send him away. Forget his rogue ninja identity, forget his plans, as long as there is a hint of a secret about Sister Aoi, nothing else mattered. I can make you believe me with just one sentence. Oh. Sui's eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity as she stared intently at Shisui, trying to find a clue from his expression and words. Shizui's voice was steady and firm, as if every word had been carefully considered. Orphanage. Xiongling, faceless person, jumped off the building. His eyes sparkled with a confident light, seemingly certain of what he was saying. However, Sui's face showed no change in expression. Her gaze was indifferent and detached, making it impossible to glimpse her true thoughts. But upon closer inspection, one would notice her fingers slightly trembling, a subtle movement revealing her inner unease. Who exactly are you? Sui's voice was deep. I already told you I'm here to love you, Aoi. Shizui's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile, as if proclaiming a beautiful vow. Who exactly are you? A hint of anger tinged Sui's voice, her hands clenched tightly, cold air gradually accumulating into ice shards that sparkled with a cold light in her hand. With that, Sui abruptly kicked Shisui, who was caught off guard, and fell to the ground. Sui quickly sat on Shizui's abdomen, her movements agile and decisive, with the ice shard pressed tightly against Shizui's neck. Hurry up and tell me. Who are you? Sui's voice was filled with threat, her gaze like a sharp sword piercing directly at Shisui. Shisui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth caused by the kick, yet his face still bore that gentle smile, as if no matter how the other reacted he would not get angry. Smack! Sui slapped him hard. Her eyes were filled with rage, and her hand trembled slightly from the force. Tell me, who exactly are you? And what is the name you came to Qingye with? Sui's voice was hoarse, tears welling in her eyes. Jishui rubbed his swollen right cheek, his eyes unexpectedly filled with resentment. Hiss! Why hit so hard? It hurts so much. I told you, but you don't believe me and still want to hit me. How am I supposed to say it? If you had told the truth earlier, I wouldn't have hit you. I already said it. What I said is true. Impossible. You cannot be Qingye. Even if Sarutobi Ruji is you, it's impossible. Jishui was dumbfounded. What the heck? Split personality. When did I have a split personality? What are you talking about? How am I a split personality? Sui, after reacting, said, somewhat confused, aren't you the one with the split personality? Sometimes acting like a madman, sometimes like a normal person. Jishui was completely speechless, but now he was pinned down by the other party with no strength to resist. At that moment, the tent flap was suddenly lifted. Sui, sorry. Watergate, holding a scroll, just walked in and saw his daughter pinning Jishui down. His movement suddenly halted, shock evident on his face, and the scroll in his hand almost fell to the ground. His gaze quickly flicked between Sui and Jishui. The awkward atmosphere left him somewhat at a loss, and his feet involuntarily took a step back. Sui also instantly reacted to Watergate's appearance, her body trembling slightly as she hurriedly stood up from Jishui. Her hands were somewhat flustered as they adjusted her clothes. Sui actually didn't care much about how others viewed her, but she was afraid Watergate's favorability would drop. Seeing Sui stand up, Watergate also regained his composure, turning around and hurriedly walking out his steps, appearing somewhat rushed. Sui's mood grew even more irritable. She stomped her foot hard and stood up. While tidying her clothes, she shot a fierce glare at Jishui, then lifted her foot and kicked him. Jishui. Stepping out of the tent, Sui took a deep breath to calm her emotions slightly. Her gaze swept around, finally spotting familiar yellow hair behind a tree. A hint of irritation flashed in her eyes as she quickly walked in that direction. Uncle Watergate. She adjusted her tone and ran towards Watergate. Watergate looked over, and seeing it was Sui, his expression changed slightly. Sui, what were you doing just now? Remembering the scene he just witnessed, Watergate's expression immediately fell. Sui paused for a moment, her face darkening rapidly. Uncle Watergate, I'm not as filthy as you think. I was just messing around with him. Seeing Sui like this, Watergate was puzzled. Could it be that he really thought wrong? All right, but Sui, you're only 7 years old now, and you can't be in love yet. Sui frowned and said in a slow tone, I won't. Besides, I have no reason to like them. Anyway, what did Uncle Watergate want to see me for? Seeing that Watergate still didn't believe her, Sui gave up explaining. Watergate's tone became serious. Later you will come with me to the outpost of the Land of Lightning. Sui nodded, agreed on a time with Watergate, and then returned to the tent. Pulling back the curtain, she did not see Jishui, so he must have gone back. After packing up, he and Watergate left the Konoha camp, heading towards the Land of Lightning's outpost. On the road, Watergate was still curious about Sui and Zishui's relationship. Sui remained silent for a long time. Just as Watergate thought the other party would not answer, Sui suddenly spoke. He brought this upon himself, stepping on my landmine. Watergate still didn't quite understand, and Sui just smiled and said nothing. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the battlefield with the Land of Lightning. The journey was surprisingly smooth, with no one coming to obstruct them. Sui inexplicably thought, it seems the third war is about to end in just a month, right? Then Watergate will become the fourth Hokage. At that time, I will be the veritable Konoha's young master, and that brother named Naruto. Tisk, not even blood-related. And even if he were, it wouldn't matter. After all, by then it would all be about defeating the Nine Tails. As for Naruto, Sui actually has a very negative impression of him, even. Disgust. Watergate went ahead to the command center while she went to the medical department. There was no choice, as she always presented herself as a medical ninja in front of others. Even if a medical ninja's strength is strong, it is of no use. Actually, with the Kuro card, I'm already half invincible. There is no choice. The functionality of the Kuro card is simply too comprehensive. Moreover, because of the 6 eyes, the chakra problem has also been resolved. Thinking of this, Sui felt a bit more confident about reviving Chingya. The following days were no different from before, treating, resting. After 5 days of this, Sui felt if she continued like this, she might just be done for. Lying on the grass under the shade of a tree, Sui had a blade of grass in her mouth, looking up at the various white clouds above her. Inexplicably, Sui suddenly recalled what Jishui had said about being Chingya. Sigh. So boring. How did Jishui know about Chingya's information anyway? As she thought of Chingya's gentle demeanor, sweet little face unconsciously flushed. Sui spat out the grass in her mouth, closed her eyes, and was about to drift into dreamland. Suddenly, a brown puppy, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, came rushing over, holding a scroll in its mouth. Its 4 little legs pounded swiftly and powerfully against the ground, the thud-thud sound particularly loud in the quiet environment. Sui frowned tightly, revealing an impatient expression, and softly scolded, "Can't you be quieter, Parker?" Parker seemed indifferent to Sui complaints, lightly running to her side, placing the scroll on the ground, and then obediently lying beside her head. "It's from Kakashi. He told you to hurry up." Ugh, so annoying. While complaining, Sui reached for the scroll, opened it, and read it carefully. Upon finishing the content, her expression turned extremely ugly, almost cursing out loud, calling me to go to Kirigakure. Wait, when did Kirigakure get involved? His eyes widened in confusion and surprise. Hearing Sui question, Parker glanced at him, and then softly said, "It's not about fighting, it's about gathering intelligence, so you should hurry up." Sui helplessly cursed under her breath and reluctantly sat up. Her movements were somewhat sluggish, as if she hadn't fully woken from her dreams. She stretched lazily, moved her body a bit, and then slowly stood up, walking in the direction of the camp. As she left, her steps seemed somewhat heavy, each step carrying a hint of reluctance and unwillingness. What a mystery. Clearly at this time Obito should have already controlled the Mizukage, right? Could it be that he made a mistake? Sui thought, murmuring to herself. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly heard a familiar call. Sui. Interrupted. Sui frowned slightly, feeling annoyed, but instinctively turned to look. Lady Tsunade. To her surprise, it was indeed Tsunade. Sui was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. She thought she should be on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. How could she encounter Tsunade here? Her eyes widened as she struggled to comprehend the situation before her. Tsunade looked at her bewildered disciple and couldn't help but laugh. "What? Are you surprised to see me here? Or are you saying that I'm not welcome?" Sui hurriedly waved her hands in explanation, saying, No, I'm actually very happy that Lady Tsunade is here." Ding! Tsunade's favorability increased to 60. Hearing the system's notification, Sui's lips twitched slightly as she inwardly grumbled, "So Tsunade enjoys flattery. Lady Tsunade, I'm afraid I can't chat with you. Oh, I still have a task to complete. Sui regained her composure, remembering she had important matters to attend to. Tsunade nodded, instructing, be careful. As she spoke, she gently ruffled Sui's soft hair, her eyes filled with concern. Sui stood in place, her gaze fixed on the direction Tsunade had left until her figure completely disappeared from view, and only then did she slowly exhale. She inwardly rejoiced, thinking, fortunately that person didn't hear my muttering. If she had heard even a little, my identity as an undercover agent might have been discovered. Afterward, Sui turned and headed toward the command center. When she reached the front of the command tent, she gently lifted the curtain and stepped inside. However, upon entering the tent, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. What she had thought was a command center with only a few people was now filled with 6 individuals, including herself. Kakashi, Minato, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all seated there, seemingly discussing something important. They turned their heads as they heard Sui parting the curtain, their gazes fixed on her. When Tsunade saw Sui, a hint of surprise crossed her face, but she quickly recalled the task Sui had mentioned earlier and understood. Jiraiya, on the other hand, immediately noticed Sui, and upon seeing this delicate and adorable white-haired child, his eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, hey, is this the child that Minato adopted? Hearing this, Minato, who stood beside Orochimaru, nodded proudly and replied, yes, Jiraiya-sensei. If possible, I truly hope you can take her as your disciple. But Tsunade, upon hearing Minato's intention to have Jiraiya take Sui as a disciple, immediately became agitated, pointing at Jiraiya and sternly stating, Jiraiya, I advise you to give up on that idea. Sui is already my disciple. However, Jiraiya suddenly seemed to remember something, his gaze on Sui turning peculiar, filled with complexity. Minato, seeing Jiraiya's expression, felt puzzled and asked, Jiraiya-sensei, what's wrong? Jiraiya slowly shook his head, a contemplative expression on his face, as if recalling something important. A few days ago at Mount Myaboku, the previously peaceful and tranquil Mount Myaboku suddenly erupted with a commotion. The great sage toad lying on a wooden chair was jolted awake, his eyes filled with fear. The deep and sesame seeds that had been guarding him were equally startled, their eyes wide with confusion. Before they could react, the great sage toad shouted impatiently, quick, call Jiraiya over, there's a new prophecy. Deep and Sesame exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous premonition. They didn't dare delay and immediately performed the reverse summoning technique, trying to summon Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku. Far away on the battlefield in the land of wind, Jiraiya was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy when suddenly he felt a powerful force pulling him away in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense jungle. Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing he was at Mount Myaboku. The fact that he had been summoned here so swiftly indicated that something extremely important had occurred. At that moment, Deep and Sesame rushed over, urgency in their eyes. Hurry, little Jiraiya, the great sage toad is calling for you. Seeing the 2 frogs so eager, Jiraiya wasted no time and quickly made his way towards the great sage toad's location. When the 3 arrived in front of the sage, the great sage toad unusually was not dozing off. He sat quietly, his gaze fixed upon them. Jiraiya got straight to the point, asking, Great Sage Toad, what do you need me for? The Great Sage Toad wasted no words and replied directly, Jiraiya, there is a new prophecy. The white demon immersed in darkness has descended. He will slaughter throughout the entire ninja world for his own selfish desires. Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart jolted, his eyes widening in shock. Slaughtering throughout the entire ninja world. What a terrifying existence that would be. His expression grew serious as he realized the grave consequences this prophecy might entail. However, he soon thought of another crucial question. Sage, do you remember what that person looked like? And do you recall the time? Jiraiya asked eagerly. If he could know more about this white demon, perhaps he could prepare measures in advance. The great sage toad pondered carefully, and after a moment of silence he said solemnly, it looked like a girl with white hair and 3 colored eyes, probably only about 7 years old now. The rest I don't remember well. Despite the haziness of the memory, he still tried to provide some key features. The details he could recall were likely due to the mental impact from that demon. Wait, this description, how does it perfectly match the daughter that Minato just adopted? It can't be. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, impossible. Yet deep down a strong intuition told him that things might not be that simple. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Deep asked in confusion, what's wrong? Little Jiraiya, is there a clue? Jiraiya opened his mouth, hesitated, and showed a conflicted expression. He wasn't sure whether to voice his suspicions as they seemed too absurd, and he feared it would cause unnecessary trouble. After a long while, Jiraiya decided to share his thoughts. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Sage Deep, I believe that the demon might be the child that my disciple just adopted. Deep and Sesame were taken aback upon hearing this, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at Jiraiya. What? Are you sure? Little Jiraiya? Deep asked incredulously. Jiraiya helplessly nodded, forcing a smile as he said, I can't believe it either, but all signs point to it being her. Deep and Sesame exchanged glances, seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. If what Jiraiya said was true, then this matter had become even more complicated. A seemingly ordinary little girl hiding such a huge secret made one unable to help but take a keen interest in her background. The great toad sage on the wooden chair slightly squinted his eyes and finally spoke. Oh, Jiraiya, are you speaking the truth? Jiraiya helplessly shook his head, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. I am not sure either. There is no solid evidence yet, but the number of white-haired individuals in this ninja world is already scarce, and combined with the subsequent descriptions, it is indeed. The great Toad Sage closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, slowly spoke. In fact, I have two plans. The first is to eliminate her while she is still only 7 years old and not yet mature. The second is to guide her towards the right path, while she is still in her childhood stage at the tender age of 7. In fact, the great Toad Sage leaned more towards the second plan. First of all, there is very little understanding of the other party, and rushing into action poses too high a risk. Secondly, she is still young, and her worldview has not yet fully formed. With proper guidance, it might be possible to change her fate. If everything goes smoothly, that would be even better. After hearing the second plan, Jiraiya made his choice without hesitation. The next step was to confirm whether that child in the prophecy was indeed her. And this matter must be reported to the third Hokage. Time shifted back to a few days later. Sui naturally noticed the change in Jiraiya's expression. What's going on? What's with Jiraiya's expression? Could it be that he has seen through my undercover identity? That can't be. I remember this as our first meeting. Host, could it be those toads from Mayaboko Mountain? The system reminded her. Sui responded quickly, system, don't say that it really could be. Should I go find that old toad and kill it? The system shook its head. There's no need. Just look at Jiraiya. It's clear that those toads have probably spread the word already. Sui felt somewhat displeased, frowning. Then what should we do? Just ignore it. The system was also speechless at its host, sighing. Host, what's wrong with you today? You're usually so clever, but why are you so foolish today? Sui responded. Inside the tent, the atmosphere fell silent for 2 seconds. The usually familiar Jiraiya chuckled twice, rubbed Sui's head, and looked at Tsunade, his tone no longer as frivolous as before. Tsunade, I must take Sui as my disciple even if you don't agree. Tsunade was quite angered by this. Jiraiya, are you tired of living? You. She raised her hand to strike him. However, upon seeing him making a series of gestures, she paused. Sui, blocked from seeing Jiraiya's subtle movements, only knew that Tsunade, who was originally angry, suddenly was no longer mad. Sigh. What a pity, I thought I could see that old geezer being sent to the hospital. Sui felt a bit sad. Tsunade carefully interpreted the information conveyed by Jiraiya. Prophecy behind child demon ninja world death. Tsunade furrowed her brows, pondering to herself. The words prophecy, child, and demon evoked many associations in her mind. What does this mean? Sui is a demon and she will destroy the ninja world. Tsunade asked in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind this information. She understood that the toad from Mayaboko Mountain possessed prophetic abilities, and a few years ago Jiraiya's inexplicable quest for the child of prophecy was also due to the toad's foresight. However, now suddenly a completely new prophecy emerged declaring that a 7-year-old child would become a demon, which was simply unfathomable. Orochimaru and Minato, who had been closely observing the two, also noticed Jiraiya's gestures. To help Tsunade better understand, Jiraiya deliberately used a code that any Konoha ninja could easily decipher. Thus, the two easily deciphered those 6 key phrases. Orochimaru was indifferent to this, as he revered science and held no regard for so-called prophecies. But Minato's feelings were completely different. His teacher actually referred to his daughter as a demon, and they hadn't even met yet. What puzzled him even more was that to his knowledge, the prophecies from Mayaboko Mountain typically did not specify names. How did Jiraiya determine it? Minato stood there lost in thought. All right, we need to discuss serious matters. It's about the news from Lulan. The few who were interrupted by Orochimaru's thoughts turned their attention to him, and Sui tilted her head. Lulan, the one from the movie. Then doesn't that mean I can see Naruto? Should we bring the 9 tails over right now? Sui's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. She couldn't help but imagine her encounter with Naruto. However, just as she was immersed in her fantasies, Orochimaru, who was sitting across from her, spoke up again, breaking the silence. We want to send a team to investigate a person named Lushan and to protect the queen of Lulan, Sarah. Orochimaru's voice was deep and serious, revealing his emphasis on the task. Upon hearing this, Sui immediately snapped back to reality, raising her hand. Without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I want to go. Sui exclaimed eagerly, her face brimming with enthusiasm. She longed to participate in this mission, not only to see the 9 tails, but also because it was a rare experience. It would be even better if we could get some dragon veins. The reason for Sui's excitement was entirely due to the 9 tails and dragon veins, and nothing else. Minato looked at his daughter's overly enthusiastic demeanor and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He thought to himself, how could such a Sui possibly be the demon in the prophecy? Lord Orochimaru, I will lead Sui, Kakashi, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi to go together, Minato said firmly. He understood the importance of this mission and believed in Sui's ability to complete it. At the same time, he hoped this opportunity would help Sui grow and strengthen her skills. At that moment, Sui suddenly realized a problem. Is the Lulan incident in this timeline? No, it shouldn't be. Wasn't it supposed to have happened long ago? She asked in confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. She clearly remembered that the Lulan incident should have occurred a long time ago, but now it seemed to have been postponed. It was me who I delayed the timeline so that you, the host, could meet the future Naruto. The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind, answering her confusion. It turned out that all of this was part of the system's arrangement aimed at giving Sui the opportunity to meet the future Naruto. Well, then I really have to thank you. Sui responded in a strange tone. She understood the system's good intentions and was filled with anticipation for the upcoming Nine Tails and Dragon Veins. Let's go, Lord Orochimaru, we are setting off now. Sui exclaimed as she began to walk towards the door. Wait. Lord Orochimaru, why did Kakashi-senpai tell me that my mission was to gather intelligence in the Land of Mist? Sui recalled the contents in the scroll Kakashi had given her, stopping in her tracks and turning back to ask. Kakashi lifted his eyes to glance at Sui at the door and said softly, if you want to go, you can go. Sui was taken aback by his words, and after a moment she quickly waved her hands, a look of refusal on her face, saying, No, I don't want to go to Mist Hidden, or it's not fun at all. It's less interesting than Lulan. Jiraiya, hearing her words, showed a hint of displeasure on his face. He thought the young girl was too naive. This was a time of war. Ding. Jiraiya's favorability, level 20. He frowned and said seriously, hey, how can you treat this matter as a game? If your failure to carry out a task results in many deaths, is that still a game? His tone turned stern. Sui turned her head to look at Jiraiya, secretly cursing, crazy person. She retorted defiantly, oh. I tell you, I have a special ability, as long as you still have a breath left I can restore you to your peak condition immediately. So with me the probability of death is less than 10. After saying that, Sui playfully made a face at Jiraiya. Minato, seeing Sui's rude behavior, walked behind her and gave her a firm tap on the head. He reproached, how can you talk to your master like that? Hurry up and apologize to him. Sui pouted and reluctantly said sorry to Jiraiya. Then she crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at Jiraiya. I won't be your disciple. I will only be Lady Tsunade's disciple. Sui pouted, looking very stubborn. Both Minato and Jiraiya were taken aback by her words, their eyes wide open, mouths slightly agape, filled with disbelief. They could not have imagined she would say such a thing. Meanwhile, Tsunade burst into laughter. She walked over to Jiraiya, patted him on the back, and spoke teasingly. Did you see that, Jiraiya? Sui only wants to be my disciple, and besides, she is a medical ninja. Being with me is much better than being with you. As she spoke, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her face full of pride. Jiraiya was momentarily silenced by her words, his face darkening, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, he kept it to himself. Sui then took Kakashi's hand and ran outside, her steps light and lively like a cheerful little bird. Kakashi-senpai, and I will go find the other two first. Uncle Minato, hurry up, she shouted back while running. The remaining four in the tent exchanged glances, and Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shifted slightly, revealing a hint of an imperceptible smile. His raspy voice was inconsistent with his appearance. Jiraiya, you have your day today, huh? Yeah, Jiraiya, is what you just said about the prophecy true? Tsunade teased, then shifted the topic to the prophecy. Her face bore a curious expression, her gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed heavily, shaking his head, and said helplessly, I'm not sure, but it seems likely at this point. Minato's expression turned unusually grave as he stared intently at Jiraiya, his tone serious and firm. Jiraiya-sensei, I believe Sui absolutely cannot be the person mentioned in the prophecy, and I apologize on her behalf for her earlier behavior. After saying that, Minato respectfully bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand, a hint of a relieved smile appearing on his face, indicating that it was no big deal. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, looking at Minato with a teasing smile, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. What? Aren't you going to find Sui? Aren't you afraid she'll get angry later? Minato showed a hint of an apologetic smile, bowed again, then lifted the curtain and hurriedly walked out. Tsunade, can you tell Sui that I must be her teacher? Jiraiya's eyes revealed determination and persistence. Tsunade looked at him with some confusion, but nodded in agreement with his request. Kakashi, being pulled by Sui, felt inexplicably happy inside the corners of his mouth, slightly curving up, his eyes sparkling with an unusual emotion. Why did you say that just now? Kakashi asked curiously. Sui turned her head in confusion, frowning as she asked back, what do you mean by that? Kakashi patiently explained, it's just that you said you didn't want to be Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Sui raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Kakashi was interested in this matter, but she still responded, I don't really have a special reason, I just unconsciously dislike him. After saying that, Sui ignored Kakashi and quickened her pace towards the direction of the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi camp. Thus the five of them set off towards the location of Lulan in the Land of Wind. In the swirling yellow sand of the desert, Minato and the others were hurrying toward Lulan. Due to the secret mission, all five wore masks similar to those of the Leaf Sambu. It was unclear how long they had been walking in the yellow sand when a tall building suddenly appeared before them. Sui was astonished by the sight of the building, her mouth agape. System, is this really Lulan? Yes, host, this is Lulan. Okay. Even with the system's assurance, Sui still felt a bit uncertain. Suddenly, Minato, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at the four behind him. According to the information provided by Lord Orochimaru, this is likely Lulan. Our purpose here is to investigate the Dragon Vein and in Lushan, as well as to protect Sarah. Later, Dingzhu Jiwei and I will investigate the information, while Kakashi and Sui will go to protect Sarah. The four nodded, and after Minato and the others left, Sui followed Kakashi quickly toward the center of Lulan. Kakashi-senpai, why do we have to protect Sarah? Isn't she a queen? Sui asked curiously since this wasn't mentioned in the original work. Kakashi glanced at the curious Sui and explained, I heard that someone has been trying to assassinate her. Sui nodded seriously. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, and the two looked in the direction of the sound. Multiple shadow clones. A blonde boy was jumping on the ground pursued by a group of puppets. The blonde boy was running while shouting, how many of these damn things are there? Sui, watching from the rooftop, couldn't help but feel a headache, thinking as expected of Naruto, just as silly as his father. Several puppets with their chakra threads cut by Naruto fell from the air like puppets. Suddenly, a triangular-headed puppet appeared behind Naruto and kicked him down from the air. Bang! Naruto fell from the sky, crashing hard onto the hard stone ground. Struggling, he tried to get up, but his left leg was injured and difficult to move. The puppets gathered above Naruto, their arms suddenly extending toward him. A massive purple chakra began to accumulate from their arms, preparing to shoot at Naruto. Naruto cursed in his heart, damn it, there are too many, and his chakra blade simply couldn't handle it. Just when Naruto was about to be hit, a petite figure swept him up in a princess carry, taking him out of the range of the puppet's shots. After escaping the attack, Naruto turned to look at the person who saved him. She wore a mask obscuring her face, but she appeared to be just a 7-year-old child. Her outfit resembled that of the golden-haired big brother who had saved him before. Kakashi also landed beside Sui, eyeing the blonde boy warily. You are a ninja who is working with the golden-haired big brother, right? Naruto broke the surrounding silence first. Sui had some guesses now. It seemed Naruto had encountered Minato and the others before. Sui gently nodded. We are ninjas from the leaf sent by Lord Orochimaru to stop in Lushan. Naruto's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Orochimaru. It seems in this world he is not yet a rogue ninja. Kakashi looked at Naruto's leaf forehead protector with a hint of doubt. You are also from the leaf. Naruto quickly nodded and told Sui and Kakashi how he ended up here. Kakashi's wariness gradually faded. So once the centipede is eliminated, everything will return to normal, right? Sui placed one hand beside her mask, appearing thoughtful. As the sound of Sui's voice faded, an inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere. So troublesome, it seems I should investigate the misty hidden village after all. Sui, unable to endure the tension, irritably removed the mask from her face. Seeing this, Kakashi helplessly shook his head and also took off his mask. When Naruto noticed both of them had removed their masks, he shook his head in confusion. Why did you suddenly take off your masks? Wait, you can't be Kakashi-sensei, can you? Upon recognizing the person before him, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, and his voice grew sharp with surprise. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said, Do you know me? Meanwhile, Sui, who was left aside, looked somewhat taken aback. He furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes pointed to his face, and softly said, You don't recognize me. That shouldn't be the case. Hearing Sui's confusion, Naruto began to scrutinize him closely. After a long moment, Naruto's expression suddenly turned peculiar, his eyes flickering as he seemed to struggle to formulate his words. Ding! Uzumaki, Naruto's affinity is at 90. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? Sui felt something was off. What was going on? Was Uzumaki, Naruto's mind faulty? How could his affinity grow so rapidly? Also, why wasn't the other party answering his question? Could it be that he had died so early? What do you mean by that? Are you saying I died early? Sui's voice trembled slightly with anxiety and unease, his body quivering as his hands instinctively clenched. If he really had died so early, then what about Sister Chinya? No, it seems you became a rogue ninja. Naruto's voice was low, his gaze darting around, not daring to meet Sui's eyes. Kakashi stood quietly beside them, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes held a tinge of complex emotion. A hint of surprise and relief flashed through Sui's heart. Thankfully, he was still alive. But why had he defected so early? Though he felt calm inside, Sui's expression was one of utter astonishment. It's time to start acting. System, pay attention to this. Host, stop pretending. Sui sat on the cabinet, leaning slightly forward, resting his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed, revealing a look of confusion and bewilderment. Her fingers gently tapped her cheek as if trying to recall something. What on earth is going on? Why have I been unconscious for so long? And joined a rogue ninja organization. Sui murmured to herself, her voice trembling. Kakashi stood quietly nearby, his eyes filled with concern and worry. He looked at Sui, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Naruto paced back and forth nearby, rubbing his hands anxiously, appearing hesitant to speak. Naruto, do you know something? Tell me quickly. Sui suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze firmly on Naruto. Startled by Sui's intense gaze, Naruto stammered, Sui. Sister Sui, I am not very clear either. I've heard some things from Kakashi-sensei. Sui's eyes grew more anxious. Hurry up. Stop stalling. Naruto took a deep breath and then said, Sister Sui, when you were unconscious, we were all very worried about you. Kakashi-sensei would visit you every day, hoping you would wake up soon. But then one day you suddenly disappeared, and we searched for a long time, but couldn't find you. Later we heard that you had joined the Akatsuki. We couldn't believe it. Sui's expression darkened significantly. She bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. How could I join a rogue ninja organization? I must have been framed. Sui said angrily. System, what do you think? Isn't that impressive? Look at those two fools, ha ha. As expected of the host, your acting is truly remarkable. Hearing the system's praise, Sui waved her hand dismissively. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Although on the surface Sui seemed incredulous, deep down she couldn't believe it either. How could she remain calm after inexplicably falling unconscious? Why? Why was I unconscious? After a long silence, Sui finally asked this question. Kakashi looked at Naruto, signaling him to speak. I heard it from Granny Tsunade. Because at that time I had just been born, and it seemed to be because of the Fourth Hokage's death. Then you somehow found a way to time travel, and secretly left the village, and after that you disappeared for a month before being found, and you were already unconscious by then. You didn't wake up until I was 15 years old. Sui was completely dumbfounded. What the heck, 15 years? Did I really sleep for 15 years? Kakashi, standing beside Sui, also widened his eyes. Sui stood up and grabbed Naruto's shoulders, gazing intently into his blue eyes. Are you serious? Did I really sleep for 15 years? Naruto was startled by Sui's actions, and upon hearing her question froze for a moment before quickly nodding. Yes. Sister Sui, you truly did sleep for 15 years. After receiving the accurate answer, Sui released Naruto's shoulders. Her gaze became vacant as she walked aside, squatting down to draw circles. Kakashi and Naruto did not disturb her, merely standing quietly behind her. Taking this opportunity, Sui spoke to herself in her mind. System claimed the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Buddhist faith. Those who revere Buddha will receive Buddha's watch. Sui found the description hard to understand. System, what is this gibberish about? Host. I don't really understand either. I'll check right now. Upon hearing this, Sui rolled her eyes in disbelief. Before long, the system returned with the information. Host, I understand now. This means that becoming a child of Buddha will grant you ultimate good fortune. What are the criteria for becoming a child of Buddha? Sui asked. It's quite simple. Have a reverence for Buddha and carry scriptures with you. Just like Haydn, I suppose. Sui was rendered speechless. How could she be compared to that lunatic? She simply couldn't accept it. This ultimate good fortune. I think I know how to use it. The system curiously asked how. After all, it couldn't think of how to utilize this concept. Sui looked at the system with some disdain. You don't know this. Wait until later, and it'll show you what a conceptual god is. Concept god. What is that? The system was utterly perplexed, having never heard of such a thing in its worldview. Sui scoffed internally and did not answer the question. Outside, Sui tossed aside the wooden stick brushed off her hands and stood up. She turned her back to the two and said, all right, I still have a mission with Senior Kakashi, so I can't let some bad mood cause us to fail our task. Although there was still a hint of unhappiness in her words, Sui forced a nonchalant expression. Naruto turned his head, looking at Sui with a complex expression, as if wanting to say something, but hesitating. His feelings towards Sui were very complicated for various reasons. He had been regarded as an ill omen by the villagers since childhood, suffering much discrimination and bullying. However, upon truly meeting Sui, he found her to be a kind, strong, and vibrant girl. This gradually dissipated the resentment deep within him, replaced by an indescribable emotion. After a long silence, a crisp sound of applause suddenly came from the nearby building. Immediately after, a teasing voice rang out, yo, Ninetales kid, I've come to play with you. Then a figure slowly emerged, a woman with long hair as white as snow and emerald green eyes. Her clapping was elegant and slow, as if each clap carried a special rhythm. However, this woman's voice was exceptionally peculiar, neither the deep tone of a man nor the gentle tone of a woman, but a strange pitch that lay between the two. Yet intriguingly, this voice harmonized remarkably with her delicate appearance, creating an inexplicable sense of harmony. As this person walked out of the room, her gaze was firmly locked onto Naruto. Sensing her stare, Naruto was overwhelmed by a strong sense of unease. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with vigilance. What are you doing here? Naruto asked anxiously. The woman gently covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh, saying, hee, why can't I be here? Are you me from when I was little? As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Sui standing beside her. Upon seeing Sui, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Future Sui, temporarily referred to as Shundu Sui, also scrutinized the other person carefully. She noticed that the other person was about 1.50 m tall, with skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, revealing a hint of indifference in her green eyes, and wearing only a thin white silk garment. Refer to the illusionary witch Pandora from ReZero, starting life in another world. I don't know, but you really do look like me. He spoke teasingly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Naruto gently tugged at Sui's sleeve, leaning down to whisper in her ear, she's really strong, so I'll hold her off you, and teacher Kakashi should escape quickly. Hearing Naruto's words, Sui tilted her head slightly to look at him. Then she suddenly extended a hand to Naruto, asking, do you have a pen? Naruto was puzzled by the question, but honestly replied that he did not. Sui sighed, helplessly shaking her head no. Well, then there's nothing we can do, you just be careful. After saying this, Sui immediately bit her finger. Naruto, seeing this, thought Sui was preparing to use a summoning technique to call forth a flying spirit beast to help them escape. However, just then Naruto suddenly realized that the other person also had flying capabilities, making the summoned beast useless against her. Just as he was about to tell Sui this, he noticed Sui was quickly writing some invisible characters in the ice crystal. Thus Naruto instinctively closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Shindu instantly understood Sui's intent. She sneered and said, so you plan to transcribe the scriptures to cast that? If it seems you are indeed me from when I was little, because I can do that too. Sui slightly raised her head to glance at the Shundu standing before her. Dust's body was covered in blue ink, and Sui rolled her eyes saying, "Oh, of course you can. Just like you said you are me, and I am you. So let me see the true power of this ability." Shindu crossed her arms and coldly shook her head, then sighed, "Alas, that won't do. Compared to pointing out my weaknesses, the nine tails over there is more appealing." When Naruto saw Shindu's gaze shift from Sui to himself, he instinctively took a step back. Sui frowned, her tone taking on a hint of anger. "The nine tails can certainly be taken. I won't stop you, but the premise is that you must fight me." As she spoke, she drew her Zanpakuto from the dream space, pointing the blade towards Shindu. Shindu clearly showed some impatience, as she also pulled out a knife from the dream space. However, that knife was not the Zanpakuto in Sui's hand, but a mysterious weapon with a black handle and a silver blade covered in purple cracks. She spoke with disdain, saying, "What? Do you think you're worthy with your current self? You must have been in that comfortable circle in Konoha for too long. Your brain isn't working well, is it? How would you know unless you try? If you don't do as I say, I'll commit suicide right now, or let's both not live." As she spoke, Sui pressed the blade against her own neck. Shindu slowly approached Sui, who showed no reaction, facing her. The reason for facing each other, Shindu had merely crouched down. Shindu spoke up, "You won't commit suicide, otherwise I wouldn't be appearing in front of you." Sui remained silent for a moment before saying, "I won't fight you unless you don't want Qingyi to be revived." "Wait, aren't you supposed to have amnesia? How do you still remember Sister Qingyi?" Sui stared into the green eyes before her, trying to discern the answer within. "I recovered before I defected. Oh, otherwise what do you think?" Helpless Sui had to agree, stepping aside to let Naruto pass. Naruto and Kakashi looked on in confusion, filled with disbelief and shock. They initially thought Sui would engage in a fierce battle with Shindu, but did not expect things to develop so suddenly and unexpectedly. The two exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed next. Shindu chuckled lightly, standing up and patting Sui's head. "Very well, then you can watch closely the power you will have in the future." As she spoke, Shindu turned her gaze back to Naruto. Kakashi walked over to Sui's side, somewhat disapproving of the situation. "How can you hand the Nine Tails Jinchuriki over to her?" Sui narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixated on Dust's movements. "Do you think I can defeat my future self?" Both fell into silence. Yo, little Nine Tails, are you planning to hide in this guy's belly for the rest of your life?" Shindu said with a sneer, mocking him. He attempted to provoke the Nine Tails in this manner, hoping it would reveal itself so he could capture it directly. His confidence stemmed from his unique pair of eyes. Dust's green pupils gradually changed, turning into a terrifying blood-red color, with snowflake-like black patterns swirling rapidly, within exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. These eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and it was a Mangekyo Sharingan. The nine tails within Naruto sensed the power of Dust's eyes, and was startled. This guy actually possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. And its ocular power is not much weaker than that of Uchiha Obito. The moment Naruto saw the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was immediately trapped in an illusion by Shindu, standing rigidly in place, unable to move, his expression vacant and eyes wide open. However, just a moment later, a layer of red chakra suddenly surged around Naruto's body, burning like flames. This layer of red chakra quickly spread throughout his body, forming a red shield that protected him. Seeing this, Shindu clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "If you have the ability, then don't interfere, Nine Tails." He had originally thought he could easily control Naruto, but did not expect the Nine Tails to protect him so quickly. "Little brat, wait a moment, I will lend you some chakra." Although I don't want to admit it, the opponent is really strong. Upon waking up, Naruto heard the Nine Tails' words and directly refused. "No way, you must want to control my body." The Nine Tails felt speechless, but patiently replied, "Little brat, I advise you to agree, or you will die. If you die, I will also die, or in that case, I might as well help you a little." Hearing that he would die, Naruto hesitated. He looked at Shindu in front of him and said seriously in his heart, "Okay, but you cannot control my body." The Nine Tails rolled its eyes in annoyance and said, "So many conditions." Shindu threw the knife in his hand into the air, but it suddenly disappeared. Fighting with the Three Tails doesn't require weapons. Meanwhile, in front of him, Naruto grew three tails formed from the condensed chakra of the Nine Tails. These tails radiated powerful energy, merging with Naruto's body. Naruto felt the surging chakra within him, a surge of confidence and courage welling up in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, preparing to face the upcoming battle. Shindu turned to sway, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence and mockery. "System, watch closely, I am about to show you what a concept god is." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto swiftly controlled the three tails to attack Shindu like a storm. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, his body taut, as if pouring all his power into this strike. Yet Shindu made no movement, standing still like a statue. There was no hint of fear on her face, instead she exuded calmness and composure. Kakashi frowned in confusion. Why isn't she moving? Meanwhile, Sui raised his hand to cover Kakashi's mouth, signaling him to remain silent. In the next second, the three tails struck down and white smoke filled the air. When Naruto could see clearly, Shindu was still standing in place, her clothes untouched. Her figure stood tall like a green pine, unwavering in the gale. The tails miraculously avoided her, as if blocked by an invisible force. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. Yet Sui showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled slightly and said softly, Indeed, as I thought, ultimate luck is a concept, and the strength of this skill entirely depends on the user's imagination. Naruto was bewildered. All his recent attacks had missed, leaving him feeling incredibly confused and frustrated. He was somewhat disbelieving and once again controlled the tails to attack Shindu, but each time, they inexplicably missed. Sometimes the chakra would violently surge, making it uncontrollable. Other times his bones would dislocate, causing his attacks to lose precision. What is going on, he thought to himself. No matter what, the opponent's ability is only getting stronger. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he decided to launch another attack, determined to find a flaw. At this moment, the Ninetales suddenly noticed something unusual. It looked at Naruto and said, "Hey, little brat, you couldn't hit the opponent each time, right?" Naruto rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "You should be able to see that without being blind." The Ninetales was instantly annoyed. "How do you speak?" "Forget it, I just noticed that every time you miss, the blue patterns on her body emit a faint soft glow 1 second before." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He had completely overlooked this detail earlier. The Ninetales reminder sparked a feasible plan in his mind. Destroy the patterns on her body. The two of them almost simultaneously exclaimed. Seeing Naruto and the others suddenly excited, Shindu felt somewhat displeased. She frowned and asked, "Hey, has your brain been stimulated by the Ninetales chakra?" Naruto quickly shook his head and then held up a thumb in a provocative manner, saying, "My brain hasn't been stimulated, but yours certainly is." Shindu looked at Naruto with a speechless expression and coldly responded, "Your provocation skills are poor." Naruto, feeling a bit guilty, scratched the back of his head and chuckled, "Huh? Is that so?" Shindu yawned in boredom, "Huh? So dull, alright, I'm not going to fight anymore. After all, you can't win. I didn't come to capture the Ninetales this time, goodbye." After saying this, she waved at Naruto and then stepped toward him. Upon seeing this, Naruto instinctively wanted to retreat, but soon realized in horror that he could not move. What's going on? Why can't I move?" Naruto was frightened. The terrifying pressure suddenly emanating from Shindu was enough to render him in his three-tails form unable to move. What kind of powerful enemy is this? Naruto's heart was filled with fear and despair. He widened his eyes, watching helplessly as Shindu walked step by step closer to him. While he was utterly powerless to resist, that sense of helplessness filled him with unprecedented despair. Shindu walked straight to Naruto's side and whispered in his ear, "I'm not capturing you right now simply because there's something more interesting here than the Ninetales. And with my strength, you can't escape anywhere. What is here? None of your business, don't bother me." After saying that, Shindu headed towards the center of Lulan. "Are you going to steal the dragon vein?" Sui, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. Shindu turned her head to look at him. "What do you think?" Sui smiled without speaking, and when she completely left, he stretched lazily. "Let's go, Kakashi-senpai, let's go to Uncle Minato. Someone is trying to steal the dragon vein." Saying this, he looked at the dazed Naruto. "Are you coming?" Naruto, who had not yet reacted, exclaimed before suddenly realizing. "Minato. Namake's Minato. The Fourth Hokage." Sui looked at Naruto with a look of disbelief, saying nothing, but feeling as if he had said everything. "If you're going, then follow me." Sui, as if casting a spell, took out a claw card from his sleeve. Then with a forceful tap of his bird-headed staff, the claw card disappeared. In its place, a pair of white wings appeared at the front of the bird-headed staff. Sui mounted it and flew towards the city center. Seeing that Sui had already departed, Kakashi cast a brief glance at Naruto beside him, then swiftly turned and dashed toward the heart of Lulan like an arrow loosed from a bow. "Hey, Sensei Kakashi, wait for me. Hey." Before Naruto could even react, he turned his head only to find Kakashi had already sprinted off alone, without so much as calling his name. Frustration flared within him, yet there was no choice but to chase after them with all his might lest he be left behind. Soon Sui arrived at the center of Lulan City. There Minato, Shikaku Nara, and Shibi Aburame were already waiting. "Uncle Minato." Sui instantly spotted Minato's striking blonde hair and waved enthusiastically, shouting his name aloud. Hearing her voice, Minato and the others turned in unison. "Sui, why aren't you wearing your mask?" Minato asked, his tone laced with quiet surprise. "Oh, Shinado, we've been waiting for you both," Shikaku said with a warm smile. Shibi, however, remained silent, standing quietly apart without uttering a word. Minato's gaze fixed upon Sui, sharp, hawk-like, and penetrating. Instantly, he noticed the absence of her mask. Sui hurried forward in small, quick steps, stopping before Minato. From her pack, she withdrew the mask and carefully placed it back over her face. "I didn't lose it. I just took it off because it felt too stifling." Minato gently ruffled her hair, affectionate, yet stern. "Sui, remember, under no circumstances may you remove your mask during a mission. It's not only for your own safety, but also a mark of respect for your team." "Yes, I understand," Sui replied, obediently nodding and lifting her face to offer Minato a radiant, heartfelt smile. She knew well that though Minato appeared strict, he cared deeply for each of them, yet he never sought care in return. Ding! Minato Namake's favorability 98-inch at the system's chime. Sui's practiced smile finally softened with genuine warmth. After all having spent so long by his side, she had gradually grown fond of this gentle yet formidable teacher. Just then the other two, slightly delayed, arrived. Kakashi strode briskly to Minato's side and recounted everything that had transpired. Minato listened in silence, his brow deepening into a solemn furrow. When Kakashi finished, Minato paused in quiet reflection before speaking. You handled it well, but Naruto, watching Minato's grave expression, felt an unprecedented wave of tension rise within him. He sensed instinctively that this incident was far graver than anyone had imagined. Uncle Minato, this is Naruto. He's from the future. Sui suddenly remembered Naruto had been present, yet had said nothing, leading her to assume he'd gotten lost. Turning to confirm he was still there, she pointed him out to Minato. Naruto. Minato studied the youth before him, uncertainty coloring his voice. This Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The same golden hair, the same bright eyes, the same open, earnest smile. Hello. Naruto shyly scratched the back of his head and extended his hand toward Minato. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. You may call me Minato. Minato likewise reached out. Their hands clasped firmly, and in that moment something strange and profound stirred between them. Uncle Minato, shall we go find Sharnado? Sui asked. Minato lowered his head, thoughtful and still. After a long pause, he decided Sui and Kakashi would return first to inform the third Hokage, while he, Shikaka, Shibi, and Naruto would proceed to speak with the future Sui. No, we can't. She's too strong. I have a plan. If we eliminate the man named in Lushan, those who came from the future will vanish. Otherwise. Minato frowned, deeply puzzled. How did you learn this? Who told you? And what happens otherwise? It was my future self who told me. If you truly go to her, you'll die. I don't want you to die. I'd be alone again. Her voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. Ding. Minato Namikaze, favorability, 99 inch. Ding. Shikaku Nara's favorability, 50. Congratulations, reward granted. Would you like to claim it? Ding. Shibi Aburame's favorability, 50. Congratulations, reward granted. Would you like to claim it? Ding. Kakashi Hitaki's favorability, 70 inch. Well now, that was quite the maneuver, Sui. The system mused inside her mind. Hearing it, Sui scoffed lightly. Humph. They're mere puppets swayed by sentiment, shed a few tears, and their hearts melt instantly. The system fell silent for a beat, then remarked, Sui, your mastery of emotional drama is unparalleled. Naruto stood frozen, entranced by the scene before him. He stood motionless, hollow-eyed, as if his soul had drifted far beyond his body. Is it true then? If it weren't for me, would Sui still have her family? His head bowed lower, heavier, as though crushed beneath an invisible weight. At first he hadn't believed it. He'd thought they were mocking him, that he'd never killed the fourth Hokage or his wife, nor ruined the fourth's family. Yet now he could no longer deny it. A searing pain pierced his chest, as if a sharp blade twisted ceaselessly within him. It was me who robbed her of happiness. It was my fault. Naruto murmured, his voice low and hoarse. His gaze grew unfocused, adrift, as if lost in an endless, suffocating forest. He didn't know how to confront this cruel truth, or how to atone for what he'd done. Ding. Naruto Uzumaki's favorability, 100. Congratulations, reward granted. Would you like to claim it? Huh. How did Naruto's favorability rise so quickly? Sui glanced at Naruto, and immediately sensed something amiss. Earlier he'd shone like a brilliant sun, ever cheerful, ever kind. Now he crouched on the ground, arms wrapped tightly around his head, pitiful, broken. Yet moments later he rose again, face composed and unchanged, as if the despair Sui had glimpsed had never existed. Whatever. Even if he dies, it has nothing to do with me. With that thought, Sui turned away once more. Minato felt a quiet warmth bloom in his chest at her words. He knelt and drew her into a gentle embrace. Sui stiffened, instinctively ready to kick, but then remembered who held her, and forced herself to hold still. Minato softly patted her back. Don't grieve. I'll always be here with you. A faint tremor ran through her frame, then stilled. She drew a slow, steadying breath and stepped back. Thank you, Uncle Minato. But please, don't go to Sharnado alone. If you must go, take me with you. Minato watched her feigned composure, and his heart ached. He knew her inner pain ran deep, yet she refused to show it. So he resolved to guard her silently, to let her feel warmth, safety, and unwavering care. Minato slowly released his hold on Sui, his striking blue eyes locking onto hers, firm, unyielding, and grave. You cannot go. Why not? I am her past self. If I die, she dies too. She would never raise a hand against me. Sui's voice trembled with urgency and confusion. This mission is far too perilous. Even if she spares you, other enemies will not. Minato's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern flashing across his gaze. I must go. If I perish, it is only because my strength falls short. Sui's tone was resolute, unshakable, as though the decision had already been carved into fate. Minato froze, utterly stunned. Strength falls short. Was that truly something a person said? His eyes widened disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he recomposed himself, softening his voice with deliberate gentleness. As you said, you do not wish for me to die. Neither do I wish for you to die. Be good, listen to me. His voice was tender, almost coaxing, like soothing a child. Hearing that coddling tone, Sui shuddered inwardly. True, he was physically a child, but the condescension still chafed. What in the world is wrong with this Minato? Is going there really fatal? Sui muttered, inwardly exasperated by the man's immovable resolve. Of course his insistence was not baseless. No one would recklessly rush into mortal danger without cause. He needed answers. What had befallen his future self? Why had his memories vanished? And why had he defected from Konoha prematurely, when the original plan called for defection only on the eve of the Fourth Shinobi World War? Host consider feigning compliance, then discreetly follow them instead. The system, weary of its host's fruitless resistance, feared Minato might grow suspicious if this standoff continued. Don't think I'm unaware of your scheming. Do you take me for a fool? Such an obvious solution occurred to me long ago. I'm merely refining my character depth. Upon hearing the suggestion, Sui instantly deciphered the system's intent. The simplicity of the idea was self-evident, yet the system had utterly misread his purpose, leaving him deeply irritated. Host, honestly, I suspect you hadn't thought of it at all. You're just saying this to save face, especially after your earlier outburst. Claim rewards. Ding. Host has earned 5 Zanpakuto proficiency. Ding. Host has earned 100 chakra. Ding. Ding. Host has earned animal tongue. Grants ability to comprehend all animal speech with associated side effects. Sui's expression darkened as he stared at the 3 rewards displayed on the interface. Damn system. This batch of rewards was even more absurd. Meanwhile, Minato mistook Sui's grimace for silent resentment and felt profoundly helpless. Sui, don't be angry with Uncle. You truly cannot go. Minato's voice carried utter weariness. Only then did Sui realize he'd failed to mask his expression. All right, I understand. I'll return. He bowed his head, murmuring softly. Relief flooded Minato's face. He rose immediately, lifted Sui, and handed him gently to Choza Akimichi, standing nearby. Choza looked puzzled but instinctively cradled the slender child in his arms. Choza, you are to escort Sui back to Konoha. Not a single harm may befall her. Minato's tone was solemn, not born of favoritism but necessity. Sui's value was extraordinary. A rare, potent medical bloodline limit coupled with prodigious natural talent rendered her irreplaceable. Understood, even at the cost of my life. As Minato's closest comrade, Choza knew his integrity beyond doubt. Abusing authority was unthinkable, and rumors of Sui's bloodline limit had long circulated among elite shinobi. Such overwhelming power alone justified laying down his life in her defense. Cradled in Choza's arms, Sui squirmed inwardly, uncomfortable yet composed. He glanced up at Choza and spoke. Uncle, could you carry me on your back instead? No sooner had the words left his lips than regret surged. What is wrong with my mouth? Will this sound petulant? Unreasonable? While Sui wrestled with self-doubt, Choza paused, just 1 second, then nodded. Of course. With practiced care, he set Sui down and knelt, offering his back for the child to climb aboard. Sui hadn't expected such immediate compliance, but seized the opportunity without hesitation, settling onto Choza's broad shoulders with quiet pragmatism. Kakashi turned to Minato, puzzled. If Koza Sensei is escorting Sui, then what of me? Shall I accompany them back to Konoha? Minato shook his head. No, you'll replace Choza and join us in pursuing Kamado. Kakashi voiced no objection, nor did he seem to care. The 6 shinobi split into 2 teams. One pursued Kamado, the other escorted Sui toward Konoha. Along the road home, Sui found himself adrift in idle boredom. System, what is the side effect? Idleness drove him to revisit the newly acquired ability. Host, this ability is truly splendid. Imagine, the voices of animals clear and wondrous. A faint unease prickled Sui's spine. Cautiously he asked, is the side effect severe? Not at all. Surely you're not a coward. His dread deepened. Then tell me, what is it? You'll grow a pair of ears. Acceptable. At those words, the weight in his chest finally lifted. Appearance mattered little. So long as he remained presentable, he could live with it. Whose ears exactly? Seeing no visible resistance, the system abandoned its teasing. Which kind would you prefer? Fox ears. He chose foxes not out of fondness, but because Aoba loved them. The system fell silent, then erupted in raucous, uncontainable laughter. Fox ears. Did I hear that right? My stoic, ice-cold host, wearing fox ears. The shrill mirth grated on Sui's nerves. He snapped, voice sharp, laugh once more, and you'll regret it. He couldn't endure that grating noise, and yet he couldn't fathom why the system mocked him. Was he truly unworthy of fox ears? That seemed impossible. He glanced at his reflection, still undeniably handsome. Threatened, the system fell instantly, utterly silent. Uncle, I need to relieve myself, Sui said, glancing around. They were nearing Konoha's borders. Choza halted mid-stride and carefully lowered Sui to the ground. The moment his feet touched earth, Sui stretched subtly. Hurry, Choza urged. Yes, sir, Sui replied, and darted behind a nearby tree. Peering cautiously from behind the trunk, he confirmed Choza wasn't watching, then exhaled in quiet relief and whispered, seal release. A strange resonant energy stirred within him. He didn't draw upon chakra, but summoned raw magical energy instead. He dared not risk detection, though Choza wasn't exceptionally powerful as a jonin. His sensory perception remained formidable. In an instant, he transmuted all his chakra into magic, and swiftly activated the mirror talisman to replicate himself. Moments later, an identical Sui stood before him. Let's go, Sui murmured to the clone. It nodded once, then strode confidently from behind the tree toward Choza. Watching the clone vanish into the distance, Sui allowed himself a faint knowing smile. Meanwhile, Choza waited, bored, patient, wholly unsuspecting. Soon the clone emerged from the woods. All done. Then let's move quickly, Choza urged. The clone nodded, and followed silently behind Choza as they resumed their journey. Neither spoke again until they reached the Fire Country's border encampment. In order to return to Lulan more swiftly, Sui had no choice but to use the flying token to hasten his journey. Really, can this broken stick fly any faster? Sui complained while flying in the air. At this speed, by the time he reached Lulan, Bo Feng Shui-min would probably have already been killed by Shindu. Thinking of Bo Feng Shui-min's nearly 100 favorability, Sui became increasingly anxious. At that moment, the system in Sui's mind could no longer hold back, and said, "Host, why not increase your magical energy output?" Sui asked in confusion, "Is this method really feasible? I've never seen such a setting while reading the original work." The system scratched its head, muttering to itself, could it not be this way? It did not have much memory or understanding of these anime works. Thus, when Sui raised doubts, the system appeared somewhat guilty. In the end, it could only respond weakly, "Is it not?" Sui raised an eyebrow, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Oh. So what you mean is, you're not sure either. Aren't these things provided by you?" His lips curled slightly, wearing a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Upon hearing the tone of the system, Sui already had his answer. He knew that the other party's response would likely be the same as before: silence and pretending not to know anything. As expected, in the following minutes, the system did not make a single sound. Sui couldn't help but snort coldly. "Humph. What a useless system, probably even lower IQ than mine." He disdainfully curled his lips, expressing deep dissatisfaction with this unreliable system. Thus, Sui spent hours finally returning to Lulan. While complaining about the long journey, he secretly prayed that Bo Feng Shui-min would not encounter any trouble. Damn, it took this long to travel. Bo Feng Shui-min won't be dead, right? No, that shouldn't be possible. Sui shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the terrible thoughts in his mind. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to wholeheartedly search for Shindu. Meanwhile, in another corner of Lulan, Shindu was leisurely strolling through the snack street of Lulan. Holding various delicacies, she savored the delicious food while enjoying the bustling atmosphere around her. Not tasty at all. By the way, have you been following me and aren't hungry? Huang Mao. Shindu, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, turned around her, indifferent gaze fixed on a house. To outsiders, this girl named Shindu seemed to be talking to the air, but only Sui knew she was speaking to someone hiding in that house. After a while, the house remained silent. Shindu felt a surge of annoyance and thought, not responding, Fine. Consider yourself bold. She casually threw the unfinished skewer away. Boom. A loud crash echoed as a large tree beside the house was instantly pierced by the skewer, with chips flying and dust swirling. Such power, and it was merely Sui's casual action. Bo Feng Shui-min, hiding in the house, stared in shock at the tree with a hole in it, unable to help but break out in a cold sweat. He initially thought he had some understanding of Shindu's strength, but he had not expected her to possess such terrifying power. Shindu smiled prettily, disregarding the house, and turned back to buy more snacks. "You really have guts." Shindu smiled, her face full of pride and confidence, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. As if nothing had happened, Shindu walked briskly to a fruit stall, reached out, pointed at a box of grapes, and cheerfully said, Boss, I want 2 boxes of these grapes." The stall owner, hearing someone wanted to buy something, immediately beamed, with joy, cheerfully picking up bags to fill 2 boxes of grapes for Shindu. "Miss, that'll be 200 altogether." Shindu nodded lightly, taking out money from her dream space and placing it on the table. With the grapes in hand, Shindu smiled brightly, revealing 2 adorable dimples. She eagerly took out a crystal-clear grape resembling amethyst and popped it into her mouth. Moi. However, as soon as Shindu bit down, a strong sourness spread through her mouth, causing her features to scrunch up. Nevertheless, Shindu still struggled to swallow the grape. How can it be so sour? She couldn't help but mutter quietly, yet her hands did not stop, continuing to send grape after grape into her mouth. After sitting by the roadside and finishing a bunch of grapes, Shindu felt a toothache from the sourness, and not wanting to eat anymore, walked into a small alley. "I know you're here, Bo Feng Shui-min, come out, or I'll blow this place up to force you out." After a few minutes, the surroundings remained silent with no unusual movements. "Don't believe it, Then just wait and see," Shindu said somewhat impatiently. "No, I'll come out myself." At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly rang out. Shindu couldn't be bothered to waste words with the other party, directly throwing the bag of grapes at him, then turning and striding away. Bo Feng Shui-min lowered his head, looking at the grapes in his hand, feeling a bitter taste rise in his heart. What exactly happened in the future? What caused Sui to become the way he is now? And why could I not timely stop all of this? As Bo Feng Shui-min sank into sadness, Shindu suddenly turned back, standing before him with an imposing gaze fixed on this man who towered over her. She said seriously, "Sui will come here shortly. When you see him, remember to tell him that I know nothing about the things he wants to ask. In return, I will help you eliminate Baizu, that fellow named in Lushan." Looking at Shindu's cold expression, Shui-min felt a sharp pain in his heart. After a struggle, he finally gathered the courage to ask the long-hidden question. "Why did you choose to betray the village?" Hearing this question, Shindu tilted her head, but did not answer, her silence being the best response. "I understand, but weren't you supposed to seize the dragon vein?" Shui-min sighed deeply. Although he still did not understand why his daughter would defect, it was already a past event, and he couldn't interfere further. However, based on Kakashi's intel, the other party had previously mentioned wanting to seize the dragon vein. how did she change her mind? Bo Fengshui Min was baffled as Shun Du shot him a glance. Isn't the dragon vein just infinite chakra? I already have more chakra than I can use, why do I need that? Don't you think so? Shin Du's tone was relaxed and carefree, as if her interest in the dragon vein had completely faded. However, in fact, her deep-seated desire for the dragon vein had not entirely disappeared. Shin Du had originally held a strong interest in the dragon vein, as it represented endless power and mystery. In other words, she was full of curiosity and yearning for everything in the Naruto film series. Whether it was the grass-hidden ceiling technique in Blood Prison, or the unique ninjutsu displayed by Longjing, they all ignited her desire to explore. The infinite chakra contained in the dragon vein had once captivated Shun Du's attention. But as time went on, she gradually realized that no matter how much chakra one possessed, if it couldn't be used effectively, it would not unleash its true power. Moreover, her own formidable strength and the continuous supply of chakra were already sufficient to support her in facing various challenges. In addition, the dragon vein, as a special existence, might conceal countless unknown dangers and secrets. Seizing the dragon vein was not an easy task, and could even lead to unexpected consequences. Shin Du was well aware of the risks involved, so after weighing the pros and cons, she decided to abandon this goal. Nevertheless, the dragon vein still flickered in her heart, like a distant star, shining with a faint glow. What Shindo had just said was no mere boast. Bolstered by the 6 eyes amplification, his chakra reserves might truly rival those of a tailed beast. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel startled and perplexed. Are you serious? If so, very well, I'll agree. With a resigned sigh, Minato ultimately acquiesced. Yet at that very moment, a troubling question struck him. What exactly did Suzu wish to ask? Why had she come here to ask it? Hadn't she already returned home? Had she slipped away again in secret? That seemed implausible. How could Tsukiyoshi possibly fail to keep watch over a child? The more Minato pondered, the deeper his confusion grew, his brow furrowed tightly, his heart heavy with doubt. Across from him, Shindo appeared to sense his turmoil, and a sardonic smile curled at the corner of her lips as she retorted how utterly inept. You can't even fathom the thoughts of your own adopted child. Minato's sharp instincts instantly seized upon the slip in her phrasing. She referred to Suzu as adopted child. Could it have been a mere verbal misstep? No, it was highly improbable. He gave a slight shake of his head, swiftly dismissing the notion. If this woman truly was Suzu, then such an error was virtually impossible. If that were indeed the case, he would need to extract intelligence from her, by any means necessary. Suzu isn't actually. Before he could finish, a breathless voice suddenly pierced the narrow alley. Hey, Shindo, I need to ask you something. Suzu stood panting at the alley's mouth, sweat glistening on her brow. So Shindo really was here, but why then was Minato also present? The moment Suzu lifted her gaze, she spotted Minato standing beside Shindo, and the carefully rehearsed words lodged instantly in her throat, refusing to emerge. What a coincidence. Uncle Minato, you're here too. Ha 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 ha. At the sight of Suzu, Minato's vigilant stance stiffened almost imperceptibly, his eyes widening with undisguised shock. What are you doing here? Where is Tsukiyoshi? Suzu's brow nodded sharply. He could unmistakably sense the anger simmering beneath Minato's tone. Yet that fury paled beside the urgency of his own inquiry. He paid Minato no further heed. His earlier question had been uttered solely to preserve goodwill. Now faced with Minato's stern tone, once more a cold wave of murderous intent surged within Suzu. His gaze locked onto Minato with lethal intensity, his fists clenching unconsciously. He turned toward Shindo, eyes alight with burning curiosity. Shindo, why have I lost my memories? His voice trembled with urgency, his body leaning forward as if poised to lunge. Shindo let out a soft, low laugh, her mocking gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Suzu, whose features mirrored her own with uncanny precision. A faint, scornful smile played upon her lips. Suzu shifted uncomfortably under her stare and raised his voice, edged now with clear irritation. I'm speaking to you. His tone brimmed with authority, his gaze sharpening into something piercing enough to pierce through Shindo's very soul. Shindo remained silent, but her gaze softened slightly, and she tilted her eyes meaningfully toward Minato. Bewildered Suzu followed her glance, turning toward Minato. But the instant he looked, he recoiled inwardly. Minato's expression was ghastly. Suzu had never seen him look like this before. Clearly his mood had plummeted beyond all measure. A chilling premonition washed over Suzu. Hastily, he checked Minato's affinity rating. What the hell? It hasn't changed. On the system interface, Minato's affinity still read 98, yet his emotional status blared rage. Before Suzu could process the contradiction, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, she's gone. Huh? Who? Shindo. Suzu whirled toward where Shindo had stood. Indeed, she was gone. As the system declared, not a trace of chakra lingered. She might never have existed there at all. So that's how it is. Suzu let out a bitter chuckle. So that was why she directed his gaze toward Minato. Truly only he could devise such a maddeningly self-referential maneuver. Then what next? Suzu turned to face Minato's glare, so fierce it seemed to promise annihilation. Before he could react, a sharp, stinging crack echoed, and his head snapped sideways. The searing pain across his right cheek felt horrifyingly real, yet disbelief still clouded his mind as his fingers gently touched his flawless, aching skin. I've been struck. Suzu murmured, the thick metallic tang flooding his mouth, finally confirming the truth. He had just been slapped by Minato, whose kindness had always been legendary. Damn it. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he'd suffered such utter humiliation. Rage flared violently in his eyes, drowning all reason in its roar. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Yet within moments, composure reasserted itself. No, I can't kill him. Not if I wish to remain in Konoha. He drew several deep breaths, forcing calm upon his storming mind. Why did you return? Didn't I tell you? If Shindo had tried to kill me, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. Minato's hands clenched tightly, his voice trembling as he demanded. Suzu stared back with the blank, pitying gaze one reserves for fools, and asked, bewildered, can't you see? I came to ask Shindo a question. He could no longer bear Minato's accusatory tone, but rationality held firm. He would not harm Minato, not when the man stood at cage-level strength, nor when he wielded the flying thunder god technique for escape. Ugh, why doesn't Shindo just eliminate him? Host, do you suffer from intermittent rage disorder? Does every slap or scolding warrant murder? The system, having eavesdropped on Suzu's inner monologue, found itself thoroughly baffled. Judging by his behavior, the host was likely hypermasculine. Meanwhile, sunlight bathed the rooftops of Lulon in radiant gold. Clad in loose white brocade, Shindo moved with lithe grace between the city's buildings, her gaze resolute, unwavering, as though racing against time itself. Her movements were swift and precise, each leap as effortless as a bird in flight. Her silver hair streamed wildly in the wind, harmonizing perfectly with her agile form. Fine beads of sweat glistened across her face, yet her eyes never strayed from her surroundings, searching, scanning, intent upon some unseen objective. Where the hell is Makade hiding? Shindo muttered under her breath, frustration tightening her brow and pressing her lips into a thin, taut line. Yet moments later, a crafty smile flickered across her face. Wait, I could simply go straight to the royal palace. Why exhaust myself needlessly? Makade is almost certainly there, she murmured to herself, confidence gleaming in her eyes, then pivoted and strode purposefully toward the Lulon royal palace. Her thighs ached faintly, but step by deliberate step, she walked onward. Yet as Shindo turned a corner, a muffled thud resounded. Unprepared, he was violently slammed to the ground. Damn it, who's the blind fool who ran into me? Shindo snapped, jerking his head up in furious indignation. It was none other than Naruto who had collided with him, and Shindo's temper flared instantly. What the hell? I'm helping you out of goodwill, and you dare ambush me. Have you grown tired of living? Seething with rage, Shindo jabbed an accusatory finger at Naruto and launched into a torrent of scathing invective. Naruto, just about to offer an apology, froze upon hearing that voice. Familiar, deeply unsettling, unnervingly resonant. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze and gasped, how did you get here? Without hesitation, Shindo sprang upright from the floor and drove a brutal kick into Naruto's abdomen. Before Naruto could even grasp what was happening, he was hurled backward, slamming headlong into the wall, embedding himself deep within its surface, stuck fast. Why shouldn't it be me? I've changed my mind. I'll assist you, no problem. But the Nine Tails. Shindo slowly turned her head, her gaze icy and unblinking, locking onto Yui Shibi, who stood silently in the shadows. Her brow furrowed, eyes clouded with suspicion and quiet concern as she scanned the surroundings once more. Where are the others? Where's Kakashi? Minato Namikaze is in Sui, Achoji Akimichi remains at camp. The Nine Tails and Yui Shibi are here with me. So where precisely is Kakashi? Could he have gone after Minato Namikaze? Yui Shibi remained silent, yet ceased his pretense, stepping forward at last. Just kidding. The Nine Tails can't be captured yet. It must be the final one by sequence. A guileless, cherubic smile bloomed across Shindo's face, as if the preceding violence had been nothing more than playful banter. Then, with delicate care and hushed steps, she extracted Naruto from the wall. Not only that, she tenderly applied the reverse curse technique to mend his fractured arm. You two go play. I'll handle Baizu alone. As for the dragon vein, I'll claim not a single thread. What? If you were truly willing to help us, pigs would fly. Naruto was the first to scoff. This woman was no saint after all. In reply, Shindo simply kicked him again. Though lighter than before, the blow still sent Naruto crashing into the wall without mercy. Believe it or not, I don't need your trust. Just tell me where Baizu is. Shindo strode forward, crouched before Naruto, seized his hair in a firm grip and yanked him close, forcing their eyes to meet. Baizu should be inside the royal palace of Sala, Yui Shibi murmured softly. Though he distrusted her utterly safeguarding the future Nine Tails, Jinchuriki left him no choice. As she'd anticipated, Baizu was indeed within the palace. Yet what if this were merely a trap laid by her adversary? Shindo's expression darkened with suspicion. Are you certain? If he isn't there, you know the consequences. The threat hung heavy in the air. Should Baizu be absent, Yui Shibi would suffer a fate too grim to name. After a long, tense pause, Shindo turned back to Naruto, still gripping his hair. You're coming with me. Why, oi? Will you go or not? Fine. Naruto knew full well refusal would invite another merciless beating from this capricious, volatile warden of hell, followed inevitably by forced compliance. Better to submit willingly than endure such torment. Satisfied, Shindo broke into a radiant smile, her heart alight with delight. Gently she patted Naruto's cheek, her voice honeyed and tender. That's better. Such a good boy. At that very moment, the sealing choker around her neck blazed with brilliant white light. Instantly, Xiaoke burst forth from the key, blinking in bewilderment. What's the emergency? Why summon me? Shundu showed no trace of irritation, only amusement. Instead, she smiled, withdrew a candy-coated fruit drop from her dream space, and offered it to Xiaoke with soft words. Here, eat up. Then run an errand for me, buy me some small vials. Mine are nearly empty, and you've got the coin I trust. Xiaoke nodded, eagerly snatched the candy, swallowed it whole in one bite, and zipped off into the distance. Let's go, fine Baizu. With that, Shundu released Naruto's hair, rose gracefully, and strode lightly toward the palace. Naruto blinked, then murmured, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and falling into step behind her. They walked in silence. No words exchanged, yet an unspoken harmony settled between them. Minutes later, they stood before the palace of Sala. Shundu swept her gaze across the courtyard, thoughtful. Where is Sala? She hadn't encountered him along the way, and Naruto had already strayed far from his destined path. Without hesitation, she seized Naruto's hand and dashed urgently into the hall. Naruto stared blankly, utterly bewildered, before being dragged into a place both eerie and uncanny. Faint candlelight flickered weakly on the walls, casting a sepia glow that whispered of ancient forgotten rites. At the center loomed a vast square void, narrow spiraling staircases, the only passage evoking claustrophobic dread. At the lowest dais stood Baizu, tall, imposing, his silhouette merging seamlessly with the surrounding gloom. With his back still turned, he let out two soft, chilling laughs, each note thick with oppressive menace. Heh, so you've arrived here as well. Shundu arched a brow, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes. A sardonic smile curled her lips as she retorted, fearless and sharp. Old man, what are you pretending for? Think I couldn't erase you in a single strike? At those words, Baizu slowly pivoted. His gaze, hawk-sharp and penetrating, raked over Shundu as though gauging her worth. Shundu stood tall, unwavering, meeting his stare with ironclad resolve, a courage as unyielding as tempered steel. Her fists tightened slightly, ready for any sudden assault. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Naruto frowned, baffled. If you don't know her, then who is the other person you mean by you? Baizu replied, coolly, not granting Naruto so much as a glance. Back to Suiside. After a dispute with Watergate, he conveyed his transaction with Shundu to Sui and immediately set off for the palace, leaving Sui alone in the alley, bewildered. He sat down heavily, taking out a piece of paper and a glass vial from the dream space. He cut open the fingertip of his left hand, and bright red blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground. Shundu picked up the glass vial and dripped the blood into it. As the cold air rapidly condensed in the palm of his right hand, a glass pen made of ice appeared in his grasp. He was uncertain whether his memories would also be erased if bluffing Watergate used the mutual oblivion technique, so it was wise to prepare in advance. He bent down, dipped the pen into his blood, and wrote on the paper. 1. I will defect ahead of time, probably a few months earlier than planned. 2. I will join the Akatsuki. 3. I will inexplicably lose my memory, but will recover before defecting. 4. I will fall into a coma for about a year, and will not awaken for another 15 years. That should be about it. Sui thought carefully, once more confirming there was nothing else, and then placed the paper into the dream space. Leaving everything else behind, he walked towards the palace, just like Watergate. At the same time in the palace, Shundu stood with arms crossed, her gaze revealing impatience and disdain. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke coldly. Let's not talk any longer. I'm here to kill you. Shundu scanned her surroundings, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, as she did not find the wooden puppet from the original work. Her brows furrowed slightly. She shouted, what about the ultimate weapon? Can it come out? And the dragon vein, aren't you going to use it? Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll wait for you for half an hour, then we will face off at the dragon vein seal. Shundu's lips curled into a cold smile as she pretended to leave, but she knew all too well that the spot where she had just stood was very likely the dragon vein seal, and that giant wooden puppet should also be nearby. Her steps were steady and confident, as if everything were under her control. No need, I'm here to teach you what humility means. As Baizu's words fell, a soaring purple energy column suddenly broke the ground where she had been standing. Naruto was nearly blown off his feet by the violent wind generated by the purple energy column, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Shundu, on the other hand, was stunned by the immense energy contained within the dragon vein. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was merely a mass of infinite chakra, it was still infinite. Even with her near-invincible healing speed from the 6 eyes, it still required time, but that infinite chakra was different. I take back what I said before, I must have that dragon vein. Shundu's voice was filled with madness and greed. Her gaze became fiery and frenzied, as if she had seen the most precious treasure in the world. As soon as Watergate ran in, he heard this statement, and his face changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with anger and disappointment as he shouted, Shundu, what do you mean by this? However, Shundu remained calm, not even glancing at Watergate. She simply gave a middle finger in the direction of the voice and revealed a sneer. Stupid bee, if your brain is broken, go get it treated. Then Shundu turned her gaze back to the dragon vein, her eyes hungry like a wolf, greedily staring at the continuously flowing energy. Her body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to suppress the excitement within. The power of this dragon vein is too marvelous. Ah! Shundu's laughter echoed throughout the palace, a laugh so frenzied that it sent chills down people's spines. Everyone except Baizu was stunned into silence by her laughter, their hearts feeling icy. Especially Watergate, who had made a pact with Shindu earlier. He now wished he could slap himself several times for that moment. Shindu, have you gone crazy? Did we not agree on this before? You said you wouldn't take the dragon vein, right? Watergate roared in anger while Shindu looked at him curiously. Did you really believe that? You really believed it? You actually believed it? Ha ha. There are really people who would believe an enemy's words, ha ha ha. Shindu laughed so hard that she doubled over, almost gasping for breath. She clutched her stomach tightly and tears welled in the corners of her eyes, not from sadness, but from the physiological tears that spilled forth from laughing too hard. However, at that moment no one paid attention to the crazed Shindu. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the giant monster formed by the puppets. This was the so-called ultimate weapon that Shindu had praised earlier. Realizing it was no longer interesting, she wisely closed her mouth, stopping her chilling laughter. Her eyes showed no emotional fluctuation as she coldly gazed at Baizu within the giant. Truly hideous. Let me enjoy the wonders of the dragon vein in your place. A thought flashed in Shindu's mind, and the bird-head staff instantly appeared in her palm, followed by a cloud card taken from the dream space. She broke into a brilliant smile, softly murmuring, "Disperse." As she struck down heavily with the bird-head staff, everyone present widened their eyes as they saw a girl with gray-white hair down to her feet, dressed in a pure white robe, sporting a pair of strange wings on her head, with a blue gem embedded in the center of her forehead, emerging from the card. From that girl no trace of energy could be discerned. Her dark gray eyes were like lifeless objects devoid of any emotion. Make that ugly thing disappear. As Shindu issued the command, the girl's right hand slowly raised, and a faint black transparent shield gradually enveloped the giant creature. With a flash of white light, the giant creature vanished without a trace. The spot it once occupied was now completely empty. Naruto and Watergate. They never expected that Shindu would defeat the monster with just one move. So that ninja tool is that powerful. But why has Sway never used it? Watergate thought of the worst reason. Sway can actually use it, but the reason she never does is her undercover identity. No, it's impossible for a 7-year-old child to be an undercover agent. Watergate bluffing. Watergate, hurry and seal the dragon vein. We need to go back. I can't handle the dragon vein. Remember to erase memories. With a bang, Shindu transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. The father and son shouted in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. Where did she go? Gasping for breath, Sway leaned against the door frame, her eyes fixed on the spot where Shindu had just vanished, her anger reaching its peak. Damn it. No wonder he's my future self. Truly despicable. He muttered inwardly, while Minato gazed at Heya, standing motionless by the doorway, his mind churning with unspoken thoughts. What was he thinking? Who precisely was this charming child? Where had he come from? And was he even male or female? Countless questions spiraled through Minato's mind. Strangely, he ached to voice them aloud. Yet he also knew with chilling clarity that doing so might unleash unforeseeable consequences. Better to forego the risk and choose oblivion instead. All right, Heya, Kakashi, and Choji, come here. Minato turned tenderly toward the flickering figure of Naruto before beginning to form hand seals. At the mention of Kakashi's name, Heya paused faintly. Kakashi, he's here. Then he must have been utterly bewildered by Kamido's tricks. The three named rushed forward, and Heya deliberately glanced at Kakashi, only to notice he had just emerged from a shadowed alcove. Just then Naruto grew suddenly agitated. Wait, Heya, there's something I need to tell you. Heya frowned in confusion. What is it? I'm sorry. With those words, Naruto vanished entirely. Simultaneously, all memories tied to the visitors from the future began erasing themselves from the minds of the four at breakneck speed. Instinctively, Heya glanced at the other three, and when she saw identical dazed expressions on their faces, a quiet sigh of relief slipped through her chest. Minato, however, quietly inscribed something new into his own memory. Not only had he forgotten everything about the future visitors, but fragments of Heia's own past had also been deliberately excised. For only thus could the optimal solution be forged. After a while, the group gradually recovered from the disorienting aftereffects of memory loss. System, can you help me recover what I've lost? Heya whispered softly. Though every trace had vanished, a strange, persistent certainty lingered deep within her. A quiet conviction that those erased memories were vital, irreplaceable. Impossible, host. I strongly advise against tampering with or interfering with memory. Doing so may render you irreversibly foolish. Heya nodded vaguely, then turned to the others. Well then, our mission is complete. Time to head home. Understood. Over the next 3 days, Heya and her companions journeyed back, until finally they stood once more at the Fire Country's border encampment. The moment they returned, Choza, who had been mid-meal, nearly choked on his rice upon spotting Heya arriving alongside Minato. He abandoned his bowl and launched into a furious scolding. It took him 2 full days to calm down. Heya didn't mind. She wasn't nearly as volatile or erratic as Kamido. Sometimes, even she thought Kamido resembled a severe case of psychosis. Days passed uneventfully, until abruptly the encampment grew strangely animated. Heya, napping lazily on the grass, blinked awake, utterly bewildered. Could the entire camp be under Jinjutsu? Unlikely. As she pondered, Pakin came sprinting from afar, this time not clutching a scroll, but a small cloth bag clamped firmly in his jaws. Pakin, what's in that bag? Heya pointed curiously, her eyes alight with intrigue. Pakin shot her a withering glance, dropped the bag into her arms, and declared, voice dry. Inside are your Chunin vest and official appointment order, directly commissioned by the third Hokage himself. Chunin. Heya arched a brow. She opened the bag. Sure enough, a vibrant green vest lay nestled inside. She gave it 2 cursory glances before stuffing it back in. Ugly. I'd rather go without it. Just having the title is enough. Stretching languidly, she flopped back onto the grass. Pakin stared at her, speechless and deeply unimpressed. Aren't you thrilled? The Third Shinobi World War has ended, in peace. We can finally return home. What a... Heya bolted upright, eyes wide with shock. The third ended peacefully. How indecisive. Konoha possesses overwhelming elite strength. Why settle for mere truce? A faint disdainful smirk curled her lips. She recalled how Danzo, the third's closest ally, had secretly ordered her assassination, yet the Hokage had remained silent. If it were her, she'd make certain he witnessed exactly how many Clow cards she commanded. Fine, let's go. I've missed sleeping in Konoha. She rose, brushed stray grass from her clothes, and strolled indifferently toward the encampment. Her gait was languid, detached, as though the world around her held no weight, no meaning. That abrupt shift in demeanor left even Pakin momentarily baffled. At the command tent, Heya found Orochimaru, Nara, Shikaku, Minato, Namikaze, Tsunade, and Jiraiya seated together, deep in discussion. I'm here. She pushed aside the flap, voice low and weary, tinged with exhaustion. Conversation halted. All eyes turned to her in the doorway. Jiraiya teased with a grin. Hey now, youth should brim with energy. This lethargy won't do. His expression sparkled with gentle mockery. Mind your own business, Heya retorted flatly, brows furrowing, eyes flashing impatience. Jiraiya truly was odd. Ever since she'd arrived at the encampment, he'd sought her out constantly. Fine, he could visit. But day after day, he lectured her on morality, virtue, and righteousness. Heya had no use for such sermons. She knew, of course, it was the old toads of Myobo-Kuzan whispering nonsense again. Time to pay those elders a visit. A subtle sly glint flickered in her gaze as she met Jiraiya's eyes. Hey Jiraiya, you've always wanted me as your apprentice, haven't you? Suddenly she spoke, voice clear, unwavering. Here's my offer, take me to Myobo-Kuzan, and I'll accept you as my master. Deal. The other 4 leaned in, intrigued. They all knew Myobo-Kuzan was a realm shrouded in mystery. Few ever entered, fewer still returned. Weren't you adamant you'd never become Jiraiya's student? What changed? Orochimaru's golden slit-pupiled eyes swept over Heya, gleaming with quiet curiosity. Heya smiled faintly. No need to dwell on the past, Lord Orochimaru. Her smile was cool, composed, etched with quiet finality. Orochimaru wisely fell silent. So, do you accept or not? Impatience edged her tone, her brow creased slightly, eyes sharpening with urgency. Jiraiya hesitated, then asked cautiously, you're serious? His voice carried unmistakable doubt. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less. She rolled her eyes, blunt and unyielding. No, wait. I accept. Absolutely. Though baffled by her sudden reversal, Jiraiya felt certain once she became his student, he could guide her onto the righteous path. Seeing Jiraiya fall neatly into place, Heia's lips curved upward. Then let's go now. I still need to get some sleep later, she said simply. Oh well, since you have become my disciple, you should be able to sign the summoning contract of the Myobo-Kuzan. As he spoke, Jiraiya took down the red scroll that had been hanging on his back and spread it on the ground. The others leaned in to look, seeing it filled with names of ninjas who had signed the summoning contract with Myobo-Kuzan. The last name was that of Minato Namikaze, and without a hint of hesitation, Sway raised his hand and bit his right index finger, causing blood to stain the tip. Seeing his crimson finger, Sway didn't even frown. He bent down and wrote his name on the scroll, Shindai Sugu. Then he pressed each finger onto the blood, stamping them in the boxes above the name. Come with me, I will teach you summoning techniques. Jiraiya walked to the door and waved at Sway, signaling him to follow. Sway nodded. Even though he had already learned the summoning technique, he had never truly used it before. The two arrived outdoors where, apart from a few large trees, there was nothing else, not even a pitiful amount of wildflowers. Watch, I will demonstrate for you. With that, Jiraiya prepared to form hand seals for Sway to see. No need, I can do it. Sway interrupted Jiraiya's actions and quickly formed the hand seals under his gaze. Not knowing how much chakra to use, Sway poured half of his chakra into it. As his slender hands pressed against the ground, a strange circular rune spread outwards from the center of his palm. With a bang, 2 small toads appeared before them. What's going on, little Jiraiya? Why did you use so much chakra this time? That amount could drown me. Jimai mumbled as he jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder. Yeah, little Jiraiya, is there some trouble again? Shinsaku nodded in agreement, also jumping onto Jiraiya's other shoulder, while Sway coldly stared at the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders. System, do toads have rewards? If not, forget it, it's not the right time now. No rewards, host. Okay, then I won't pretend anymore. Sweet lips curled slightly, revealing a beautiful arc. Hey, we should head to Myobo-Kuzan now, right, Jiraiya? Upon hearing Swee's voice, the 2 toads turned their heads, having completely ignored Sway while they were focused on Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya she is. When they saw Swee's appearance, the 2 toads had already guessed the likely answer. White hair and green eyes. Wasn't that the white demon from the Great Toad's prophecy? Oh, I forgot to introduce my two sages. This is my newly accepted disciple Shindai Sugu, and she was the one who summoned you. What a... Upon hearing that this 7-year-old child had summoned them, the two toads widened their eyes in shock. No one would expect that a child would possess such an amount of chakra. They carefully observed Sui chakra, only to find terrifying levels that could rival a tailed beast. Moreover, her eyes seemed to continuously provide her with chakra. Those eyes were extraordinary. Oh, wait a moment. The two sages will use reverse summoning technique to take us to Myobo-Kuzan. Only upon hearing Jiraiya's voice did the two toads snap back to reality from their shock regarding Sui. Alright, let's go to Myobo-Kuzan to help you right away. As they spoke, the two toads transformed into smoke and vanished. Sui, why do you want to go to Myobo-Kuzan? Jiraiya was intensely curious. Clearly, he had previously said not to acknowledge him as a master, yet he immediately agreed just because of Myobo-Kuzan. Sui turned to stare at Jiraiya, his eyes obscure. I heard that the toads of Myobo-Kuzan can predict the future, and I want them to help me with a prophecy. What kind of prophecy? Jiraiya asked, eagerly wanting to understand more about her. You are asking too much. Sui's tone carried a hint of coldness. Jiraiya chuckled, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, the two figures vanished into thin air, replaced by two large clouds of white smoke. At this moment, inside Myobo-Kuzan, two figures abruptly appeared in front of the Great Toad Sage's palace. Finally here. Sui stretched his limbs and stepped towards the door with Jiraiya following closely behind. The ones who summoned them, Shinsaku and Jimai, only quietly stared at Sui back. What are you looking at? He naturally felt the intense gaze directed at him, but didn't turn around. He merely muttered a few curse words, which was already a sign of his restraint. Jiraiya sighed upon hearing Sui words. He knew some children's personalities could be quite difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Perhaps it has something to do with her childhood, he thought, unconsciously feeling a twinge of sympathy for Sui. Ding! Jiraiya's affection level 30-inch Sui. He glanced at Jiraiya behind him, noticing that he was looking at him with a sympathetic gaze. Sui silently thought, crazy. Yo, you must be the Great Toad Sage who can predict the future, right? After walking a distance, Sui finally saw the large orange figure of the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage chuckled nervously, filled with fear upon seeing Sui. In his eyes, Sui was surrounded by many chains emitting black mist, especially around her head, which was almost wrapped up like a zongzi. You came here to ask me something, didn't you? Sui nodded and gestured for Jiraiya, who had been awkwardly standing aside, to leave. She wanted to speak with the sage alone. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then nodded and left. Although he was still worried about Sui taking action against the sage, he trusted his own strength and felt reassured enough to step outside. You have predicted my fate, right? Once the irrelevant person left, Sui no longer concealed her intentions and boldly asked her question. Yes, but what you want to ask is probably not this. The Great Toad Sage did not refute and directly acknowledged his prophecy. Sui smirked and joined her hands together, creating a chair made of ice that condensed behind her. Heh, your prophecy is indeed precise. I only have one question. Will I succeed? Will she come back? He sat back, his face showing indifference, but it was evident that he cared deeply about the answer. The Great Toad Sage fell silent for a moment. If he revealed the answer, this person might go mad, but if he didn't say anything, Sui would press him to speak. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. You will fail, and regarding the she you mentioned, I did not see her. You bastard. In a fit of rage, Sui smashed the chair beneath her with a punch, sending splinters flying that cut into her pale skin. Seeing you still have such anger shows you still have basic emotional reactions. The Great Toad Sage felt relieved. I'll remind you that your memory seems to have issues. Originally still angry, Sui took deep breaths to force herself to calm down, quickly tapping her temple and frowning. I know I lost some memories in Lulan. Do you mean you didn't know this? The Great Toad Sage countered with a smile. How can you be sure? How can you be sure that your memory wasn't tampered with before that? Sui was completely stunned. Right, how can I be sure that my memory wasn't altered before that? No. How could such power exist in that world? Suddenly Sui reacted sharply, realizing that she had been ensnared by that old man. Damn, you old toad, how dare you set a trap for me? I'll kill you right now. As Sui spoke, a chill emanated from his hand, and icy spikes swiftly covered the ground around him. His silver hair was adorned with tiny shards of ice. Sensing a powerful fluctuation of chakra, Jiraiya rushed in. Sui, what are you doing? Hearing Jiraiya's shout, Sui didn't even want to glance at him. Are you blind and deaf? That old thing is trying to trick me. I'm not deceiving you. Since you don't want it, let me tell you something. There's something wrong with your head. You're still daring to insult me. Upon hearing the old toad insult his intelligence, Sui's anger flared even more. The condensed ice blade shot forth like a fierce lightning bolt, carrying a biting cold, hurled with astonishing speed toward the location of the toad sage. Jiraiya witnessed this sudden turn of events, his previously calm eyes widening in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. He could hardly believe that Sui dared to attack the sage right in front of him. In that moment, his mind went blank, leaving him somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to respond to the unexpected situation. Just as the ice blade was about to pierce the sage's eyes, Jiraiya, relying on the powerful body flicker technique he had honed over the years, appeared before the sage like a ghost. He swiftly reached out, grabbing the ice blade tightly. With a slight exertion, a crisp crack sounded, and the ice blade was crushed in his hand, turning into countless sparkling shards that scattered to the ground. To me, it seems that countless black iron chains are wrapped around you like a group of evil serpents tightly constricting you. Especially around your head, those black chains seem to form a sturdy shackle completely enveloping your head and altering your appearance into something unrecognizable. The sage did not appear angry about Sui's recent actions. The toad sage maintained a cheerful demeanor as if everything that had just happened was none of his concern. He looked at Sui with a smirk, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as if mocking Sui's naivety and foolishness. This old thing is still playing tricks on himself. Truly, there's something wrong with his brain. Sui secretly cursed in his heart, an expression of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Stop messing with me, I won't trust you again otherwise. Sui said angrily, his eyes flickering with flames of rage. Heh, you can choose not to believe, but what I say is all truth with not a single word of falsehood. The toad sage replied nonchalantly, his gaze revealing a sense of helplessness as if saying, it's your unwillingness to believe, you can't blame me for not informing you. Sui snorted coldly and mumbled under his breath, old immortal always pretending to be mysterious, utterly annoying. He turned around and walked straight out of the toad sage's chamber. Jiraiya with a grim expression watched Sui's departing figure. Sage, what did you discuss with Sui? Why is she so angry? He couldn't fathom what could have caused Sui to be this upset. Though Sui often had a bad temper, it was usually only towards him and an Uchiha brat named Shisui. The toad sage shook his head. It's nothing, as she should be going back now. If you have time, take her to see a doctor if she has some mental issues. Jiraiya frowned and asked, but she is a top-tier medical ninja herself, or what illness could she possibly have? The sage closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Sage? Sage? Jiraiya tentatively called out several times, and only when he heard the sage's clear snoring did he realize that this sage had fallen asleep again. Why is it that every time I talk to Sui you don't doze off? Jiraiya mumbled quietly as he left the sage's chamber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sui had already returned to the camp in the Land of Fire. System, is there really something wrong with my head? Sui asked. Though he was somewhat skeptical of the toad's words, he still wanted to confirm. But he also knew that if the other party were lying, he wouldn't be able to tell. Host, there is nothing wrong with your head. Sui frowned slightly, wondering why the system was so sure. No, the more others say I have no problem, the more I feel that I have a problem. Since that encounter with the old toad, Sui found it hard to trust anyone's words. No, I need to let Tsunade take a look. My head is probably really messed up. Sui resolutely nodded, lifting his feet towards the direction of Konoha. My memory must be fine. The only thing wrong must be my brain. I can't disregard the toad's words entirely. At least it seems my head might actually be ill. It must be like that. Sui comforted himself in his heart, unwilling to believe that his memory was faulty. He also feared that if it were true, what would happen to Sister Chinya? If my memory is faulty, then isn't my Chinya also fake? Suddenly Sui stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at the nearby forest. Obito, I know where you are. Sui spoke softly, unsure, but feeling the presence of Obito's chakra just moments ago. As soon as Sui's voice fell, as if imbued with some kind of magic, the previously mundane space in front of him began to twist gradually, like a piece of glass heated to high temperatures undergoing strange transformations. Soon after, a figure slowly emerged from the warped space, wearing a mask with orange and black patterns, the lines of which were smooth and mysterious, seemingly concealing endless secrets. Are you here for something? If not, I must leave. I have urgent matters to attend to. Sui frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. His tone revealed a sense of urgency, as if some important issue awaited his attention. What urgent matter do you have? The voice from behind the mask of Obito sounded somewhat strange, as if an invisible force was pulling at his vocal cords, distorting his voice. Upon closer inspection, the voice seemed a bit like Madara, the man who once stirred up great waves in the ninja world. I think my head is problematic. Oh, I need to find someone to check it out. Sui gently tapped his head, his gaze vacant, devoid of emotion. His words came out cold and mechanical, sending a chill down one's spine. Obito was evidently amused by Sui's words, secretly muttering to himself, who would normally admit that there's something wrong with their head. Yet he maintained a serious expression, staring intently at Sui. Have you forgotten your identity? Obito asked, his voice low as if it could penetrate one's soul. Beneath his mask, his scarlet Sharingan stared unwaveringly at Sui, as if trying to see through him. Though Sui was unwilling, he obediently replied, I am Lord Madara's most loyal dog, an undercover agent placed in Konoha by Lord Madara. His voice trembled slightly, struggling to suppress the unease and fear within. Despite having emphasized his identity multiple times, he always felt a deep sense of humiliation and helplessness whenever he spoke of it. This is the first time I've heard you say something so humble, host. Sui ignored the system's mockery, but he still felt quite embarrassed by those words. You should cultivate your relationship with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In about a year, we might have to take action. Obito was quite satisfied with Sui's answer, and left in a hurry after finding out the purpose of his visit. Crazy, Sui muttered under his breath, and continued to sprint towards Konoha. After a long while, Sui finally caught sight of the prominent gate of Konoha. How annoying. Why did they build the village so far away? She grumbled, dragging her weary body forward with slow, heavy steps. Yet the moment she came close enough to discern faces clearly, her gentle expression swiftly shifted, her lips curving into a faint, practiced smile. No sooner had she stepped through Konoha's main gate than a crowd of shinobi gathered around her. every one of them former comrades she had once saved. Some wept openly, gripping her hands with trembling fervor, their voices thick with emotion. Sway, thank you. If not for you, I would surely be dead by now. Others overflowed with gratitude, speaking rapidly, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Still others pressed gifts insistently into her palms, desperate that she accept them. Surrounded on all sides, Sway arched a subtle eyebrow, inwardly muttering, "Why are you all crowding me? I still need to see a doctor." Yet, however vexed she felt within, her face remained serene and kind as she murmured softly, "I truly appreciate everyone's kindness, but this is simply what I'm meant to do. After all, I am destined to become Hokage." Her voice rang with unwavering conviction. Light blazed in her eyes as though she already stood upon the Hokage's pedestal. The surrounding shinobi broke into warm praise. What remarkable ambition this child has. Indeed, how long has it been since we've seen such fiery resolve in a young woman? Whose daughter is she? You don't know? She's the daughter of Jonin Minato Namikaze. Clearly she inherited his dream. Ah, so she's Namikaze's daughter. That explains everything. Sway heard every word, her irritation mounting. She clenched her teeth, inwardly seething. What does Blondie Minato have to do with my accomplishments? Just because he's my nominal father? Then she sighed inwardly. Fine. These words weren't meant for him anyway. Ding. Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorability 80-inch. At the chime of the system notification, a broad smile spread across her face. She waved lightly and said, "Well then, I must be off. Goodbye." With a cheerful wave toward the crowd, she turned and strode purposefully toward the Hokage Tower. Sunlight bathed Konoha's streets, rendering everything luminous and vivid. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, their soft rustling, sounding almost like a jubilant welcome to Sway's return. Inside the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upright in his office chair, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the crystal orb resting on his desk. Within the orb, the scene at Konoha's main gate played back with perfect clarity. When he heard her declare, "After all, I am destined to become Hokage," admiration flooded his eyes like rising tide. He exhaled a slow plume of white smoke, its delicate ascent seeming to echo the quiet depth of his thoughts. His gaze drifted through the window, settling upon Minato Namikaze, who was quietly preparing dinner at home. Sunlight gilded his silhouette, outlining his gentle features. A tender warmth softened Hiruzen's expression as he murmured softly, "Sway truly is her father's daughter." His smile, his kindness, his dream, all mirrored in her. His eyes then lifted slowly toward the stone carvings of the first and second Hokage upon the Hokage rock, solemn and majestic beneath the sun. A reverent hush settled over his face as he whispered, "Masters, Konoha's future shines brightly. The will of fire burns anew in this generation." A sudden rap at the door shattered the quiet, wistful atmosphere. Hiruzen swiftly composed himself, his expression softening into its familiar, kindly warmth as he called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Sway stepped inside. Lightfoot and poised, she stood before the third Hokage, bowing her head slightly, her eyes flickering with quiet tension. Upon recognizing her, Hiruzen's furrowed brow eased markedly. He tapped out his pipe, watching the last tendril of smoke dissipate into the air. Gazing at her with paternal warmth, he asked gently, "Ah, it's Sway. What brings you to grandfather today?" His tone brimmed with sincere concern, his kindly smile that of a contented elder. Sway well understood the source of his delight. Though she'd taken part in few decisive battles during the Third Shinobi World War, her tireless work as a medical nin had earned her immense renown, nearly rivaling that of the Yellow Flash himself, Minato Namikaze. A wave of revulsion rose within her, even as she sensed Hiruzen's palpable expectations. "Is he seriously considering me as a Hokage candidate?" "Grandfather Hokage, you're aware I recently visited Mount Myaboku, aren't you?" Her voice carried urgency, her eyes locked onto Hiruzen's, searching for affirmation. Hiruzen nodded, a glint of quiet pride flashing in his gaze. As the master of both Minato and Kushina, and thus Sway's revered grandfather in spirit, he held deep affection and trust for her. "Yes, I know. But why bring it up now?" Sway instantly read his confusion. Indeed, the remark did sound oddly abrupt. "The great Toad Sage told me my mind is flawed." "Your mind is flawed?" Hiruzen's brows snapped together again. Such a phrase spoken so bluntly struck him as jarringly harsh. Seeing no recognition dawn in his expression, Sway realized the old man hadn't grasped her meaning, and sighed inwardly at the absurdity of it all. "I hope Grandfather Hokage can help me find a specialist, a physician skilled in treating mental afflictions. If my mind is sound, then the old toad is mocking me, and if so, I'll flay his hide myself." At the thought of the great Toad Sage branding her mind defective, a surge of incandescent fury roared through Sway's chest. Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, then asked, "Wouldn't Tsunade suffice? She is after all your sensei." "Wouldn't Tsunade suffice? She is after all your sensei." Sway shook her head slowly, a flicker of helplessness and anxiety crossing her eyes. "Tsunadesima is perpetually occupied. Finding time for me seems impossible, and despite my search I've yet to locate her. What I urgently require is a psychiatrist, deeply versed in the intricacies of the mind with profound experience and rigorous expertise, to accurately diagnose my condition and administer proper treatment." Hiruzen's frown deepened, etching lines of grave concern upon his face, as though shouldering an invisible weight. After a pause, he spoke deliberately. Truly qualified physicians are exceedingly rare across the shinobi world, few in number scattered far and wide. Are you absolutely certain you suffer from illness? Or might this merely be a passing illusion? Uncertainty flickered in Sui's eyes. She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling faintly. I cannot say for sure, but the great Toad Sage himself declared it. He would never deceive me. There must be something deeply amiss for him to issue such a warning. Hiruzen watched her closely, studying each minute shift of expression and gesture. Sui's composure seemed fraying, her emotions surging near the surface, volatile and ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Hiruzen sighed softly, his tone steeped in compassion. From what I observe, your current state bears hallmarks of acute manic agitation. Here's my suggestion: visit Konoha Hospital first. Obtain appropriate medication. It may well ease your symptoms. Sui drew a slow, steadying breath, striving to regain equilibrium. She began circulating her ice-release chakra inwardly, the chilling energy flowing like glacial currents through her veins, cooling her thoughts until a crystalline calm washed over her mind, as though icy spring water had cleansed her soul. After a long silence, she lifted her head, her gaze now clear and centered. Yes, Grandfather Hokage. I'll follow your counsel. I'll go to Konoha Hospital at once. With that, she turned and walked toward the door, her steps heavy not with fatigue, but with the quiet weight of resignation. In this moment, seeking medical aid was her only path forward. Walking along the bustling Konoha street, Sui's footsteps moved slowly and her thoughts intertwined like a tangled ball of yarn. As she walked, she began to ponder seriously. Am I really ill? That shouldn't be the case. It seems I've never experienced such a painful affliction before. Yet it indeed feels like something is amiss. Those two old geezers, the third Hokage and the great sage of the Toad, both claimed in unison that I am unwell. Sui furrowed her brow, slightly a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. No, what if those two old geezers are deceiving me? But what could they gain from deceiving me? He is a high-ranking official in Konoha with significant responsibilities and missions. There's no need to trick a mere ninja like me. Sui fell into deep contemplation, various possibilities surfacing in her mind. The third Hokage just said I might be suffering from mania. I must admit my temper has indeed been growing increasingly volatile. Could it really be for this reason? That seems quite possible. A note of concern crept into Sui's tone as she began to question whether she truly had some kind of ailment. Oh well, what good does it do to overthink here? It's just a hypothesis. Regardless of whether I am ill or not, I can just take some medicine later. Sui shook her head helplessly, trying to calm herself down. At that moment, she happened to arrive at the entrance of the familiar hospital. She took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the hospital. At the registration desk, she skillfully filled in the required information and received her registration slip. Then, following the doctor's instructions, she went to the pharmacy, selecting the medications suitable for her, and paid the fees. Finally, she left the hospital with a large bag of medicine, the entire process seamless, as if she had grown accustomed to this routine. Looking at the heavy bag of medicine in her hand, a wave of inexplicable unease surged within Sui. The world of Hokage is indeed different. The amount of medicine here is 3 times more than what I usually see. Sui couldn't help but exclaim, her awe for this mysterious world deepening. Upon returning home, as soon as Sui pushed the door open, she saw Minato quietly seated on the living room sofa, intently reading the newspaper in his hands. Meanwhile, Kushina was busy in the backyard, tending to the plants Sui had previously planted, carefully trimming the leaves, as if nurturing her own child. Sui stood silently at the door, quietly observing the scene before her, a wave of nausea rising within her. It's all too fake. Seeing Sui's familiar figure return slowly, Minato's originally composed face seemed to light up in an instant, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a radiant smile like spring flowers. On the other side, Kushina, who was completely focused on caring for her carefully cultivated precious potted plant, turned her expression of indifference into one of surprise upon hearing the noise. She hurriedly set down the pot, fluttering towards Sui like a butterfly, her eyes sparkling with concern and anticipation. However, when both of their gazes fell upon the bulging bag of medicine in Sui's hand, the previously relaxed and joyful atmosphere suddenly froze, and both their expressions turned serious as they simultaneously asked, "Why did you buy so much medicine? Are you feeling unwell?" They scrutinized Sui closely. Aside from her overly pale complexion akin to pure snow in winter, suggesting an unusualness, she seemed to look quite normal otherwise. This deviation from her usually healthy and lively appearance stirred a sense of inexplicable worry within them. Seeing this, Sui quickly smiled and waved her hand, reassuring them. "Oh, it's nothing new. I've just been a bit emotionally unstable lately, feeling overly emotional, so I thought to buy some medicine to adjust myself. Don't worry about it." Minato nodded slightly. Although he still had doubts, he chose to trust Sui and did not dwell too much on the matter. Sui silently returned to her room, gently closing the door with a crisp click, as if isolating herself from all the disturbances of the outside world. She carefully placed the bag of medicine on the table, then pulled over a nearby chair and sat down heavily, as if she had suddenly lost the vitality she had outside the door. Furrowing her brow, she toyed with the small bottle in her hand, gently rotating it, which reflected a faint glow. With one hand, she cautiously twisted off the cap, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out, revealing several smooth, round white pills lying quietly inside, reminiscent of glossy pearls, exuding a bitter scent. Unable to help herself, she murmured quietly, "System, can these things really be effective? They look so strange, they won't actually be lethal, will they?" Her words revealed the anxiety and doubt deep within her. Sui felt this was no different from the cold medicine in her own world. "I'm not quite sure. I have the functionality to check what illness you've got. Do you want to take a look, host?" Sui nodded, and then the system began to operate, the sound of rapid tapping echoing in Sui's mind. "Host, you are indeed suffering from mania. I will replace all the medicines you bought with those for treating mania." Upon hearing that she truly had mania, Sui felt somewhat incredulous. "How could this be? To think that I really have mania. How could this be?" Sui looked at the newly refreshed medicines in the bag, feeling hesitant. "What should I do? I do have an illness, but is it really true? System, are you sure?" Confirmed host. "Then I will trust you this once." Without further hesitation, Sui poured out a handful of pills from the bottle and swallowed them whole. Although they had a sugar coating, they were still painfully bitter. She slowly walked out of the slightly dim room, her step steady, yet carrying an unintentional air of nonchalance, as if each step narrated the story of her heart. Arriving in the spacious and bright kitchen, she gently picked up a delicate cup, which glimmered softly under the light, just like her complex state of mind at that moment. Carefully placing the cup under the faucet, she let the cool water flow into it, producing a crisp and pleasant sound, as if nature was playing a wonderful melody. After filling the cup with water, she raised it slightly, tilting her head back to let the sweet water flow into her mouth. A wave of coolness instantly spread through her, sliding down her throat and into her stomach, bringing her immense comfort. After drinking this cup of water, she savored the subtle changes in her mouth. Indeed, the lingering bitterness had significantly diminished, replaced by a refreshing taste, as if the entire world had become vibrant. At this moment, Minato happened to glance towards the kitchen, seeing Sui genuinely taking her medicine, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He couldn't help but speak up. "You're really taking it. I thought you were just joking around. After all, such matters cannot be taken lightly." Sui, hearing Minato's words, looked at him with a puzzled gaze, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and some annoyance. As if to say, "Do I seem like someone who jokes around? How could I make light of my own health?" Minato, realizing this, quickly shook his head, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his expression turned serious and odd as he said, "Someone came looking for you just now." "Oh, it was a Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Sui felt a wave of curiosity swell within her, and she quickly asked, "Uchiha? What does the Uchiha want with me? Could it be something important?" She set down the cup, stood up, walked over to sit opposite Minato, her gaze fixed intently on him, awaiting an answer. Minato did not look up, his eyes still glued to the newspaper in his hands, as if the words contained endless allure. He slowly replied, "That Uchiha seemed to have gone to the backyard to help Kushina. Do you want to go look for him?" Sui, upon hearing this, felt a slight disappointment, as she had initially thought it was something urgent, only to find out it was just to help. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but ask, "Who is that Uchiha? Why did he come looking for me?" Although Suelian asked this, he didn't need to think. The only Uchiha he had encountered in this world was Uchiha Shisui. But why would he come to find me? Minato shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Suelian was speechless. This useless blonde hair couldn't help at all, and he would have to ask himself. "He'll go take a look." Su stood up and walked towards the backyard, while Minato still did not lift his head, continuing to read the newspaper. As Su reached the entrance of the backyard, he immediately spotted Shizui's annoying curly hair. "Shisui, why do you suddenly seek me today? Is there something urgent? Or are you plotting something again?" Su stood in place, a flicker of doubt and vigilance crossing his eyes, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Hearing the voice, the two slowly lifted their heads. Kushina still wore that warm anti-smile. "It's Su. Shisui, go play with her, don't waste time here." Shisui nodded slightly, gripping the water pipe tightly, then stepped towards Su. Watching Shisui approach, Su's brow furrowed deeper. He leaned closer to Shizui's ear, lowering his voice, yet laced with a chill, and said, "I've warned you before. Last time you approached me pretending to be Konoha's leaf, this cannot happen again. If you dare to do so again, do not blame me for being rude. Your head might not be safe." Shisui stood there quietly, his dark eyes unmoving as they fixed on Su, as if he hadn't heard his words. Seeing this, Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, increasingly puzzled as to why Shisui had suddenly changed. He secretly glanced at Kushina, who pretended to be busy while secretly observing them, sighed helplessly, and pulled Shisui to a slightly farther place. "What exactly are you here for?" After carefully assessing the surroundings and confirming that only Kushina couldn't hear, Su finally released his grip on Shisui, crossed his arms, and questioned with a face full of suspicion. Shisui looked at Su with gentle eyes, completely unfazed by Su's hostile attitude. "I came to take you to play. Is it really that simple?" Su still didn't believe that this mentally problematic person would be so kind as to take him to play. Under Su's scrutinizing gaze, Shisui nodded slightly, looking quite serious. Seeing this, although Su had many thoughts, he could only reluctantly agree, softly saying, "All right, let me change my clothes." Then Shisui followed Su back into the room. Originally leisurely sitting in the living room flipping through a newspaper, Minato was nowhere to be seen. He must have hurriedly gone off to carry out a mission. Standing in the center of the room, Su's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion as he secretly speculated about Minato's whereabouts. He turned to Shisui, signaling him to wait in the living room while he slowly walked into the bedroom. What came into view was a wardrobe brimming with clothes, an array of skirts that made Su's face darken. At that moment, a slightly pleading voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, you should wear that white dress that seems to suit you well. Hearing this, Su raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued as he reached for the white dress that the system had strongly recommended, examining it closely. At first glance, it was indeed just an extremely ordinary white dress, even lacking any embellishments, appearing quite plain. However, it was precisely this simple style that resonated with Su's deep-seated preferences. He had always been tired of overly flashy clothing, and when it came to dresses, he outright didn't want to wear them. Host, just wear it. Just wear it. Seeing that his host seemed hesitant and unwilling, the system immediately grew anxious, loudly calling out in Su's mind, as if trying desperately to persuade him to wear the white dress. Su looked at the white dress in his hand, lost in thought, unsure whether to heed the system's advice. All right, let's indulge this little preference of yours, system. In the end, Su succumbed to the system's cries, even though he had no idea why the system was so eager for him to wear this particular dress. He took off his clothes and put on the white dress. After changing, Su stood in front of the mirror to take a look. The white dress reached just above his knees, and aside from his green eyes, the rest of his body, including his skin, was remarkably pale. Oh my god, host, do you have albinism? The system was also taken aback by the host's extreme whiteness. Was there really someone this pale in the world? I don't know, I've had white hair since I was a child, and I also don't like going out, so it's just like this. After explaining, Su followed Shisui out the door. Walking on the street, the pair of handsome man and beautiful woman, in Su and Shisui, attracted quite a few gazes. Where are we going? Su could hardly bear so many curious and probing eyes. Even after living 2 lives, he still felt socially anxious. Shisui replied, we're going to the Uchiha back mountain to introduce you to someone. Upon hearing this, Su immediately guessed that the person must be Uchiha Itachi. He had some fondness for this top-tier brother complex of the Hokage. The love Itachi had for Sasuke made Su, who had hardly ever felt love, quite envious. Is he the Uchiha clan leader's son? I heard his name is Uchiha Itachi. A hint of anticipation leaked from Su's words, and curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Won't we know once we get there? Shisui still wore that cheerful smile, as if filled with confidence about everything. He walked easily alongside Su. After a while, the two finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Su couldn't help but widen her eyes, carefully observing the architecture before her. They were traditional Japanese-style houses with roofs exhibiting graceful curves and walls adorned with exquisite patterns. Su curiously looked around, her gaze drawn to a beautiful wooden window. She approached, gently caressing the smooth wood, feeling the marks of time. Shisui stood quietly beside her, watching Su with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Should we go find him directly, or where should we go? Su turned her head, asking Shisui. Her face was beaming with excitement, filled with anticipation for what was to come. This Uchiha house was indeed special. Su had never seen such pure Japanese-style houses before, making her naturally excited. Let's go to the back mountain, while wait for him there. Shisui took Su's hand, his touch gentle yet firm. Su's hand trembled slightly. She felt the warmth of Shisui's palm, and a strange chill surged within her. How disgusting, why are you holding my hand? Su felt an urge to pull her hand away and slap him. The two walked hand in hand towards the Uchiha back mountain. Along the way, Su occasionally looked back at the pure Japanese houses, as if trying to imprint their beauty deeply in her mind. Shisui maintained his smile the entire time. Su kept staring at the hand Shisui was holding her. It was really disgusting. Maybe she should just cut the skin off and treat it later, as washing didn't clean as well as new skin grew. Because Su had been preoccupied with her thoughts, she didn't even realize where they had arrived until she came to a dense forest. Surrounded by trees, there were occasional bird calls that added some liveliness to this forest. Seeing that they had arrived at their destination, he was unwilling to let Shisui continue holding his hand, so he exerted some force and suddenly shook off the grip. Hastily, he took small steps towards a nearby stream. Unable to contain himself, he bent down, extended his hands, and carefully scooped up a clear pool of water, then began to wash his hands meticulously. Even though his hands had turned bright red from excessive rubbing, Sui showed no intention of stopping his actions. Shisui, staring intently at every move Sui made, teased with a hint of mockery, asking, "What's wrong? Do you truly despise me this much?" Hearing this, Sui cast a cold and expressionless glance at Shisui. He squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "What do you think?" As soon as he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a razor-sharp ice blade formed in his palm. Without hesitation, he pressed the ice blade against the palm of his left hand and began to slice into it piece by piece with deliberate slowness. As the ice blade continued to cut, blood spurted from Sui's left hand, flowing out like a gushing spring. However, even in the face of such a horrifying scene, he did not furrow his brows. Even once, his delicate face remained indifferent and calm. In a short while, the originally clear stream had been stained a vivid red, a shocking sight to behold. Shisui, seeing this, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. After a light sigh, he slowly turned away, as if he could no longer bear to witness the bloody and brutal scene before him. "Disgusting enough to make me nauseous." Sui seemed to be talking to himself, suddenly adding this line. His voice was calm like water, as if what he had just said was merely an inconsequential joke. Although Shisui still wore a faint smile, anyone could easily see that it was a forced smile filled with bitterness and helplessness. A dull thud rang out, and it turned out to be the ice blade slipping from Sui's hand and falling into the water. Sui stared blankly at his blood-soaked left hand where the wound was deep enough to see the bone, a disturbing sight. Yet he seemed to feel no pain at all, his gaze cold and calm. Vivid red blood continuously flowed from the wound, trickling down his forearm and quickly staining his sleeves. Seeing this, Sui slightly frowned, his face full of disgust, then shook his hand vigorously, seemingly trying to rid himself of the bothersome bloodstains. Next, he unhesitatingly plunged his injured left hand into the icy cold water and began to move it around. When he pulled his left hand out of the water again, the blood that had already begun to congeal was instantly washed away, and his palm was once again covered in glaring crimson. However, at that moment, Sui slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it over the palm of his left hand. He then activated the reversal technique. With a flash of light, Sui's left hand, which had been battered and bloody, rapidly grew new skin that was pinkish white, smooth and delicate, visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, Sui's left hand had returned to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Shisui, witnessing all this, couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not in pain?" He privately mused that if he had suffered such a severe injury, he would have long been rolling on the ground in agony, crying out in despair. Upon hearing Shishui's question, Sui's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he coldly replied, "Compared to this trivial pain, the nauseating feeling you bring me is far worse." After saying this, he carefully lifted his newly healed left hand, treating it as if it were an incredibly precious treasure. Gently grasping the skin of his left hand with his right hand, he felt the delicate and elastic texture, and a satisfied expression gradually emerged on his face. He then slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping to the side. Not far away stood a sturdy tree like a silent giant. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed forward to the base of the tree. Next, with his right arm's muscles taut, he swung his fist, powerfully striking the trunk. With a loud bang, the sound was deafening, and the tree shattered upon the strike. Countless wooden shards exploded like raindrops, many shooting directly towards Sui. However, these seemingly fierce wooden pieces caused no harm to Sui. He simply shook his hand casually, and the wooden shards embedded in his skin flew out, like startled birds falling to the ground. Shisui, who had been observing from the side, couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, "It seems that after this recovery your strength is even greater than before." Hearing this, Sui smiled and nodded in agreement. He then began to look around, searching for a place where he could relax and unwind. Soon his gaze settled on a patch of soft grass. The lush green grass looked like a giant green carpet, exuding a refreshing scent. He walked to the center of the grass and unhesitatingly lay down. The warm sunlight bathed him as if a gentle mother's hand were softly caressing him, bringing endless comfort and ease. He couldn't help but stretch out comfortably and let out a satisfied sigh. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes, ready to fully enjoy this moment of tranquility and drift into a sweet dream. Before Sui could fall asleep, a child's tender shout broke the peaceful mood. "Zishwich, I'm here." A black-haired boy around 5 or 6 years old from the Uchiha clan ran over from a distance. Just by the sound, Sui could roughly guess the identity of the visitor, Uchiha Itachi. Even though Itachi had arrived, Sui still had no desire to get up. Perhaps it was because the recent skin cutting had stimulated his nerves, making him mentally sharp. At this moment, he truly felt the intense side effects of the medication overwhelming him like a surging, unstoppable tide of drowsiness. Sui felt as if his body was being pulled down by an invisible force, incredibly heavy, and even his eyelids had become as heavy as lead, hard to lift. At this moment, Sui had no thoughts for anything else. All that occupied his mind was a single thought: finding a comfortable place to take a good nap. This idea was like a lifeline, making him eager to grasp it. "Shoo, quiet down, Itachi. My friend just took some medicine and needs to rest quietly." Shisui gently placed his index finger to his lips, looking at Itachi with soft, focused eyes, subtly signaling him to be quiet. Itachi keenly noticed Zishui's small gesture and immediately understood, nodding. He then carefully lightened his footsteps, afraid to make even the slightest sound that might disturb the sleeping Sui. "Zishwich, who is she?" Itachi asked, curiously, leaning close to Shisui, his big eyes wide open. He pointed at Sui, who was deeply asleep, and whispered. Shisui smiled and reached out to gently ruffle Itachi's smooth, soft hair, responding in an exceptionally gentle and kind tone, "My friend, my only and most important friend, a friend who cannot see anything, a naive yet pitiful friend." Upon hearing this, Itachi nodded as if he understood, but soon he shifted his attention to something else. He blinked his lively eyes, eagerly pestering Shisui. "Zishwich, can you teach me how to cultivate? I want to be as powerful as you." In a room that seemed to be blanketed by pure white snow, an ancient wooden table stood alone at the center, resembling a solitary boat on a tranquil lake. Sui was seated opposite a doctor clad in a pristine white coat. The doctor's features appeared to be shrouded by a mysterious veil, making it difficult to discern their true appearance. Yet Sui felt an intense sense of familiarity wash over him, as if they had intersected countless times in past lives. He watched as the doctor's lips moved continuously, seemingly uttering words of great importance. However, no matter how intently Sui focused on listening, he could not capture even the faintest whisper of sound. This sensation left him restless, his heart silently screaming, "Can you amplify your voice a little more?" Thus Sui summoned his courage and shouted at the doctor with all his might, attempting to draw attention and encourage the doctor to raise his volume. But despairingly, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not produce even a hint of sound. After several futile attempts, Sui finally realized that his efforts were in vain. Reluctantly, he gave up calling out to avoid wasting the little strength he had left. At that moment, the doctor sitting across from him suddenly extended a hand, gently pushing a piece of paper towards Sui. However, at this moment, Sui had no desire to see what was written on that paper. For the only thought occupying his mind was to understand exactly where he was. Mr. Sui-gu, this is your latest medical record. Just as Sui was filled with confusion, a clear and steady voice from across the table reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Sui was momentarily stunned, his face revealing an expression of bewilderment. Instinctively, he looked at the doctor with a disbelieving gaze and could not help but reach out to touch his own ear, internally pondering what on earth is happening. Why was it that just moments ago he could hear nothing, yet now he could hear so distinctly? Before he could grasp what was happening, his body moved on its own. He nodded and reached for the medical record. Name Shun Du Sui-gu. Age 15. Condition severe. Attending physician Dr. Li Shui Man. Sui glanced at the paper but could only make out some of the text. The rest remained incomprehensible for reasons unknown. I understand, Dr. Leo, I will come to tomorrow. He slowly set down the medical record he had been gripping tightly, as if the thin paper bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Then he gradually lowered his head, seemingly wishing to hide, no longer wanting to face the doctor's concerned and probing gaze. At this moment, Sui was filled with confusion. What am I even saying? How can I not understand my own words? This bizarre situation left Sui thoroughly bewildered, prompting him to question whether this body truly belonged to him. He desperately attempted to reclaim control over his body, exerting all his strength to try and command each muscle and nerve. However, no matter how hard he tried, the only outcome was merciless failure. At that moment, Sui felt as though he had become an observer watching this strange, yet familiar body act on its own. From Sui's current experience, everything seemed less like a scene viewed through one's own eyes, and more like watching a movie narrated from a first-person perspective. Suddenly, without warning, Sui lost all senses in an instant. His vision abruptly turned pitch black and silence enveloped the surroundings, with only a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. Next, a sharp pain erupted from the deepest part of his head, swiftly spreading throughout his entire skull. The pain felt as though someone was violently stirring his brain matter with a sharp saw, making it unbearable. Sui was acutely aware that if he did not take action soon, his head might truly explode like a bomb. Sui! 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 Wake up! Sui! Suddenly, an urgent and loud shout thundered in Sui's mind. With this scream, Sui suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He abruptly felt a piercing pain surge through him, unable to suppress a loud scream. Once the pain eased slightly, he focused his gaze and finally saw the scene before him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Jishu's face erupted with ecstatic joy upon seeing Sui awake. He suddenly opened his arms and tightly embraced Sui. Great! Sui, thank goodness you're okay. You scared me so much just now. I was really worried you would just die like this. Jishu's voice trembled with excitement, as if he wanted to convey all his worries and fears through this embrace. Hearing Jishu's words, Sui first shook his still somewhat dazed head, then realized he was nestled in Jishu's warm embrace. He looked around and discovered he was still in the familiar woods. What the hell are you hugging me for? With an unexpected surge of strength, Sui pushed hard and surprisingly broke free from Jishu's embrace. However, due to his extreme weakness, as soon as he stood up, his legs felt wobbly, and he barely managed to support himself against a nearby tree, trying to stabilize his stance. But for some unknown reason, Sui felt completely weak all over, unable to muster any strength. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, he collapsed heavily to the ground with a thud. Jishui, unfazed by Sui's rough actions, hurriedly rushed to his side, extending his hands to carefully assist him. Why do I have no strength at all? Sui muttered to himself in confusion. As he spoke, he turned to look at the spot where he had just been lying. Upon glancing, he involuntarily gasped. The originally clean ground was now stained a deep crimson with blood. Moreover, his own clothing had long since been soaked in blood, and even his once snow-white hair had turned a chilling shade of blood red. Blood? How could I be bleeding? Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid trickling from the back of his head. Raising his hand to touch it, Sui found his hands covered in that liquid, looking down in astonishment. I'm bleeding from the back of my head, he exclaimed in terror, staring at his bloodied hands. Then he recalled the dream he had just had. Could it be related to this? After all, he also felt pain in the back of his head while in that dark space. Wait, what exactly? What dream did I just have? Sui suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. How could this be? Sui felt a pang of fear. If that memory was truly lost, would he have to endure that heart-wrenching pain all over again? He didn't want that. He didn't want that. Clearly, it was his head that hurt, but at the moment the pain ceased, his heart inexplicably stopped in intensity for a second. Why? Why does my heart hurt? I don't know either. After Itachi and I returned from our training, we found you lying in a pool of blood, Shirzue said, shaking his head to indicate his ignorance. Sui could no longer care about anything else. He reached down to grasp the blood on the ground and began to write on his clothes that had yet to be stained. But just as his bloodied hand was about to touch the fabric, a single phrase kept echoing and screaming in his mind. I am sick, Sui murmured, repeating the phrase over and over again, nearly crying. What should he do? He couldn't remember anything, not even a bit. Wawa, why can't I remember? Wawa. Accompanied by this heart-wrenching cry, his eyes instantly turned red, tears pouring out like a flood breaking through a dam. The crystalline tears rolled down his blood-stained, scarred cheeks, splattering on the cold grass and blooming into tiny, sorrowful droplets. Sui desperately tried to stop his crying because he had once said that his tears had long run dry. However, at this moment, the overwhelming sadness surging from deep within felt like an invisible hand tightly gripping his heart, making it impossible for him to suppress this painful emotion. His heart told him he should cry, he should be sad. Shisui, standing nearby, seemed accustomed to such scenes. He slowly extended his hand, gently stroking Sui's head. Though Sui's hair was soaked in blood, Shisui's action was still filled with concern and tenderness. Do you want me to carry you home? Shisui asked softly, his tone laced with worry. Upon hearing this, Sui shook his head vehemently, stubbornly replying, No, I'd rather die here then. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a strong wave of dizziness swept over him, like a tide, quickly drowning his consciousness. Before sinking into unconsciousness, Sui vaguely heard a mechanical prompt, ding. Host's mental state detected to be severely injured, automatically activating protection mode. As his consciousness blurred, Shisui's anxious face also began to fade into a haze. In a daze, Shisui's figure seemed to overlap with that of Chinya. Looking at the familiar and affectionate face before him, Sui couldn't help but gently smile. With all his strength, he let out a weak, yet heartfelt call, Chinya. Then he completely lost consciousness, his body slumping down. When Sui next awoke, he felt a tickling sensation at the tip of his nose, as if something light had quietly settled upon it. He slowly opened his eyes, and to his surprise, a pure white butterfly was gently landing on the tip of his nose. The butterfly seemed equally unprepared for his sudden awakening. Startled, it quickly flapped its wings and fluttered away like a dancing snowflake. A strong, nauseating smell of disinfectant rushed into Sui's nostrils. He instinctively turned his head to look out the window, where the brilliant sunlight poured in like a golden waterfall, illuminating the entire room with warmth and brightness. However, at this moment, Sui's face was ghostly pale, devoid of any vitality or spirit. Chinya. Just as Sui had regained consciousness, he was too eager to think much, and immediately turned his eyes around, desperately looking for his surroundings. However, the figure he had hoped to see did not appear. In his disappointment, Sui's gaze finally landed on the person sitting by the bedside, none other than Kushina, who was focused on peeling an apple. Upon hearing Sui's voice, Kushina was overjoyed. She abruptly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and joy as she gazed at the direction of Sui. After confirming that the person before her had indeed awakened, Kushina unhesitatingly set down the half-peeled apple in her hand and quickly walked to the bedside, wrapping her arms tightly around Sui's seemingly fragile body. Kushina, sister, how did you end up here? After seeing the visitor's face, clearly the slight joy that had arisen from Sui's awakening vanished without a trace. Facing Kushina's intimate gesture, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and shifted his body, but due to his extreme weakness, the struggle was nearly negligible. Of course I must stay here with you, silly child. In my heart, I've long considered myself to be half your mother. Do you know how terrifying it was to see you covered in blood when you were sent to this hospital? If it weren't for Shisui bringing you here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As she spoke, Kushina's eyes gradually became moist, her voice trembling slightly. She didn't finish her sentence, and Sui frowned slightly. He had been wondering how he had ended up in the hospital, and after hearing Kushina's words, he had pretty much guessed it. Now there were two questions that were most important to Sui. 1. Why did I have that dream? 2. What illness did I actually have? Especially the last one. That old toad from Mayaboka Mountain always claimed to be sick. Although the system had already informed him that he had mania, Sui still felt something was off. He believed there must be a deeper-seated mental illness. How long did I sleep? Sui slowly opened his eyes, looking at the beautiful scene of spring outside the window, filled with confusion. He tried to recall that he seemed to have been in a cold winter before he fainted, but now the scene outside the window clearly depicted summer. Kushina pondered for a moment before softly replying, It's July now, you've probably slept for about 6 months. As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously turned red, tears swirling in her eyes. I slept for that long. 6 months, Sui sighed slightly, silently pondering. 6 months meant it was already the second half of the year. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression shifted slightly. Wait, July of Konoha 48. A significant event is going to happen in a few months. Thinking of the tragedy of the Nine-Tails disturbance, Sui's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Kushina, watching Sui remain silent for a while, felt quite strange and softly called out, Sui. Sui, what's wrong? Sui. Sui came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand to explain, It's nothing. I was just thinking about why Uncle Minato hasn't come yet. His eyes darted away, not daring to meet Kushina's gaze, while his mind quietly calculated the next plan. At the mention of Minato, Kushina immediately displayed a proud and happy expression. Minato is now the Fourth Hokage. He's usually very busy. Once you are discharged from the hospital, we will go see him. Sui feigned an exaggerated surprise, saying, Uncle Minato has become Hokage. I'm so happy for him, we can actually go see him now. Without a second thought, Kushina firmly rejected Sui's suggestion. How can that be? You just woke up and your body is still weak. You should rest more. Her tone was filled with concern as she gently squeezed Sui's hand, which trembled slightly. Oh, that works. Suwa gently responded, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned her gaze to Jo Xi and said, "By the way, I'm a bit hungry right now. Could you please help me buy something to eat? Also, if it's convenient, could you bring the medicine I bought earlier?" Jo Xi looked at Suwa's eager expression and nodded in agreement without much hesitation. However, is Suwa really as harmless and obedient as she appears? The answer is clearly no. In reality, Suwa has never been someone who easily complies with others. Asking Jo Xi for help to get something is merely a clever ruse she has devised. Once Jo Xi leaves the room, Suwa can seize this rare opportunity to escape without hesitation. "No problem. I know you like rice balls. I'll go out and get some for you now." Jo Xi replied with a smile, then slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, Suwa cooperatively lay back down on the bed, pulling the blanket over her, as if everything was completely natural. Just as Jo Xi stepped out of the room, a crisp sound of the door closing echoed, and Suwa, lying on the bed, instantly transformed, sitting up with agility. She then looked down at the slightly oversized hospital gown she was wearing, frowned, and murmured to herself, "This outfit won't do, it's too conspicuous." With that thought, Suwa immediately called out to the system in her mind, "System, come out quickly. Do you have any suitable clothes for me?" "Host, you're actually still alive." The system, upon hearing Suwa's voice, was momentarily stunned, then its tone was filled with barely concealed excitement. "I thought you had met with misfortune. According to the original settings, you should have awakened 3 months ago." Suwa frowned in displeasure. Was the system unable to understand human speech? "I asked if you have any clothes. Do you not have eardrums?" In response, "Host, this system is an electronic product and does not have eardrums. Moreover, I do not have any clothes here." The system replied, seriously, sounding as if it were about to join a political party. Suwa rolled her eyes in disbelief. "You really can pretend to, since you don't have any clothes to change into. I guess I'll have to wear this one," she murmured. The front door was definitely not an option. Who would sneak out of a house through the front door? Next, she took small steps to the window, poking her little white head out to look down. The 6th floor, given my current physical condition, jumping down would be fatal. There's no way around it. Who knows how high my hospital room is, and I don't even know where they put the sealed necklace. This is troublesome. Anyway, I refuse to stay in the hospital, even if it costs me my life. For some reason, Suwa felt an inexplicable aversion to hospitals. This feeling was akin to how children inherently dislike taking medicine and bitter gourd. She naturally detested hospitals, the patients in them, the doctors, the medications, the flowers and plants, as she disliked everything about hospitals. "By the way, I remember the system gave me something that allows me to hear animals talk. Maybe it can come in handy now." Thinking of this, Suwa asked, "System, what about the animal language you mentioned earlier?" In response, "Host, it's in your kaleidoscope space. It's in the form of a fox ear headband, and once you put it on, it can't be removed. It will naturally transform into animal ears." Suwa responded with an "oh," feeling somewhat helpless, and muttered, "Oh, this is such a hassle. Why don't you just put it on my head yourself?" As soon as she finished speaking, 2 fluffy fox ears suddenly appeared on Suwa's head. Instinctively, she reached up to touch them. The soft fur felt as light as clouds, gently brushing against her fingers, providing a delightful sensation. For some unknown reason, the ears even twitched slightly, as if responding to her touch. Suwa concentrated, and a simple mirror instantly appeared in her hand. She gazed into the mirror, seeing a girl with flowing white hair like a silver waterfall, and a pair of emerald green eyes resembling deep lakes, radiating a mysterious glow. The fox ears twitched slightly, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness to her appearance. Strangely, Suwa felt as if the reflection smiled back at her. That smile bloomed like spring flowers, carrying an almost imperceptible tenderness, and seemed to convey something more. She couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, as if at that moment she resonated with her reflection in a wondrous way. "Who are you?" she unconsciously asked, her voice laced with confusion and alertness. When she regained her senses, she realized it was merely a trick of the light. Suwa shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind, even going so far as to slap herself lightly across the face. Her gaze was somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't completely shaken off the illusion. "Alright, the current task is to call the little birds over and have them retrieve her necklace." She poked her head out the window again, immediately overwhelmed by the noise outside. Hey, your nest looks pretty good," a bird chirped cheerfully, its voice crisp and pleasant. "Not at all, I just built it casually," another bird humbly replied, its feathers sparkling with colorful light under the sun. "Boss, the previous dog has come back to bark again. Should we show it what the world is really like?" "No need, I have already gone into seclusion from the world. You don't need to inform me about such matters anymore," the cat, referred to as the boss, calmly answered, its gaze revealing a wise demeanor born from experience. Listening to these voices, Suwa felt her head was about to explode. Who knew the animal world could be this noisy? She rubbed her temples, trying to calm herself. Little bird, come here, I have something to ask you," she shouted towards the bird that had been complimented on its nest. The one referred to as Nest Good heard someone calling it, and curiously looked towards Suwa, who was waving from a distance. Was that person calling it? It tilted its head, blinking its eyes as if pondering something. "Forget it, let's go see," Nest Good thought, and flapped its wings towards Suwa's direction. Its wings were light, yet powerful, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Suwa felt overjoyed to see it actually flying towards her. While this animal language is somewhat useful, though, it really is quite noisy outside. Sua secretly marveled at this, feeling a bit surprised that she could communicate with the little birds. Come, little bird, help me find a necklace like this. There will be rewards for you after it's done. Sua casually shaped a ceiling necklace out of ice for Nest. Good to see. Her fingers danced nimbly, and the ice seemed to come alive in her hands. After observing, Nest Good nodded, staying in place for a long while to think before finally flying towards the home of Bo Feng Shui Min. My necklace is at home. Sua frowned as she looked in the direction Nest Good flew off to. Before long, Wahao's petite figure shot back like a streak of lightning, a shimmering necklace clenched tightly in its beak. It landed lightly on the ground, and carefully presented the necklace to Sui, then opened its beak and chirped, "Where's my reward?" Its voice was clear and urgent. Sui hastily reached out and took the sealed necklace. The moment his fingertips brushed its surface, a familiar resonance surged through him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly, "The seal is broken." Instantly, a blinding white light flashed. Where an ordinary necklace had lain, the bird-headed staff now stood restored in all its ancient majesty. Of course there's a reward, but then again. A sly smile flickered across Sui's lips as he beckoned Wahao with a subtle wave, then turned and strode briskly toward the inner chamber. Wahao, after all, was but a simple bird, its mind unburdened by complexity. Upon hearing Sui's words, it hopped after him without hesitation and soon settled firmly upon his shoulder. Sui couldn't suppress a low, quiet chuckle, one laced with the quiet satisfaction of a scheme flawlessly executed. Even as he laughed, he silently wove his ice release, guiding the window shut without a whisper. A muffled thud echoed sharply through the stillness of the room. Sui had already brought Wahao into the restroom, and with lightning speed struck the unsuspecting bird down, reducing it instantly to a pulpy, blood-smeared ruin. Dealing with Sui was perilous indeed, especially when one's strength paled before his. A truth the poor departed Wahao would never comprehend. Having disposed of Wahao, Sui returned to the window as if nothing had occurred. He drew back the curtain gently. The golden sunlight poured in warm and unrestrained. Then without pause he withdrew a mysterious card from his robes and leapt outward, soaring like a great eagle unfurling its wings, vanishing swiftly into the boundless azure sky. High above, Sui gazed down upon Konoha. Tisk, 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 he clicked his tongue, recalling that fateful scene. A strange, indescribable emotion welled within him just thinking of it, truly stirs a pang of reluctant pity. He shook his head as though trying to dislodge those images from his mind. Yet almost immediately he reconsidered. Ah well, since matters stand thus, I might as well visit Minato Namikaze first. There are things he must do for me. A sly smile touched his lips, until his thoughts drifted to Kushina Uzumaki, and his brow furrowed instinctively. That Kushina Uzumaki is insufferable, always nagging, always fussing. I'm not her flesh and blood child, oh why must she meddle so? He grumbled discontentedly, rolling his eyes with theatrical exasperation. Slowly, expressionlessly, he rose to his feet, supported not by legs alone, but by the bird-headed staff, its form both peculiar and ancient. Miraculously, he balanced upon it with serene composure, like a celestial immortal poised to ride the wind. A soft gust stirred the air, and like an arrow loosed from a bow, he ascended, racing toward the Hokage Tower. Gliding effortlessly atop the staff, he wove through alleyways and thoroughfares, drawing odd glances from passers-by. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the Hokage Tower. With a light leap, he alighted smoothly before the Hokage's office, only to find it strangely vacant. Minato Namikaze, usually immersed in ceaseless duty, was nowhere to be seen. Curious, Sui stepped inside and surveyed the room. The desk gleamed spotless, no stray papers, no clutter, only two meticulously arranged ornamental plants, and nestled quietly beside them a warm family portrait. His gaze drifted further, to the wall opposite, where portraits of the first through fourth Hokage hung in solemn succession, each bearing the weight of Konoha's history and glory. Sui studied them with quiet fascination, recalling the overwhelming aura each Hokage had once radiated. Sigh, this office now under new stewardship feels utterly barren. Like a freshly renovated house, sterile, lifeless. He sank into the chair behind the desk and casually pulled a book from the drawer, flipping it open. After only a few minutes, something felt off. The Will of Fire. Why does this sound so familiar? The deeper he read, the more unsettled he grew, until flipping back to the title page, the four bold characters finally registered. No wonder it's so relentlessly uplifting. This is that blonde-haired fool's book. Utterly revolting. Disgusted, he flung it aside and wiped his hands with a tissue. Sui had come seeking Minato Namikaze, not for idle conversation, but to instruct him to relay a message to the Toad Sage of Myobokuzen that Sui had accepted his word and now demanded to know the true nature of his affliction. But with Minato absent, Sui could only wait, an ordeal far more taxing than he'd anticipated. Within minutes, he'd already slipped into deep meditation. If AY truly lives, would she despise me for my madness? Surely not. AY loves me most of all. She is the gentlest soul imaginable. Time dragged, minute by minute, until half an hour had passed, and Sui found himself suffocating in boredom, every cell clamoring for stimulation. With nothing else to occupy him, he resolved to create his own diversion. His eyes swept the room, then settled upon Minato's desk drawers. As though discovering uncharted territory, he approached, opened the drawer, and found within an assortment of objects. Yet what seized his attention were a bundle of pencils and several sheets of sketch paper. Pencils. Sketch paper. He murmured, picking them up with puzzled curiosity. Since when did Minato Namikaze take up sketching? Logically, if he lacked such skill, why acquire these tools at all? Pondering this mystery, Sui fell briefly silent. Yet he quickly dismissed such thoughts. With materials at hand, and nothing pressing to attend to, why not indulge his artistic talent? A confident smile curved his lips. Summoning his formidable ice release, he conjured an elegant easel midair and secured the sketch paper upon it with crystalline precision. Then, pencil in hand, he began to draw. His focus absolute, the soft rhythmic shush-shush of graphite against paper weaving a delicate symphony. His hand moved with uncanny grace, each line deliberate, each shadow nuanced, until in mere moments a breathtakingly lifelike sketch emerged vivid and arresting. Just as Sui lost himself in his art, a sudden burst of enthusiastic applause, clap, 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 rang out behind him. Startled, he whirled around, and there stood Minato Namikaze beaming broadly and applauding wholeheartedly. "I had no idea you sketched, Sui, and so masterfully. Truly astonishing." Minato exclaimed, praise flowing freely and sincerely. Yet Sui stood stunned, baffled. By his own standards, even the faintest presence of a child should have triggered his awareness. So how could Minato have approached undetected, standing directly behind him applauding, before Sui even sensed him? Had his absorption in the act of creation truly severed his perception of the world beyond the page? At this thought, he nodded faintly, his expression softening into quiet approval. Meanwhile, Minato approached the painting slowly, his gaze locked upon it, as though drawn in by an invisible force. "This piece is truly remarkable, but shouldn't you be resting at the hospital?" Minato asked warmly, his eyes still fixed on the artwork. Upon the pristine snow-white canvas stood a junior high school girl with half-lowered hair. She smiled gently, radiating youthful vitality and unspoiled innocence toward those who beheld her. Though her features were not of the breathtaking, awestruck variety, she possessed a singular, delicate charm, like a newly bloomed flower in early spring, serene, subtle, and quietly enchanting. Hearing Minato's question, he flushed faintly, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He awkwardly brushed his fingers through his long hair, now cascading down to his knees, and murmured softly, "Actually, I'm quite all right. Just heard that Uncle Minato had become Hokage, so I came specially to see you." At that very moment, Minato's attention snapped away from the exquisite scroll as if he'd just stumbled upon something extraordinary, and settled instead upon the top of Suzu's head. "Huh, since when did you grow ears?" Minato exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the pair of vivid orange-yellow fox ears perched atop Suzu's head. So utterly absorbed had he been by the painting that he hadn't noticed Suzu herself, until now when the sight struck him as profoundly strange. Startled by the question, Suzu paused briefly, then gently rubbed the soft velvety ears. With a touch of apology, she explained, "I'm not quite sure either. They simply appeared out of nowhere." In the next instant, Suzu's luminous emerald eyes froze, unblinking, transfixed upon her own right hand. There, etched onto her palm, was a stark line of characters, "You've been deceived." "What on earth?" "I've been deceived." No, that wasn't the crux. The real question was, who wrote this? The inscription was crisp and precise, clearly carved with a sharp blade. Yet Suzu knew with absolute certainty she had only ever written words in blood upon her clothes, not carved them into her flesh with a knife. Could it possibly be Itachi's doing? No wonder suspicion fell upon him. After all, Itachi had been the sole person beside her at the time. Moreover, this Itachi, within the world of the Hokage, behaved most peculiarly. "What are you looking at, Suzu?" Minato couldn't help but notice her odd behavior, after all, who stares unblinkingly at their own palm for so long. Suzu flinched slightly, then reacted instantly, activating the reverse technique, healing her right hand in the blink of an eye. "Nothing serious. I plan to visit the Uchiha compound shortly. Is that all right?" Countless questions churned within her, yet what if these words weren't his doing at all? Then what? Should she seek answers from the toads of Myobo-Kuzan? No, that would be far too awkward. At the thought, Suzu instinctively shook her head. "Of course, it's fine, but only once you've fully recovered." Minato replied with a gentle smile. "My body has long since healed, and I can treat myself perfectly well." Suzu spoke with unwavering resolve. As she placed her palm over her chest, white light shimmered. Within moments, the lingering weakness in her limbs had vanished. "Wait, who changed my clothes? Could they have discovered I'm male?" Her gaze dropped to her hand, and dread rose at the thought of gender exposure. "No, host. Unless you choose to reveal it, no one can discern your true gender," the system responded. It knew Suzu's thoughts intimately. After all, easing its host's anxieties was its very purpose. Hearing this, Suzu exhaled deeply in relief. "Thank goodness. Being mistaken for a girl is tolerable, so long as my identity remains hidden." Then she said, "Uncle, I'm fully recovered. I'll be visiting the Uchiha compound later, so please don't prepare dinner for me tonight." With that, she turned as if to leave. Minato quickly stepped forward and gently halted her. "Hold on a moment. I also need to speak with clan head Fugaku. Go home first, change into fresh attire, and I'll accompany you." Suzu shot Minato a skeptical glance, silently wondering what's gotten into him today. Though puzzled, she ultimately nodded in agreement, and followed Minato home. The moment they entered, Suzu hurried straight to her room. It remained exactly as before. Not a speck of dust disturbed the surface of the desk. If anything felt unusual, it was the room's unnerving, almost obsessive tidiness. Slowly she reached out and grasped the wardrobe handle, then pulled. As the door swung open, she paused, startled. Most of the familiar clothes inside had been replaced. She sifted through the garments and selected a loose t-shirt and a pair of shorts. After changing, she closed the wardrobe and stepped back into the hallway. In the living room, Suzu paused and asked System, "When you introduced yourself, didn't you say you were a cross-dressing power-up system? Then why am I still receiving rewards, even without wearing skirts?" This question had lingered for some time. After all, that was precisely how the system had first presented itself. Indeed, the original condition had required cross-dressing to earn rewards. Yet now, even clad in trousers, she continued to receive them. What accounted for this shift? Had the system malfunctioned or forgotten its own rules? Unlikely. Just then the system's voice chimed in, teasing amused. "Oh dear host, my definition of cross-dressing isn't limited to skirts alone. Trousers are absolutely part of it, so perhaps you misread the rule. A little too naive, aren't you?" With that, the system burst into laughter, having assumed Suzu harbored some special preference only to realize she'd simply never grasped the term correctly. Suzu froze, utterly speechless. Only after a long silence did she stir, whispering to herself, "So, that's what it meant all along. I'd misunderstood cross-dressing entirely, thinking it meant skirts exclusively. Then all those months wearing skirts were completely unnecessary." A wave of wordless embarrassment washed over her. "It looks lovely, though your hair is a bit unruly. Let me braid it for you." Namikaze Minato picked up the comb and hair tie from the cabinet and walked behind Hana, gently turning her around before beginning to arrange her tresses. Why is Namikaze Minato acting so strangely? He's utterly unlike his former self. Hana silently grumbled inwardly. Yet in moments Minato had woven a graceful, intricate braid. Her hair cascaded all the way down to her calves. Standing before the mirror, Hana studied her reflection, the delicate, unmistakably feminine visage she now wore. As she followed Minato into the Uchiha compound, Hana already longed to vanish into a crack in the earth. Along the way, everyone greeted her warmly, though whether this was due to Minato's status as the Fourth Hokage or something else entirely remained unclear. Numerous clan heads from across the village openly expressed their desire for their sons to marry Hana. Faced with such absurdity, only one thought echoed in Hana's mind: have they all lost their senses? He found their reasoning utterly preposterous, more so even than that of a certified psychiatric patient like himself. With the Hokage himself standing at her side, Hana moved through the Uchiha compound unimpeded, granted effortless passage by virtue of Minato's authority. Soon they arrived outside the Uchiha clan head's chamber. Inside the spacious sunlit sitting room, Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato sat side by side, engaged in a grave and weighty conversation. Yet Hana was barred from joining the discussion, and instead left outside with the young Uchiha Itachi waiting in silence. She muttered inwardly, "I'm utterly defeated. Even if I'm not permitted to attend the meeting, couldn't I at least be allowed to move freely outside the room, rather than being confined here like a prisoner?" After a while, bored beyond endurance, Hana suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit, and sidled up beside Itachi, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Uchiha Itachi, I wonder, do you know where your older brother Shisui is right now?" As she spoke, Hana leaned close to the door's narrow seam, peering intently at Minato and Fugaku conversing within. Alas, the chamber lay too far from the sitting room. No matter how intently she strained, she could discern not a single word of their exchange. Resigned, Hana decided better to seek Shisui directly. "Shisui is likely training in the rear ground, sister. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss with him?" Itachi replied promptly, his tone dutiful and earnest. Had anyone else addressed him so casually, he would not have granted them even a glance. Yet this was different. Shisui himself had once declared without reservation that this person was his dearest friend. And thus, quite naturally, she became Itachi's friend as well. At that moment, however, Hana paid no heed to his question. Her thoughts were elsewhere entirely. After all, Itachi was still a child, too young to command her sustained attention. Were he older, matured, sharpened by time, she might grant him a few more glances. But no more than that, and nothing further was possible. "Don't interfere. I have urgent business with Shisui. If anyone comes looking for me, just tell them I've gone to the restroom." "Understood." Hana delivered the instruction with solemn gravity. No sooner had Itachi nodded obediently than she whirled about, vaulted toward the window, and leapt out with feline agility, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Never imagined young Uchiha Itachi would be so well-mannered. She laughed aloud as she ran. Though had the Uchiha compound been more densely populated, such unrestrained mirth would surely have drawn immediate attention. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Minato took a quiet sip of tea before asking, voice calm and measured, "Well, is this plan viable?" Fugaku shook his head, then nodded, his expression strained and uneasy. "It is feasible, but will your daughter truly consent? After all, Itachi is 2 years her junior." Minato chuckled softly, setting his cup aside. "I never said it was Itachi. I only said an Uchiha." Fugaku blinked, then comprehension dawned. "You mean Shisui? He does seem unusually close to Hana." Minato inclined his head, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. This arrangement would ease tensions between the Uchiha and the village, at least for now. "So long as I remain Hokage, I shall strive relentlessly to weave the Uchiha back into the fabric of the village." At those words, even Fugaku's perpetually somber face softened, just slightly, into a rare, quiet smile. Hana had no idea how long she'd been running, only that her legs trembled, drained of strength. Damn it! Where is Shisui hiding? Why choose the godforsaken mountainside? Gasping for breath, she cursed his elusive whereabouts inwardly. Then, without warning, a strange hollow laugh pierced the air. Who's there? Hana froze instantly, pivoting sharply, eyes sharp and wary as they scanned the source of the sound. From the earth emerged a bizarre figure, pale as snow, crowned with shock green hair and luminous yellow eyes. Only upon recognizing the being as White Zetsu did Hana's tightly coiled tension begin to ease. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discarded the razor-sharp ice blade she'd just formed, then fixed a stern gaze upon him. What are you doing here? White Zetsu seemed not to hear her at all, instead circling her slowly, poking curiously at her arms and shoulders with slender fingers. Weren't you dead? How did you return? Hana exhaled sharply in exasperation. I was never dead, merely unconscious. And you still haven't answered my question. What brings you here? White Zetsu let out a low, crooked chuckle, his gaze growing slyer. Obito orders you to monitor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The move begins soon. Oh, her expression remained perfectly neutral. Ah, you mean your beloved foster mother is about to die, eh? White Zetsu stared, genuinely startled, expecting at least a flicker of discomfort, perhaps even distress. Instead, he met only cool indifference, and felt oddly a twinge of disappointment. Why should I grieve? From the very beginning, I have always stood on your side. Hana spoke with detached equanimity. She was not heartless, yet she knew this world was fated to crumble. No attachment, no sorrow, no love. Nothing bound her to this soil anymore, nor to its people. Obito, you needn't pretend. I know it's you. Hana seized White Zetsu's shoulders and forced his gaze to meet hers. Huh, I've been discovered, Obito. Shut up. Suddenly, two distinct voices emerged from Baiju's body. Sui smiled knowingly, realizing that if it were an ordinary Baiju, it would never behave so shamelessly. Baiju's form rapidly changed, gradually taking on the familiar figure of Obito. How did you see through it? The voice beneath the mask was deep and heavy, lacking the liveliness of moments before. I guess, Sui replied. Then Baiju chuckled a few times. Sui guess is quite accurate. Sui ignored Baiju's words, staring intently at the Sharingan peeking through the gap in Obito's mask. Do I really need to activate my Sharingan just to have a simple conversation with you? He thought to himself, then reconsidered. Perhaps he fears I might suddenly betray him. With that in mind, Sui couldn't help but snicker inwardly. Kushina is pregnant, probably around 7 months along, Sui unexpectedly stated, leaving Obito clearly puzzled by her meaning. So what? Sui observed Obito's foolish expression and found it hard to contain her amusement. Haha, I heard that the sealing effects weaken significantly when a Jinchuriki gives birth. Do you really have no compassion? Are they not even half a family to you? Obito simply did not believe Sui's earlier words were genuine. He couldn't imagine that a girl like her could be so devoid of emotion. Sui would even shed tears for someone like Madara, so it was impossible for her not to save her kind adoptive mother in danger. Listening to Obito's words, Sui lowered her head pensively, just when Obito thought Sui was about to say something like, can we catch the Nine-Tails in a few more years? Sui instead declared, I only have you as family. Upon hearing this, Obito was instantly stunned, his face filled with shock, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Ding! Uchiha Obito's affection, level 99. 8-inch Sui coldly scoffed inwardly, tch. So needy for love. She now understood how to raise Obito's affection, by being straightforward. You? Never mind, remember to complete the task. Just a single sentence from Sui nearly overloaded Obito's brain. He had never considered that Sui would regard him as her family. After Obito finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot, evidently utilizing Kamui to escape the scene. Sui stood still, watching the direction Obito had left, silently cursing, that lunatic. Then Sui adjusted her mood and continued toward the back mountain. Along the way, she cautiously observed her surroundings, fearing any unexpected situations. After walking for about half an hour, she suddenly heard some extremely faint sounds ahead. Damn it, what is this guy doing running so far? He's completely lost his mind. Sui muttered under her breath as she quickened her pace. As she got closer, the sounds gradually became clearer, yet she still couldn't determine their exact source. Finally, Sui reached the approximate location where the sounds originated. However, to her astonishment, this area was completely empty except for a few tall trees. Sui widened her eyes in disbelief, scanning the surroundings in search of any possible hidden clues or figures. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find even a trace of evidence. What on earth is going on? Did I mishear something? Impossible. Sui furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself. Just then she suddenly felt her chakra becoming abnormally chaotic, as if controlled by an invisible force. No, I've been caught in a Jinjutsu. Realizing this, Sui's expression turned serious. She immediately stopped, closed her eyes, and focused her mind to sense the flow of chakra within her, attempting to stabilize it. At the same time, she rapidly recalled every detail from her departure until now, trying to determine when she had fallen into the enemy's Jinjutsu. After careful consideration, Sui felt it was unlikely that she had been caught during her conversation with Obito, because she had been fully aware at the time and had noticed nothing unusual. Therefore, it was most likely at the moment she heard those strange sounds. With this thought, Sui couldn't help but gasp if that were true. Then the skill of the user was incredibly high, managing to trap her in a Jinjutsu without her noticing in such a short time. But why would they do this? Are they out of their minds? Release. With Sui low shout, the surrounding environment rapidly changed, eventually stabilizing at the spot where she had heard the sounds. Sui furrowed her brows tightly. Sound-based Jinjutsu was rare, and being dragged in without any noise indicated that the user was clearly strong. Who could it be? She habitually rubbed her chin with her right hand, but as soon as her palm touched her skin, Sui felt a damp warmth. What the hell? Upon opening her palm, she saw that a line of words had been etched into the center of her right hand, reading, "Trust no one, not even yourself." This time the writing appeared quite disordered, as if it had been hastily completed in a hurry, unlike the last time she had seen engravings. Clearly the person must have known she would soon escape the Jinjutsu, but why would they take the risk to carve words on her? Was it for some thrill? Looking at the markings on her hand, Sui's mind raced with thoughts. It probably wasn't sure, Sui. There has been no chakra fluctuations in this vicinity, yet I managed to escape in just a few minutes. If someone truly came here, I shouldn't have sensed even a hint of chakra. I need to go back immediately. It's too dangerous being here alone. Sui quickly glanced around, her heart tightening. Having spent a lot of time on the road, the sky was now almost entirely shrouded in darkness. She had always harbored a fear of the dark, and being in such an environment now made her feel extremely uneasy. Let's see what cloud cards I have that can teleport, Sui murmured to herself as she took out all the cloud cards, carefully flipping through each one. Her fingers trembled slightly, as if each card carried her hopes and fears. The jump card won't work. Oh, I might fall to my death. The drive card won't work either. Moving at high speed in the woods could lead to a deadly collision with a tree. Sui's brows were tightly knitted and beads of sweat even formed on her forehead. Just when she felt hopeless, suddenly her gaze fell upon a card at the bottom labeled Move. This one will do. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Sui's eyes as she clutched the card tightly, as if it were a treasure. She took a deep breath and struck the card with her bird-headed staff. Instantly, a dazzling white light burst forth from the card, like a lightning bolt slicing through the dark night sky. Sui's entire body was enveloped by this white light, and she felt as if the scenes before her were like a kaleidoscope, constantly flickering and changing. Then her body seemed to lose weight, floating lightly in midair. In that brief moment, she experienced an unprecedented sensation, as if she had merged with the entire world. As the white light gradually faded, Sui's figure also vanished from the spot. She felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she opened them again, she discovered she was already in the room where she had previously stayed with Itachi. Everything in the room looked so familiar, bringing her a sense of inexplicable comfort. At this moment in the room, Itachi was nowhere to be found, leaving Sui alone within. Sui tightly gripped the Kuro card in her hand, smiling broadly, secretly marveling at the card's magic. If only the preparation time could be shortened a bit more, it could easily rival the Flying Thunder God technique. She paid no mind to her bloodstained clothes and card, casually tossing the card back into the dream space. Then without hesitation, she yanked open the locked door, locking eyes with the two chatting happily in the living room. For a moment, the atmosphere around them turned exceptionally awkward, as if time itself had frozen. Sui's white outfit was stained with splotches of blood, and her hand continued to bleed. Upon seeing this, Namikaze Minato immediately understood everything. It was clear she must have sneaked out again. How did you get hurt again, and why is your outfit so dirty? Minato frowned, his tone laced with reproach. Sui, somewhat confused, looked down at her clothes and let out a shocked cry. My clothes. Having just been in such an environment, her vision obscured and immersed in the fear of hurry back, she hadn't noticed how much her clothes had changed. Fugaka looked at Sui's panicked expression and gently comforted her. It's okay, we'll have Mikoto take you to bathe later. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto walked out from a nearby room, wearing a gentle smile. Come on, I'll take you to take a bath. Sui nodded obediently, taking Mikoto's hand as they headed toward the bathroom. Ding! Uchiha Mikoto's favorability 40-inch Fugaku gazed at Sui back, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He turned to Namikaze Minato and asked, Are you sure your daughter is really 7 years old? She looks more like 5 to me. Sui's petite frame was indeed far from that of a typical 7-year-old. Minato scratched his head a bit, awkwardly responding. I'm not quite sure either. She says she is 7. Fugaku gave him a helpless glance, inwardly lamenting that his friend was quite clueless, not even knowing his own daughter's age. Sui soaked in the warm bath, feeling the comfort of the hot water, and couldn't help but let out a relaxed sigh. Sui half closed her eyes with only her head above water. The originally clear water was tinged with red from Sui's right hand, as the color spread through the water, resembling a blooming flower. The entire bathroom was filled with thick steam, drifting like a thin veil in the air, making the already cramped space feel even more confined. The steam was mingled with a faint scent of shower gel, exuding a sense of tranquility and relaxation. I'll wash your clothes first, Sui. Can you wear my old clothes for now? Mikoto pushed open the door, and a rush of fresh, cool air swept into the room, starkly contrasting with the heat inside the bathroom. Sui responded with a soft her voice echoing in the steam, carrying a hint of laziness. Mikoto chuckled lightly, placing the clothes on the counter before closing the door and leaving. Her laughter was as crisp as silver bells, leaving a faint resonance in the air. As Sui soaked, she recalled the words on her hand from before. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of irritation revealing itself in her eyes. That person told me not to trust anyone, not even myself. Should I still believe it? Who is that person and why are they doing this? Irritated, Sui stood up from the tub, splashing water everywhere, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. She yanked the towel from the side and vigorously dried herself off as if wanting to wipe away all her worries. After drying off, she picked up the clothes that Mikoto had brought earlier. The top was a light black short-sleeve shirt with the Uchiha family crest patterned like a fan around the neck. The bottom was a pair of gray shorts. Sui held them up against herself, finding them to be somewhat oversized. Why are Mikoto's clothes from childhood so big? Sui looked at her reflection in the mirror, wearing the oversized clothes, feeling a bit ridiculous. Her body appeared even smaller under the garment, resembling a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, as if every action required extreme caution, afraid that the clothes might suddenly slip off. Is it ready? We should head back now. Minato gently knocked on the door, his voice neither loud nor soft, but enough for those inside to hear. After a while, a voice came from inside saying, "Coming." Then came a flurry of hurried footsteps. At that moment, Sui thought to herself that a slightly larger outfit should be fine, and after all, it wouldn't kill her. So she quickly slipped on her shoes and jogged to the bathroom door, yanking it open. Standing outside was none other than Namake's Minato, a hint of apology on his face, leaving Sui feeling quite puzzled. She couldn't understand what was going on with Minato today, why he was behaving so strangely. Just as Sui pondered this, Minato suddenly squatted down to her eye level. His clear and deep eyes focused intently on Sui, as if trying to see through her. "Sui, do you wish for someone who can always protect you?" Minato slowly asked, his tone gentle and kind. Sui was taken aback, completely caught off guard. She blinked, staring blankly at Minato, her heart filled with confusion. What does it mean to want someone to always protect oneself? The question came so suddenly that she was left without a clue. Seeing Sui's bewildered expression, Minato thought she hadn't understood and hurriedly explained again with patience. "You see, Sui, your uncle will eventually have to leave you for various reasons, and I can't always be there by your side to protect you. However, after discussing with Uncle Fugaku, we are looking for someone who can always be by your side and guard you." After saying this, Minato smiled and gently ruffled Sui's hair, his eyes filled with affection. "Why can't you protect me forever, uncle? Do you dislike me now?" As Sui spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. She simply couldn't understand Minato's logic. Did she really want a stranger to protect her? It felt like a joke. Seeing Sui like this, Minato's guilt deepened. Oh, what could a 7-year-old child possibly understand? She would only feel that she was being disobedient, making the adults not want her anymore. Even if the other party was a child who had been on the battlefield and killed people. Ding. Namake's Minato's favorability, 99-inch. No uncle will always like you. Don't you want to know who that person is? Sui genuinely wanted to smash that blonde head open to see what was inside. Who is it? Minato pointed to the side, and Sui turned her head to look. Uchiha Shisui. She was completely stunned. Was he really going to have this person who had a screw loose protect her? What if he went crazy one day and tortured her to death? At this moment, Jishui stood upright in the spacious and bright living room, conversing face to face with Fugaku about certain matters. His face was filled with dissatisfaction, as if a pent-up frustration had no outlet. Just then, a series of crisp and pleasant footsteps echoed, accompanied by a shout that broke the originally tense atmosphere. Jishui abruptly turned his head, and his gaze landed precisely on Sui, standing in front of the water gate. In an instant, Jishui's handsome face flushed, as if ignited by fire, quickly turning a deep red that spread to his ears, resembling a ripe apple that caught the eye. Seeing his reaction, Sui's expression darkened instantly, and she silently pondered, what on earth is this guy up to? Isn't it just having him act as a bodyguard? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? It's truly baffling. Watergate smiled and nodded, saying, exactly, it is Jishui. I thought your relationship was quite good. However, upon hearing this, Sui shot a skeptical glare at Watergate and retorted unhappily, where do you see our relationship being good? That's utter nonsense. Without hesitation, Sui shouted loudly, I absolutely do not want that. I hate him the most. Before she finished, she quickly reached into her pocket for a transfer card, ready to make her escape. Just as she was about to act, Watergate reacted with incredible agility, swiftly grabbing Sui's hand that held the transfer card. I am really sorry, Sui. But for the sake of our Konoha village, I'm afraid we really need to trouble you a bit this time. Watergate firmly held Sui's wrist while sincerely explaining. Feeling the strong grip of Watergate as if held by an iron clamp, Sui couldn't help but curse inwardly, this damn guy, how can he be so strong? It hurt so much. At the same time, she retorted defiantly, don't even think about it. I will never let him protect me. If you force me like this, then I would rather die to show you. Watergate raised his hand and gently tapped her head, speaking in a soft tone, stop trying to scare me. However, in response to Watergate's words, Sui showed no signs of restraint. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and provocatively countered, oh, how can you be so sure I'm trying to scare you? Upon hearing Sui counter, Watergate did not respond immediately. He simply gazed quietly at the woman before him, his bright eyes seeming to penetrate everything. After a moment, Watergate's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, warm like spring breeze, yet laced with an elusive depth. At that moment, Sui couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it. This Watergate is really annoying. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in her mind, host, you could completely hide in the dream space, and it seems you have never been there before. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Sui began to seriously recall. After some thought, she realized that indeed, as the system said, she had never set foot in that mysterious dream space. Although it had been mentioned in the previous summary that the dream space could accommodate humans and would create corresponding scenes based on each person's innermost desires. Thinking of this, Sui fell into contemplation. Should she go in? If she did, she would probably get to see that person. But if she really met her, how should she face it? Would the memories and emotions of the past surge forth like a tide, overwhelming her? Sui hesitated, her heart filled with conflict and struggle. Yet the longing for that person was like a fine thread tightly wrapped around her heart, making it impossible to break free. The intensity of that longing was such that nearly every moment the figure of that person, their voice, smile, and every little moment shared together would flash in her mind. This pain of longing had deeply tormented Sui, leaving her in agony. Watergate noticed that Sui's state was unusual. He slowly released his grip on her wrist and softly asked, "What's wrong?" However, Sui kept her head lowered, as if she dared not meet Watergate's gaze. In a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible, she murmured to him, "Don't come looking for me, because you won't find me at all." Before she finished speaking, a shocking scene occurred. Behind Sui, a tall picture frame suddenly appeared out of thin air. The frame stood there alone, appearing particularly out of place, and what was even more bizarre was that the inside of the frame was a pure blank devoid of any pattern or color. Watergate's heart raced instantly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He instinctively reached out to grab Sui, trying to stop her from any potential dangerous actions. But unexpectedly, Sui's movements were even faster. She suddenly leaned back, swiftly falling backward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Sui completely vanished into that mysterious picture frame. As her body disappeared within the frame, the once clearly visible frame suddenly began to shake violently, like a candle flame blown by a fierce wind. It began to tremble intensely, gradually becoming fuzzy to the naked eye, until it ultimately vanished into nothingness. The sudden change plunged the entire room into an eerie silence, with only the faint sound of the frame disappearing echoing in the air. Hearing this unusual sound, Uchiha Makoto was startled. She didn't bother with anything else and rushed into the room. Upon entering, she anxiously asked what happened. Faced with Uchiha Makoto's concerned inquiry, Watergate furrowed his brow tightly, his face filled with confusion and shock. He stared at the spot where the frame had just been, muttering thoughtfully, "What exactly kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be that Sui created it herself? It's very possible." Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku also wore a solemn expression. He knew well that the difficulty of mastering space-time ninjutsu was extremely high. Even experienced ninjas like them found it challenging to grasp such complex and profound techniques. If everything seen just now was indeed the space-time ninjutsu created by Sui, then the astonishing talent she displayed in ninjutsu was truly beyond imagination. What should we do? Should we send someone to look for her? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Watergate shook his head. No need. If Sui really wants to hide from us, then, as she said, we won't be able to find each other at all. No one here is allowed to speak about Sui having space-time ninjutsu. He left this final remark before turning to leave the Uchiha clan's territory. Sui opened his eyes again, and what met his gaze was a pure white wall as immaculate as snow, seemingly capable of reflecting the soul of a person. He found himself once more lying in the home of his middle school years. Stretching lazily, his movements were natural and fluid, as if he had repeated this action countless times. He walked lightly to the bed in the adjacent room, making not a sound. Reaching out, he embraced the person still deep in slumber on the bed, his actions gentle, as if the person in his arms were a precious treasure. Sui, you're awake. The girl being held turned slightly, half closing her eyes as she returned the embrace. Her voice was like a celestial melody laced with a hint of languor and contentment. Sui felt the heartbeat of the person in his arms, the sound of that heartbeat clear and distinct like the melody of life. However, his expression grew darker, as if a cloud of gloom had settled upon his face. "Chingya," he murmured, his voice tinged with pain and despair. His arms around Chingya gradually tightened, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. Chingya, struggling to breathe, lightly patted his back in an attempt to soothe him. Her hands were as gentle as feathers, yet could not quell the fury raging within Sui. Sui slowly sat up, his gaze turning cold and sharp. His hands slid to Chingya's neck, his slender fingers tightening around her throat like a venomous serpent. Even so, Chingya did not resist, instead submissively exposing her delicate neck. Her eyes brimmed with warmth and affection, as if to tell Sui she was willing to give him everything. Looking at this version of Chingya, a wave of nausea surged in Sui's stomach. He could not bear her false tenderness and affection, perceiving it as an insult and desecration towards him. "You are not Chingya. My Chingya would never show such a disgusting face." His voice was as chilling as ice, piercing to the bone. His grip tightened further, and Chingya's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her lips trembled slightly, yet she could not make a sound. Even as her face turned red from strangulation, Chingya still did not resist. With her last ounce of strength, she managed to whisper, "I love you." Her confession to Sui, the final words she would ever speak. Her voice was like a flickering candle in the wind, weak, yet resolute. Sui's face grew ever paler, his eyes filled with pain and despair. He had been living in this dream space for almost a week, facing such scenes each day, personally killing Qingye day after day. His heart had long since become devoid of waves, filled only with endless pain and guilt. Yet no matter how he killed Qingye, it was of no use. For every Qingye that died, another would appear, like an unbreakable curse. This is so poorly done, utterly disgusting. Sui glared coldly at Qingye, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, his voice brimming with disgust and anger. He raised his hand and unleashed a freeze technique, directly eliminating her. The freeze technique was as swift as lightning, instantly turning Qingye into an ice sculpture. Her body fell rigidly to the ground, her face still wearing that false smile, as if mocking Sui's incompetence and weakness. Watching this scene unfold, Sui's pain intensified. He could only console himself that all of this was merely a nightmare, an eternal nightmare from which he could never awaken. Sui, it's time for school. Another Qingye, appearing from nowhere, gently handed Sui a red scarf. Sui didn't even glance at her, instead grabbing a nearby picture frame and smashing it down forcefully. With a crack, the glass of the frame shattered like fragile spider silk, instantly splintering into pieces. Qingye's head was similarly struck, creating a horrifying blood hole. Blood poured down her face like a flood breaking through a dam, each drop landing on the red scarf in her hand, resembling blooming red flowers. Not dead. A hint of surprise colored Sui's voice. He had thought this blow would end Qingye's life. He tightly grasped a corner of the picture frame, striking it into Qingye's eye socket repeatedly. Each impact was accompanied by her painful moans and the spray of blood. Sui's gaze was cold and resolute. He didn't blink once, as if everything before him was irrelevant. Only when Qingye completely lost her breath did he cease his actions. He slowly stood up, looking at the blood-soaked ground and shattered glass, yet his heart showed no sign of turmoil. Picking up the fallen red scarf, Sui gently tied it around his neck, and then turned to walk out the door. Outside was a boundless darkness, devoid of any light, as if it were a forgotten world. Sui's footsteps echoed clearly in the void. How long has it been in the ninja world? Sui asked, his hands in his pockets, the red scarf that was once around his neck already gone. His voice was unervingly calm in the darkness, as if he had long since grown accustomed to this solitude and silence. The flow of time in the dream space is the same as in the ninja world. Host, you are currently on the top floor of the Hokage building, with the time being 1 a.m. The system's voice echoed in Sui's ear like a ghost. Sui nodded, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if he could penetrate the darkness and see the familiar ninja world. Without hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop, his body gliding through the night sky, like a bird successfully landing on the balcony of the Hokage's office. Even upon sensing Sui's arrival, the working Minato Namikaze made no move. Even as Sui stood silently behind him, he said nothing, simply watching Minato handle the paperwork. I will not stay with Uchiha Shisui, no matter what the relationship is. Upon hearing this, Minato finally paused his pen, which had been writing continuously. Why? There is no reason. Minato sighed. I can't help it. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha is quite poor, and this method is the simplest one available. Then why is it me? Both Mikoto and Kushina are pregnant. Wouldn't it be more convenient and effective to arrange a betrothal for the babies in their bellies? Sui truly could not bear to be with Shisui, especially for the sake of the village's interests. Damn it, he would only serve Qingye in this lifetime. What else? Nothing at all. How do we determine that the children in their bellies are not the same gender? Minato asked. Sui was taken aback. Oh right, both Sasuke and Naruto are boys. But in any case, Minato and Kushina would both die in a few months, so why bother with so much? If those two are of the same sex, I will agree to let Shuemin serve as my close protector. If not, then I'll have them engaged. In any case, once Shuemin was dead, whether Mingren was male or female would be none of my concern. As for asking that Shuemin to guard me, Wolfgang Shuemin is dead. The fourth has stepped down. Would I simply bend to his will on the strength of Fugaku's word? Nonsense. Who did he think he was? Seeing there was room to negotiate, Shuemin immediately nodded in agreement to the proposal. Sui, seeing the matter resolved, no longer wished to linger there. By the way, Uncle Shuemin, am leaving for a while. Before departing, Sui suddenly remembered a plan he had set within the dream space. It mentioned that Shiyu Bai could be exploited as an effective pawn. He decided he might as well go to Wuin and bring him back directly. After all, the Hokage was his father. Hearing this, Shuemin asked curiously, where are you going? To have fun, Sui replied, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Shuemin paid no mind to Sui's manner and set about arranging the necessary paperwork. Within minutes, a stamped letter bearing a red seal was placed in Sui's hand. He nodded in satisfaction and left the Huang building with the paper tucked away. The next morning, Sui dressed and arrived early at Mui's main gate, only to find someone there he had not expected. Uncle Shuemin, are you here to see me off? If so, please go back quickly. Sui's tone was impatient. He did not wish to engage Shuemin in idle chatter. This man was precisely the sort to complicate things. Shuemin, hearing this, scratched his head awkwardly and gave a rueful smile. I just wanted to ask how long you'll be gone. There was concern in Shuemin's voice, his eyes betraying worry for Sui. Sui looked at him and felt a rising irritation in his chest. He furrowed his brow and replied more curtly, tonight. With that, he dismissed Shuemin and strode toward the gate. Shuemin watched Sui's receding figure with a touch of disappointment. He understood that Sui harbored some displeasure over recent events, but his question had come from genuine concern. He sighed helplessly, turned, and walked back toward the Hoying building. Sui quickened his pace, each step measured, as if laden with caution. He kept glancing over his shoulder to ensure the gate guard could no longer see him. Finally, he stopped clutching the two ends of a necklace and whispering, "Seal release." As the words fell from his lips, the necklace seemed to awaken, the ends lengthened until they became a single bird-headed staff. Sui lightly tossed a Kuluo card into the air, then struck it sharply with the bird-headed staff. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself standing on a small island. He looked down at the hard, jagged rocks beneath his feet and felt the ocean's waves battering against them. The sea wind howled, tangling his hair and bringing a cool bite on the air. "Host, you are now at the edge of the Shueiji country. Walk left, and you will reach Wuyin village. Go straight, and you will find the village where Shu Yubai resides. Are you truly going to dig him out now?" The system asked with curiosity, tinged with doubt. "He is only 3 years old, host." Sui lips curled into a sly smile. 3 is perfect, so innocent and unguarded. Let Daitu rend his family apart, let him taste the world's darkness, and then I will rescue him at the last moment. Wouldn't that increase my chance of winning? There was a note of satisfaction in his voice, as if he already saw the pitiable child floundering in despair before him. Finished speaking, Sui set off to the right with a leisurely stride. His face wore a look of schadenfreude, as though he anticipated the coming events with relish. The system was silent for a moment before bursting into effusive praise. "Host, what a mood, what a mastermind." Sui paid the compliment no heed and continued to wander the island, savoring the peace and freedom. Sunlight poured over him, outlining his solitary silhouette and making it strikingly vivid. Not far along his walk, Sui suddenly felt as if countless steel pins were being twisted inside his skull. A wave after wave of agonizing pain struck him, as though his head would split apart. This sudden, unheralded torment was unbearable. He doubled over involuntarily and finally collapsed into a half-kneeling posture on the ground. He clenched his back molars so hard that the grinding sound of his teeth could be heard. As his jaws tightened, a metallic tang, iron as if from fresh blood, spread rapidly through his mouth, filling his nasal passages and throat with a nauseating scent. Just as Sui felt he was about to be felled by the pain and blackout, a strangely familiar voice echoed deep within his mind. "Damn, my hand slipped and I pressed the wrong button. Did I just make him die of agony?" Immediately, the miraculous happened. The tidal, nearly consciousness-consuming agony began to ebb slowly, loosening its grip on him. What on earth is going on? Why didn't I black out this time like before? Just now, I thought I heard a strange voice. Who could that have been? Sui stood bewildered, unable to make sense of the situation. By past experience, such seizures of head pain would inevitably send him into unconsciousness. Yet today the pattern had broken. Could it be that he had already died and become a ghost? The mere thought plunged him into a chasm of despair and bitter reluctance. No, I will not let myself die like this inexplicably. With that conviction, Sui raised his right hand without hesitation and struck himself a fierce slap with all his might. A crisp smack echoed and 5 clear finger marks blossomed across his right cheek, which swelled red visibly in a matter of moments. At the same time, a searing burn crawled over his face, jabbing at his nerves. Yet in that instant, Sui could not contain a surge of joy. He felt pain, in itself proof that he was alive and not some forlorn spirit. As long as he lived, there remained hope. But then, why had the headache so abruptly subsided? Sui sat there pondering for a long while without arriving at an answer. Enough thinking. If my brain could solve it by now, it would have. Better to go find Daitu quickly. He shook his head hard, as if to fling away the chaos of thought. Then he brushed the dust from his trousers, patted the earth from his backside, and rose slowly to his feet. He continued on his way toward Mizuki-bai, and before reaching the village entrance, Sui sensed a familiar chakra response. A smirk appeared on Sui's lips as he raised his hand and shot out thousands of ice sunbon in the direction behind him. "Obito, you arrived just in time." He turned around, his face filled with excitement as he looked at Obito, who was wearing a mask, and made a gesture as if to embrace him. If it weren't for Obito's intangibility, he would have probably been pierced like a hedgehog. "What are you doing in the land of water?" Obito asked with a grim expression, deftly dodging Sui's enthusiastic hug. Sui was not angered by being dodged. On the contrary, he chuckled lightly and responded, "I need you to do me a favor. I want Mizuki-bai." Hearing this, Obito was somewhat perplexed about what Sui was really after. "I need Mizuki-bai for a purpose, so I need you to eliminate his entire family, and then he'll go save him." Why must it be Mizuki-bai? Obito still maintained a vigilant stance towards Sui, being cautious about someone who mentioned names so directly. Seeing Obito's inquiry, Sui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was indeed more cautious, but his mind was still rather simple. "What is my bloodline limit?" "Ice release, which is the unique bloodline limit of the Mizuki clan." He paused slightly, and then continued. "Although my surname is Shindai and not Mizuki, I can also be considered half a member of the Mizuki clan. I've studied the information about that clan, and Mizuki-bai is the most helpful resource for me. Moreover, Mizuki-bai is only 3 years old now, which poses no harm to you, right?" Sui's lips curled into a sly smile once again. Obito fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded, indicating his agreement. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Sui happily retreated back into the dream space. Seeing Sui dive into the suddenly appearing frame, Obito's brows furrowed tightly. Time and space ninjutsu. It's somewhat similar to Kamui. Obito felt that if the two of them clashed it might be somewhat troublesome. After all, time and space ninjutsu is the most bothersome. He shook his head slightly, and then used Kamui, instantly disappearing from his original spot. He arrived at the Water Shadow's office. Obito quietly sat on a chair, slowly closed his eyes, and began to recuperate. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he were contemplating something. What does Sui want Mizuki by for? What does she mean by useful? It can't be just because they belong to the same clan, can it? Obito's heart was filled with doubts. He couldn't help but recall sweet, innocent smile, secretly pondering. No, what use is it for me to overthink this? Sui is just a 7-year-old child. How could she have so many schemes? Obito took a deep breath, stood up, and cast a deep gaze toward the Mizuki clan. A trace of indifference and resolve leaked from his eyes. If there's anyone to blame, it should be Shindai Sui lineage, in merely helping her with a small task. Obito's voice was deep and cold, as if he were a messenger from hell. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a phantom. When he reappeared, Obito was already inside the Mizuki clan. His gaze was cold and merciless, tightly gripping a sharp, long knife. His steps were light and agile, akin to a leopard swiftly weaving through the streets of the village. 1, 2, 3, 10, 25, 36 done. Obito's voice echoed in the silent village, each number accompanied by a mournful scream. Half an hour later, corpses lay strewn about next to Obito, with a thick spray of blood staining the entire village. The air was permeated with a strong smell of blood, causing nausea. Obito wiped the bloody blade on the clothing of a nearby corpse. The blade glinted with a cold light, as if recounting the bloody slaughter that had just occurred. Thanks to his intangibility, his clothes remained untainted and as clean as new. Now only Mizuki Bai was left in the entire village. Obito's gaze slowly scanned the surroundings, his expression calm and unperturbed. He knew that his task was complete, and there was no longer a need for him here. He took a deep breath and took one last look at this once vibrant village. Then without hesitation, he used Kamui, and his figure instantly vanished from this blood-soaked place. At that moment, inside a dilapidated wooden house, Bai stood dazed, as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were hollow, unable to focus, as if the entire world was collapsing before him. If only this were just a nightmare, if all of this were merely an illusory dream. He could no longer speak, only tightly clutching the head of the woman in his arms, who wore a terrified expression. Tears streamed from Bai's eyes like a flood breaking through a dam, desperately falling, as if to pour out the endless pain and sorrow within him. He watched helplessly as the masked figure mercilessly killed his mother, witnessing the brutal slaughter of everyone firsthand. Those bloody scenes were like knives, deeply piercing Bai's soul. Gradually, Bai's body began to tremble slightly, an intense chill radiating from him. The chill grew thicker and colder, as if it aimed to freeze everything around him. Ha, quite interesting. Sui lazily reclined on the sofa, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The system was reporting Bai's situation in real time in her ear. Wasn't this by just a copy of Sasuke? Super interesting indeed. Host, do you want to meet him now? The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind. Sui gently shook her head, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. He's not desperate enough yet. Send someone to pretend to check who hasn't died, then at the critical moment rescue him. The system fell silent for a moment, secretly grumbling, no, how could a host from a good system be so vicious? Oh, turns out it's from our own system. Sui leisurely stepped out of the dream space, and just before she left, she glanced back and casually took the mirror plate into her possession. Currently, Sui had not yet mastered the technique of shadow clone, and the usage of that mirror plate was also quite challenging for him. In contrast, that mirror plate was indeed his most adept item. How about this? You can transform into any appearance you like, but absolutely must not use the form of Aoba. Then go to the nearby village and pretend to finish off a few people, but you must remember, do not harm anyone's life at all. Sui raised her hand and pointed toward the village at the foot of the mountain, simultaneously turning her gaze to the mirror plate that closely resembled her appearance, earnestly warning. The mirror plate obediently nodded, indicating understanding. Then its shape rapidly changed at a visible speed, instantly transforming into the appearance of an ugly man. After completing the transformation, the mirror plate reached out to take the sharp cleaver that Sui handed over, and without a word leaped down the mountain at a swift pace. At this moment, Sui naturally did not remain idle. In an instant, her originally emerald green pupils flashed sharply, and then were replaced by azure eyes as deep as the sea. At this moment, Sui had activated the mysterious 6 eyes, focusing intently, closely monitoring every move of Mizuki Bai, without the slightest relaxation. At this moment, Bai heard a sudden noise from outside, and his previously clear mind was instantly filled with anger. He charged out the door like a furious little beast, locking eyes with Jing Pai. Return my mother. Bai roared in fury, leaving Jing Pai bewildered by the scene. What was happening? So that was the reason Sui called me here. It does this mean I'm being framed? Seeing that the enemy merely glanced at him lightly, Bai was nearly driven mad with anger, gathering all his strength to form a highly unstable ice spike. He brandished the ice spike and charged towards Jing Pai, who instinctively raised her hand as Bai came at her with fierce momentum. She prepared to swing the sharp knife in her hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to this audacious little brat. But just as she was about to strike down with the knife, a phrase suddenly flashed through her mind, one that Sui had especially emphasized. Never kill. Jingpai abruptly had a bold thought. Sui wants to slowly torment the opponent. Got it. The clone immediately lowered the raised knife, and then kicked Bai, who was rushing towards her. Bai was knocked to the ground, and the ice spike he was about to form dissipated. Sui, who was watching from the mountain, was utterly speechless, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Did this clone really understand his intentions? Probably not. Otherwise it wouldn't behave this way. Annoying another fool with a head full of mush. I should have learned shadow clone technique back then. Sui irritably rubbed his forehead, secretly regretting it. His steps quickened and the cold aura around him surged like a tide, gradually becoming tangible. Upon entering the village, his gaze sharpened, and he quickly spotted Bai and the clone not far away. At this moment, Bai was already on the brink of collapse, curled up on the ground, his originally white clothes now tattered and stained with patches of blood. However, Jingpai showed no mercy, continuing to kick him, each kick containing immense power, as if she wanted to completely trample Bai into the dust. Seeing this scene, Sui couldn't help but give Jingpai a thumbs up in his heart. He thought to himself, not bad, I might have misjudged you before, your mind is quite clever. His pace quickened, and the chill emanating from him surged like a tidal wave, slowly solidifying. Seeing that Sui had arrived, Jingpai also slowed her assault on Bai. Who are you? She thought, knowing she should act like a character from a drama, fiercely challenging the strong. Sui merely raised his hand, and a layer of frost rapidly formed on Jingpai, which then gradually transformed into solid ice. In just a few seconds, Jingpai was completely encased in ice. Feeling that Jingpai's foot no longer struck down, Bai curiously opened his eyes to see what was happening. But when he saw the ice escape technique Sui had used, he couldn't help but ask, who are you? Why can you do this? Sui chuckled softly and reached out to the disheveled Bai, but Bai, thinking he was about to be harmed, instinctively shut his eyes and shrank back. 1 second, 2 seconds, the imagined pain didn't come, and Bai found it strange opening his eyes again. He immediately saw Sui's outstretched hand. You aren't here to kill me. No, I just passed by and saw you looking so pitiful, so I wanted to help you. Sui's smile was like the warm sun of spring, comforting and gentle. His eyes revealed a hint of concern, as if to tell Bai that he meant no harm. Is that so? As Bai listened to Sui, the fear in his heart gradually dissipated. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised his hand and grasped Sui's soft hand. That hand was like a warm spring breeze, gently brushing against his palm, bringing him an unprecedented sense of security. Bai used Sui's strength to stand up. His legs felt a bit weak, but with Sui's support he managed to stabilize himself. He looked down at the scars on his body, and a complex emotion surged within him. Ding! Mizuki Bei's affection level is at 80. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? What I just used is my bloodline limit, but as for why I can do it too, I don't know. Hearing the system's prompt, Sui tone unconsciously softened a bit. Bai, surprised by Sui's words, realized he didn't understand anything about what she had just mentioned. Who are you? Seeing that the other party asked for his name, Sui cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Shindu Sugu, the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. I'm just here to play. But what happened to you guys? He spoke plainly, knowing that the other was just a 3-year-old child who would likely believe anything he said, so why waste words? Those people killed my mother. The village I grew up in was destroyed by them. I have no home now. I recalled the sight of his mother dying before him, tears streaming down his face as the soreness in his nose reminded him of his suffering. It's okay, if you want I can be your family. Sui gently hugged the quietly sobbing Bai, her eyes filled with love. Really? Sister Sui? Bai cautiously asked in Sui's embrace. Of course, Sui's voice was firm yet gentle as she softly stroked Bai's hair, her eyes filled with affection. Bai felt Sui's warmth, and the pain in his heart gradually faded. He tightly embraced Sui as if he had found a refuge. In that moment, they truly seemed to become each other's family. Sui heard Bai call her sister, and her mouth twitched. Do I really look that much like a girl? Ding! Mizuki Bei's affection level is at 99. But when Sui heard this wonderful prompt sound, he immediately realized that his plan had succeeded. Aha! A bunch of fools. Just call me Sui. Come on, I'll take you back to Konoha. Sui smiled gently at Bai, extending his left hand, which was fair and slender with fingers slightly curled, indicating Bai to take it. Bai looked at Sui's hand, feeling a bit hesitant. Her gaze lingered on Sui's face for a moment, as if contemplating something. Finally, she gently extended her hand and cautiously took Sui's hand. Sui felt the warmth from Bei's hand, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a satisfied smile. He held Bei's hand and began to walk forward slowly. Their steps were light and steady, as if in this world only they existed for each other. As they walked, Sui's gaze occasionally fell on Bai. He noticed that Bei's long hair flowed smoothly like silk, gently swaying in the breeze. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her jade-like face was adorned with a pair of bright, large eyes that revealed a sense of innocence and kindness. Sui couldn't help but complain in his heart, isn't this just a girl? System claimed the reward. Sui silently muttered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the soul gem ability Uncertain. Please decide for yourself. The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind. Sui recalled that he seemed to have seen an introduction about the soul gem. But isn't that thing at the cost of a soul? He didn't want to become a zombie. The system seemed to have guessed the host's thoughts and quickly explained, this has no side effects, so you don't have to worry about becoming a witch. It's powered by chakra. Hearing this, Sui finally grasped the concept of this brand new soul gem. He breathed a sigh of relief as his worries gradually dissipated. Will I change when I use it? Sui still felt a bit uneasy. He didn't want to turn into something strange while using the soul gem. No, please rest assured, host. The system's response relieved Sui considerably. Sui sighed slightly. Thankfully, he was just a pseudo-girl, not a real boy-girl. He did not want to lose his gender because of using the soul gem. With the factors of concern resolved, Sui began to fall into deep thought, pondering the wish he was about to make. My wishes. Absolute control over time. He was filled with boundless confidence in this ability. Through previous attempts, Sui had gradually comprehended the methods to utilize and articulate the concept of such a powerful ability. It was simply clear and concise. On the surface, this ability was merely to control time, seeming unremarkable and even somewhat insignificant. However, the meaning behind absolute control over time was far from simple. It meant that Sui could accelerate time, it will reverse it, or even pause it. For instance, if he were to receive a cut on his hand, he could precisely locate the point of injury. Then by reversing time, he could restore the wound to its pre-injury state or simply freeze it. In this way, as long as Sui continuously changed the target of the injury, he would be nearly invincible, potentially realizing the dream of immortality. Alright, the function of the soul gem has been confirmed and is now stored in the host's kaleidoscope space. The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind. Sui suddenly recalled a question that had been troubling him, and so he asked, System, I have always wondered why no one feels fear or confusion about their own ears. The system seemed unprepared for such an inquiry from Sui, pausing for a few seconds before responding. Returning to the host, it is a special effect of the fox ears. Anyone who sees the ears will naturally perceive them as normal, akin to a form of hypnosis. Sui nodded, thoughtfully understanding, and ceased further conversation with the system. Then he took Bei's small hand and softly said, You might feel a bit uncomfortable later, please bear with it. Though Bai did not understand what discomfort could arise from the journey, he nodded obediently. Seeing this, Sui pulled out a transfer card from his pocket and struck it forcefully. Instantly, the familiar white light surged forth, and an uncomfortable sensation akin to motion sickness flooded his mind. Sui gritted his teeth tightly, striving to resist this discomfort while firmly holding Bei's hand, providing him with strength and comfort. By the time the discomfort faded, they had landed once again. They found themselves on the rooftop of the Hokage building, and Sui couldn't help but wonder why they always returned here when visiting Konoha. He didn't have time to dwell on these peculiarities, and pulling Bai along, jumped down, landing precisely on the balcony of the Hokage's office. Namake's Minato seemed to have sensed their arrival as he turned his head just in time to see Sui landing on his balcony. Fortunately, he wasn't wearing a skirt today, or else. Sui noticed the excessively intense gaze from Namake's Minato as he looked up. What does he mean by that? Doesn't he worry about his eyes getting dry? Sui internally complained, and just as he intended to enter the office, he felt a hard, yet soft sensation underfoot. Looking down, he saw a toppled vase with black soft mud mixed with green grass strewn everywhere. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Uncle Minato, I'll accompany you later. I have something important to tell you now. Sui laid a thin layer of ice over his shoes, which were now muddied to prevent dirtying the clean floor. Seeing Sui's carefree demeanor, Namake's Minato could only sigh helplessly. He waved his hand and said, It's fine, I'll clean it up later. You go ahead and tell me that important matter. Upon hearing this, Sui's lips curled into a cunning smile as he shifted aside to reveal the bewildered Mizuno-yuki Bai behind him. He walked slowly to Mizuno-yuki Bai's side and placed his hands on the other's shoulders. The Mizuno-yuki clan was exterminated by the upper echelon of the Hidden Mist. When I went to rescue, he was the only one left, named Mizuno-yuki Bai, 3 years old with awakened ice release. He is my adopted son. Sui's tone was calm as water, yet the impact it carried was for Namake's Minato no less than the destruction of Konoha. Especially the last phrase, my adopted son, struck like a thunderclap, nearly shattering Namake's Minato's thoughts. You mean to say you brought the last bloodline of the Mizuno-yuki clan to Konoha? Namake's Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Sui nodded. Namake's Minato furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. His gaze shifted back and forth between Sui and Bai, trying to find answers in their expressions. Fearing that the other might disagree, Sui hurriedly added, He can't possibly be a spy because he is only 3 years old and he lives with me. I am looking after Bai. Living with you. Doesn't that mean he lives with us? Namake's Minato's tone was laced with confusion. Yes. Isn't that safer? Sui cheerfully retorted, her smile radiant like the sun warming the heart. Namake's Minato pondered for a long while, but ultimately agreed to Sui's proposal. However, he remained quite puzzled about Bai's identity. Can you tell Uncle why you want Bai to be your adopted son? Namake's Minato's voice was low and gentle. Upon hearing Namake's Minato's question, Sui revealed a sunny smile, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Because Bai said he has no family, so I came to be his family. Everyone says I am Uncle's adopted daughter, and Uncle is my family. Since I am Bai's family, doesn't that make him my adopted son? Her words were filled with sincerity and kindness, evoking a sense of emotion within anyone who heard. Upon hearing this answer, Namake's Minato's expression turned astonished. He hadn't anticipated such a simple reason. He looked at Sui, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes, realizing that this girl possessed such a pure heart. Ding! Namake's Minato's affection level is 99. 1 inch. Meanwhile, Bai, who had been standing behind Sui, lowered his head, even further tears welling in his eyes. Ding! Mizuno Yuki Bei's affection level is 99. 9-inch. Sui was not surprised by Bei's rise in affection. After all, a child who had just lost love would naturally feel this way upon experiencing love again. The two left the Hokage building and returned home. Sui first took several sets of new clothes from the guest room and placed them in his wardrobe, then began rummaging through the bookshelves. His movements were light and practiced as if he had done this hundreds of times before. Bai quietly sat on a chair nearby, his gaze never leaving Sui. He watched Sui's busy figure filled with emotion and happiness. Found it. Sui pulled a book from the very bottom of the bookshelf. The book's cover was quite simple with the words Ice Release embossed on a light blue background, and this design added a touch of elegance. He handed the book to Bai, explaining as the latter looked on in confusion. This is the cultivation method for ice release. Since you have ice release like me, you should learn it as well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. At that moment, Joshinai entered the room with a plate of fruits, shaking her head disapprovingly. Sui, what you're doing is wrong. Not everyone has the same talent as you. Ordinary people must start from the basics. However, I doubt you will teach anything. Hearing Joshinai's words, Sui was confused and retorted, "Why do you say that?" Joshinai placed the fruit plate on the desk and, crossing her arms, asked, "So tell me, have you finished your lessons at the Ninja Academy? Have you completed the foundational knowledge?" Upon hearing this series of questions, Sui was immediately silenced. Indeed, it seemed he had only attended school for 2 days, and he realized he had not finished the knowledge from the academy. Joshinai looked at Sui's adorable expression of defeat and couldn't help but laugh, her laughter ringing clear and sweet, echoing like silver bells in the air. "Ha, this is the first time I've seen you like this. Don't worry, go have fun. I'll take care of teaching little Mizuki for you." She gently patted the heads of Bai and Sui, then took Bei's small hand and slowly walked out of the room. Just before closing the door, she seemed to glance back at Sui, her eyes filled with affection. The room fell back into its usual quietness, as if time had stopped here. If it weren't for the traces of life left behind, such as slippers placed by the bed and an unfinished cup of water on the table, one could hardly tell that someone had lived here. Sui slowly lay down on the soft bed, holding an oval-shaped gem ornament in his hand. The gem resembled a brilliant pearl, emitting a faint glow like the brightest star in the night sky. Indeed, that was Sui's soul gem. He had just tested the gem's ability, and as he had anticipated, as long as he continually changed the object of force, he would be invincible. Sui played with the exquisitely crafted gem, feeling its smoothness and warmth. However, after a while he found it utterly boring, as if the gem could no longer bring him any more surprises. After tossing it back into the dream space, Sui's gaze caught sight of the medicine he had bought earlier on the table. The pills lay quietly there. Suddenly Sui recalled that he hadn't taken any medicine in a long time. He picked up the bottle, poured a handful into his hand, and swallowed them without hesitation. The taste of the pills was just as bitter and uninteresting as before, making him frown involuntarily. After taking the medicine, Sui soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He yawned, stretched, then changed into his pajamas, and like a well-behaved little cat lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. 3 months later, at 8 o'clock in the morning on the day Joshinai was to give birth, the alarm clock rang on time. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it would pierce through one's eardrum. Sui, with his head covered by the blanket, irritably grabbed the alarm clock and hurled it at the wall. With a bang, the alarm clock was instantly smashed to bits, its parts scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Sui, who caused all this chaos, was leisurely dressing, a smug smile on his face. Today is a good day. My nine-tailed brother is about to be born." He hummed softly, his voice filled with anticipation and joy. A grin appeared on his face, brighter than before. The Nine-Tails incident would erupt tonight, and the main story would soon begin. As Joshinai's pregnancy progressed, she could no longer stay at home and had moved to the hospital for rest. And the love-struck Minato every day eagerly ran to the hospital. So now in this home, only Sui and Mizuki Bai were left. Every morning Sui would cook for himself, but he didn't know how. He had never cooked a meal in his life. Even the simplest scrambled eggs and boiled rice were things he couldn't manage. Those were always prepared by Chinya long before. There was no choice. To prevent Sui, who was half disabled, from starving the 3-year-old Mizuki, Bai had to force himself to learn how to make breakfast. But because he was too young, the only breakfast he could manage was rice balls. After they finished eating, Mizuki Bai conscientiously stayed home to cultivate, while Sui wanted to see his adoptive mother for the last time. If he didn't see her this time, their next meeting would be when she had passed away. Upon arriving at the hospital, the strong smell of disinfectant immediately assaulted Sui's nose. After learning from the nurse about Joshinai's hospital room, Sui hurried over. Pushing open the door, the quiet and tidy room contained only Minato and Joshinai on the hospital bed. Sui naturally replaced the withering roses on the bedside table with the daisies he had brought. "Sui, what name do you want to give your brother or sister?" Although it was already decided, Minato still wanted to hear Sui's ideas. He handed Sui a piece of paper filled with many names. There were names like dried bamboo shoots, noodle soup, and screw. Sui could tell that screw was Minato's idea, only he could come up with such an unappealing name. Suddenly Sui had a fresh idea. He took the paper and pen, quickly writing down his thoughts. After waiting for Minato to finish, he looked over. "Ashura, isn't that the son of the 6 Paths sage from the legends? Is Sui hoping for a brother or sister who is kind and strong?" What a wonderful blessing. Sui certainly wouldn't mention that Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura. Since Minato had already provided a reason, he could only go along with it. He nodded with a smile. That's a great name, I'm sure they will like it. Joshinai gently caressed her bulging belly, her eyes filled with love for this newborn. Watching this warm scene, Sui instinctively clenched his hands together. Why did he feel a bit jealous? How could he feel this way? It must be a misunderstanding, right? It must be right. System, what is the affection level Joshinai has for Naruto? Returning to the host 100 full. Sui was stunned. He had done so many good deeds, even going against his own nature, just to play the role of a good child. And now you tell me I'm not even as good as an unborn child. Sweetheart immediately felt unbalanced. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he might harm Naruto. I need to leave first. I promised to teach by ninjutsu today. Alright, I've placed the money in your desk drawer, Minato replied. Sui opened the door and hurriedly made his way home. Back home, he walked straight to Mizuki, by who was training, grabbing his shoulders and asking, will you always love me? Will you always stand by my side? I felt the immense pressure on his shoulders and knew that Sui was having another episode. Yes, I will always be there for you. As he spoke, he took out a pill bottle he had been carrying and poured 2 white pills into Sui's mouth. Sui felt a bitter taste spreading in his mouth, and he paused for a moment before quickly reacting. I'm not having an episode. Oh, I don't need to take medicine, and I just took some yesterday. He spat out the bitter pills from his mouth, disgustedly stamping on them. I remained silent for a moment before continuing his training. By the way, you shouldn't go out tonight. Oh, just stay home. Sui said. He didn't want Bai to get involved in this incident. More importantly, he didn't want Bai to know about Naruto's background. He didn't want the plot to change too much because of him. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Sui was happily enjoying ramen at a restaurant. It must be said that he truly disliked eating such things. One could say that most of the food in Naruto never satisfied him. However, the excitement of what was about to happen made Sui indifferent to the taste of the ramen. If one could not love Sui 100, then they might as well die, or if you do not love me, then don't love anyone else. Otherwise, he would be jealous. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Sui began to stroll along the streets of Konoha. People around would usually greet Sui not only because he was the daughter of the Fourth Hokage, but also due to the perfect persona he had desperately built. The night in Konoha was bustling. The entire village was enveloped in a layer of light, with everyone going about their business, completely unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Oh, giving birth really hurts. A piercing scream cut through the night sky, waking the birds that had been lost in sweet dreams. They flapped their wings and fled in a panic. Inside a cave protected by a powerful barrier, Kushina was tormented by intense pain. Her face contorted, and her screams seemed to want to break through the hard stone walls. The Umbu guarding outside the barrier frowned upon hearing the loud noise, letting out a helpless sigh. He silently lamented as the wife of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Bawako, had already told Kushina not to scream so loudly. Beside Kushina, Minato was worried, having never seen her in such agony. He tightly grasped Kushina's hand, drenched in cold sweat, trying to provide her with strength and comfort through this gesture. However, he also knew clearly that he could do nothing at this moment. He could only silently pray for Naruto to come out quickly so that his mother wouldn't suffer too much. Minato's eyes revealed endless anxiety as he fixed his gaze on Kushina, seemingly wanting to transfer his power to her. His grip unconsciously tightened, hoping it would make time pass more quickly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cave, a shadowy figure appeared abruptly outside the barrier. His presence was ghostly, appearing silently and instilling fear. The Umbu guarding the entrance immediately became alert, their eyes widening as they focused on the mysterious shadow. They could sense the powerful aura emanating from him. Without a doubt, this was the power of space-time ninjutsu. Who are you? Ugh. Before the Umbu could finish speaking, he felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. His head instantly separated from his body, falling to the ground. The head, which had been wearing a mask, now revealed a terrified expression as the mask slipped off. With a squish, the black-clad figure mercilessly stomped on the head, splattering white brain matter and red blood everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. The figure in the black cloak moved as if unimpeded, effortlessly passing through the barrier, heading straight for the delivery room. It's coming. Sarutobi Bawako exclaimed joyfully, her voice filled with happiness and anticipation. Kushina, push harder. As Biwako's words fell, a loud cry resonated from her arms. This cry was like celestial music echoing throughout the cave, announcing the birth of a new life to the world. Biwako quickly swaddled the baby and then approached the sweaty Kushina. Minato, who was about to reach out to hold Naruto, was sternly reprimanded by Bawako. No, mother should hold him first. Upon hearing this from Bawako, Minato withdrew his hand, watching helplessly as Naruto was taken away. Since he couldn't go see Naruto, Minato couldn't just stand by idly. Although he wanted to check on Kushina's condition, he couldn't afford to loosen his grip on the sealing technique. Suddenly, a chilling scream emanated from Biwako's direction, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Minato looked up to see a figure cloaked in black, wearing an orange tiger-striped mask, cradling Naruto. Naruto. Despite Kushina being incredibly weak at this point, the sight of her newborn child in danger made her scream uncontrollably. Fourth Hokage, please immediately move away from the Jinchuriki, or else. Obito's words had barely left his mouth when he threw Naruto into the air while simultaneously launching a kunai towards where the child was about to fall. He himself dashed towards the Jinchuriki. Hurry! Minato saved Naruto. Kushina desperately clutched Minato's hand, still reinforced on the seal, her eyes filled with fear and despair as she pleaded, Minato, save our child. At this moment, Minato's heart was like being gnawed by countless ants, torn between his childhood sweetheart, whom he loved deeply, and his newly born child, whom he cherished immensely. His hand trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Hurry! Kushina suddenly pushed Minato while she was taken away by Obito using Kimui. A look of determination flashed in Minato's eyes. He knew he could no longer hesitate. He tightly embraced the swaddled Naruto, feeling the faint breath of life, which was his last hope. Then Minato's figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing in the open space outside his home. His breath was rapid, his heart pounding like a drum. Seeing Naruto safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly a sizzling sound came from underneath the cloth wrapped around Naruto, accompanied by flickering lights. Minato's heartbeat instantly quickened, his gaze fixated on the cloth. He quickly turned it over and saw several explosive tags attached to Naruto's back, the flashing light seeming to mock his helplessness. What? Minato's face turned pale. Without a moment to think, he yanked the cloth off and tossed it aside. His movements were swift as the wind, as if racing against time. Next, he used the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly returning to his room. That previous action had been fraught with danger. Had he been even a moment slower, both Naruto and he would have faced dire consequences. Minato's forehead once again broke out in a fine sweat, his eyes filled with fear. After carefully placing the sleeping Naruto on the bed, Minato donned the Hokage cloak that symbolized his status, standing tall like an indomitable mountain. However, his heart was filled with worry and unease. At that moment, Obito had successfully captured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, hanging him on an iron chain, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Kushina was undergoing a shocking transformation. Her eyes turned white, devoid of life, her mouth opened wide, as if she were moaning in agony. A black semicircular substance protruded from the position of her navel, radiating an eerie glow that sent chills down one's spine. A layer of dark red chakra enveloped Kushina, the chakra flickering like flames constantly surging. She was still expelling that red substance from her mouth. This substance seemed to surge forth from the depths of her soul, filled with endless pain and despair. Obito approached Kushina, extending his hand to tug at the black sphere on her belly. His movements were rough and merciless, as if he were manipulating a lifeless object. With a violent yank, the Nine-Tails was directly pulled out from the seal. The Nine-Tails' massive form burned like flames, and the breath it exhaled seemed capable of devouring the entire world. Before the Nine-Tails could rejoice, Obito controlled it with his Sharingan. The original red vertical pupils transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. At this moment, Uchiha Obito also used his Kimui to vanish along with the Nine-Tails, leaving the now useless Kushina lying alone on the ground. Thanks to the chakra and vitality of the Uzumaki clan, she could still hold on for a while. When Obito reappeared, he was already at the center of Konoha. He formed hand seals high, Suyu, Shunwei. As Obito pressed his hand down on the grass, 3 lines composed of strange black runes nearly 5 meters long swiftly stretched out, connecting with several circles of runes. Unlike ordinary summoning beast formations, the one Obito cast was hundreds of times larger than usual. With a loud bang, a fox entirely red and towering 100 feet tall, with sharp claws, appeared in the center of the black rune array. Surrounding the fox were many wisps of white smoke, and behind it 9 restless massive tails swayed back and forth. This was the Nine-Tails, the most powerful of all tailed beasts. The appearance of the Nine-Tails caused quite a commotion, with screams and fear echoing throughout Konoha. Sway naturally noticed the situation over there. It was impossible not to. Many people fled in terror, some even bumping into Sway, nearly knocking him to the ground. TSK. A bunch of annoying insects. Sway disdainfully brushed off the clothes that had been touched by those people, fearing they would dirty him. At the same time, he understood. The chaos of the Nine-Tails had officially begun. Sway formed a cross seal and loudly shouted multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of popping sounds, hundreds of identical figures of Sway appeared around him. They needed not speak. A single glance was enough to convey their intentions. Save. As the original Sway whispered, the shadow clones immediately scattered. At the same time, on another side, Minato Namikaze, preparing to rescue Uzumaki Kushina, encountered Uchiha Obito. The Sharingan hasn't triggered the Konoha barrier alarm, so it must be a rogue ninja from Konoha. So, you are Uchiha Madara, right? Minato asked seriously, having never heard of this strange enemy before, especially given the troublesome space-time ninjutsu in the opponent's hands. Who knows? Upon hearing what his former teacher said, Obito momentarily froze, then let out a cold laugh. Even my former teacher cannot recognize me. Meanwhile, Sway was surrounded by countless cries and screams filling the bloodied village. The power of the Nine-Tails was too great, nearly no one could stand against it. I must delay for Minato's return. I have no choice but to act. So annoying. Sway muttered, the cold energy in his hands rapidly swirling. With a whooshing sound, dozens of thick ice spikes suddenly shot out around the Nine-Tails. They did not injure the Nine-Tails' vital areas, but formed a cage to trap it securely. The hard ice spikes pierced into the Nine-Tails' skin, yet no blood emerged from the wounds, as it was merely a mass of chakra. However, if that was all, it would be impossible to control the powerful Nine-Tails. With a casual sweep of its tail, the ice spikes shattered entirely. Fearing collateral damage, Sui quickly retracted the chakra within. I can't reveal too much strength, otherwise it might raise suspicion. Watching the Nine Tails effortlessly break free from his attack, Sui felt a wave of frustration. He couldn't fight with all his might. If those old geezers saw him hiding his strength, they would likely grow suspicious. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Sui quickly formed seals, channeling chakra into his palms. He felt as if his hands were about to lose all sensation from the ice. As Sui forcefully pressed his hands down, a tremendous sound erupted from the ground, and ice walls shot up from all sides instantly, surrounding the Nine Tails. Sui did not believe that the Nine Tails could not break through this technique. After all, it was merely a basic ice release technique lacking significant defensive power. In truth, this technique was merely a diversion. What he truly aimed to do was absorb some tailed beast chakra for research, while the Nine Tails was off guard. Suddenly, Sui sensed a powerful surge of chakra that was continuously compressing and condensing. He naturally understood the situation. This was the ultimate move of a tailed beast, the tailed beast bomb. Sui had not anticipated that the Nine Tails would use the tailed beast bomb so quickly. This move completely shattered the plans he had set up before. This is bad. If this attack lands, Konoha will be practically finished. Sui thought, grimly hesitating before finally pulling out that card. Unnamed. Seal release. He raised the bird-headed staff and struck down hard above the unnamed card, and the familiar white light flashed once more. It was still that lifeless girl. Her eyes were devoid of surprise or emotion, as if she could not integrate into anything. Sui pointed towards the increasingly large dark purple-tailed beast bomb and said to Unnamed, "Make it disappear." Unnamed lightly nodded, and with a bend of her finger, the tailed beast bomb that was about to take shape vanished in a most peculiar manner. Not only was the Nine Tails stunned, but even the third Hokage and the surrounding jonin who rushed to help were equally shocked. What kind of ability was that? At that moment, the only thing echoing in their minds was that single line. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing existed in this world. Roar. The Nine Tails let out a loud roar and once again began to gather the tailed beast bomb, but no matter how hard it tried, Unnamed speed was always a step ahead in erasing the tailed beast bomb. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally recovered from his shock, gazing at Sui's silhouette with satisfaction. Could it be that Sui could now face a tailed beast on his own? Ding! Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorability increased to 90. Just as Sui could only sneak behind the Nine Tails to steal chakra, a black rod suddenly appeared and knocked the Nine Tails out of the center of Konoha. Sui was stunned, turning to see Hiruzen Sarutobi wielding the staff, transformed from the Monkey King. "Damn you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What did I do to you for you to treat me like this? One day I'll cut you in half." Sui cursed inwardly, but externally he showed no signs of anger. "It seems Obito has been dealt with by Minato. I don't need to be here for now. Time to go earn some favor with Minato." Sui glanced sideways at Hiruzen Sarutobi, created a shadow clone, and immediately headed toward Obito's location. At the same time, after dealing with the obstruction, Minato quickly set off to the front lines to rescue Kushina and the village. At that moment, Obito was leaning against a tree, his back already torn by a Rasengan. The flesh on his back was also becoming a bloody mess. He looked quite disheveled. Suddenly, a massive picture frame appeared in front of him, and Sui figure gradually walked out from within. "What do you want? Shouldn't you be at home right now?" Obito asked. He did not look up or even glance at the other. He clearly knew that given his current condition, even a dog could kill him. With such a one-sided situation, he had lost all desire to resist. Even if Sui betrayed him now, it would make no difference. Sui crossed his arms, watching the utterly disheveled man before him with amusement. Right now, Obito resembled a stray dog that had lost a fight. He needed not do anything, just wait, and the other would die on his own. "It seems you misunderstood something. I have always been on your side, in existence that will never betray you. Lord Madara, I will always be yours." "What do you mean?" Obito slightly raised his head, looking at Sui with confusion. Sui did not explain. He simply removed the mask from Obito's face and gently cradled his somewhat youthful face with both hands. "Do you really not hate me at all?" Obito offered no resistance, merely asking softly. Sui half closed his eyes and replied, "I told you I have no family. If I had to say one, it would only be you, my dear Lord Madara." Obito did not speak further, but the system prompt in Sui's ear revealed his current feelings. Ding! Uchiha Obito's favorability increased to 99. 9-inch. Sui let out a light laugh, releasing the hand that held onto Obito's dirt-stained face, and then gently placed her hand on his back. A faint white light illuminated, and the wound on Obito's back began to heal at an astonishing speed. Obito was not surprised. He had long known this from the intelligence provided by White Zetsu. It seemed that Sui possessed a bloodline limit similar to the sage techniques, and now it appeared to be true. A few minutes later, Obito's injuries had completely healed. "All right, since you are healed, I should be heading back." Sui picked up the mask she had previously torn off and placed it back on Obito's face. She then used the dream space to leave. Obito remained silent, quietly watching her depart. Sui estimated that at this moment Minato Namikaze was likely beginning the Reaper death seal, so she quickened her pace. He ultimately hid behind a tree, and ahead was an open area where the Nine Tails was firmly restrained by the diamond, unable to move an inch. The Nine Tails' massive body shimmered with an eerie glow in the sunlight. Its nine tails danced like flames, exuding a suffocating aura. At that moment, one of the nine tails' claws had already pierced through the bodies of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Bright red blood flowed down their bodies, forming a shocking pool of blood on the ground. Sui felt that the timing was right, so she hurriedly stepped out from behind the tree, her steps unsteady, exerting all her strength with each movement. Stumbling towards Minato and Kushina, who were skewered by the nine tails, tears streamed down her face like a breached dam. Her vision blurred with tears, making the world before her unclear, as if everything was drifting away from her. Why? Sui fell to the ground, gripping the ground tightly, as tears flowed uncontrollably. Her voice was filled with despair and pain. Sui, I'm sorry, I can't continue to watch you grow up. Minato's gentle gaze rested on Sui, his eyes revealing a deep pain like a sharp blade that pierced deeply into Sui's soul. His voice was low and hoarse, each word laden with endless regret. Why must you leave me all alone? Wasn't it supposed to be a promise? Sui's voice was so low it was almost inaudible, as if her soul had been extracted, leaving behind only an empty shell. However, Minato and Kushina heard her words clearly, their eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. I'm sorry. We do not seek your forgiveness, we only hope that you can take good care of Naruto. We will always love you. This time, it was Kushina speaking, her voice as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, yet firm as steel. She longed to touch Sui's soft cheek, but she was simply too exhausted and in too much pain, lacking even the strength to raise her hand. We will always love you. This sentence echoed in the air like a final farewell, lingering for a long time. Ding. Minato Namikaze's affection level is at 100. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? Ding. Kushina Uzumaki's affection level is at 100. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Would you like to open it? Hearing the system's prompt, Sui's lips nearly couldn't hold back a smile. He knew that this was his parents' final wish for her, as well as their profound love. But he did not need such fickle affection at all. All right, I will. But can you not leave me? Sui pleaded, clutching the hem of Minato's clothes, her voice filled with grievance and entreaty. Despair flickered in his eyes, and at that moment his entire world seemed to collapse. Just then the third Hokage arrived with his team, and upon arrival, he saw Sui kneeling before the two. Naruto, don't be picky with food. Eat more, grow up quickly. Every day. Remember to bathe on time. Soak in warm water. And don't stay up late. Ensure a good sleep. Also remember to make friends. You don't need many friends. Just a few trustworthy ones will suffice. And, although I am not very good at this, you must study hard in your studies and ninjutsu. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, so don't be too disheartened if you encounter difficulties in learning. Respect your teachers and seniors at school. You must listen to your sister. If you don't understand something, you can ask your sister. Your sister is a genius. And there's one more important thing regarding the 3 prohibitions for ninjas, especially the borrowing of money. You must be cautious and save the income from missions well. You must wait until you're 20 to drink alcohol. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health, so remember to be mindful of moderation. And a key issue regarding the 3 prohibitions is women. You as a woman, I don't quite understand, but in short, there are only men and women in this world. Although you may be interested in women, be sure not to be bewitched by strange women. Seek out women like your mother, and speaking of the 3 prohibitions, you need to be cautious of Jiraiya Sensei. Naruto, you will encounter much pain and suffering ahead, but you must steadfastly maintain your self-identity and hold on to your dreams with the confidence to realize them. And, there are actually many more things I want to teach you, and I want to always be by your side. I love you. Listening to Kushina's heartfelt words, Sui's internal balance became increasingly unstable. Kushina could no longer hold on, and Minato began sealing the 9 tails with the newly born Naruto, becoming the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Minato then went to the Shinigami's belly with the 9 tails. Kushina passed away, and Sui fell into a coma. When Sui awoke again, she found herself in a hospital. The pungent smell of disinfectant was particularly strong. System claimed the reward. The only thing Sui still cared about before she lost consciousness was the system's reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining no self. Its function is to eliminate all of one's emotions, entering a completely rational state, while also treating the host's mania. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining magic knife 1000 blades. Can it treat my mania? Sui was quite surprised knowing that her mania was unlike ordinary mania. Sui's condition caused her to not only have a bad temper, but also suffer from occasional headaches, which was quite strange. Just then the door was pushed open from the outside, and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. Sui did not look up to see him, either out of annoyance or simply indifference. Sui, you. Sarutobi's face was grim as he pulled over a chair and sat by Sui's bedside. Where's Ashura? Ashura? You mean Naruto? Don't worry, I will take care of you both for now. Sarutobi was puzzled by Sui's mention of Ashura, but quickly deduced the person's identity. Sui was not actually concerned about who would raise Naruto and herself, who she merely asked out of instinct. Now that Minato Namikaze is dead, the memory disappearance technique he set up has shown no signs of impact. This troubled Sui greatly, as he had previously inquired about that question through Minato with the Great Toad Sage. However, the Toad's answer left Sui somewhat perplexed. The memories you have lost, as long as you find them, you will see everything clearly, but at the same time you will lose everything. What does that mean? Sui was confused. He knew what memories he had lost. Wasn't it just that incident in Lulan? I need to make a trip to Lulan. I hope the third Hokage agrees. Sui finally lifted his head. There was no emotion in his eyes, deep as the Dead Sea. What are you going to Lulan for? Sarutobi Hiruzen was unusually worried about Sui's state, but was even more curious about what he intended to do in Lulan. Sui did not hear the answer. He wanted his expression slightly despondent. He lowered his head again and asked in a muffled voice, what about Bai? Will you raise him too? Sarutobi responded, yes. Do you want to see him? Sui shook his head. Please go back. Third Hokage, I need to sleep now. Saying this, Sui lay back down. Sarutobi sighed helplessly, and as he reached the door, took one last deep look at Sui. Once Sarutobi left, Sui immediately jumped out of bed. According to the old toad, I should go to Lulan now. Thinking this, the frame behind him reappeared, and he moved back, completely immersing himself within the frame. Returning to Lulan once more, Sui felt a sense of strangeness. Although he had been here before, everything felt unfamiliar. He formed seals with his hands, and dozens of shadow clones appeared standing beside Sui. Go find information about me. With Sui command, the shadow clones dispersed. In no time, the memories from the shadow clones appeared in Sui mind, memories he had never experienced. This was the characteristic of shadow clones. Once the clones disappeared, all the experiences would return to the original body. Based on the memories of the clones, Sui soon arrived at a dark alley. He began to search around, ultimately discovering only a bottle of blood, the blood inside long since congealed. System, whose blood is this? Sui sniffed the blood in the bottle only to detect a foul smell, and finally inquired within his mind. Returning to the host, after testing, this blood in the bottle belongs to you, host. Sui, why would I bleed into this bottle? Am I writing something? But what would I write? Where's the paper to write on? Sui was even more confused, and suddenly thought of a guess. Could it be in the dream space? He smashed the bottle, and turned back to rummage through the dream space. What is this? Sui picked up a note from under the table, and began to read the words on it carefully. 1. I will defect early, probably several months ahead of schedule. 2. I will join the Akatsuki organization. 3. I will inexplicably lose my memory, but will recover before defecting. 4. I will fall into a coma approximately a year later, and will wake up 15 years after that. What the hell did I write this? Sui's eyes widened, a face full of disbelief. He stared intently at the paper in his hand. The content was simply outrageous. He could not help but fall into deep thought. How could his former self possibly know all this? Could it be that his future self traveled through time to inform his past self? No, this is absolutely impossible. The probability is even lower than hatching a dinosaur from an egg. It seems I can only return to the past. Sui slowly turned his head, his gaze directed at the tall tower in the center of Lulan. His eyes were firm and resolute, as if he had made an important decision. After determining his course of action, he set off without hesitation. Before long, Sui arrived once more at the front of the palace. He stood quietly there, gazing up at the magnificent palace before him. The walls of the palace sparkled with dazzling light, as if embedded with countless precious gems. The tiles on the roof shimmered under the sunlight, resembling golden scales. Sui couldn't help but exclaim, even though they are not ninjas, they can build such beautiful structures. His voice was filled with admiration and astonishment. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings of the palace. He saw many guards standing in neat rows, their postures upright, expressions serious, resembling unassailable fortresses. Sui did not want to alert the guards. He decided to use the dream space to transport directly to a strange room. Upon entering the room, Sui took out a lamp, and countless shining lights instantly illuminated the dark surroundings. His gaze was as swift as lightning, and he was immediately drawn to a kunai on a stone platform. He cautiously stepped closer, carefully observing the kunai. Sui discovered that this was indeed the flying thunder god kunai of Minato Namikaze. The blade of the kunai glimmered with a cold light, as if recounting the countless battles it had experienced. Since Minato had set up this kunai, it indirectly indicated that this item was most likely the dragon vein seal, right? Sui's eyes lit up as he quickly reached out to grasp the kunai. With a slight exertion, he pulled it out with one hand. The moment the kunai was withdrawn, a purple beam of light soared into the sky like a dragon. Standing closest, Sui was instantly engulfed by the purple light. Everything before his eyes turned white, and a deafening buzzing sound filled his ears, as if countless bees were flying around him. His body felt as if it were being gnawed by millions of ants, an unbearable itch, and it felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. When Sui regained consciousness, he found himself in a dilapidated building. He slowly sat up, rubbing his still throbbing head, forcing himself to stand despite the discomfort. What the hell is going on with me right now? Sui looked around, muttering to himself. He discovered that this place seemed to be an abandoned ruin, the air thick with a decaying smell, the walls covered in mottled cracks, telling the story of the passage of time. More importantly, it was highly likely that this was the Lulan he had just visited. In other words, not only had he not returned to the past, but he had instead arrived in the future. A wave of inexplicable unease surged within Sui. Well, since it's come to this, I must see if what that note says is accurate. Sui took a deep breath, calmed down, and then formed seals to perform the transformation technique, instantly turning into his 15-year-old self. The body of a child was indeed difficult to control, and now that he had the chance to turn back into an adult, he naturally seized the opportunity. Then he took out Wu from the dream space, carefully examining the white mask in his hand. He noticed that the left eye position of the mask was replaced by a black diamond pattern resembling a mysterious eye exuding a deep and eerie aura. Isn't this just an ordinary mask? Sui frowned, murmuring in confusion. He soon realized the peculiar aspect of this mask. It had no holes, making it impossible to see anything. Holding the mask, Sui looked from left to right, pondering to himself. Although the mask looked exquisite, if he couldn't see anything, it would simply be an impractical ornament. You can see, host. Just put on the mask and immediately inject chakra, and you'll be able to see. The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind. Sui looked at the mask with half-belief, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately put it on his face. The mask fit perfectly against his face, as if it were tailor-made for him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly injected chakra into the mask. In an instant, the originally dark view became bright. Sui opened his eyes in surprise, discovering that he could see everything around him clearly. The mask seemed to have merged with his eyes, granting him extraordinary vision. If it weren't for the weight of the mask on his face, Sui might have thought he hadn't put it on at all. Sui awkwardly tapped his mask, then used chakra to secure it firmly. Meanwhile, he utilized his 6 eyes to confirm the location of Konoha. Alright, it's time to return to Konoha, Sui muttered to himself, then dove back into the dream space. He felt a pang of regret for not using this ability sooner. All along he had relied on the Xiong card to travel, but now he realized that the speed of traveling through dream space was far greater. Upon returning to Konoha, Sui's figure appeared, as usual, on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Tsunade. Is it Tsunade's administration now? That would be around the time Naruto is 12 or 15 years old. His gaze swept around, and upon seeing an extra head on Hokage Rock, he quickly analyzed the current situation based on this known information. However, at that moment, a loud commotion suddenly broke his train of thought. Konoha, I'm back. Sui looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure with short yellow hair standing on a telephone pole at Konoha's gate. This person had a black Konoha forehead protector tied around their forehead with hands cupped to their mouth in a megaphone shape. Ashura, so that means it should be during the Shippuden era. In that case, am I in a coma in the hospital? Thinking this, Sui's brows furrowed slightly, feeling increasingly frustrated. Jiraiya, standing under the telephone pole, keenly caught sight of the white figure on the rooftop of the Hokage building. He muttered to himself, who is that? A new person in Konoha. They don't look like it. They aren't wearing a Konoha forehead protector and couldn't possibly be an ordinary civilian. Although he could sense no chakra fluctuations from the person, judging solely from the powerful aura they emitted, they were certainly not a weakling. So who exactly are they? Due to Sui's long hair, Jiraiya naturally mistook him for a girl. Noticing the unreserved fiery gaze from Jiraiya, Sui finally couldn't help but roll his eyes. He inwardly cursed, what are you looking at? Never seen a person before. He shouted at Jiraiya, his tone brimming with disdain and contempt. Caught off guard, Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. He was still uncertain about the person's identity, but since they showed no hostility, it was best to pretend he didn't know. It would be too reckless to engage with an enemy like this. At this moment, Sui noticed that Jiraiya's attitude towards him seemed a bit off the tone. Could it be too unfamiliar? Could it be because he couldn't recognize him due to the mask? Perhaps. After all, to avoid triggering Konoha's defensive alarms, he had converted all his chakra into magic. It's best if he can't recognize me. The corners of his mouth curled slightly under the mask as he walked towards Jiraiya. Soon he stood before both of them. Naruto curiously examined the person entirely clad in white. Who are you? Haven't you heard? Before Sui could finish his sentence, another commotion arose not far away. Naruto. Is that you, Naruto? Sakura, Haruno, and Konohamaru also spotted Naruto, standing high above, and exclaimed in delight. Hearing someone call him Naruto, shifted his gaze from Sui to Sakura Haruno. Upon seeing her pink hair and green eyes, Naruto immediately recognized her identity. Sakura, Konohamaru. Sui turned his head away, uninterested in witnessing this long-awaited reunion. Konohamaru, excited to see Naruto return, made Naruto focus on him, then shouted sexy jutsu. With a puff, white smoke erupted, revealing a graceful and alluring woman who blew a kiss towards Naruto. Then he transformed back into his original form. What do you think? Naruto, big brother. Konohamaru looked at Naruto eagerly, his face filled with anticipation. Naruto did not respond, only smiled gently. Konohamaru, I've grown up, I won't play with these childish things anymore, and you should play less as well. Hearing Naruto's response, Konohamaru's earlier excitement vanished completely. So Naruto, big brother, also changes as he ages. I'm now using this. Naruto shouted loudly, and just like Konohamaru, a cloud of white mist appeared. 2 naked girls embraced each other, still chatting. Sexy jutsu. Yuri jutsu. Sakura Haruno, who had just begun to believe that Naruto had truly matured after his previous statement. As soon as she saw Naruto's next move, her expression darkened instantly, like the ominous clouds before a storm, heavy enough to seem as if they could drip water. She retracted her earlier evaluation of Naruto in her mind, inwardly cursing that he was still that unreliable Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Sakura slowly moved behind Naruto, her steps as light as a cat, making no sound whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, she raised her hand and threw a punch as swift as lightning, a punch filled with her anger and dissatisfaction with considerable force. Konohamaru was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Sui observed this farce with indifference. His gaze was as calm as water, without a hint of fluctuation. It was as if everything happening before him was unrelated to him. He was merely a bystander coldly watching the turmoil of the world. Perhaps it was the effect of the mask that made his expression seem so indifferent, or maybe it was because he truly didn't care which made him so composed. Miss Harino, may I ask if you know someone named Shindai Sui-gu? Sui's voice was calm and deep, as if he were recounting something trivial. Huh. Sorry, I don't know the person you mentioned, and how do you know my name? I don't know you at all. Sakura stared curiously at the strange person before her, her eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. She was very surprised that he could accurately call her name, and a trace of unease welled up within her. After all, in the years she had lived in Konoha, she had never seen this person before. His appearance was like a puzzle that left her perplexed. Despite the unsatisfactory answers, Sui still did not believe it. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He then looked at Jiraiya, asking the same question, but received the same answer. What is going on? No one knows me. I can understand Ashura and Sakura not recognizing me since they have never seen me. But Jiraiya is different. He has indeed seen me, and I am his disciple. Could it be that he has forgotten me? That's impossible. Take me to your Hokage. I have some questions for her, Sui said to Jiraiya. Sure, we were just about to go there, and I would be more than happy to serve a beautiful lady, Jiraiya replied. I'm 15 this year. Sui's face under the mask turned slightly pale. He still wasn't quite clear about Jiraiya's shamelessness. Jiraiya awkwardly nodded and walked in front of Sui to lead the way. Who is this Shindai Sui-gu you mentioned? Naruto slowly leaned beside Sui, asking with a curious face. Sui coldly glanced at Naruto beside him and merely replied, "It's none of your business." Upon hearing this, Naruto was first taken aback, then angrily mumbled, "What the heck, if you don't want to say, then don't say it. Oh, why say it's none of my business?" What a strange person. The mask he wears is also strange, not even a hole in it. At this moment, Sui completely ignored the complaints from the other side, fully immersed in his own thoughts. A few minutes later, some clues finally began to appear in his mind. The first question, why does no one have any impression of him? The second question, where exactly is he at this moment? Is it still the original world? The third question, can the contents of that paper be trusted? What can be confirmed is that based solely on the information currently available, the third question cannot be answered. As for the second question, it can actually be verified with a single test, and the truth will be revealed. If even Tsunade knows nothing about him, then he is very likely in an entirely new world. Since he has already entered another world, the answer to the first question is self-evident. A loud knocking sound interrupted his thoughts, and Tsunade lifted her head from a desk cluttered with documents, responding weakly, "Come in." Upon hearing the response, Sui couldn't wait for Jiraiya's slow opening of the door, and he kicked the door open with a swift motion. Sui could no longer tolerate Naruto's incessant chatter. No matter how bad or cold his attitude was, Naruto would always find him to chat endlessly. With a loud bang, the door was kicked in half by Sui. "Hokage, I have questions to ask you." Sui rushed to Tsunade's desk like a gust of wind, his face filled with urgency. Seeing Sui, Tsunade's initially shocked expression instantly turned serious. "Who are you?" "You." Tsunade's words struck Sui like a sharp sword, abruptly silencing the words he was about to say, yet he did not give up. Could it be just because he was wearing a mask? Was the power of this mask too strong? He thought to himself and unhesitatingly removed the mask, revealing a stunningly exquisite face. As he grew older, the childishness on his face had dissipated, replaced by a vibrant youthful aura. Sui was originally a boy, and with his unique boyish charm, his current appearance made it somewhat difficult to distinguish his gender. "Do you know someone named Shindai Sui-gu? He looks just like me with white hair and green eyes." As he said this, Sui casually put the mask back into his dream space. Tsunade carefully examined Sui's features, compared them with the people she knew in her mind, and finally shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I've never met the person you mentioned." After hearing Tsunade's answer, Sui understood his current situation. He had arrived in a brand new world, a world where Shindai Sui-gu had never existed. "In that case, I want to join Konoha." "Huh." Sui's sudden declaration was like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, silently wondering. "You've been in Konoha for so long, and you aren't even from Konoha." In fact, Sui's thoughts were quite simple. He felt that spending a few days here before returning was fine, since he had nothing to do anyway. If Tsunade disagreed, he could just join Akatsuki and play with the tailed beasts. Tsunade looked at Sui deep in thought. She furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt and vigilance. She knew all too well that allowing a complete stranger to join Konoha was far too risky. What if he was a spy sent by an enemy nation? But this person came with Jiraiya. Does that mean Jiraiya believes he poses no threat? Tsunade's heart was caught in a fierce struggle as she hesitated between weighing the pros and cons. After much thought, Tsunade finally decided, "You can first join Team 7 as a substitute member. Additionally, we want to monitor you for a month." How does that sound? Sui didn't care about the so-called surveillance, so he nodded without hesitation. As for teaming up with Ashura and the others, Sui didn't care at all. What he pursued was merely some fun to pass the time, and it didn't matter who he teamed up with. "So Hokage, where should I stay?" Sui suddenly realized a crucial issue. He seemed to have nowhere to go in this Konoha. Hearing this, Tsunade turned to look at Sakura, who had been standing silently to the side. "Sakura, can you let him stay at your house?" Tsunade's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Sakura, being called by name, was initially taken aback, her gaze slowly falling on Sui. After understanding what Tsunade had said, her lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a gentle expression as she softly spoke. Sure, I don't mind. Besides, my parents haven't been home much lately, and it's quite boring being alone, so having someone to keep me company is just right. Her eyes conveyed sincerity and goodwill, as if she were sending a friendly message to Sui. Watching this scene, Sui felt an inexplicable smile rise in his heart. His gaze swept over Sakura, and a trace of subtle coldness flashed in his eyes. He wasn't foolish. Having him stay with Sakura was merely a ploy to probe his limits. Although Sui could accept this, he certainly didn't want to be seen as a girl in a new world. He smiled softly, looking gently at Sakura, and said, "That's not appropriate. I'm a boy, and living with a lovely girl seems a bit unsuitable, doesn't it?" His voice was calm and tender, carrying an irresistible charm. "You're a boy." Jiraiya, who had been immersed in sweet beauty, was taken aback, his eyes wide open, as if witnessing something incredible. His mouth dropped open, and he uncontrollably shrieked, the sound sharp and piercing as if it would break one's eardrums. "Damn it! Why do you have long hair? You made me think you were a girl." Jiraiya felt like crying, filled with disappointment and helplessness. After all this effort to find a perfect material, it turned out to be a boy. His eyes revealed an indescribable sadness, as if he had lost a precious treasure. Sui cast a cold glance at Jiraiya, his eyes flashing with indifference and disdain. He quietly asked, "Is there something wrong with being a boy?" His voice carried a hint of sarcasm, as if mocking Jiraiya's ignorance and shallowness. Noticing that Jiraiya might be a bit angry, he quickly waved his hands, his face showing an awkward smile as he tried to ease the tense atmosphere. But he still sadly replied, "It's nothing, just a great writer lost a valuable material." Sui naturally understood what Jiraiya meant by valuable material, and a feeling of disgust surged in his heart. Although many people in real life had made lewd jokes about him, he had never encountered anyone who was so openly brazen. The cold air quickly condensed in his hands, and he forcefully threw it towards Jiraiya. Seeing Sui throw an ice 1,000 books at him, Jiraiya was quite astonished. Just as Naruto was about to remind Sui how formidable Jiraiya was, a loud explosion occurred. The spot hit by the ice 1,000 books was obliterated in an instant, and the rest of the room was covered with a thick layer of ice. Moreover, the ice seemed alive, continuously spreading to other areas. Jiraiya was completely shocked. He had encountered many ninjas with ice release before. Some he had even fought against, but finding someone as powerful as Sui was one in a million. What terrifying strength this must be. Fortunately, the other party wasn't truly angry, otherwise that move could have directly killed him. Alright, everyone stop messing around. You can stay with Naruto." Tsunade was genuinely startled. Who knew this person's strength was so great? Upon hearing that he would have to live with this strange person, Naruto immediately became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Tsunade, I don't want to live with him. What if I accidentally anger him one day, and he turns me into a popsicle?" As Naruto spoke, he pointed at himself, and then at the flower pot that had been affected by the ice release, his face filled with terror. Tsunade turned her head, and saw that the flower pot was completely encased in ice, resembling a beautiful ice sculpture. Seeing this, Sui rolled his eyes in silence, and said irritably, "I'm not that bored. As long as you don't annoy me, I won't bother you at all. Do you expect me to believe that? Besides, I don't even know your name. Why should I live with you?" Naruto shouted indignantly, hands on his hips, looking very upset. Sui was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, but quickly returned to his icy demeanor. His lips moved slightly beneath his mask as he softly said, "Shun du Lianyu." Since he couldn't use his real name, he simply used the name he had randomly made up before. Naruto never expected the other party would actually tell him his name, and he couldn't help but mutter it again. "Shun du Lianyu. So who is Shun du Suigu to you?" Not only do they share the same surname, but according to what the other had said earlier, that Suigu looked almost exactly like him. This effectively implied that their relationship was either that of brothers or father and son. Sui remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, "That's none of your business. Since you already know my name, I'll be visiting your home tonight." After saying this, he forcefully pulled open the half-closed door and walked out of the Hokage building without looking back. "Hey!" Naruto, seeing this, tried to rush forward to stop him, but was held back by Tsunade. Under Naruto's dissatisfied gaze, Tsunade explained, "I've already sent Umbu to monitor him. If you go and bother him now, that broken wall over there will be your fate." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face turned pale as if a cold wind had swept over him. He recalled the flower that had just been turned into an ice sculpture and couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, if he really went to annoy him now with that guy's strange personality, he would probably end up, like Tsunade said, turned into a popsicle. Given this, he had no choice but to obediently stand back in place. Though he felt reluctant, he didn't dare to meddle in Sui affairs. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Sui stretched leisurely, his gaze unintentionally drifting towards a nearby patch of grass, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The few Umbu hidden in the shadows felt a chill run down their backs, an inexplicable fear surging within them. They quickly turned to check, only to find nothing behind them, just the quiet patch of grass. "What the hell was that? You scared me," they muttered to themselves, the feeling of unease growing stronger. Suddenly, the crisp sound of ice crystals forming echoed, pleasant like silver bells, but laced with a hint of coldness. Half of the bodies of the Umbu following Sui were almost instantly covered in ice. Immediately after, the ice crystals exploded like triggered bombs. Flesh mixed with ice shards rained down like raindrops, the scent of blood permeating the air. A muffled thud followed as a head still wearing a mask rolled to Sui's feet. He slightly lowered his head, glanced at the head, and stepped on it with disdain in his eyes. Annoying flies daring to spy on me, even though you're just ambu-level trash. Sui continued speaking to himself, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot. He crushed the head beneath his foot, blood splattering onto his pristine clothes, creating a bizarre, yet beautiful scene like roses blooming in the winter snow, vibrant and striking. I really don't know what Tsunade was thinking sending such trash to monitor me. Looking at the corpses, his disdain became even more apparent. Suddenly Sui seemed to remember something and stomped his foot in frustration. He realized that his current identity was a peculiar figure that Konoha needed to monitor, and now he had killed those sent to surveil him, which would only raise more suspicion. He turned around and returned to the Hokage building, his steps appearing somewhat hurried. Some ninjas inside the building saw Sui returning and quickly backed away, fearing they might get frozen to death by this living embodiment of death. The destruction Sui caused in the Hokage office and Tsunade's warnings were heard loud and clear. They felt a mix of fear and admiration towards Sui, the cause of it all. Sui did not want to pay attention to the discussions about him and walked straight towards the Hokage's office. As soon as he stepped into the office, he saw Naruto looking at him with a terrified expression, while Kakashi stood by the window avoiding eye contact. What's going on? Did they witness me killing someone just now? Sui thought, raising an eyebrow and asking, why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Naruto still did not speak, merely watching him with an even stranger gaze. Kakashi shook his head and replied, no flowers, but a lot of blood. Sui responded with an oh and then fell silent. Tsunade looked at Sui in confusion and asked, did you come back for something? Given my appearance, it shouldn't be hard to guess what I just did. I apologize for that. Did you kill all 12 of those Jonin-level Umbu? There were actually 12 of them. Sui thought to himself. It was quite extravagant of Tsunade to send 12 Jonin just to deal with an unknown force. He nodded, directly admitting to his recent crime. Yes, all of them are dead. With this statement, the room fell into a deathly silence. 15 years old, single-handedly taking on 12 Jonin. Is that something a person can do? Naruto found it hard to believe. You're kidding, right? You can instantly kill 12 Jonin. If you can, then so can I. He pointed at Sui and said, let's compete. I want to see just how strong you are. As for why Naruto suddenly was no longer afraid of Sui's ice release, it was perhaps because Sui's indifferent attitude towards life upset him. Naruto was already a bit of a saint, let alone with the Azura chakra still residing within him. Sui casually glanced at Naruto, who spoke, and asked, are you sure? That could be deadly, you know. In an instant, everyone in the room felt a bone-chilling coldness. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto, his actions clearly protective. He spoke to defuse the tension, saying, we're all on the same team. There's no need to take this so seriously. Observing Kakashi, Sui snorted coldly and chose to ignore the two. They were just a bunch of lunatics, why bother with them? Are you bored and looking for trouble? Sui, since you are the new member of Team 7, you should get along well with your teammates. Later, you, Naruto, and Sakura will go to the training field. Kakashi wants to see your teamwork and the difference in strength. Tsunade spoke up. She was genuinely afraid that Sui would really end up fighting Naruto, even though that would provide a better assessment of his strength. But what if he was aiming for the Nine Tails? Wouldn't he take the opportunity to strike while Naruto was weak? She initially thought Sui's strength was at most that of an elite Jonin and felt safe letting Naruto stay with him. However, judging from the way Sui instantaneously killed those Umbu, his strength was certainly at the level of a Kage. Having someone who couldn't distinguish between friend and foe stay with a Jinchuriki was far too dangerous. There's one more thing. I will prepare a room specifically for you so you won't have to squeeze in with Naruto. Tsunade said as she reached into the drawer below and took out a key, placing it in front of Sui. Sui looked at the key on the table, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. Is this to guard against me being a threat to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Although quite clever, it was of no use to me. He thought, extending his hand to take the key, asking, are we heading to the training ground now, or is it at a different time? Kakashi replied, let's wait until 3 in the afternoon. Sui acknowledged and walked out of the Hokage's office again. To be honest, Sui felt a bit regretful about his previous actions. Why did he insist on joining this foolish place called Konoha? During his time in Konoha, Sui felt like he wasn't himself anymore, showing a flattering demeanor every day that he found disgusting. Arriving at the house prepared for him by Tsunade, Sui rated it as mediocre. Like the Uchiha clan's residence, the house Tsunade prepared for him was situated in a very remote location, almost to the extent of being completely deserted within 100 meters. The only thing he found somewhat pleasing was the external surroundings of the house. Not to mention the interior, just the small yard in front of the house. In front of the house was a small bamboo grove, in the center of which was an open space with a table placed above, clearly intended for tea tasting and relaxation. He didn't know who lived here before, as the conditions were quite good. Unlocking the door with the key, he found the interior decoration very simple, resembling an ordinary apartment with nothing special about it. Sui changed into casual clothes he carried in his dream space and fell asleep on a chair in the yard. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door shattered the peaceful atmosphere. It also woke Sui from his dreams, and he felt a surge of unnamed anger rising within him. He walked to the door and opened it, asking coldly, are you tired of living? What do you want to disturb me for? Sui's expression was quite displeased, as if he could kill the person in the next second. Naruto, standing at the door, immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. But when he saw what Sui was wearing, his expression changed from anger to shock. Didn't you say you were a boy? Why are you wearing a skirt? Sui raised his eyebrows, slightly pondering what nonsense Naruto was talking about. He slowly lowered his head, carefully examining his outfit, and finally looked at Naruto with a roll of his eyes, saying displeasedly, "Are your eyes blind? This is just a loose shirt. I'm wearing pants." As he spoke, Sui lifted his clothing, slightly revealing black sports pants that were positioned between his thighs and knees. Naruto stared at Sui pants repeatedly, and only when he confirmed that Sui was indeed wearing pants did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he really is a boy, otherwise he would have had to live with a girl. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little frightened. "So why are you here? You can't be here just to confirm my gender, can you?" Sui leaned casually against the doorframe, his gaze piercing as he closely observed Naruto's sapphire-like eyes, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Reminded by Sui's words, Naruto snapped back to reality, recalling the purpose of his visit. He hurriedly explained, "It's already 3 o'clock. Kakashi-sensei asked me to call you." Sui remained silent for a moment, turning to glance at the sun, still hanging high in the sky, secretly murmuring to himself that it seemed too early. Finally, Sui nodded, turned back into the house, and quickly put on a brown jacket. Then he followed Naruto and left the place together. Walking on the way to the training ground, both of them appeared particularly silent. Although Naruto wanted to say a few words to Sui, he dismissed the thought upon remembering Sui's previous cold and unapproachable demeanor. He walked quietly, secretly praying in his heart that today's training wouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, Sui was lost in thought, his brows furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He realized that ever since he arrived here, the system seemed to have vanished. Not only was there no increase in goodwill as usual, but no matter how urgently he called out, the system showed no response. If he were still in his original world, he might not be so anxious, but now he found himself in an unfamiliar world with no knowledge of how to return. Could it be that he really had to spend his life here? No, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. He had only wanted to earn some extra income here before returning to his original world, but the current situation had plunged him into despair. Now extra income was out of the question, and the path back had become a blur, as if everything was out of control. He secretly cursed himself for being so impulsive and coming to Lulan in search of so-called important memories. Now it was worse. Not only had he not found any memories, but he had also fallen into such an awkward situation. It seems I can only try to contact the system while researching the dragon vein. Sui mentally planned his next actions, deciding to resolve all issues within 10 days. If he couldn't succeed within 10 days, he would face complete failure, having to leave it to fate and try his luck at the dragon vein. If luck was on his side, he might find a way back. If not, he would have to continue drifting in other worlds. His mood grew increasingly restless, like a flame burning within his heart. So annoying. Sui muttered in frustration, his voice filled with helplessness and anger. Naruto observed Sui's gloomy demeanor along the way, filled with curiosity, and finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "I can't go home anymore." "Huh? Isn't your home just that place we just saw?" "That's not my home." "Then where is your home?" Naruto looked at Sui with a puzzled expression, seemingly bewildered by the words he had said. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Sui was first taken aback for a few seconds before letting out a wry smile. "I forgot. I seem to have long been without a home, so there's no such thing as not being able to go home." Looking at Sui as he said this, Naruto even began to doubt if the cold and indifferent Sui he had seen before and this Sui, filled with emotional expression, were truly the same person. Can the same person achieve such a contrast? Clearly this Sui was much more likable. "It's alright, as long as you join Konoha. Konoha will be your home. Every person in Konoha is your family," Naruto said, not forgetting to tap his forehead protector with his right hand. Hearing this from Naruto, Sui's eyes instantly turned cold, and he then looked at Naruto meaningfully. Would he really join Konoha? Absolutely not. "Naruto. Hey, Leon, can I call you that?" Sakura, seeing Naruto's arrival, cheerfully waved at him. But when she saw the white figure behind Naruto, she suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Naruto's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing Sakura, and he raised his hand to wave at her. Meanwhile, you merely cast a detached glance towards Sakura, then offered no further reaction. Kakashi chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the faint tension hanging in the air. "Alright, same rules as before. But this time it's your turn to seize them. Since Ryotama is new, I'll explain the rules once more." With a swift motion, Kakashi reached into his vest pocket and withdrew 3 golden bells, each suspended from a slender crimson cord. "No, I've already heard of them," he replied, shaking his head to indicate he required no explanation. At his words, all 3 froze in silent surprise. How could he possibly know? The thought flickered across their minds, sharpening their wariness toward Yu's enigmatic identity. At Kakashi's signal, Naruto and Sakura dashed forward, both lunging toward him at once. Yu remained motionless, watching calmly as Naruto tangled with Kakashi. Finish this quickly, he thought, chakra surging and coalescing in his palms, so intensely cold that sensation itself seemed to vanish. In an instant, he slammed his palm onto the earth. The entire training ground was sealed beneath half a meter of glacial ice, and even the tree trunks glittered with thick crystalline frost. Naruto, facing away from Yu, had no inkling of the movement, and thus no warning of the sudden ice. Had his calves not been instantly encased in ice, he might not have noticed at all. Sakura, though comparatively composed, furrowed her brow slightly. With a sharp cry, she raised her right fist and brought it down like thunder crashing from heaven. A deafening boom echoed. The ground before her shattered violently, stone fragments exploding outward in a storm of dust and debris. Seizing the split-second distraction as Kakashi's attention shifted to Sakura, you blurred behind him like a wraith. In his hand now gleamed a 1-meter-long ice blade, its surface shimmering with lethal bone-deep cold. A sharp clang. Kakashi's kunai flashed forth like lightning, striking the ice blade dead center. Before you startled gaze, shards of ice scattered like snowflakes across the frozen earth. Before you could react, Kakashi's kunai struck again, swift as a gale. With a crisp snap, half of Yu's white hair sheared cleanly away, drifting silently to the ground. Yet you paid no mind to his severed locks. Instead, he seized Kakashi's wrist in a flash, then tilted his body sideways. Kakashi's expression flickered with bewilderment, before vanishing with a soft poof. Yu slowly turned his head. Just as expected, Kakashi stood perched on a distant branch. If you're so confident, let's settle this unknown Kakashi, sensei. Are you certain? You said nothing, only smiled faintly. Under Kakashi's puzzled gaze, he slowly raised his hand to reveal the 3 golden bells. Naruto's eyes widened to saucers at the sight. I'm certain. He burned with curiosity. Just how formidable would he be, if limited only to ice release and basic ninjutsu? Sakura, sensing danger, seized Naruto's arm and pulled him swiftly away. Ice release, ice spike thicket. You formed hand seals in rapid succession. Thousands of finger-thick ice spears erupted like a blizzard, streaking toward Kakashi's position. The spears screamed through the air, trailing waves of biting cold. Then, a piercing shrill cry split the sky, sharp as a lightning bolt cleaving the heavens. At that avian shriek, the ice spears hurtling toward Kakashi crumbled midair, as if crushed by an invisible giant's fist, shattering into glittering fragments. You couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of Chidori. With a clenched fist thrust into the air, another ice blade reformed seamlessly in his grip. Recognizing Yu's resolve, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, a crimson Sharingan, its 3 tomo burning with unwavering determination, as if declaring his readiness for battle. The clash ignited in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi drew a deep breath and expelled a blazing sphere 2 meters wide, roaring toward you like a comet wreathed in flame. You responded instantly, summoning a massive wall of ice before him, hoping to intercept the infernal onslaught. Yet the fireball's fury surpassed his expectation. The barrier melted in seconds, collapsing into a steaming puddle. Startled, you activated the body flicker technique, reappearing behind Kakashi in a blur. His ice blade flashed, slicing cleanly through a wooden log. Substitution. Yu's mind raced as he focused his senses on the ice's chakra resonance, seeking the telltale tremor of his opponent's presence. Once Kakashi's location was confirmed, Yu formed seals, and a shadow clone materialized beside him. Without hesitation, the clone seized the ice blade and charged straight toward Kakashi. Meanwhile, Yu's original body remained rooted, manipulating the ice surface, conjuring spikes and barriers in relentless succession, aiming to disrupt his foe's movements. From his hidden vantage, Kakashi watched and inwardly marveled. Though Ryotama lacked finesse in taijutsu and tactical acumen, his raw offensive power was truly unparalleled. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long ice dragon soared into the sky, its translucent body shimmering, its scaly hide refracting sunlight like polished crystal, a flawless masterpiece forged from frost and will. Yet the dragon moved with terrifying sentience, its maw gaping wide, fangs bared as it lunged toward Kakashi. He prepared to evade, but the clone's blade descended like lightning. With no time to spare, Kakashi gathered lightning chakra in his right hand. Lightning cutter, he roared, and a searing bolt of pure electricity lanced forth, cleaving the dragon midair. The ice dragon exploded under the lightning cutter's devastating force, shattering into countless glittering shards. Not only the clone stood stunned, even Yu, controlling the dragon from afar, felt profound shock. Yu's eyes widened as the dragon dissolved. He stared awestruck and humbled. After all, he had infused nearly half his chakra into that single technique. Very well, very well. Then what about this? From afar, the shadow clone received Yu's silent command and frowned faintly. Still, he formed the transformation seal. As white smoke dissipated, a girl appeared behind Kakashi. Short brown hair, twin purple streaks painted across her cheeks, and a crimson wound bleeding across her chest. Kakashi, I hate you. At that familiar voice, Kakashi's breath hitched, and he turned stiff and slow. Rin. In that frozen moment of disbelief, ice crystals surged up his body, locking every limb save his head in unyielding frost. You stepped from behind a nearby tree. The clone vanished with a soft poof. You've won. Even without that last move, my chakra is already depleted. I'd still lose to you. Kakashi spoke softly, head bowed, his eyes clouded with sorrow, still adrift in memory's tide. Then my victory lacks honor, you murmured, though his expression remained utterly unchanged. He approached Kakashi, dispelled the ice, and gripped his face. His gaze locked unflinchingly on the crimson Sharingan, the Uchiha's eyes. His voice was calm, yet his eyes burned with naked, ravenous hunger. For those eyes held the power to activate Izanagi, to amplify ocular prowess, and he felt the fierce primal urge to pluck them from their socket and claim them for himself. Kakashi felt deeply unsettled under Yuki's unwavering, unblinking gaze. He furrowed his brow sharply, pulled his hand free from hers, and swiftly tugged his forehead protector back into place, completely concealing his Sharingan. It was a gift from a friend. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yuki slowly drew nearer, a sly and unsettling smile spreading across his face. His eyes whirled with black snowflake-like patterns, spinning like vortexes. The Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened in utter disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. He knew those eyes all too well, the very same as Itachi's. You must know exactly what I intend to do. A faint smug triumph colored Yuki's voice. He placed a firm hand on Kakashi's shoulder. In his left palm a soul gem flickered dimly, its soft luminescence fading just as quickly as it had appeared. In that instant, Kakashi felt every part of his body lock into an eerie, unnatural stillness, except for his face, which remained unervingly mobile. He could no longer sense his own body, as if he had become a bodiless wraith, nor could he move a single muscle, bound fast by an invisible, inexorable force. Let me tell you, I possess a unique ability. Anything I touch falls under my dominion over time, Yuki declared, his tone laced with challenge. As he spoke, he gently pressed his palm against a nearby tree, and with the surge of his temporal retrogression, the massive trunk shrank instantly into a tiny sapling. Though my Mangekyo Sharingan does not induce blindness, it consumes vast reserves of ocular chakra. Yours, however, is perfectly suited to replenish mine. Yuki's gaze locked hungrily onto Kakashi's Sharingan. How did you know I possess the Mangekyo? Kakashi demanded, his voice edged with fury and bewilderment. I know everything, including that the blonde boy is the Fourth Hokage's son. Yuki's smirk deepened. Kakashi fell silent, acutely aware of the perilous predicament he now faced. Yuki withdrew a transparent vial filled with liquid from his dream space. Without hesitation, he snatched Kakashi's forehead protector and flung it aside, then seized the Three-Demo Sharingan with brutal precision and plucked it from its socket. Carefully, he lowered the bleeding eye into the vial. Crimson blood welled from Kakashi's hollow eye socket, staining half his face scarlet. Ryojoku, what have you done to Sensei Kakashi? Naruto's furious roar erupted from nearby. He'd sensed something deeply wrong the moment Yuki gripped Kakashi's face, but by the time he rushed forward, it was already too late. Sakura stood beside him, her face contorted with grief and rage. Yuki turned away coldly, returning the vial, now containing the Sharingan, to his dream space. Remember my name, Kamado Yuki. With those words, he vanished using his card-based teleportation, releasing Kakashi from temporal stasis just before departing. As sensation flooded back into his limbs, Kakashi staggered forward, nearly collapsing. Sakura rushed to steady him, pressing her palm firmly over his ruined eye socket. A soft green light emanated from her hand, staunching the bleeding with swift medical ninjutsu, before she hoisted Kakashi onto her back and sprinted toward the hospital. Naruto, go report this to the Hokage immediately. I'm taking Sensei Kakashi to the hospital, she shouted over her shoulder. Naruto nodded solemnly, casting one last complex glance at the spot where Yuki had vanished, then bolted toward the Hokage tower. Deep within a cave in the land of fire, a figure, half his hair cropped short, half cascading long, sat absorbed in writing. There's nothing left for me in Konoha. Obito's Sharingan has been secured. Next step. Yuki paused thoughtfully. I'll retrieve Obito's other Sharingan to complete the pair, and discard this 5-minute temporal rewind ability. It's utterly inefficient. Having finalized his plan, Yuki set the densely scribbled sheet ablaze, donned his mask, and strode out of the cave. Ding! Rebinding host, compiling data. A sudden system prompt halted Yuki mid-stride as he journeyed toward the land of rain. System. Affirmative host. How may I assist? Where were you before? Upon your arrival in this world, our connection severed. It took me half a day to locate you precisely. My sincerest apologies. Yuki gave a curt nod, dismissing the system from his thoughts. His sole mission now was clear, find Obito, and extract his Sharingan. Naruto burst into the Hokage's office without ceremony, kicking the door wide open and shouting, Granny Tsunade. Ryu. No, Yuki, he injured Sensei Kakashi. Tsunade frowned, disturbed by the commotion. Just an injury. And isn't his name Ryu? Naruto shook his head. Before he left, he said his name is Yuki Kamado, and he took Sensei Kakashi's eyes. What a... Tsunade shot upright, alarm flashing across her features. True, Konoha possessed other Three-Demo Sharingan, but Kakashi alone wielded it with the mastery of the Uchiha themselves. With that eye, he had carved his legend across the shinobi world as the copy ninja Kakashi. Now stripped of it, the consequences would be dire. Time slipped like sand through fingers, yet despite Yuki's relentless search, not a trace of Obito surfaced. 7 days vanished, wasted chasing phantoms. At every stop, he converted chakra into alternate energies, ensuring seamless passage wherever he went. Inside an inn in the Land of Wind, masked Yuki idly flipped through a history of the Land of Wind, purchased from a local bookstore. The shinobi world's past held genuine fascination for him. Right, system. Can you detect Obito's location? Frustrated by his fruitless search, Yuki slammed the book shut, chastising himself for not consulting the system sooner. Response: he remains almost exclusively within the Kamui dimension. While I cannot pinpoint his exact coordinates, temporal analysis suggests he is currently with Zetsu. Yuki hurled the book behind him. He'd nearly forgotten the plot had advanced to the Wind Daimyo's rescue arc. Guide me there, system. I'll intercept Obito if he appears. He leapt from the window, and midair a 1-meter square picture frame materialized beneath him. He slipped through it, reappearing inside a colossal shattered stone cavern. Everywhere he looked lay broken puppet bodies. Otherwise the cavern stood utterly deserted. Alert: Uchiha Obito and Zetsu are en route. Estimated arrival 2 minutes. At the system's chime, elation surged within Yuki. Wasn't the Mangekyo Sharingan walking straight into his hands? He began sifting through the wreckage, until aided by the system, he uncovered the ring inscribed with the kanji for jade. This was the crucial prop he would use to deceive the gullible Toby. Just then an unusually strange sound echoed from the cave entrance. Is a Fae about to become a full-fledged member? A peculiar man standing at 1.8 meters tall and wearing an orange spiral-patterned mask spoke with delight, his joy unmistakable from the tone alone. Sui idly twirled the newly acquired ring between his fingers, not even glancing up at the stranger. He feared he might lose control of his own exhilaration. Zhu appeared utterly astonished to find another person inside the cave. His intelligence report had clearly stated it was completely empty. He had never seen this man before. Why was he here? And more puzzling still, what was that object in his hand? Who are you? Zhu demanded warily. What are you doing here? Whoever this intruder was, his silent, undetected entry into the cave suggested formidable strength. A Fae, by contrast, remained as carefree and guileless as ever. Your mask is so odd. Why doesn't it have even a single hole? A Fae hurried forward, stopping directly before Sui, his gaze brimming with innocent curiosity. Sui's face beneath the mask nearly split with suppressed mirth as he gazed upon the Sharingan, eye gleaming within the dark hollow of the mask. He had long coveted Obito's Sharingan, yet until now loyalty to their supposed alliance and Obito's elusiveness had denied him the chance. Now, however, presented a perfect opportunity. Come closer. I'll give you this ring, Sui thought inwardly, holding up the jade ring on his finger. You must want it desperately. Sui waved the ring gently, his mind already calculating with a Fae's tragically low intellect anything he said would be swallowed whole, without question. True to form, a Fae's interest flared instantly at the mention of the ring, and he leaned in eagerly, their masks nearly touching. Zhu, who had been about to warn a Fae to exercise caution, fell silent the moment he saw a Fae's absurdly trusting expression, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly. A soft chuckle escaped Sui beneath his mask as he feigned removing the ring from his finger, then abruptly halted mid-motion. A Fae immediately grew impatient. Hurry up and hand it over. You. Before he could finish, Sui's hand shot out, not toward the ring but straight for a Fae's mask. Sui moved with feline grace and lightning speed, yet the instant his fingertips brushed the mask's surface, something astonishing occurred. His hand passed through it effortlessly. A flicker of cunning gleamed in a Fae's eyes. Seizing the opening, he whirled around and delivered a devastating kick to Sui's flank, swift as a storm gust. The sheer force sent Sui hurtling backward, slamming deep into the cavern wall with a thunderous, bone-jarring impact. A jagged indentation scarred the stone where his body struck, and there he lay half buried in rubble. Cough, cough. Not bad. Sui staggered free, his face pale, a thin trail of blood tracing his lips. He ran a hand over his ribs, estimating 1 or 2 fractures, but under the reversal technique such injuries were mere trifles. Who are you? Obito asked, his voice now low, gravelly, and shadowed with menace, stripped entirely of its earlier shrill oddity. To claim your Mangekyo Sharingan. Sui's reply was sharp, unflinching, his eyes alight with defiant challenge. In Sui's view, no matter how overwhelming an opponent's power or how bizarre their abilities, once touched by his hand, all became equal. His confidence in his own ability was absolute. What do you mean? Obito's voice held both suspicion and guarded tension. After all, the identity of a Fae, known only to himself and Nagato, had never been revealed to anyone else. That someone now stood before him fully aware left Obito deeply unsettled. Sui wasted no more words. Drawing the demon blade Shiretsu from his dream space, he charged forward without hesitation. The blade shimmered with lethal coldness in his grip, a ravenous beast poised to devour its prey. Yet Sui possessed little mastery of taijutsu. What rushed forward was merely a mirror card shaped like him, while his true self slipped behind Obito like a wraith readying a fatal ambush. Both lunged toward each other in unison, Obito's wrist coiling with a gleaming iron chain, its chill radiance whispering of death itself. The mirror card brought the blade down in a flawless arc, its edge striking the chain with a crystalline chime, pure and ringing as a silver bell. Yet the chain did not snap. It rebounded the blow, sending the blade shuddering back. The mirror card recoiled in shock. He had assumed the demon blade could cleave any obstacle, but Obito's chain proved impossibly unyielding. No matter how fiercely he struck, the chain remained unmoved. Where'd you buy this chain? Its quality's extraordinary. Even watching from afar, Sui could feel its unbreakable hardness. Realizing he couldn't command the demon blade, the mirror card understood it was reduced to little more than a finely honed knife in his hands. He pivoted sideways, vanishing behind Obito like smoke, and raised his blade, aiming a killing strike at his skull. At the same time, she deliberately exposed a fatal blind spot, her own exposed back. Obito seized the opening without delay, his form dissolving into mist before reappearing behind her in a flash, driving a crushing kick into her spine. Her head slammed into the ground like a hammer strike cracking the stone, and crimson welled from the fissures in her mask. Sui seized Obito's momentary distraction to slip silently into the dream space. Only after the mirror card was bound tight in the iron chain did Obito sense something amiss. The being he'd fought bore none of the substance of a true body, but rather resembled a shadow clone. He scanned the cavern frantically, yet found no trace of Sui's true form, unease coiling coldly in his gut. Danger, he thought, sharp and urgent. He was no fool. If an enemy vanished mid-combat, their reappearance would almost certainly come from behind. Without hesitation, he activated intangibility again, his body blurring sideways just as a deafening detonation tore through the air where he'd stood moments before. The shockwave rattled the entire cavern, while the small patch of rock directly struck by Sui's black flash exploded into dust. Had Obito hesitated even a heartbeat, it would have been his bones, not the stone, that turned to powder. Damn it, this intangibility is infuriating. Sui cast a cold sidelong glance at Obito behind him, his thoughts sharpening so long as that intangibility persisted. Landing a touch was pure fantasy. Before he could react further, Obito swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A roaring 6-meter-long dragon of flame surged toward Sui, its heat crackling like thunder. Sui's brow lifted slightly. He too began weaving seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. An apocalyptic sea of fire erupted, swallowing Obito's dragon whole, and surged onward, aimed straight at him. Obito's pulse spiked. He knew evasion was impossible, so he activated intangibility once more, testing how long Sui's technique could endure. The bound mirror card instantly grasped Sui's intent. She withdrew the demon blade into the dream space, then re-emerged wielding a new weapon, the Zanpakuto Kyokusujutsu. She stepped behind Sui, handed him the blade, and vanished back into the dream space without pause. Sui wasted no time. His right hand conjured a flame card, launched it skyward, then struck it hard with his bird-head staff. From the card emerged a youth, pale-skinned hair flowing like living flame. He needed no explanation. With a thought, he commanded the inferno to surge toward Obito. Sui retrieved the fallen Zanpakuto, darted behind Obito, and raised the blade. Expressionless, unwavering, point leveled at his foe. Obito watched the seconds tick past 3 minutes, yet the flames surrounding Hui showed no sign of diminishing. His pulse quickened with mounting anxiety. If this inferno persists at full intensity, I'll be utterly crippled. Clearly his opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Just as Obito faltered in panic, the flame card abruptly ceased its torrent of fire. It turned downward, gaze puzzled upon Hui standing beneath, bewildered, as if questioning why the chakra supply had suddenly cut off. Hui meanwhile stood breathless and spent, his exhaustion plain to see. It required no guesswork, his chakra was depleted. Obito's heart surged with sudden elation. Of course, I'd known no one could possess such monstrous reserves of chakra. A kunai materialized in his hand. In an instant he appeared behind Hui and drove the blade deep into his heart. You don't play fair. Hui stared down at the slender tip of the kunai protruding from his chest, disbelief etched across his face. A torrent of blood spilled from his lips, cascading over his already shattered mask. Obito kicked Hui hard to the ground, his eyes locking onto the mask now stained crimson. Let me see what lies beneath. Kneeling beside him, he reached out and gripped the blood-slicked mask. Hui lay utterly powerless. No resistance remained. He could only submit as Obito slowly peeled away his mask. Truly unfamiliar. Obito studied the androgynous face before him, murmuring softly. Just as he reached for the ring to depart, thrust. A long blade pierced straight through his chest, the force so immense it nearly toppled him. Yet in the next heartbeat the blade vanished, withdrawn just as swiftly as it had struck. Ignoring the wound, Obito whirled around, but found only empty air behind him. All he wanted now was to know who had struck. You've already lost. The moment I stood behind you, your defeat was sealed. A voice echoed, source unknown. Only then did Obito realize he stood alone inside the cavern. The captive he'd earlier restrained had vanished. Zetsu too had disappeared without trace. Even the corpse he'd just slain had dissolved into nothingness. The scene shifted. Suddenly Obito found himself staring at a wholly different reality. Hui stood before him, unharmed, still wearing his mask. Mirage is simply more effective. A single move and victory is absolute. In his hand, Hui held a small vial containing a pair of Sharingan eyes. Obito, frozen rigid, could not so much as twitch. With a flick of his wrist, Hui stowed the vial into his dream space. System, fuse these Sharingan eyes and replace my left eye's useless ability with intangibility. He spoke inwardly, calm and detached. That brutal kick from Obito had forced him to prepare a life-saving contingency. Ding. Fusion in progress. Please wait patiently, host. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a colossal surge of ocular power flooded his eyes. Fearing his sockets might rupture under the pressure, Hui immediately activated reverse technique to stabilize the flow. Frozen in place, Obito could only watch helplessly as Hui performed arcane rites before him. Even immobile, the searing pain in his eyes was agonizingly real. Before long, a crimson tear traced a path down Hui's cheek. He knew this was success. When he opened his eyes again, the blood-red irises no longer bore only that solitary black snowflake. Instead, the pattern twisted as though warped by Kim Yui itself. Strange, eerie, ineffably alien. Obito, who had been baffled moments earlier by Huey's intent with his own Sharingan, felt his mind erupt in turbulent waves. What is happening? Did not the entire Uchiha clan perish, save Sasuke, Itachi, and myself? Then where did this man acquire his Sharingan? And how could it fuse seamlessly with mine? After all, one essential condition for attaining the eternal Mangekyo is the transplantation of a sibling's eyes. Could it be, he is my long-lost brother? Suspicion sharpened Obito's gaze as he scrutinized Hui anew, this time searching for any trace of Uchiha lineage. Yet clearly he bore none of the clan's defining traits: jet black hair, obsidian eyes. Even that blindingly pale scalp seemed naturally luminous, not dyed. Once Hui wiped the blood from his face, he didn't spare Obito a glance, stepping directly into dream space and vanishing. System, can you return me to my original world? Affirmative, host. However, recalibrating dimensional parameters will require brief processing time. How long? Approximately 1 minute. Having confirmed the details, we saw no reason to linger further. He'd antagonized every faction imaginable, white, black, and every shade between. Gaining favor here was impossible. Was there any purpose left in staying? None whatsoever. Better to return and continue drawing upon trusted allies' goodwill. Reappearing amid the crumbling ruins of that ancient, desolate city, we felt a quiet wave of reflection. This dragon vein is utterly worthless. Can't even execute a clean translocation. Ready, system. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the flying thunder god Kanai. Apparently departure was imminent. Confirmed, host. Transmission will return you with absolute certainty to your prior world. If the system spoke with such conviction, Hui allowed himself to relax. His fingers closed around the cold metal of the Kanai. Then with a firm tug, he wrenched it free. As before, the moment the blade dislodged, a towering pillar of chakra erupted, engulfing him whole. Something had gone awry. Unlike the first transit this time, Hui felt violently unwell. Nothing like the earlier seamless passage. Host, why do you despise this world so deeply? Why not attempt just once to open yourself to others? Suddenly, all discomfort vanished. Before him stretched the same featureless white expanse. Unnecessary. Though baffled by the question, Hui reflexively lied. Had your childhood unfolded differently, would you still be as you are now? I don't know what you're referring to. At the mere mention of his childhood, Huey's expression hardened into icy stillness. To his knowledge, he'd never spoken of his past to anyone. Then only one conclusion remains. You accessed my memories. Host, don't rush to deny it. Would you care to play a game with me? Huey's brow furrowed instinctively. What is happening? Today's system behaves unervingly, bordering on uncanny. What game? Whatever irrational impulse currently possesses the system, he intended to hear precisely what game it proposed. I will rewrite your memories, granting you a blissful childhood. All other recollections will dissolve save your innate abilities. After 14 days, I will restore your original consciousness. Seeing Huey's interest, the system wasted no time explaining if after 14 days you exhibit any change, your loss. If unchanged, your victory. A game with neither penalty nor reward holds no intrigue system. To Hui the terms appeared perfectly balanced, yet a rewardless contest was inherently a loss. I can reveal a secret, one known to no soul in existence. A secret? What secret? Concerning AY, and you. Are you serious? Very well, I accept. Close your eyes, take a peaceful sleep, and when you awaken you will be a brand new person. The system's tone seemed exceptionally gentle, like spring water dripping into a lake or a soft breeze brushing over the mountaintops. Gone was the usual mechanical tone, replaced instead by a hint of humanity. It was as if a real person spoke. Just as the system's words faded, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over Sway. His eyelids grew heavier, his vision blurred more and more, until he finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. In that dream, he returned to the year he was 5. It was a world filled with sunshine where a gentle breeze rustled the green trees, creating a soft sound. He was adopted by a kind family with a father whose smile was as warm as spring sunshine, a mother whose gaze was filled with affection, and a gentle sister who always cared for him. They would prepare steaming hot meals for him. They would choose brand new clothes for him, the soft fabric giving him immense comfort. They would pay close attention to his every joy and sorrow, rejoicing at his every small progress. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye he was already 20 years old. At this hopeful age he had become a respected doctor. Dressed in a pristine white coat, he busily moved through the wards using his medical skills and love to save every patient. People cheered for his achievements and took pride in his success. He felt he lived in a world filled with warmth where there was laughter, tears, warm embraces, and genuine emotions. He could feel the warmth of this world. He liked this world. He loved this world. But he always felt as if he had forgotten something very important. Sway slowly opened his eyes as a beam of sunlight streamed through the window into the quiet room, dispelling much of the darkness. Where am I? He thought to himself as he propped himself up on the edge of the bed. Yet this simple action was incredibly strenuous for Sway. His arms were utterly powerless and his entire body ached terribly. Sway lowered his head and carefully examined his surroundings. The room was simply and neatly arranged with white bedsheets and light blue curtains. Everything felt so unfamiliar. It was evident that he was in a hospital. But why was he here? His thoughts were like a tangled ball of yarn, a chaotic mess. He tried to recall what had happened, but his mind was filled only with fuzziness. At this moment his brain felt like a mushy mess, utterly incapable of sorting out any thoughts. All he knew was that his physical condition was terrible. He had no idea what had happened to him. He only knew that there were very few things he could do in his current state. Almost instinctively Sui raised his hand to his chest, a white light shimmering in his palm, gradually pouring into his body. When he finally realized it, he felt all discomfort vanish. Did I just do something? Sui murmured to himself, his gaze lost, revealing no trace of emotion. He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the troubling questions. Then he turned and got out of bed, his steps a bit unsteady as he walked toward the window. The moment he reached the window, a cascade of sunlight poured down on him, like a golden waterfall, emitting a soft golden glow. The radiance was so dazzling and warm that Sui couldn't help but be astonished. Where exactly is this? Just a moment ago he was sleeping at home. How had he suddenly arrived in this strange place? Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the system. This system is called the Female Dress-Up Strengthening System. Sui was startled by this sudden notification sound and quickly turned around, but the scene behind him was eerily empty. Connecting the words of the voice, he trembled and asked in his mind, Are you my system? Sui spoke cautiously, as if afraid of provoking the other party. The system was quite surprised to see Sui in this state. If the old you saw yourself now, you might have shown expressions of surprise and shock. The system thought to itself with a hint of mockery in its tone. Yes, host, I am indeed your system. The system's voice echoed in Sui's mind, laced with a hint of teasing. So what functions do you have? And where exactly is this? Sui's eyes revealed confusion and curiosity. The system chuckled lightly and patiently began to explain. Its voice flowed like a gentle stream, clear and soothing. Half an hour later, the system had informed the presently clueless new host about the situation in this place, his own abilities, and basic information about the other party. Sui listened quietly, his eyes alternating between focus and contemplation, striving to digest this information. So that's how it is. After hearing the system's explanation, Sui gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath, attempting to clear his thoughts. He was now in a world called Naruto, and the way for him to grow stronger was through others' affection for him. This way of becoming stronger seemed to him merely like flattering others. He couldn't help but frown, a wave of dissatisfaction rising within him. After clarifying his general thoughts, he remembered another crucial matter. What is my identity in this world? His voice carried a hint of confusion. Returning to the host, you are the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage. The system's answer left Sui in utter disbelief. A girl. Sui instinctively lifted his shirt and looked down at his body. His chest was flat with no signs of femininity whatsoever. His brows knitted tightly, filled with confusion. No matter how he looked at it, this body was male. How could he be referred to as an adopted daughter? Sui was filled with confusion and doubt, beginning to question the truth of the system's words. The system seemed to read his doubts and spoke up to explain. He has been concealing his gender, so please maintain this habit as the host, since you will need to dress as a girl. Sui was completely stunned. What on earth? Making a man dress as a woman? This was too bizarre. If it was just about dressing as a woman, he could accept it. He just wasn't comfortable wearing skirts, but otherwise anything else was fine. But now, host, I advise you to become a woman. Being a woman is better for gaining affection. Moreover, if you do not become a woman, you will be discovered. The people here are quite fond of the owner of this body. Sui said nothing, merely standing quietly by the window, gazing out at the scenery and feeling the faint breeze. Suddenly, the door that had been tightly shut was pushed open, the sound making Sui turn to look. He saw someone with the same white hair as him standing at the door. Unlike him, the other person's face was mostly covered by a mask, leaving only a single large eye exposed. You're awake. Hello. Sui awkwardly waved at the person, silently pondering what kind of expression he should show. He had no memory, none whatsoever, of this place. And now someone appeared who seemed intimately familiar with him. He truly did not know how to respond. You don't recognize me? Noticing Su's unsettled expression, the man furrowed his brow noticeably. He stepped into the room, approached Su, and pulled down the mask covering most of his face, revealing the features beneath. Watching Kakashi's movements, Su's mind echoed a single thought. What is he doing? What should I do? He took several steps backward, his thoughts racing as he scrambled to determine his next move. Seeing Su's continued bewilderment, Kakashi's frown deepened. He was certain, absolutely certain, that Su could not possibly fail to recognize this face. Yet Su's reaction unmistakably betrayed total unfamiliarity. All right, I'll just pretend I've lost my memory. A sudden flash of insight lit Su's mind, and without hesitation, he blurted out an explanation. I think I might have amnesia, maybe. His voice was barely audible, so faint it nearly dissolved into silence. Hearing those words, Kakashi stroked his chin, quietly weighing their credibility. Moments later, he turned his gaze back to Su and asked, Are you certain you remember nothing at all? Su nodded without hesitation, then, as if fearing disbelief, hastily added another sentence. Actually, I'm not even sure if that's true. I'm only guessing. Kakashi studied Su's shifting expressions closely, and only after confirming the absence of deception did he turn and leave the room. He left Su standing alone by the window, utterly bewildered. Gazing at the spot where Kakashi had vanished, Su exhaled slowly, a quiet, weary sigh. To him, the man's departure was almost a relief. At least for now, his true identity remained safely concealed. Yet equally undeniable was the fact that this man clearly knew him well. Perhaps from him, Su could glean vital fragments of truth. Su's gaze drifted idly, then froze. His eyes locked onto his own reflection in the full-length mirror beside him. Long silvery white hair cascaded like a luminous waterfall spilling across the floor, like liquid silk brushing softly against the ground. His emerald green eyes were deep and enigmatic. His height appeared to be roughly 160 centimeters, slender willowy like a willow branch trembling in the breeze, yet imbued with an air of delicate fragility. What on earth is this? So it shares my name, fine. But why does it look exactly like me? Staring in stunned disbelief at his mirrored self, Su whispered lowly, his voice thick with incredulity. A strange, invisible force seemed to churn within his chest, stirring a nameless unease. Wait, after all, it's merely a resemblance. Is that truly so extraordinary? He released his grip on the mirror's frame, attempting to steady his breath. Yet that uncanny sensation clung to him, persistent, inescapable. He realized belatedly that his earlier reaction had been wildly disproportionate, utterly irrational. With both hands bracing himself, he dropped unceremoniously onto the windowsill, letting the faint whispering breeze drift through his hair. The cool breeze carried a gentle chill, gradually calming his spirit. He closed his eyes, savoring this fleeting stillness, this tender hush, until he felt himself dissolve into serene, boundless harmony with the world. For reasons he could not fathom, Su sensed something missing within himself, and yet something else strangely added. This dissonance left him adrift in confusion, wandering blind through a dense, directionless fog. System, I am here, master. Do you have instructions? Have you ever deceived me? Su's question struck with abrupt, unnerving directness. No preamble, no warning. The system paused, startled, before settling once more into its usual unruffled composure. Never. I stand unwaveringly with you, master. You need never fear betrayal from me. Its tone was firm, sincere. Su offered no reply, but within his heart he affixed a new label to the system: untrustworthy. Inside his mind, the system rested, one hand beneath his chin, watching Su's image flicker across a screen with amused curiosity, like a scientist observing a fascinating, unpredictable experiment. Then he jotted a line in the notebook beside him: extremely vigilant and sensitive, requires greater caution. Setting down the pen, he turned back to the screen, murmuring softly, completely different. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping shattered Su's reverie. He glanced toward the door, only to find it wide open. Who knocks on an unlatched door? Who are you? For reasons unknown, Su felt an immediate visceral aversion to the figure cloaked in black. His voice, too, turned icy, cold enough to freeze the air between them. After closing the door, Shisui asked, "You've lost your memory." "I don't know, but please leave. I feel my body recoiling from you." Without turning, Su pointed wordlessly toward the door. Shisui faltered, just for an instant, his eyes flickering with a sorrow too subtle to catch. Outwardly, his expression remained perfectly placid, though the gentle curve of his lips faded entirely. He could not fathom why this Su recoiled from him so fiercely, or where precisely he had misstepped. Only this much led to such estrangement. "You're just as stubborn as before. I've brought you clothes." So saying, he waved the cloth bag he'd held all along before Su's eyes. Su's brow tightened in mild irritation. "I told you to leave." Shisui smiled faintly, placed the garment bag on the nearby table, and departed without another word. At the corridor's bend, his smile vanished entirely, replaced by a mask-like stillness. He drew his wide-brimmed hat low over half his face, then fastened a smooth, featureless mask over the rest. Just like Trial 59. Did he strike a deal with that person? This complicates things. Beneath the mask, his Sharingan spun violently, then stilled, locking upon a dark shuriken-like pattern etched deep into his iris. Later, numerous others visited Su's hospital room, each appearing deeply familiar with the original Su. "It seems you're well enough to be discharged. Your condition is astonishingly robust. Just yesterday, your readings showed profound weakness. Let's go. I'll take you home." Kakashi held a medical report, every single parameter marked unequivocally normal. Hearing he could leave immediately, Su frowned. Was this hospital's standard practice? No observation period at all. Still, he welcomed discharge. The taste of freedom was sweet after all. And after donning the clothes Shisui had delivered, his opinion of the man softened just slightly. As they walked out of the hospital together, Su began cautiously probing for information about himself. "So, I used to be that kind of person." He was intensely curious about this body, especially since so many people had come to visit him. Surely he must have been a good person, perhaps even beloved. Kakashi closed the book in his hands, pausing, as though carefully weighing the question he'd just heard. Gentle to everyone, except Uchiha Shisui. Occasionally impolite, but only toward Jiraiya. Sometimes willful, exceptionally skilled, wields countless unusual ninja tools, places comrades above all else. Kakashi spoke in meticulous detail. Su listened with rapt attention. He realized, this person truly mirrored him, a version of himself from another world. And my parents? Why haven't they visited me? That question struck Su suddenly. He noticed it only now. Among all the visitors, none had claimed to be his parents. Kakashi's expression dimmed, and he remained silent for a long, heavy moment before answering. "Your parents are deceased. Your sole surviving ward is currently under Tsunedesima's care." Though pained, Kakashi chose honesty, yet deliberately withheld Naruto's existence from Su. Sue was astonished to learn he'd adopted a child. Clearly this version of himself diverged from his own nature. Had it been him, he would never have adopted a child, not in 1,000 years. He simply disliked children. My adopted child? How old is he now? 5 years younger than you. Kakashi replied, surprising himself when you rather than grieving her parents' death showed far greater interest in the son she hadn't seen in years. Instead, she seemed utterly fascinated by her long-absent adoptive son. Aren't you heartbroken, he asked. Your parents are gone. Kakashi's words jolted you awake. She had just realized with startling clarity that though she felt no sorrow, the original owner of this body surely would. Even without memory, ingrained habits lingered deep in the bones. At that thought, Yu's eyes welled with quiet tears, her vision blurring with unshed grief. But I don't remember them. I want to grieve. The system residing within Yu's mind watched her expression and almost chuckled. If 2 weeks from now you were to witness this very moment, his reaction would undoubtedly be grim, though one needed no imagination to guess how deeply unsettling it would be. They walked on in silence, until just before reaching their destination, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Kakashi frowned upon recognizing her. The Hokage should have been in her office, not wandering the streets defying protocol so openly. Tsunade ignored Kakashi's question entirely. With swift, decisive motion, she pushed past him and swept Yu, who had been hiding behind him, into a tight embrace. Ding! Tsunade's favorite 85-inch. Yu blinked at the chime. Wait, did they already know each other well? Then the odds of his true identity being uncovered had just risen significantly. No, right now he was officially amnesiac. What did he have to fear? That realization finally lent him a sliver of courage. Lady Tsunade. Suddenly a pink-haired girl dashed up behind Tsunade, clutching a bundle of medicinal herbs. When her gaze fell upon the person cradled in Tsunade's arms, her composure nearly shattered. Isn't that the Fourth Hokage's adopted daughter? She's truly awakened. Hearing Sakura's voice, Tsunade instantly recognized the impropriety and released Yu at once. She turned to Sakura and introduced warmly, "This is my disciple, and your senior sister, Kamado Yuho." Huh, my senior sister. Sakura stared astonished at Yu, who looked back with equal bewilderment as if silently admitting he understood nothing either. Is my adoptive son with you? Yu asked softly. Kakashi mentioned something about it. He couldn't suppress his intense curiosity about this son, 5 years his junior. Just then a clear, bright voice rang out from behind Yu. Sister Yu. All turned, and there stood a figure, skin like fresh snow, hair like spilled ink, eyes like the fathomless depths of starlit space. Sunlight poured in from behind him, gilding his silhouette in a radiant halo, so brilliant that you could barely make out his features. Yet that familiar outline struck Yu like lightning, jolting him rigid, stealing his breath, freezing him mid-motion. Sister Aoba, is that really you? At Yu's turn, joy flooded the other's eyes, so overwhelming it threatened to spill over. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and wrapped Yu in a fierce, desperate embrace, as if terrified Yu might vanish at any second. He buried his face in the hollow of Yu's neck, inhaling deeply, savoring that long-forgotten scent, drinking in the warmth radiating from Yu's body. Only then did Yu realize. This person was male, his long, silken hair the sole source of confusion. No, you're not Aoba. He shoved the figure away abruptly, his expression darkening with irritation. Years as a physician had left him acutely sensitive to physical contact, especially skin-to-skin intimacy. You've truly lost your memory. You don't even recognize me. His voice trembled, laced with unmistakable sorrow and wounded vulnerability, like a dog abandoned by its master. A chill ran down Yu's spine. For a grown man to display such exaggerated fragility was profoundly unsettling, almost nauseating. Yet the instant he recalled his own current appearance, delicate features, slender frame, soft demeanor, he felt utterly silent, words failing him completely. I am. Before he could finish, Tsunade interjected, he is your adoptive son, Mizuki Shiro. Yu recoiled, incredulous. You mean that person, over 5 feet 7 inches tall, is my adoptive son, 5 years younger than me? Both Tsunade and Shiro nodded solemnly, yet you still found it hard to believe. Doesn't look like it at all. Was the former owner of this body really that unconventional? Let's go. I'll take you home. Shiro reached out, took Yu's hand, and smiled, a tender, luminous smile. Yu's skin prickled with goose flesh. Brother, please. No, I'm not into that. Inside, he screamed in silent despair, yet let Shiro lead him away without resistance. Along the way, Shiro chattered endlessly, while Yu remained silent, listening intently, absorbing every word. He sensed with quiet certainty that he, the original Yu, had meant everything to Shiro. Why did you agree to become my adoptive son? Yu broke in, suddenly halting Shiro's stream of words. Shiro froze, then flushed, a delicate rose pink blooming across his cheeks. His voice faltered, hesitant and soft. When I was 3, my village was destroyed. And just as those men raised their blades to kill me, you appeared. You saved me, like a god descending from heaven. He paused, his blush deepening, then continued. You said, you'd become my family. You fell silent. So that's why you willingly became my son. Then why are your cheeks so red? Are you feeling warm? As soon as the words left his mouth, you regretted them. Shiro's face erupted in crimson, like a ripened apple, panic flashing across his features. He snatched his hands to his burning face, pressing tightly, as if trying to smother the heat itself. Watching him unravel so completely you felt a sudden icy dread seep into his marrow. Once home you learned the location of his room, and wasted no time fleeing Shiro's presence desperate to escape this unnerving atmosphere. Deep inside a chilling certainty took root. Shiro's feelings toward him were not ordinary. No, not merely seeming abnormal. They were definitively wrong. Wait, does this guy have some kind of mental disorder? Leaning against the door you locked it swiftly. Only then did he feel the faintest whisper of safety. After catching his breath you switched on the light. But the moment illumination flooded the room the sight struck him like a physical blow. Dozens of empty medicine bottles littered the desk, charcoal sketches fluttered across walls and floor, a shattered alarm clock lay beside the bed, and strange crimson sigils, like ancient cryptic scriptures, were etched everywhere in blood-red pigment. The room exuded an eerie, suffocating stillness. You picked up a sketch fallen at his feet. The face drawn there was hauntingly familiar. Aoba, what is going on here? His grip tightened on the paper, until the fragile sheet crumpled completely in his trembling fingers. That same oppressive sensation surged back. Deep inside his skull a whisper coiled like smoke. You're merely an inferior imitation. In that instant, reason dissolved. His mind reeled as if struck by a sledgehammer while a voice, like the devil's whisper, circled relentlessly within his skull. A failure must know his place. You are nothing but a shoddy counterfeit imitation. Sui staggered toward the mirror, limbs unsteady as though he might collapse at any moment. His gaze was dazed and terrified, locked onto the figure in the mirror, who smiled back at him with eerie calm, while his lips moved involuntarily. Who are you? He felt submerged in a grotesque dream, reality blurred at the edges, dissolving into a tide of crimson that surged toward him without warning. The voice in his ears pierced his skull like sharpened blades, splitting his head with agony. Yet the reflection in the mirror suddenly answered his whispered question. I am you. You should not ask who are you, but rather who am I? Who am I? You are an inferior replica. Sui stood utterly bewildered, unaware that he had already stepped into a meticulously laid trap, drawn deeper with every faltering step. The figure in the mirror watched Sui's disheveled state with growing delight, the smile widening, laced with boundless mockery and cruel glee. Sui's composure shattered. He could no longer endure such humiliation, such torment. With a guttural cry, he hurled a fist toward that grinning face in the glass. His fragile knuckles split instantly against the jagged edge of the mirror, blood welling from the wounds and trickling down his fingers. Shards of glass, each smeared with Sui's blood, scattered across the floor like splintered fragments of a psyche, reflecting his own contorted, snarling visage. They seemed to jeer at his helplessness, wail for his misfortune, weep for his ruin. Then, who were they? And who truly was he? The voices in Sui's head spiraled into frenzied hysteria, like a pack of starving beasts howling in unison. Die. Just die. Won't you just die, eh? You're fake, so die already. Slowly, trembling, Sui reached down, toward the glittering shards strewn across the floor. Despair hollowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he seized a razor-sharp fragment and drove it deep into his own carotid artery. Blood erupted like a crimson geyser. Warmth flooded the ground in thick, spreading waves. His body slackened, life draining away, until he collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been severed, sinking silently into the pool of his own blood. From his lips came a faint, fading whisper, good. But before the word could fully escape, a torrent of blood surged into his mouth, choking off speech, sealing his final breath. He felt vitality ebb, cell by cell, until his gaze dulled, emptied, and finally went dark. Resistance ceased. Consciousness dissolved. Big Sister Sui, wake up. Familiar voices rang out beside him. Who? Wasn't I just dead, by my own hand? Confused and disoriented, Sui forced his eyelids open. The first thing he saw was Bai's panic-stricken face. What happened to me? He rose shakily from Bai's arms and pressed trembling fingers to his throat, only breathing freely again once he confirmed there was no wound. Then he turned, and froze at the sight of broken glass littering the floor. Not a dream. Seeing Sui stir, Bai finally exhaled in quiet relief. Thank heavens, you're awake. I thought something terrible had happened. Sui ignored Bai's words, retreating inward, to dissect what he'd just endured. If it wasn't a dream, then how had he returned from death? And what, exactly, was that ceaseless chattering voice? Sui turned to Bai and asked, did I ever have a psychiatric condition? To him, only a mental break could explain such vivid hallucinations. Though puzzled by the sudden question, Bai nodded. Yes, you've been diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder. Did it flare up again? Intermittent explosive disorder. Sui fell silent. He'd never heard of a case where such a diagnosis manifested this kind of immersive delusion. No matter the diagnosis, it couldn't possibly be this. Sui walked to the table, picked up an empty medicine bottle, and studied its ingredient list. What does this have to do with treating explosive disorder? The deeper he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. A friend he'd known with the same diagnosis had taken entirely different medication, nothing like what lay in his palm. Who bought these? You did. No one knows where you got them. I replied. How old was I when I fell unconscious? 7. I said. You've been unconscious for 15 years. Sui didn't reply. Wait, what? 15 years, and still alive. Does this body perform photosynthesis? You're certain I survived 15 years? Honestly, I'm not sure. All I've heard is that your body periodically generates surplus chakra for no apparent reason. What? Sui was thoroughly lost. Surplus chakra, spontaneously. Was he really photosynthesizing now? The system residing within Sui's mind had witnessed those hallucinations too. After all, they shared the same vessel, and it found those intrusive voices deeply irritating. So it begins again. Those creditors are back. How tiresome. All I asked for was one more month. Is this truly worth such a commotion? Muttering under its breath, the system added a terse footnote beneath its earlier message. Lift restraints preemptively, if necessary. Beware their arrival. System, did you see them? Utterly unfamiliar with the supernatural Sui, turned instead to the far more inexplicable entity embedded within himself. My hypothesis. This is a parallel world, and you've transmigrated into your counterpart's body here. The system recited its fabrication with serene authority. I refuse to be anyone else's shadow. With that thought, Sui plucked out his left eye, choosing the left not out of symbolism, but because its ability was useless. According to the system, several time manipulation techniques already existed. And while Kamui's intangibility offered solid survivability, its flaw was glaring. It rendered him incapable of attacking while phased, a grievous limitation. Blood welled from the hollow socket, its vivid red clashing violently against his pallid skin. Without pause, Sui casually crushed the gory orb in his palm, slick and warm. Bai stood frozen. What on earth was happening? Was that his own eye he'd just obliterated? You? Before Bai could utter another word, Sui cut in. You must distinguish carefully. Distinguish what? Bai frowned, more unsettled than ever. Something about Sui felt subtly off, yet he couldn't pinpoint why. You've grown sharper, the system observed coolly. Sui ignored Bai's stunned silence, stepping past him into the living room. He began dressing the wound, pouring an entire bottle of iodine directly into the socket. Crimson blood mixed with inky antiseptic, searing his nerves with brutal intensity. Sui gave a soft, dismissive hum, and snatched a fresh roll of gauze, wrapping it tightly around his ruined eye. As Bai turned to leave the room, Sui offered one last warning: don't do anything unnecessary. Then he strode out, walking the streets of Konoha, indifferent to the glances, curious, wary, or pitying, that followed him. Sui continued to walk quietly, aimlessly, until he reached a corner where he finally came to a halt. I've grown up and won't use these boring ninjutsu anymore. You should use them less too, Konohamaru. A youthful voice resonated from around the corner. Sui was curious about the voice, slowly peeking out to see what the person looked like. The person gave him a similar feeling to Shisui, but with some differences. Due to not having learned how to conceal himself, Jiraiya, standing behind Naruto, keenly captured the glimpse of a white figure in the corner. The person looked very familiar, with white hair and green eyes appearing somewhat feminine. With these traits, even Jiraiya's dull mind should have guessed the person's identity. The spitting image of the child of prophecy. But wasn't that person already in a coma 15 years ago? Jiraiya thought to himself, and then asked the person, Sui, how did you get here? Pervy sage, who are you talking to? What nonsense is this? Naruto, hearing Jiraiya's words, was puzzled, and turned to look in the direction Jiraiya was staring. A strange person walked straight into his line of sight. Sui, who had been observing Naruto, suddenly heard his name and frowned slightly. Why does everyone in Konoha know me? Sui couldn't help but complain inwardly. He raised his hand, pointed at himself, and asked, you know me? Sakura Haruno also noticed the two's peculiar behavior, and upon seeing the person behind the wall felt puzzled. Sister Sui, aren't you supposed to be with Senior Bai? Why did you come out alone? She asked. Then she noticed the unusual condition of Sui's eyes, and hurriedly approached to grab his frail shoulders. What happened to your eyes? Sakura asked. How come they're wrapped in bandages after just a short while? The bandages around Sui's eyes were too conspicuous. Even with his white skin and hair, the bandages were easily noticeable. Sui merely glanced at Sakura with his remaining eye, and said in a flat tone, I dug them out. His expression was so calm, as if removing an eye was the most normal thing in the world. Upon hearing this, Sakura hurriedly unwrapped the professional bandages, revealing the hollow eye socket. Everyone present was taken aback at the sight of Sui's condition. Sakura examined the wound, and was surprised to find it was healing remarkably well, as if it had been recovering for months, likely returning to normal in just a few days. However, the wound was clearly fresh. Such a process was impossible. Sui ignored Sakura's actions of checking his wound, as he had already tended to it adequately. He repeated the question he had just asked Jiraiya. Do you know me? Jiraiya's gaze shifted from the wound in Sui's eye to his face, seemingly trying to read something from his expression. You don't remember me? His tone was filled with confusion. He briefly thought that Sui was trying to play some kind of twisted game. At this moment, Sakura also spoke up to explain to Jiraiya. Sister Sui suffered a brain injury due to some special circumstances, which means she has amnesia, to put it simply. Since they didn't know Sui, Naruto and Konohamaru could only stand by and silently observe this Sui. He remembered her. 3 years ago, Kakashi-sensei often visited her in the hospital. Senior Bai was the same. They seemed to have a close relationship with this person. He had stolen glances at her before, but each time he saw her, she was asleep like a porcelain doll that seemed never to wake. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel more fondness for Sui. Ding! Uzumaki, Naruto's favorability level is 50. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Would you like to open it? The sudden system notification made Sui turn to look at Naruto. When their azure eyes met, a torrent of intense emotions surged within Sui: unwillingness, jealousy, longing, and disgust. These emotions crashed over his heart like waves. Sui felt something was off. Clearly the other person looked like they didn't want to know him. But why did he feel this way? Was it something he generated? Or was it from the original owner of this body? Thus he asked the same question again. Do you know me? Naruto shook his head and said, I don't know you, but I know of you. Sui said, oh, and stopped thinking about the matter, turning away from Naruto. Suddenly he looked at Sakura beside him and asked, Sakura, can I follow you? Sakura blinked in confusion and retorted, can't you stay with Bai? Sui silently shook his head, recalling Bai's strange attitude toward him, feeling a chill in his heart. He feared that one day Bai might act strangely and do something unexpected. I prefer you, I want to be with you. Sui spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the tips of his toes. This was the first time he had uttered such cheesy words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ding. Sakura Haruno's favorability level is 60. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Would you like to open it? Sakura's face turned a bright shade of red, spreading all the way to her ears. She didn't expect Sui to be so direct, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Naruto and the others also stared at Sui with strange expressions. Naruto nudged Jiraiya with his elbow, quietly asking, does she always talk like this? Konohamaru also wanted to ask Jiraiya. To them, Sui's behavior had been consistently odd. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, actually, I'm not very close to her, so I'm not too clear on how she normally talks. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto and Konohamaru were momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Sakura surprisingly agreed to Sui's request. She softly said, sure, but you still have to go home to sleep at night. Upon hearing Sakura's agreement, Sui felt relieved. Thankfully she agreed, or else he would have to keep watch with his left and right eyes alternately at night. Of course I will go home. Sui flashed a sunny smile and said, you are really a nice person, Sakura. Sui felt no awkwardness in saying such words with this face. Seduction was just a means to increase favorability. What was this little effort worth? However, he still felt a bit nauseated inside. He was quite averse to the idea of pleasing others like a performing artist. You should say less of such things, especially to strangers you just met. Sakura asked. Her face, which had already returned to normal, was reignited, but she only thought Sui spoke that way naturally, not intentionally. Sui felt a bit strange upon hearing Sakura's words. Initially, he only regarded her as a pretty girl. But during this brief interaction, he felt like she was more like a gentle older sister. Although the original owner of this body was older than her, being beside her made him feel more like a junior. This feeling was just like with Aoba. The four of them walked towards the Hokage building. Along the way, Naruto wanted to strike up a conversation with Sui, but unfortunately it seemed as if she was intentionally avoiding him, leaving no opportunity for engagement. Sui was naturally well aware of Naruto's intentions, yet every time their eyes met, that peculiar feeling surged in her heart once again. Thus she could only pretend not to see him. Although she felt it was unfair to Naruto, she thought, host, aren't you going to receive your reward? The system, noticing that Sui had not yet claimed her reward, felt a tinge of irritation. Had she forgotten? Upon hearing the system, Sui suddenly recalled that there had indeed been two voices in her head saying something similar before. She then softly asked in her mind, system, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Alien body. Your entire body will transform into a random type of mineral. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Crystal ball. You can ask the other party one question every day. It knows many things. Upon hearing the first reward, Sui was momentarily stunned. What the heck? My entire body will turn into a mineral. It would be better not to have it at all. Sui thought to herself, slowly raising her eyes to ensure no one was watching her before pinching her own arm. It really is hard. Sui inexplicably thought of a question. If I get injured now, wouldn't I be treated as a monster? She felt a wave of agitation in her heart. While having a body of minerals certainly had its advantages, such as not bleeding when injured or falling ill, there were also drawbacks. For instance, if she randomly turned into a very brittle mineral, wouldn't that make her useless? Sui pondered the pros and cons in her heart and could only let out a sigh of resignation. Feeling this brand new body, she couldn't help but feel unsure whether to be happy or angry. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Tsunade, sitting in the Hokage chair, exchanged glances with the four of them, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem, congratulations on returning from your journey, Naruto. I assume you are aware of that matter, so I won't elaborate further. Sui is now also a member of Team 7. Tsunade, maintaining her usual demeanor, pointed to Sui and then to Naruto and the others. The three of them, except for Jiraiya, simultaneously expressed their confusion. Especially Sui, the subject of this matter, who didn't even know about it herself, let alone Naruto. I don't know. No one told me, Naruto replied with a puzzled expression. And the fourth member of Team 7 will always be Sasuke. Hearing this, Sui shot Naruto a disgruntled glare and said as if anyone wanted to join. What did you say? Naruto, feeling insulted, immediately became furious. He grabbed Sui by the collar, his gaze fixed intensely on her. You're not allowed to look down on Team 7. Ding. Naruto Uzumaki's favorability increased to 40. The others present were taken aback at this scene, as Naruto was not someone who easily lost his temper. Only Jiraiya noticed something was off. Naruto's current state resembled Sui's past demeanor. Sui singular I resembled a deep lake, reflecting Naruto's furious expression, and a wave of annoyance gradually rose within her. She slowly raised her hand, applying a gentle force, as if using a pair of iron pincers to move Naruto's grasping hand away. Then under Naruto's shocked gaze, sweet tone grew as cold as winter frost. I did not mean to insult Team 7, it was simply your attitude that angered me. Witnessing this scene, the others fell silent, their eyes reflecting disbelief and surprise. A patient who had just awakened for half a day had strength surpassing that of a typical 15-year-old boy. It was indeed hard to believe. Naruto, annoyed, broke free from Sui's grasp. He turned around facing away from her and chose to ignore her. Sui, unbothered by the slight, maintained her cold demeanor as if everything around her was irrelevant. Watching Sui like this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Her gaze fixed intently on Sui, hoping to glimpse the true thoughts hidden deep within him. You really don't resemble your former self at all, Sui. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of teasing, yet her eyes betrayed a nostalgia for the past. You're somewhat less likable now. Despite her light-hearted tone, Sui felt quite perplexed. Tilting her head, she asked in confusion, do you want me to imitate her? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. Imitate herself? What kind of logic was that? At that moment, a particularly lazy voice came from the window. Sorry, I'm late. Everyone turned to look at the sound, only to see a person with a black mask and spiky white hair leaning against the windowsill, holding a small red-covered book. Upon seeing the newcomer, Naruto perked up immediately, his eyes shining as he excitedly shouted, Kakashi-sensei. Hearing his name, Kakashi had no choice but to shift his gaze from the text of his book to the source of the voice. His eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, yet when he saw Naruto, he still managed a faint smile. Oh, it's Naruto. Kakashi spoke, gently scrutinizing Naruto closely, and remarked, you've grown quite a bit. Hearing this from Kakashi made Naruto's smile even brighter, filling his heart with joy. The following events unfolded just as in the original text, with Naruto defeating Kakashi using his weaknesses, and the three members of the original Team 7 went to a ramen shop for ramen. Meanwhile, Sui returned home alone with Bai not present. Sui turned on the light, and the warm yellow glow illuminated the entire living room, where a bowl of noodle soup sat on the dining table. Steam wafted up from the bowl, causing Sui to furrow her brow as she caught sight of it. She despised soupy foods, especially noodle soup. Turning her head away, she ignored the bowl of noodles and walked straight towards her bedroom. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, Sui found that the annoying whispers did not appear in her ears this time. However, Sui's mood remained quite agitated. Just as she prepared to wash up and sleep, she felt as if she had stepped on something. Then she felt her head being yanked suddenly, causing her balance to be disrupted. With a thud, she fell to the ground, a cracking sound echoing behind her waist. What the heck? Sui looked down in confusion, only to see a slightly dirty white hair. How did I not notice this hair was so long? Sui silently stood up, quietly tying her hair back as she rummaged through a nearby drawer for a pair of scissors. After hesitating for a few seconds, she cut down with one swift motion. Cutting my hair is fine, after all, in the original world my hair only reached my neck. Sui thought to herself as she casually tossed the hair in her hand into the trash bin. After washing up, Sui returned to her room, turned off the light, lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and her consciousness gradually blurred. The sunlight of the next day streamed through the window, illuminating Sui's face and casting golden flowers that belonged solely to the sun. Sui drowsily opened her eyes and saw a person lying next to her, their arm wrapped around her waist. His face instantly darkened. Even his sister had never embraced him like this. How dare this person? Sui kicked the person beside her away and began changing her clothes, ignoring the bewildered look on their face. Upon realizing the scene before her, Bei's face flushed red, and she hurriedly turned away, trying not to dwell on what she had just seen. After changing, Sui glanced at Bei's crimson cheeks out of the corner of her eye and felt a wave of nausea. From a rational perspective, he finally reminded her, remember your identity. Oh, I can consider you half a mother. He then added, moreover, we are just family and can only be family. But family can take many forms. Why must we be in a mother-son relationship? Bai retorted, unwilling to accept it. Why must it only be such a conclusion? Bai himself didn't understand his feelings for Sui. Oh, he just felt that Sui was that special person. When Sui smiled and said she would be his family, Bei's heart stopped. Sui frowned, as it was the first time someone had so vehemently opposed her, leaving her somewhat displeased. So according to you, what should our relationship be? Sui asked. It can't be his partner's right. After all, I'm 4 years older than you. If we were of a similar age, would you agree to it? He didn't want to deal with the troubles of the owner of this body, especially such a romantic entanglement. Maybe, Sui replied, genuinely not wanting to continue this ridiculous argument with this madman. After casually responding, she lifted her foot, preparing to leave. Bai quickly caught up, pulling her down to the ground, and then straddling her abdomen. The sudden force left Sui's mind blank for a brief moment. As she felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head, her mind began to clear. She was now a bit scared because it seemed like there was a small crack at the back of her head. Doesn't this indicate that the randomly acquired or has poor hardness? Hey, what are you trying to do? Sui's voice trembled slightly, her tone softer than usual. At this moment, Bai also felt a bit regretful. His previous actions had been purely instinctive. What if Sui ended up disliking him because of this? I don't know. Then let go of me. No. As soon as Sui said this, Bai strongly retorted, leaving Sui nearly exasperated. Why was this person so difficult to talk to? Would it kill him to let her out, or would he lose a piece of flesh? Just then the door to the room was opened, and both of them turned to look. They saw a bewildered Naruto and a scowling Sakura quietly standing at the door looking down at the two of them. Sui quickly stood up from Sui's body and left the room, bypassing Naruto and Sakura. Sui did not get up, her eyes vacant and devoid of any emotion. The moment she felt the crack at the back of her head, most of her thoughts had already vanished. It's over. With such a fragile body, how can I possibly fight any enemies? I probably can't even leave the newbie village. No matter how terrifying the attack power, if I don't achieve a one-hit kill, I'm practically useless. Sister Sui. Sister Sui. It wasn't until she heard Sakura's call that she slightly regained her senses. What is it? She asked. Sakura, relieved to see Sui was all right, replied, Kakashi-sensei wants us to gather at the Leaf Village gate. There's a mission. At that moment, Naruto also leaned in, looking gossipy. I have to ask, what is your relationship with Bai? What were you two just doing? Sui shot Naruto a look as if he were insane and sighed helplessly. I am his mother, and he is my adopted son. The rest is classified. Naturally, Sui could not disclose this matter to others. Bai was shameless, and he still needed her. Sakura gave Naruto a hard slap on the back of his head and twisted his ear as they exited the door. She also closed the door behind her, leaving Sui alone, lying coldly on the floor. She sat up slowly and turned to look at the floor. If nothing unexpected occurred, there would probably be fragments of Sui's body on the floor. Sure enough, scattered across the wooden floor were chunks of green jade of varying shades. Green. Sui carefully picked up one piece and held it in her palm, examining it closely. Finally, she let out a helpless sigh. Why is it jade? That stuff is frighteningly brittle. Wouldn't this have my fighting power? After tidying herself up, Sui stepped out of the house. Upon arriving at the Leaf Village gate, she saw that the other three had already been waiting there for quite some time. Each wore a different expression, likely because Naruto had spread news of what had just happened. That little brat, his mouth really is too wide. Sui thought to herself and hurried over to the trio, asking what's the mission. Kakashi cleared his throat twice and explained while talk on the way, the mission is urgent. Sui responded with a got it, and the four of them set off towards the Land of Wind. On the way, Kakashi also explained the details of the mission to Sui. The Kazekage of Sunagakure and the Jinchuriki Gaara have been captured by members of Akatsuki, and our mission is to rescue the Kazekage. Sui paused for a moment, suddenly stopping her quick pace. If she remembered correctly, she should have a skill similar to teleportation. Then, amidst the confused inquiries of the others, a frame suddenly appeared in front of her. The size of the frame was just right for an adult to enter. Sui pointed to herself, and then to the frame, saying, you can just go straight in. What? Although she had heard Kakashi mention that Sui possessed many strange ninjutsu. This particular one, however, was something they had never encountered before. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Sui could only let them be. After all, this body wouldn't tire out now. To be precise, aside from the slight pain when it shattered, this body had no other sensation whatsoever. Moreover, it seemed that the pain had been amplified. The earlier hit to the back of her head felt similar to the sensation of breaking ribs. Forget it. Let's continue on our way. Sui truly didn't want to waste more breath on the others and sped ahead. In just a few steps, she left the others behind. The three exchanged glances and sighed before hurriedly following Sui's lead. The system in her mind watched this scene with great interest. The mission in the Land of Wind would last at least half a month. Through some shared hardships, they could strengthen the bonds between them. If so, can you come out unscathed? After all, you are the kindest one. He chuckled quietly, while continually playing with several shiny pieces of jade in his hand. The 5-day journey passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 9 days left for Sui to recover her memories. Even though she was psychologically prepared, the desolate scenery and the shocking temperature of Sunagakure still astonished her. In a radius of 10 miles, there wasn't a single living plant. Even dead vegetation was exceptionally rare. Along the way, Sui kept closely behind Haruno Sakura, patting her shoulder and quietly asking, is the environment of the Land of Wind this harsh? Noticing the fine beads of sweat appearing on Sui's forehead, Haruno Sakura began rummaging through her small bag. Finally, she took out a light pink scarf adorned with a cherry blossom in the bottom right corner. She gently wiped Sui's forehead with it. Feeling the unique fragrance of youth emanating from Sakura, Sui couldn't help but feel her face warm up. A large portion of the Land of Wind is desert, and the remaining patches of forest are all along the borders, Haruno Sakura carefully explained. She then inadvertently glanced at Sui's shortened hair. Then, as if finally gathering her courage, she asked, by the way, why did you cut your long hair, senior sister Sui? Hearing this, Sui was momentarily taken aback before breaking into an embarrassed smile. She brushed a strand of bangs away with a nonchalant tone, replying, I cut it because it was a hassle, and don't you think it looks cooler this way? Haruno Sakura was clearly amused by this remark, though she put on a facade of wanting to laugh, but holding it back. Yes, it really does look cool. Her words were sincere. Sui's face was already handsome, and regardless of hairstyle, it carried a sense of masculinity that was further amplified in this appearance. Naruto, who had been eavesdropping nearby, felt a surge of discontent upon hearing his goddess say this. How can Sui, a girl, be cool? Clearly I'm the one with more charm, right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto pretended to be indifferent while glancing at Kakashi beside him. The moment Kakashi made eye contact with Naruto, he instantly understood the other's meaning. He cleared his throat and said, I actually think Sui looks better, and... Hey! Naruto interrupted, angrily cutting off Kakashi before he could finish his sentence. He knew it was likely not a compliment. Kakashi remained unfazed and continued on his way. Sui also stayed silent, merely quickening her pace. Because she had already spotted the tall wall surrounding Tsunagakure, Naruto seemed to feel the same, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "We finally made it." The four exchanged glances and quickened their steps. Soon under the guidance of the guards they arrived at a room in the medical department. Along the way Sui curiously observed the entirely unfamiliar surroundings, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Haruno Sakura, perhaps noticing Sui's discomfort, reached out to hold her hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from their clasped hands, Sui was taken aback by the vibrant green eyes that mirrored her own. Unlike her, Sakura's eyes were brighter and full of life. More importantly, there was light, hope, and a love for the world within them. Those were qualities absent in Sui's own eyes, which she remembered reflected endless obsession and loneliness the first time she looked in the mirror. These eyes were something she originally did not possess. Even though their appearances and temperaments were alike, their intrinsic qualities differed. She was different from that Sui. They were two distinct individuals. "I think I might really like you." She suddenly blurted this out, then nodded, firmly gripping the hand held by Haruno Sakura tightly. "It must be true. I must have fallen for you. Otherwise my heart wouldn't be racing like this." The system in Sui's mind turned dark upon hearing this, muttering, "This is a bit too much." She quickly typed on the keyboard, her gaze finally landing on the mood display. It boldly displayed the words, "disgusting." The frown on the system's face gradually relaxed, a faint smile forming at the corners of its mouth. Contemplating the situation at that moment, it concluded that Haruno Sakura's personality resembled her own too closely, possibly triggering emotions that shouldn't have arisen. You mean it?" Haruno Sakura's expression changed, repeatedly hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in a black robe, appearing to be around 70 to 80 years old, trembled as he pointed at Sui, his face filled with fury. It's you. You killed my sister." Noticing the old man's behavior, Sui furrowed her brows and took small steps to stand beside Kakashi. Yet even so, the old man's gaze remained fixed on her. Sui was utterly confused. Wasn't this body only 7 years old before it fell into slumber? You couldn't possibly arrive at such a conclusion through mere speculation, could you? "You say I killed your sister?" Sui pointed at herself, uncertainly asking. Hearing this, the old man's fury intensified as he stepped forward, ready to grab her. Haruno Sakura, noticing the situation was amiss, quickly stepped in front of Sui, her expression serious as she said, "Lord Hoka, please calm down. My senior sister suffered brain damage due to certain reasons, causing her to lose some memories. Asking her now would be of no significance." Yes, Sui nodded in agreement from behind Haruno Sakura. Kakashi said nothing, only watching Sui with a skeptical gaze. He knew Sui had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, so if she truly encountered Chio on the battlefield, it wouldn't be surprising. However, the key point was that Chio had possessed elite strength back then, so there was no way she could have died so quietly. As for why Hoka was so certain it was Sui, that remained a mystery. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a muffled groan reached the ears of the few. Sui was too lazy to pay attention to the trivial matter, her gaze now focused solely on one person, the one who had made her feel strange. In contrast, Haruno Sakura sensed something was off the moment she heard the sound. Looking towards the source of the sound, she saw Kankuro lying in bed with a pained expression. His bare upper body revealed obvious wounds, the edges of which were darkened, indicating he had been poisoned. Haruno Sakura hurriedly stepped forward, and after briefly inquiring about his condition, her expression turned serious. "Has he been poisoned by the red sand scorpion? That's truly troublesome," she muttered to herself, not daring to slacken her treatment. Sui and Naruto quietly watched Haruno Sakura. "Sakura is really kind, and her medical skills are impressive," Sui remarked casually, her eyes filled with admiration for Sakura. "By the way, aren't you also Tsunade's disciple? Why aren't you with Sakura?" Naruto asked in confusion. There was no need for that. Upon hearing Sui's words, Naruto couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Sui initially wanted to be with Haruno Sakura, but then a question popped into her mind. If it were him, what would he do? He would go with Haruno Sakura to save people. However, ever since that strange experience, Sui had been fixated on the word different. A strange obsession. Because Haruno Sakura needed to perform surgery on Kankuro, she could not return to the room with Naruto and the others. Reluctantly, Naruto and the others had to head back to their lodging first. Just as they opened the door, a voice called out from behind. "Wait a moment, Hatake Kakashi." The three turned around simultaneously and saw Maki running towards them, seemingly clutching something in his hand. "What's the matter?" Kakashi asked, having been called by name. Maki opened his palm, revealing a piece of black fabric to the three. This was taken from the body of the person who abducted the Wind Shadow before Kankuro fell unconscious. "I believe it will provide you with some convenience in rescuing the Wind Shadow," Maki explained. Everyone present understood the implications of his words. Intimate clothing usually carries the owner's chakra. This chakra serves as an important clue in locating others. However, Susuke, who had not yet fully grasped the matters of this ninja world, found Maki's actions puzzling. Kakashi casually noticed Susuke's strange expression and understood. Is Susuke unclear about Maki's words? Yes, I never expected. That once mighty genius of Konoha now turned into a fool in the ninja world. Kakashi teased with amusement, even giving Susuke a light tap on the head. Kakashi's teasing made Susuke's expression turn sour. So, Are you going to mock a genius with amnesia? Kakashi, sensei. Upon sensing something off in Susuk's tone, Kakashi dropped his carefree demeanor and began to seriously explain Maki's words to Susuke. The clothing may retain the enemy's chakra, allowing my summoning beast to track them down. You're what? Susuke became slightly intrigued by the term summoning beast as it seemed familiar in his memory. Kakashi, perhaps not expecting Susuke to find this interesting, merely repeated the term he had just mentioned. Summoning beast. He then added as if realizing Susuke's meaning. Summoning beasts are very special beings. They enter into contracts with ninjas, becoming their companions and aides. Summoning beasts possess various powerful abilities and skills, helping ninjas accomplish various tasks. For instance, my summoning beast, the 8 ninja dogs with Pakin, primarily responsible for tracking. We still need to borrow his nose for a while. Susuke's comprehension was not lacking, especially since Kakashi's explanation was quite clear. There was no way he couldn't understand. He nodded silently and returned to the room with the two. Kakashi placed the piece of black fabric beside the table and then sat on the windowsill to rest. Naruto also sat silently on the tatami, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. At that moment, it was Susuke, usually the calmest among them, who spoke first. By the way, why is that organization called Akatsuki trying to capture the Wind Shadow? According to the information currently known, Akatsuki is likely trying to collect tailed beasts. Kakashi explained to Susuke. Upon hearing tailed beasts, Susuke suddenly recalled the history of the ninja world that the system had narrated to him. He squinted his eyes at Naruto, smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Then does Akatsuki also plan to come to Konoha to capture the tailed beast? By the way, who is our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kakashi was quite surprised that Susuke knew such things. He couldn't remember anyone telling Susuke about them. Susuke, noticing Kakashi's gaze, smiled and explained, all of this was told to me by he shared a lot of knowledge about the ninja world. Even though Susuke said so, Kakashi still planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, whose condition was clearly not right, and replied, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha is Naruto. Oh, it's Naruto. Then will Akatsuki also come to Konoha to capture Naruto? Susuke feigned a surprised expression while looking at Naruto, then showed a worried demeanor. Kakashi sensed that Susuke was acting strangely at that moment, but said nothing. Naruto, evidently not thinking that much, felt his blood boiling. I will defeat them and prove myself through action so that everyone in Konoha can recognize me. Is that so? Then I truly hope to witness that moment. Susuke gave Naruto an encouraging smile. At that moment, Kakashi turned to Susuke and asked, by the way, do you still feel anything about your bloodline limit? Susuke frowned, completely unable to understand what the term bloodline limit meant. He asked, what on earth is a bloodline limit? You don't even know this. Naruto's expression was one of surprise. Susuke shot Naruto a glare. Did you forget something? Naruto seemed to recall something, exclaiming a couple of times, and apologetically said, sorry Susuke, I accidentally forgot just now. Susuke ignored Naruto and looked back at Kakashi, raising an eyebrow to signal him to continue explaining. Kakashi sighed lightly and said, right now the urgent matter is to help you awaken it again, otherwise I worry about the upcoming battles. Susuke said nothing, only nodding blankly. Worried about the upcoming battles. Certainly he had never been in a fight his entire life. If he really faced someone now, even with any impressive techniques, he lacked practical experience and would just be brushed aside like a minor enemy. Hey, does Susuke have a bloodline limit too? Why has no one ever known about it? Naruto stared at Kakashi with curiosity, now very eager to know where Kakashi obtained this information. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, seemingly contemplating whether to tell him. After a while he sighed again. Because Susuke is the child of the Fourth Hokage, all information regarding her has been sealed by the Third Hokage. Naruto had naturally heard about Susuke's background, but because of his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had once harbored doubts and guilt towards her. Even now it was still the same. Susuke, seeing that Kakashi had not told her how to awaken that bloodline limit for half a year, impatiently called out. So how should I awaken it? You should tell me. Kakashi thought seriously for a moment before raising his index finger and tapping it against his temple. Susuke did not understand the meaning of this gesture and turned to Naruto, hoping he could provide some hints. At that moment, Naruto's expression was even more confused than Susuke's. Noticing Susuke's gaze, he shook his head, mumbling, I don't know either. Susuke genuinely wanted to get up and slap Naruto. No matter what he asked, he always said he didn't know. Just rely on your feelings. Kakashi unexpectedly said this. Susuke suddenly had a moment of enlightenment and instantly understood what Kakashi meant. He hurriedly closed his eyes, gradually emptying his thoughts. Susuke began to feel the turbulent energy within his body, imagining himself as a fish. Suddenly he perceived a vision, sticky, obscure, and vague in meaning. But in just a moment, that vision vanished and Susuke felt as if it were merely an illusion. Sui quietly felt the flow of chakra within her body, her consciousness slowly wandering within it. This is the place. As she approached, a peculiar fluctuation in her abdomen, Sui thought to herself. The chakra fluctuation was different from the rest, it felt colder. Once she became somewhat familiar with that chakra, Sui opened her eyes in the real world. How is it? Kakashi, who was the first to notice Sui opened her eyes, asked anxiously. Sui nodded uncertainly and began to gather chakra, allowing it to flow in her right hand. As the chakra accumulated more and more, Sui began to feel her right hand swell dangerously on the verge of exploding. I can't hold it anymore, it's about to burst. Sui murmured to herself, quickly pressing her right hand against the nearest wall. The sound of clinking echoed in Sui ears as countless ice crystals began to spread from her right hand. In an instant, the entire room, except for Sui, was covered in ice crystals. Holy! It turns out the system really wasn't lying. Am I really this powerful? Sui was completely shocked by her own strength. She had thought of herself as just a waste of chakra. But then, where's Kakashi? Sui was just about to boast about her impressive bloodline limit to Kakashi, but when she turned her head, she found that the spot where Kakashi had been standing was empty. There was clearly a broken piece of ice left behind. Kakashi must have used some method to escape. Sui let out an annoyed sound and walked to the door just as a weak voice came from the window. Wait, help Naruto, or he might be in serious pain. Sui didn't need to turn around to know who that was. It was Kakashi. Handle it yourself, I have important matters to attend to. With that, Sui kicked the door open and stepped out, followed immediately by the heavy sound of a door slamming next door. Bang! Kakashi sighed helplessly, his gaze shifting from where Sui had left to the frozen Naruto. This is no ordinary ice. After being sealed for so long, it's now fully released. Sui took out a book from her bag, opening it in a mysterious manner in the corner. The book was titled Crystal Ball. Sui couldn't understand how a perfectly good sphere had turned into a book. The cover of the book was very simple, pure black, with a large character crystal written in the center. System, how do I use this? After flipping through it for a long time, Sui found no instructions and scratched her head in annoyance. Use your blood as ink and write down the questions you want to ask. The system replied nonchalantly. Sui exclaimed, then began rummaging through her bag, soon pulling out a small knife. Without any hesitation, she pressed the knife against her palm and made a deep cut. Unexpectedly, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. The varying shades of green jade seemed to mock Sui's foolishness. Sui. She almost forgot that her current body was empty and there was no blood to speak of. Sui quickly threw the small knife aside, calling out to the system in frustration. System, where am I supposed to get blood from right now? The system was silent for a moment before cheerfully replying, actually, you can use someone else's blood, but you have to pay a small price. What price? Sui asked, a glimmer of hope rising. The system hesitated before saying, writing one question costs 10 opportunities. TCH. Isn't that just 10 times? Sui was completely dumbfounded. 10 times. At this rate, she might as well try to figure out how to make herself bleed. Not believing in superstition, she picked up the knife again and began to slash at her own body. Neck, wrist, thigh, calf, temples, abdomen, chest. All proved ineffective. Sui finally looked at her heart's position, swallowing hard. Now there was only this one option left. But she could actually feel her heart beating. It seemed like her entire body had only the heart as an organ left. Resolutely, Sui plunged the knife into her chest. Suddenly, a wave of immense pain surged towards her brain, and a warm flow rushed up her throat. Damn, this is real. As Sui looked at the large pool of blood flowing from her chest, she felt her head getting dizzier. System, help me. Rewind. Quickly. With every word, she spat out. The blood flowing from Sui's mouth increased. The system couldn't help but laugh at Sui's actions. It had only looked away from the screen for a moment, and Sui had gotten herself into this big mess. Hadn't it ever told Sui that the only weakness of an other body was the heart? The system recalled and realized it had indeed never mentioned that. Watching Sui's breath gradually fade, it wore a wicked smile. You're begging me now. Sui didn't have time to play around with the system, but in her current state, she couldn't speak either. The system waited a few seconds, and when it didn't hear what it wanted, its brow furrowed. But upon seeing Sui in such a miserable state, it reluctantly decided to help her. As the system operated, the blood that had flowed out seemed to come alive and returned to Sui's heart. A minute later, Sui's heart and other wounds disappeared, and her consciousness gradually returned. Sui, still shaken, touched her chest and let out a sigh of relief upon feeling the familiar heartbeat. My goodness, I should have just used someone else's blood. Sui picked up the book, counting page by page. No way. Exactly 50 pages, it doesn't look that thin. Annoyed, Sui counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After counting once more, she completely gave up resisting. It was indeed 50 pages, a full 50 pages. Only 5 chances. I need to use them wisely. Sui got up, casually tossed the book aside, and turned to leave the room. Arriving at the next room, she couldn't be bothered to knock, and just strode out. Naruto, are you okay? Although Sui said this, she didn't spare a glance at Naruto, who was wrapped in layers of blankets. After confirming Kakashi's brat was not around, she finally looked at Naruto. Naruto, with snot running down his face, glared at Sui with a resentful expression and retorted, "What do you think?" Achoo! Naruto unconsciously sneezed and wiped the snot from his face. Seeing Naruto in such a pitiful state, Sui's basic qualities as a doctor compelled her to pour a cup of hot water for him. Naruto, were comrades right? She offered the cup to Naruto with a flattering expression. Naruto took a sip of hot water, looking at Sui suspiciously. What's up with him? Usually so proud, why is he acting like this now? Naruto instinctively felt something was off and cautiously asked, "What do you want?" Sui rubbed her hands together, wearing a fawning smile. "Bro, could you give me some blood? I promise not too much, just a small bottle." Naruto found Sui's request a bit strange. "What do you need my blood for?" "Nothing much, just give me some, my handsome brother Naruto." Naruto seemed to enjoy Sui's flattery and, feeling a rush of excitement, agreed. Alright, I'll do it. Sui felt a surge of joy in her heart, and quickly pulled out the knife, slashing it across Naruto's palm. Naruto was startled by the sudden slash, and upon realizing what had happened, turned away, refusing to look at his wound. Having collected enough blood, Sui no longer paid attention to Naruto, and left behind a bottle of iodine and a roll of gauze, before quickly exiting. Returning to his room, Sui hastily retrieved a steel pen and dipped it into the blood-filled vial. A sudden wave of self-doubt washed over him. He realized he had acted rather rashly, for he did not yet possess a question he truly yearned to have answered. Perhaps I'll just ask something at random. Adhering to his rare principle of 4-to-5 ratio, Sui swiftly scribbled across the book's pages. Who am I? As the final stroke settled, the characters he had just inscribed began to writhe unnervingly, like grotesque earthworms, sentient and deliberate, arranging themselves with eerie discipline. Gradually they coalesced into two ideographs, Gu and Ko. Not yet time. A voice murmured softly. Then, as if frozen mid-breath, the writhing lines abruptly stilled. Frowning, Sui stared in bewilderment at the crimson script. Just as he reached out to prod it, the lines stirred once more. Shindo Suegu. Ah, correct. Sui nodded faintly, his thoughts turning inward to ponder the two characters that had flickered into being before the script froze. Guko. Neither appeared in his own name, but another person's did. Fong Qingya. Her given name used thus far, while Fong was her surname. Why then had the script formed her name? His question had been about himself. Had this ancient tome newly awakened simply misfired? A momentary lapse in cognition. At the thought, Sui gave the book a dismissive shake in his palm. So inept, he mused silently, his regard for it now markedly diminished. Suddenly a heavy thud echoed from the windowsill behind him. Turning, he found Kakashi crouched halfway on the railing, arm half raised in greeting, clearly unprepared for Sui's abrupt glance. What is it? Sui shifted instinctively, slipping the book behind his back. To deflect attention, he preemptively asked the reason for Kakashi's visit. Kakashi pointed downward and replied, "We're departing. Hurry and gather your things." Sui nodded and stuffed the book into his pack without hesitation. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, Sui stepped onto the railing and leapt down, landing lightly on the ground below. With a casual thumb-down gesture, he signaled his readiness. Kakashi's expression darkened. Since when had Sui grown so arrogant? Together they strode toward the village gate, where Naruto and Sakura already waited. Spotting Sui, Naruto's tone bristled with irritation. Why so late? Sui merely smirked and delivered a sharp flick to Naruto's forehead. Because you didn't come fetch me yourself, lazybones. Sakura covered her mouth, chuckling softly, evidently having already forgotten Sui's earlier words. As the group exchanged banter, Kakashi summoned Pakin. From his pack, he withdrew the black cloth provided earlier by Maki and held it before the ninja hound for it to scent. Let's go, Kakashi called out, urging them to follow the hound's lead. Inside the cavern of Yohei Mountain stood a towering, grotesque figure. Where eyes should have been, 9 swollen nodules bulged, 2 already open, revealing bloodshot orbs beneath. Upon each of its 10 raised fingers stood a shadowy silhouette, yet one standing dead center commanded immediate attention. His pale violet Rinnegan radiated overwhelming pressure. The Konoha pursuit team has arrived. Elite shinobi, all of them. A bizarre creature, half black, half white, with 2 aloe leaves sprouting from its head, emerged from the earth and addressed the central figure. Pain. Pain asked, who leads them? Zetsu replied, 2 squads, one under Might Guy, the other under Hitaki Kakashi, and Kakashi's squad includes a formidable individual indeed. The adopted daughter of the 4th Hokage, the true genius of Konoha. She entered the 3rd Shinobi World War at age 6, and at 7 fought the Nine Tails itself. Her Kekiai Genkai ice release. Zetsu recited the intelligence he'd gathered over years. Upon hearing fought the Nine Tails at 7, the other 7 figures present flinched in unison. Yet skepticism lingered. One shadow bearing the Sharingan spoke coolly, but I heard she fell into a coma after the 4th Hokage's death. What is her condition now? Zetsu turned toward the speaker. That remains unclear, but according to reports she suffers from complete amnesia. No sooner had Zetsu finished speaking than another voice chimed in. If she's lost her memory, what threat does she pose? Let me show her the terrifying beauty of my art. HM. Denied. This mission requires those familiar with Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki will intercept. Pain dismissed the proposal without hesitation. Itachi gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement, exchanged a glance with Kisame, and both vanished instantly. Minutes later, as Sui's team entered a broad open forest clearing, an unexpected figure blocked their path. Kakashi's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon the man several meters ahead, robed in blackened clouds, wearing a bamboo hat. Uchiha. Itachi, he murmured, eyes sharpened with wariness. Itachi remained impassive, yet offered a courteous reply. Team leader Kakashi. Long time no see. With that, his gaze shifted to Sui, standing last in the line. Long time no see. Sui. Hearing his name spoken again, Sui faltered, pointing at himself in confusion. How do you know me? Sui asked earnestly. Itachi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. So, Zetsu had been right. Amnesia indeed. After a long silence, Itachi offered no answer, only declared, I will halt your advance. If you value your lives, turn back now. His words ignited Naruto, already seething from Itachi's utter indifference. His fury erupted without warning. With a guttural shout, Naruto rapidly formed a Rasengan in his palm and hurled it toward Itachi with full force. Then, midair, Naruto's body locked rigid. The Rasengan dissolved like mist. He stood motionless, eyes vacant, hollow, as a puppet stripped of strings. No call from Kakashi roused him. Naruto! Sakura cried out, panic tightening her voice. Sui, however, calmed instantly. The situation clarified itself. This Itachi was clearly their adversary. And judging by Kakashi's tense vigilance, Itachi's strength was formidable, making this encounter perilously difficult. Their effective combatants were few, his opponent's capabilities unknown. Yet Itachi's composure suggested he likely knew nearly everything about them already. Currently, Sui couldn't think of any means at her disposal, particularly regarding ice ninjutsu, which she was not proficient in. Moreover, as an ordinary doctor in a time of peace, she had no skills in physical combat. As for weapons, she possessed a considerable number both for close and range combat. However, even if she had weapons, she wouldn't know how to use them effectively. TSK. I might as well just run away. Sui complained, inwardly feeling that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for her. Would you like me to help you? The system's sudden suggestion caused Sui's mind to short-circuit for a moment. Once she regained her composure, she retorted sarcastically, can you fight? It wasn't that she doubted the system's combat capabilities, but rather that it had no physical form. How could it fight without a body? I can temporarily take over your body, host. The system seemed to sense Sui's disdain, which tinged its tone with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sui raised an eyebrow, temporarily taking over her body. It was a decent proposal. She nodded slightly in her mind, tacitly accepting the system's suggestion. The system smirked slightly, closing its eyes to temporarily seal Sui's soul while it took control of her body. It clenched its fist, a wicked smile spreading across its face. Taking advantage of the standoff between Kakashi and Itachi, Sakura stealthily approached the dazed Naruto. She felt it was safe to check on him, and only after confirming he was merely under a genjutsu did she breathe a sigh of relief. She injected some chakra into him and then brought him back behind Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha, why are you obstructing us? You cannot save the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Kakashi said, instantly drawing his kunai and positioning himself to protect his teammates, his voice low and vigilant. Not a chance. Naruto roared in anger, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. I must bring Gaara back. Despite having been defeated by a single move moments ago, Naruto's fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Sakura quickly assumed a fighting stance, forming hand seals as chakra surged in her palms. I won't let you succeed. Her voice was firm and powerful. The sword of Shindai Sui slowly drew forth a thin layer of ice, forming around the blade, shimmering with an eerie light under the blazing sun. He remained silent, merely gazing at Itachi, an aura of coldness emanating from him that seemed capable of freezing everything around. The battle was about to erupt. Itachi was the first to strike, his figure flickering like a ghost as he suddenly appeared before Naruto, delivering a swift palm strike. Naruto reacted quickly, sidestepping to evade the lethal blow and countered with a punch infused with his chakra, the wind from his fist howling. Itachi leapt gracefully to dodge, then began chanting, preparing to cast a genjutsu. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately formed seals, declaring, Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. A solid earthen wall abruptly rose from the ground, blocking Itachi's line of sight and successfully interrupting his genjutsu. Sakura seized the opportunity, charging toward the wall like an arrow, pressing her hands against it as chakra surged. Super strength. With a loud shout, the earthen wall shattered instantly, sending countless stones flying toward Itachi like cannonballs. Itachi remained calm, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Under his powerful ocular prowess, the stones changed direction, rebounding back towards Team 7 like crows returning to their nest. Naruto swiftly used the shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones that appeared instantly, batting the incoming stones away and kicking up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the swirling dust, Shindai Sui lightly tapped the ground with her toes, propelling herself like a flash of white lightning toward Itachi. Wielding her long sword, ice chakra surged from her body like a tidal wave, quickly coalescing in the air into countless sharp ice blades that swept toward Itachi like a snowstorm. A glimmer of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes as he quickly formed seals, shouting, Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, colliding fiercely with the ice blades, creating a mist of steam and a sizzling sound resembling a feast of ice and fire. Amidst the steam, Shindai Sui's figure vanished. Itachi cautiously scanned his surroundings, suddenly sensing a strong chill approaching from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Shindai Sui had appeared behind him, her long sword piercing toward him with a piercing coldness. Itachi quickly turned, bracing with his arm, which instantly coated with a thick layer of ice. Naruto seized the opportunity, gathering chakra to unleash his signature move, Rasengan. A bright blue sphere of chakra spun rapidly in his hand, launching toward Itachi with immense power. Itachi attempted to evade, but Shindai Sui's ice ninjutsu had already restricted his movements. He could only form seals again, casting water-style water barrier to defend. Sakura wouldn't be outdone as she circled to Itachi's side, leaping up with all her might to deliver a punch. The wind from her fist howled as Itachi barely managed to dodge, but still felt the rush of air, causing him to sway slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Shindai Sui launched another ice technique, declaring, Ice-style Ice Prison Jutsu. In an instant, ice rapidly encased Itachi's feet, trapping his legs firmly. Itachi struggled desperately, trying to break free from the icy prison, but its strength exceeded his imagination. Each attempt was futile. Die! Shindai Sui shouted, raising her sword high. The ice chakra around the blade coalesced into a massive ice blade, descending upon Itachi with a cataclysmic force. A flash of determination appeared in Itachi's eyes as he exerted all his strength to finally break free from the ice prison. However, Shindai Sui had anticipated this, swiftly changing her attack as her sword lunged toward Itachi's chest like a nimble serpent. Itachi was unable to evade. The sword plunged straight into him. His body slowly fell. Blood spread across the sandy ground, staining the surrounding grass a dark red. Itachi's body began to undergo a transformation, ultimately taking on the appearance of a sand ninja. We have won. Indeed, I won. Naruto panted, joy shining on his face, though sweat soaked his clothes, his eyes filled with pride. That's right, I won. Shindai Sui sheathed her sword, fatigue evident in her smile. Sui, have you regained your memory? Kakashi looked at Sui with a complex expression. Given the ferocity of her recent attack, it seemed entirely out of character for the current Sui. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sui felt her heart stop for a beat. I haven't. Then how do you explain your actions just now, eh? I don't know, it felt instinctive like a reflex. Kakashi said nothing further, his doubts about Sui deepening. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's favorability rating 70-inch. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Sui smile faltered significantly. Had he noticed something off? He was quite cautious. It seemed she needed to be even more vigilant. They bypassed the bodies of the sand ninjas and continued following the guidance of the ninja dogs toward Gaara's location. The village of Mai received an urgent plea for help from the village of Suna. Kazekage Gaara had been kidnapped by a mysterious organization. Madokai, upon hearing the news, was filled with anxiety and volunteered to lead a team for the rescue. Accompanying him were his proud disciple Xiao Li, the genius ninja of the Hyuga clan Hyuga Niji, and the adept at ninja tools Tian Tian. They raced like the wind towards the direction of Suna. Teacher Kai, clad in a green jumpsuit, loudly inspired morale. Partners, we bear an important mission. We must not allow Gaara to come to harm. Everyone full speed ahead. Xiao Li, filled with enthusiasm, responded loudly. Yes, Teacher Kai. I can't wait to show my skills. His figure was agile, his steps light, and his eyes were filled with determined fighting spirit. Niji, arms crossed, looked stern. With us here, we will surely complete our mission. His Byakugan scanned the surroundings, not letting any abnormality escape his notice. Meanwhile, Tian Tian confidently checked her tool pouch, saying, with so many powerful ninja tools, they will definitely come in handy. On the way, they encountered Parker, who was tracking Deidara. After understanding the situation, Parker decided to lead them first, while Kakashi's team would be guided by other ninja dogs. However, as they delved deeper into the woods, a strange mist suddenly surged around them. The mist thickened, obstructing their vision, and everyone immediately became vigilant. At that moment, a massive silhouette slowly emerged from the mist. It was Kisame Hoshigaki. Draped in the Akatsuki's long robe embroidered with red clouds, his shark-like face looked particularly fierce in the mist, and the samahata in his hand twisted greedily, as if craving blood. So the brats from Konoha dared to come, truly overestimating themselves. Kisame let out a deep laugh, laced with mockery. Teacher Kai furrowed his brows. He found Kisame somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Li charged forward first, shouting, Konoha Hurricane. He leaped high, legs kicking towards Kisame like a fierce wind. Kisame, unfazed, simply sidestepped to evade Xiao Li's attack, while Samahata extended violently, coiling towards Xiao Li like a giant python. Niji quickly activated his Byakugan, tracing same hottest attack trajectory, 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven. He spun his body, forming a defensive barrier that repelled Samahata. Tian Tian, not to be outdone, quickly formed hand seals, ninja tool manipulation technique. Countless shurikens and kunai rained down upon Kisame. Kisame swung Samahata, deflecting the incoming ninja tools and sparking a flurry of sparks. The battle became a stalemate as Kisame's strength far exceeded their expectations. Every one of his attacks bore immense power, exhausting the group to keep up. Suddenly, Kisame dove underground, prompting everyone to become alert. Be careful, he's underground. Niji shouted loudly. No sooner had he said this than a massive water pillar erupted from the ground, trapping Xiao Li, Niji, and Tian Tian inside. It was Kisame's water prison technique. The three struggled desperately within the water prison, unable to break free from its formidable grip. Damn it, this water prison technique is too tricky. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, fiercely attacking the walls of the prison, but each strike was effortlessly nullified. Niji channeled chakra, attempting to break the prison with his gentle fist, but to no avail. The strength of this prison is beyond imagination. Our attacks have no effect. Tian Tian continually tried to cut through the water prison with her ninja tools, but as soon as the tools made contact with the prison, they were swept away by the powerful currents. Teacher Kai watched his trapped companions, his heart filled with anxiety. He knew the enemy was incredibly strong, and without using his full power, it would be difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, he recalled a formidable ninja he had fought 3 years ago. Although he had ultimately won, the opponent's strength had left a deep impression on him. Now looking at Kisame, a sense of familiarity washed over him, but time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder further. It seems I have no choice but to use that technique. The 8 gates, the gate of opening release. With a loud shout, a powerful chakra erupted from him, shaking the surrounding air. His skin glowed with a faint red hue, and sweat poured down like rain from his forehead. Morning Peacock. Teacher Kai leaped high instantly, unleashing a flurry of punches, each surrounded by a scorching airflow, like a flock of burning peacocks charging towards Kisame. Kisame felt an unprecedented threat. His expression grew serious. He raised Samehada, attempting to block this terrifying attack. The intense wind collided with Samehada, producing an ear-splitting roar. Kisame was forced back repeatedly by the overwhelming force, and cracks began to appear on Samehada. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Kisame was filled with shock. He had never encountered such a powerful attack. Under the tremendous force, the water prison technique was also affected, showing cracks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shaoli, Niji, and Tian unleashed their full strength against the water prison, finally breaking free. Teacher Kai, we're here to help. The three rejoined the battle, fighting alongside Teacher Kai. Kisame gazed at the reinvigorated warriors, a hint of unease swelling in his heart. He realized that these Konoha ninjas, especially Mato Kai, who had opened the 8th gate, were not easy opponents to handle. Yet as a member of the Akatsuki, his mission was not yet complete. He could not retreat easily. Don't think you can defeat me this easily. Kisame roared, his hands quickly forming seals as a massive amount of water chakra gathered around him. In an instant, countless sharp water spikes shot towards the group, moving so fast they could not evade. Seeing this, Teacher Kai rushed to the front of the group. Konoha Stream, Konoha, Great Whirlwind. He spun his body at incredible speed, forming a powerful airflow barrier that deflected the water spikes. The water spikes collided with the airflow, producing a series of bangs and splashing countless droplets. Shaoli seized the opportunity to charge towards Kisame once more. Lotus. He leaped high, flipping midair, his legs kicking towards Kisame like lightning. Kisame swung Samehada to block. Each collision resounded heavily, their powers clashing in the air. Niji was not to be outdone. He activated his Byakugan, precisely tracking Kisame's chakra flow. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He moved like the wind, instantly appearing before Kisame, rapidly delivering strikes. Each palm carried powerful, gentle force, targeting Kisame's vital points. Kisame's defenses were gradually weakened by Niji's attacks, and small wounds began to appear on his body. Tian supported from the side, continuously pulling various ninja tools from her pouch, launching them at Kisame with her ninja tool manipulation technique. Kunai shurikens, explosive tags, and other tools rained down, forcing Kisame to divide his focus and defend. Teacher Kai observed the unfolding battle deep in thought. Although they currently held the advantage, Kisame's strength remained formidable, and they needed to hasten towards Suna to rescue Gaara. They could not afford to linger here. With this in mind, he resolved to unleash another powerful technique. 8 gates, the gate of shock. Let the power explode again. Teacher Kai shouted again, his chakra glowing even brighter. His muscles tensed as if containing boundless power. Daytime Tiger. Teacher Kai leaped high, condensing a giant chakra tiger in midair. The tiger roared, charging at Kisame with an earth-shattering momentum. Kisame sensed an unprecedented threat, and his expression turned grave. Water-style Great Waterfall technique. Kisame too went all out, unleashing a massive waterfall from his hand, rushing towards the chakra tiger. The waterfall collided with the tiger in midair, erupting in a blinding light and a tremendous roar. The entire forest seemed to tremble under the impact of this force. Once the light dissipated, Kisame was gravely injured, his body teetering precariously. He knew that he could not defeat these Konoha ninjas today. If you all are quite powerful, I will let you go this time. But the Akatsuki's plan will not stop here. Wait for it. With that, Kisame's body twisted and transformed into that of a stranger, collapsing to the ground. Everyone gazed in the direction of the stranger, all breathing a sigh of relief. Though this battle had been arduous, they had ultimately achieved victory. Teacher Kai, you were amazing. Shaoli excitedly ran to Teacher Kai, his face full of admiration. Yes, if it weren't for Teacher Kai opening the 8 gates, we would have been in danger today. Tian added from the side. Niji slightly nodded. Teacher Kai's strength fills me with respect. Teacher Kai looked at his students, smiling with satisfaction. As long as everyone is safe, this is our collective achievement. Now, let's continue forward. We must quickly rescue Gaara. They remained unaware of Kisame's anomaly, following Parker towards Gaara's location. On the road, Sui noticed Kakashi's occasional glances, fleeting yet deliberate. Sensei Kakashi, why are you staring at me? Is there a flower blooming on my face? Sui finally blurted out, unable to suppress his mounting curiosity after yet another prolonged gaze. Kakashi replied coolly, nothing, then turned his gaze away, refusing to meet Sui's eyes again. Sui's expression twisted inwardly as he mused. He likely lacks concrete proof. Caution must be heightened from now on. Naruto glanced curiously at Sui's conflicted expression, then surreptitiously studied Kakashi's impassive face. Sensei Kakashi, is something wrong with Sui? He asked. Meanwhile, Sakura cast a similarly complex look toward Sui. She too had sensed something amiss. No, rather she realized he had been deeply unusual long before falling unconscious. Tsunade had once told her that Sui had never quite resembled an ordinary child. Instead, he carried the whimsy of an adult heart wrapped in youth. His strangeness went beyond temperament. It lay also in his extraordinary ninja tools and overwhelming strength. He could conjure seemingly from thin air formidable weapons no one had ever seen before, and when questioned, he would offer only vague, dismissive answers. Even more unsettling was his sudden declaration shortly after the Third Shinobi World War that he suffered from a mental disorder and began taking medications wholly unrelated to any diagnosed condition. Most bizarre of all were the surges of immense chakra emanating inexplicably from his body during his coma and the abrupt sealing of his bloodline limit. Sakura found herself increasingly baffled by this formidable senior. What truly ignited her suspicion, however, was Sui's recent battle against Uchiha Itachi. It made no sense a frail amnesiac patient, devoid of memory, could flawlessly wield his former bloodline limit and handle blades with masterful precision despite not having touched one since awakening. All of it defied logic, utterly surreal, utterly unlike anything Sui should be capable of. His uncanny behavior had begun to unsettle even those who knew him best, compelling Sakura to question him. Kakashi cast a quiet glance at Naruto's dazed expression and murmured, "Sui is fine. Let's press on. Naruto, aren't you worried about Gar's condition?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Naruto's face. "Of course I am. But more than worry, I feel pain and confusion." "Confusion?" Sui asked, voice laced with quiet inquiry. Kakashi, fully aware of Naruto's meaning, lowered his head in silence. Naruto continued, tone flat yet heavy. "Why did Tsunagakure seal Shikaku into Gaara? Had they not done so, Gaara would never have been captured by Akatsuki." Sui absorbed the words carefully, then countered gently, "And what of you? Why was Kurama sealed within you?" His gaze shifted to Kakashi, not as a question, but as a silent demand for the answer only the Jonin held. This time Kakashi merely shook his head, though he well understood the Fourth Hokage's intent. He simply no longer trusted Sui. Sui held Kakashi's gaze for a long, thoughtful moment, then turned away, resuming his conversation with Naruto. "I've heard Jinchuriki are shunned in their villages. Is it the same for you?" He recalled the sparse information the system had provided, little more than basic definitions of Jinchuriki composition and societal treatment. Naruto's expression dimmed with sorrow, then brightened, fiercely optimistic. "I'll change their hearts." Only Naruto could utter such paradoxically absolute conviction. Sui offered an awkward chuckle and voiced earnest encouragement. "I believe in you, Naruto. You will succeed." Ding. Naruto Uzumaki's affinity 70-inch Naruto visibly warmed to the praise. His impression of Sui markedly improved. Suddenly Kakashi's gaze snapped leftward, to the dense thicket ahead. "We've arrived." "Arrive where?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, until they lifted their eyes forward and their expressions shifted subtly, but unmistakably. Before them loomed a mountain cave, its entrance blocked by a colossal boulder, upon which a single talisman bore the kanji for seal. For familiar figures stood guard before it. Might Guy, Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Guy and Lee wore their signature green spandex Konoha forehead protectors tied firmly around their brows. "Are they Konoha reinforcements?" Sui asked, cautiously, turning to Naruto. He'd scarcely seen these shinobi within the village. As Sui spoke, the group drew near. Naruto instantly recognized them and called out, elated, "Niji." "Lee, long time no see." Niji, startled by Naruto's transformed appearance, murmured, "Naruto, you've changed dramatically." "So, they're Konoha reinforcements," Sui concluded inwardly. "Let's hold off on reunions. From what I observed, the enemy employed a sealing technique." Kakashi interrupted, gesturing toward the talisman affixed to the boulder. Sui rolled his eyes inwardly. "Do they think we're blind?" That massive talisman was impossible to miss, yet he kept the thought locked behind clenched teeth. Kakashi's regard for him was already strained, voicing such sarcasm would surely deepen the rift. "So, do any of us specialize in sealing techniques?" Sui asked, genuinely perplexed. Kakashi slanted a glance at him, then answered evenly, "None of us do, but this seal is not intricate." After that cryptic remark, Sui remained none the wiser. "Then what do we do?" "This is the five-wind seal. Besides this one, 4 others are placed elsewhere." "So what do we do?" Sui still hadn't grasped it. He'd never encountered such a seal before. Kakashi sighed faintly. "We must remove all 5 talismans simultaneously." Sui gave an awkward, "Oh," then, eager to prove himself, added quickly, "Then I'll remove them." Kakashi spread his hands. "Do you know where the other 4 are?" Sui froze, then deflated, quietly retreated behind Sakura. Niji, perhaps sensing Sui's discomfort, offered softly, "It's all right. I can locate them." Sui turned puzzled, studying the dark-haired boy, wondering what means he possessed. The Byakugan, the Hyuga clan's unique bloodline limit, grants 3 primary abilities. 1. Farsight chakra-enhanced vision extends perception up to 1 kilometer, and with training further. 2. X-ray vision penetrates solid matter, revealing chakra pathways, Tenketsu's skeletal structure, and even the origin of chakra itself. 3. All-around sight, a near 360-degree field of vision, though branch family members possess a minute blind spot directly behind the spine. 4. Chakra amplification enables precise chakra emission from every Tenketsu, powering formidable defensive techniques like the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The system explained in Sui's mind. He scanned the exhaustive list and felt a surge of irritation. Why don't I have a skill like this? Why hasn't the system granted me one? Are we even brothers anymore? You do have one, the system replied, quiet but firm. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, the bloodline limit surpassing even the Byakugan. Stung by Sui's barrage, the system fell briefly, pointedly silent. The Sharingan. Is that the one I dug out? Su instinctively touched the empty socket on the left side of his face. He only remembered having two special eyes, but he had never learned their names. The system believed that if Su had not regained his memory by the end of this task, it should show him an explanation of Naruto. Don't worry about that for now, just know that you have the Sharingan. Su instinctively felt that the system was brushing him off, and was about to retort. What do you mean by that? Su began, but a male voice interrupted him. He looked towards the source of the voice, only to find the black-haired youth from before. The person's name seemed to be something like Niji. Su recalled carefully, and thought it might be Niji. What did you find? Since he had just been chatting with the system, he had no idea what Niji was talking about. Upon seeing the bulging veins next to the others' he suddenly remembered the system's words. Are you using the Byakugan? Su asked. Kakashi looked at Su in surprise. How did she know this? Could it be that White told her? Niji nodded. After he had informed Su that he had a way, he had already activated his Byakugan to search for the surrounding talismans. This was no challenge for someone with the Byakugan. Within just a minute, he had located all 4 remaining talismans. He pointed to various locations, indicating to everyone the locations of the talismans. Since you can find anything, can you see what's inside this cave? Although the system had explained it clearly, Su wanted to truly see the capabilities of the Hyuga's Byakugan. Hearing Su's words, Niji immediately looked into the cave. There are 9 people inside, and they are all standing on the finger of something. What is that thing? I can't describe it. Su fell silent. It seemed the Byakugan wasn't that impressive. They could see people clearly, but not what they were standing on. After a few minutes of silence, Mike Guy said with an unusually high tone, I'll go uncover the one to the southwest. The moment he finished speaking, he was already rushing in that direction. Sakura looked stunned for a second, then ran towards the talisman opposite Mike Guy. I'll uncover the one to the northeast. Tion sighed helplessly and resignedly walked towards the talisman in the southeast. Seeing that his teammates had already left, Niji felt a bit out of place if he stayed behind. Su watched Niji leave and silently compared his bloodline limit with Niji's in terms of cost-effectiveness. He concluded that his own was the best. Kakashi glanced at the talisman on the boulder, and then at Su, who seemed to be in a daze. Didn't you say you were going to uncover the talisman? There's one right here. Su, who had just returned to his senses, looked at Kakashi, then glanced at Naruto and Sakura beside him, and pointed to himself in confusion. Are you talking about me? Who else could it be? You're the only one who said that. Kakashi couldn't stand the silly look on Su's face anymore. He clearly hadn't been like this when he was younger. Could his suspicions really be true? Su stared unblinkingly at Kakashi, then nodded and gradually approached the giant rock. He looked up at the talisman, which was 3 to 4 meters higher than him, and his expression was not good. Kakashi, how am I supposed to get up there? I can't stretch my arms that long. Su raised his hand above his head, indicating that his height was seriously insufficient. Then how did you manage to stand on the surface before? Kakashi rubbed his forehead and pointed at the water surface beneath them. Su looked down at his feet on the water surface, unsure of how he had managed to do that. He hadn't controlled it at all. His feet had just adhered to the water surface. I don't know, it just happened. Suddenly a feasible plan appeared in Su's mind. He slowly lifted his foot to press against the giant rock. Indeed, it also stuck to something. Then he took a few steps back and charged towards the rock. I'm so clever. Su looked at the water surface facing him and couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. Hurry up and uncover the talisman. Stop being so narcissistic. Naruto immediately guessed Su's thoughts upon seeing his proud expression. Su's face turned slightly red after having his thoughts exposed, and he involuntarily shouted, I know, before heading towards the position of the talisman. He pinched the corner of the talisman and pulled it off with a snap. Then he leaped back with all his might, and at the moment he landed, Sakura had already gathered chakra in her fist and was smashing it towards the giant rock. Oh! With a loud shout, the giant rock was shattered by Sakura. Fragments of various sizes fell into the water, and Sakura and the others quickly rushed into the cave. But at that moment, there were no strange things or 9 people standing on fingers in the cave. The cave now clearly contained only 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. No, there were 3. One was hiding under the butts of the other 2, and judging by the expression, they seemed to have been dead for a while. Oh, how could you sit on Gaara? The moment Naruto saw the scene before him, rage surged in his heart like a tide. Su stared at Naruto's furious expression. His originally sky-blue eyes were now stained red by the Nine-Tails chakra, and his canine teeth had elongated like a fox. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? A blonde youth sitting on Gaara's corpse looked at Naruto with a mocking expression and then reached out to pat Gaara's face. Your friend has come to find you. Why aren't you awake? Upon seeing that person insult his friend, Naruto's anger intensified. Give me Gaara back. Scorpion, just give me the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The blonde youth said, immediately reaching into the pocket under his robe, producing a palm-sized bird. Huh. Suddenly the palm-sized bird instantly grew larger. The blonde youth controlled the clay bird to swallow Gaara's corpse and then flew out of the cave. The one called Scorpion quietly watched his companion forget all their previous agreement. Deidara, just wait. Scorpion thought to himself, then turned to look at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who was truly rushing towards Deidara. Kakashi just wanted to stop the furious Naruto, only to be thrown off by him. Naruto, forget it. Kakashi sighed and also rushed towards Deidara's position, worried that Naruto might be captured. Right now Naruto had very little rationality and could easily fall into their trap. Suddenly the entire cave was left with only the Scorpion and Haruno Sakura. Can we not fight? Sui sensed something was off in the atmosphere and timidly took a step back behind Haruno Sakura. The Scorpion did not reply, his gaze fixed intently on Sui. He had just heard Uchiha Itachi mention that this seemingly weak person had been the one to hit him the hardest. Shundu Suigu. The Scorpion quietly called out the other's name. Hearing his name spoken by this old man made Sui feel uneasy all over. How do you know my name? I've heard others say that you are very suitable to be made into a puppet by me. Sui finally realized his own notoriety. Surely everyone knows his name, right? Sui's expression darkened. If that were true, he would be in a lot of trouble. Moreover, what did the puppet the other spoke of mean? Using oneself as a subject, how twisted. System, can you help me one more time? Despite feeling quite displeased, he could only inwardly plead with the system for assistance since he lacked strength. Yes, but only this once. After much thought, the system concluded that it could not continuously assist him. Relying on it too much would only lead to him becoming a major failure. Sui paused for a moment, contemplating whether he should seize this opportunity. Never mind, he'll save it for a life or death situation next time. After careful consideration, he still believed that the opportunity was precious and should not be wasted. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura stepped forward, shielding Sui more securely and casting a vigilant gaze towards the Scorpion. Scorpion, don't act recklessly. Although you're a member of the Akatsuki organization, if you want to touch Sui today, you must first get past me. Sakura's fists clenched slightly, chakra gathering in her palms, faint blue light flickering. Haruno Sakura, the female ninja of Konoha, today shall be your grave. The Scorpion's voice was cold and deep, devoid of any emotion. Haruno Sakura raised an eyebrow, refusing to back down as she replied, "It's not that easy to kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly tapped the ground and charged towards the Scorpion like a pink lightning bolt. The Scorpion remained unhurried, swiftly forming hand seals, and the puppet beside him instantly sprang into action. The puppet's arms elongated like springs, swiftly striking towards Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura reacted quickly, sidestepping just in time as the whip-like arm grazed past the edge of her clothing. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped high, her right fist raised with faint blue chakra surging around it, and struck down fiercely at the puppet's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the puppet was hit by this punch, but remained completely unmoved. Haruno Sakura was taken aback. Before she could react, the puppet's other arm attacked her even faster, and she quickly crossed her arms to guard her front. The immense force sent her flying, sliding several meters across the ground before coming to a stop. Gritting her teeth, Haruno Sakura stood up again, a glint of determination in her eyes. She understood that the Scorpion's puppet techniques were strange and difficult to deal with, so she needed to finish this quickly. Taking a deep breath, chakra surged wildly within her as she quickly formed hand seals, super strength. With the explosive release of chakra, Haruno Sakura's strength multiplied several times instantly. She charged towards the Scorpion again, her speed and power heightened. Seeing this, the Scorpion controlled the puppet to constantly change its attack patterns, sharp steel needles shooting out from various parts of the puppet, raining down towards Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura dodged left and right, skillfully avoiding the steel needle attacks. She seized the opportunity during a gap in the puppet's offense, dashing forward and delivering a punch to the puppet's joint. Crack! With a sound, the puppet's arm was actually broken by her punch. The Scorpion's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting Haruno Sakura's super strength to be so formidable. But he quickly regained his composure, hands moving again as the remaining puppet parts swiftly reassembled into a more solid defensive posture. Haruno Sakura, however, did not give him a chance to breathe. She gathered chakra again and launched wave after wave of fierce attacks against the Scorpion and the puppet. Inside the cave, the wind from her punches howled as the attacks of the puppet intertwined with Haruno Sakura's dodges and counterattacks, the battle gradually escalating to a feverish stage. Haruno Sakura's forehead was glistening with beads of sweat, large droplets sliding down her cheeks as her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Despite her tenacious will and superb body techniques allowing her to evade the Scorpion's attacks time and again. Yet her body was still covered in numerous wounds, blood staining her clothes. The Scorpion stood behind the puppet, his hands moving like a nimble dancer, swiftly controlling the puppet as it darted around like a ghost. Suddenly, he waved his hand sharply and the puppet's arm shot out in an instant, transforming into several sharp steel needles carrying a chilling, killing intent as they shot towards Haruno Sakura like a torrential rain. Haruno Sakura's brows furrowed, her gaze filled with resolve. She shouted rapidly, alternating her palms and striking towards the flying steel needles at an incredible speed. With each palm strike came a powerful airflow that knocked the steel needles down one by one. However, the Scorpion was not about to relent. His eyes narrowed as he formed hand seals again. The puppet's legs instantly transformed, launching like springs, and struck directly at Haruno Sakura's chest. Haruno Sakura reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to narrowly avoid this fatal blow. But the puppet's attacks continued unceasingly. Taking advantage of her dodge, its tail struck like a venomous snake with sharp spikes aiming at her neck from an awkward angle. Haruno Sakura's pupils constricted. With no time to think, she abruptly arched her body backward nearly parallel to the ground as the tail spike brushed against her skin, leaving a trail of blood. Just as Haruno Sakura steadied herself, the scorpion launched another wave of attacks. Countless puppet strings came from all directions, entangling her like an invisible net intent on binding her completely. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth, her hands moving rapidly in an attempt to sever these puppet strings, but the strings were incredibly resilient and her efforts yielded little result. Just as Haruno Sakura was gradually losing her strength, the scorpion seized the opportunity, swinging his hand sharply. A sharp puppet tail spike imbued with lethal killing intent shot towards Haruno Sakura like lightning. Haruno Sakura could not evade it in time and could only watch in horror as the tail spike approached. In this critical moment, Sui burst forth with an unknown force, desperately rushing towards Haruno Sakura. He shouted, "Sakura, get out of the way." His voice carried a desperate resolve. Sui leaped in front of Haruno Sakura, using his own body to block the scorpion's deadly strike. Puff! The puppet's tail spike plunged deep into Sui's back, and the toxin instantly spread through the wound. Sui felt darkness closing in his body, going limp as he collapsed. Haruno Sakura held Sui tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Suiyu." Ding! Haruno Sakura's affinity, 99-inch, sweet consciousness gradually blurred his breaths, becoming faint. Just as his life hung by a thread, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Emergency takeover activated. In an instant, Sui's body stood up uncontrollably, his eyes shimmering with an eerie ice blue light. The hole in his back vanished in an instant. The system took control of Sui's body. Her hands swiftly formed seals, and the surrounding air rapidly congealed. Within a blink, thick layers of ice enveloped the cave. Seeing this, Scorpion's expression flickered with unease. He maneuvered his puppet forward, attempting to shatter the icy restraints. Yet Sue, guided by the system, moved with lightning speed. An ice blade materialized in her hand, and in a blur of motion, she lunged straight at Scorpion. The ice blade clashed against the puppet with a crystalline ring. Sue's swordsmanship was razor-sharp and unrelenting. Each strike carried the full force of ice release, freezing and shattering puppets wherever it fell. Scorpion continually shifted his tactics, yet beneath the dual assault of ice and blade, he steadily lost ground. Seizing the opening, Sue vaulted high into the air. Her ice blade gathered all her remaining power, streaking downward like a sapphire meteor aimed directly at Scorpion. Scorpion failed to evade. The blade pierced his body clean through. His frame crumpled slowly to the ground, eyes wide with bitter disbelief. What are you?" Once Scorpion lay still, the system relinquished control back to Sue. Sue weakly opened her eyes, gazing dazedly at the scene before her. A faint, fragile smile touched her lips. Then darkness claimed her entirely. Sakura Haruno clutched her tightly, calling her name in frantic urgency, the sound echoing hollowly through the silent cave. "Right? I still have the antidote. I still have the antidote." Suddenly remembering the vial hidden in her thigh pouch, Sakura fumbled for it, gripped the small bottle firmly, and plunged it into Sue's neck. "Wake up, please, senior sister." Meanwhile, Kakashi and Naruto had already located the clay giant bird encasing Gaara's lifeless body. Yet Deidara had vanished without a trace. An impossibility, given that he'd lost both arms and nearly all his chakra. Elsewhere, a figure wearing an orange spiral-patterned mask and a moss-green scarf pointed at a severed hand with an odd, lilting tone. "Wow. This is Senior Deidara's hand." Zetsu, walking behind him, sighed inwardly. "Hurry and retrieve the ring. After all, Toby is a good boy, isn't he?" The masked man, called Toby, nodded resolutely and gave a thumbs-up across his chest. "Toby is a good boy." Then, lifting the severed hand bearing the kanji blue, he declared confidently, "He must have died from an explosion." "Hey, let go of my hand with those filthy fingers." A sharp rebuke rang out from behind a tree, and then blonde-haired Deidara emerged, stepping into view. "Oh, Senior Deidara, you're alive. I thought that useless lump of yours had finally kicked the bucket." Toby feigned astonishment, then mocked Deidara's perceived incompetence. Deidara's temples throbbed visibly. He truly could no longer bear this masked eccentric. "Say one more word, and I'll decide how you die." TCH, probably exploded to death anyway. Unfazed by the threat, Toby continued his morbid speculation. Enraged beyond endurance, Deidara drove his legs upward, locking Toby's head in a scissor-like grip. "You will die by suffocation. Zetsusen, save me, Zetsusen." Choking, Toby flailed desperately towards Zetsu, who ignored him completely and turned silently toward Scorpion's location. "Enough fooling around. Let's go." Sakura Haruno carried the unconscious Sue toward Kakashi's position. Though Sue stood nearly as tall as Sakura, her frail frame weighed barely 35 kilograms, making her effortless to carry on her back. Sakura had kept vigil beside her for over 10 minutes, yet Sue showed no sign of stirring. For now, reuniting with Kakashi, and later returning to Konoha, was their only recourse. Naruto laid Gaara gently onto a flat stretch of grass, then knelt silently, holding his cold, lifeless hands without uttering a word. "Naruto." Kakashi placed a tentative hand on Naruto's shoulder, only for it to be brushed away the instant contact was made. "Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei." Sakura cried out joyfully upon spotting his familiar silver hair, until her gaze fell upon the figure lying before Naruto, and her expression faltered. Sakura crouched softly beside Kakashi, carefully releasing Sue's limp hand, and letting her slump gently against her own side. Kakashi immediately recognized how grave their condition was, especially Sue's deep unconsciousness. Sakura herself appeared pale, but otherwise unharmed. What happened to Sue? Unsure of events on their end, Kakashi chose to ask first. Sakura fell silent for a moment. Then tears welled in her eyes and spilled freely down her cheeks, falling like raindrops onto the grass. She saved me. Naruto, who had remained quiet until then, turned sharply toward Sakura, stunned. What do you mean? Did Sue die too? Realizing Naruto had misinterpreted her words, Sakura shook her head vigorously, causing Sue's slumped form to sway slightly. No, senior sister Sue isn't dead. She's only unconscious. Relief washed over Naruto's face before he turned once more to Gaara. By then, Sand Village shinobi were arriving steadily from all directions. Upon seeing Gaara's lifeless form, they froze, bewildered and speechless. Ebizo stepped forward from the crowd, standing in solemn silence before Gaara's body. Why? Naruto whispered, voice thick with confusion. Ebizo frowned. Why what? No one, not even Ebizo, understood Naruto's question save Naruto himself. Why seal the one tail inside Gaara? Wasn't he good enough for you? He'd only been Kazekage for a year. He was one of your own. So is he doomed to suffer simply because he was a Jinchuriki? As Naruto spoke, the sand shinobi lowered their heads, further shame settling heavy upon them. Indeed, what had their Kazekage ever accomplished? Every single one of them in childhood had scorned or feared Gaara to some degree. Yet what sin had Gaara committed? He had been nothing more than a child, clueless innocent. He did nothing wrong. Suddenly a pale, trembling hand settled upon Gaara's chest, its palm glowing faintly blue. He did nothing wrong. He should not have fallen so soon. The blue light intensified, spilling across the clearing, and all eyes turned toward its source. Sue, how? It is I, the flawed imitation, who deserves death. Hurry. Hesitate no longer. Sue's palm blazed with incandescent azure radiance, so brilliant it seared the eyes. Are you certain? I am certain. I'm no fool. I've deduced everything about your pact with it. Be more careful from now on. Very well. When you awaken again, I shall fulfill our agreement. As the blinding light faded, those present found themselves momentarily paralyzed by an invisible force slowly opening their eyes. The afterimage still seared their retinas, and through blurred vision the world seemed veiled in a hazy, translucent gauze. Haruno Sakura's heart pounded with frantic urgency. Her gaze darted immediately toward Hozuki. She had no idea what Hozuki had done within that searing light. Panic and dread flooded her mind. Her sole desperate wish was that Hozuki remain unharmed. Senior sister Hozuki. Her voice trembled as it pierced the fragile silence, raw anxiety and fear unmistakable in its timbre. When she finally saw Hozuki clearly, her heart clenched violently, a jolt of shock surging through her chest. Hozuki's complexion was no longer the deathly pallor she'd worn moments before. Instead, a faint flush of vitality tinged her cheeks. Yet this eerie transformation only deepened Sakura's unease. Kakashi lunged forward in one swift motion, catching Hozuki's collapsing form with steady hands, gentle yet urgent. He pressed his index and middle fingers to her carotid artery, searching for a pulse. Time seemed to freeze. Each second stretched into an eternity. After several seconds, Kakashi's face darkened, his eyes clouding with a profound, wordless sorrow. Dead. The words scraped hoarsely from his dry throat, a reluctant, anguished sigh. What did you say? Naruto froze mid-step, struck as if by thunder, then rushed forward in disbelief. His hand trembled as he grasped hers. Her skin unnervingly cold, the icy chill piercing straight to his core. Sakura too wore an expression of utter disbelief. Mechanically, slowly she pressed her ear to Hozuki's chest, holding her breath, yet felt nothing. No beat, no rhythm, only silence. Was she truly gone? How could this be? How could Hozuki die, after the poison had already been neutralized? Sakura's mind reeled, tangled in a storm of chaotic questions, each one threatening to shatter her composure entirely. Naruto stood dazed, eyes hollow and unfocused. He bit down hard on his lower lip, refusing to accept that Hozuki, the indomitable comrade who had fought beside him, had vanished without warning. Meanwhile, Gaara stirred awake, consciousness hovering between haze and clarity. Before him stood Naruto's familiar back, its presence gradually anchoring his drifting thoughts. No. His voice emerged ragged and thin as if carried across a great distance. Era. At the sound of that beloved voice, Naruto recoiled as though electrified, his mind erupting in a deafening roar. He twisted around in disbelief, and there, sitting upright and calmly surveying the scene, was Gaara himself. Shock and overwhelming joy flooded Naruto's gaze. You're not dead. Naruto threw his arms around Gaara, tears, long-dried, bursting forth anew, hot and unrestrained, soaking into Gaara's shoulder. A sudden realization flickered in Kakashi's eyes. A quiet, bittersweet understanding settled over his features as he murmured, a life for a life. You truly are gentle. Sakura remained utterly unaware of the world beyond. Her entire universe narrowed to the cold, still body cradled in her arms. She held Hozuki tightly, as if sheer will could reclaim what had already slipped away. Silent tears traced paths down her cheeks, dampening Hozuki's robes. Ebisu's gaze darted wildly between Gaara and Hozuki, disbelief warring with dawning comprehension. He recognized the technique, his sister's self-invented jutsu, life transference. But how? How could the very man who had slain his sister master it? Confusion and fury churned within him, yet all emotion was swallowed by the sheer magnitude of the moment. Gaara did not push Naruto away, letting him weep freely upon his shoulder. His eyes remained distant, still adrift in the disorienting limbo between death and rebirth. Lord Gaara. The sand shinobi erupted in jubilant cries, their wind shadow impossibly restored to life. Relief and elation shattered the suffocating tension that had gripped the battlefield. From the distance came a familiar group, Might Guy's team. Kakashi, how is it? Did you save the wind shadow? Guy leaned heavily on his knees, breath ragged. Due to tampering with the 5-element seal, tearing open the sealing tag had spawned perfect duplicates of themselves, identical in skill and strength. They had spent precious time battling their own reflections, leaving no opportunity to assess Kakashi's mission. Kakashi gave a slow, solemn nod, his expression layered with quiet relief, deep sorrow, and an exhaustion too profound for words. Only upon reaching Kakashi did Guy's team notice Sakura and Naruto, each clutching a still figure, weeping uncontrollably. What's happened to them? Lee scratched his head in confusion. Niji and Tenten exchanged worried glances, bewildered, unsettled. Guy clapped Kakashi heartily on the back, beaming, outstanding Kakashi. You rescued the wind shadow faster than anyone expected. But when Kakashi silently shook his head, Guy's smile faltered. Something was deeply amiss. What is it, Senior Kakashi? Niji turned to Kakashi, the only one among them not weeping, and asked quietly. His perceptiveness allowed him to sense the oppressive, near suffocating weight of the air. Kakashi offered no reply to Niji. Instead, he walked steadily to Ebisu's side. Lord Ebisu, we have completed our mission. However, we must depart urgently. We regret we cannot accompany you back to Suna. His voice was low, weary, laced with quiet resignation. Ebisu waved a dismissive hand. Go. Return to Konoha, to hold a proper funeral for that young woman. Her sacrifice bore profound meaning. Yes. Kakashi knelt beside Hozuki and lifted her gently onto his back, every movement deliberate, reverent, as though she were still breathing. He called out toward Naruto, it's time to go home, Naruto. Naruto wiped his tears in silence, his cerulean eyes lingering on Gaara's face, searing every line, every shadow into memory. Then softly but resolutely he spoke. Gaara, remember this, your life belongs to Hozuki now. Live well for her. Walk forward, in her stead. Without another word, he turned and sprinted after Kakashi, his retreating figure etched with resolve and quiet grief. Gaara stared stunned, unable to fully grasp Naruto's final words. My life was given to me by someone named Hozuki, he murmured, lost in thought, eyes clouded with bewilderment. Ebisu's expression hardened. With a weary shake of his head, he ordered, take Lord Gaara home. Kakashi, carrying the body of Sui, remained silent throughout the journey, and no one else spoke a word either. Kakashi couldn't understand why he had doubted Sui's authenticity before. After all, it was such a foolish thing to do. Only Shindushigu was different. He understood Sui better than anyone else, having watched her grow up. He had seen Sui when she first arrived in Konoha. He had witnessed Sui bustling about on the battlefield. He had seen her exhaust her chakra while healing others. He had seen her faint from overwhelming sorrow. He had seen Sui battered and bruised, dragged back by Konoha's ninjas. He had seen Sui unconscious for 15 years. He taught Sui's nominal younger brother while also acting as her guardian. He could be said to be the one who knew Sui best, yet the one thing he had never witnessed was Sui's death. Beside Kakashi, Sakura Haruno's gaze seemed to lose focus, staring blankly at Sui's face. In truth, her understanding of Sui was limited, pieced together only from snippets shared by Tsunade and Elder Bai. Initially, she viewed Sui merely as a strong and admirable role model. However, everything changed drastically the moment Sui awakened. Sui completely shattered Sakura's original impression of her. Compared to the revered elder image, the current Sui resembled a younger sister in need of care. In Sakura's eyes, Sui's personality mirrored Naruto's, much like a silent version of him. Moreover, Sui seemed to pay extra attention to Sakura. Every time Sakura inquired, she received nothing but a radiant and charming smile in return. Today, when Sui said, I think I might have fallen for you, Sakura felt her mind instantly blank, as if time froze in that moment. Her emotions were filled with joy, yet overwhelmed by deep shock. She couldn't quite understand what her feelings for Sui truly were, but since that moment her attention towards Sui seemed to intensify. Meanwhile, Naruto silently stood aside, a hint of loneliness reflected in his eyes. His feelings for Sui were a complex emotion shaped by external factors. Most people around him had mentioned Sui to him, especially Kakashi and the villagers. Kakashi often chided him using Sui talent. Sui can control chakra effortlessly, you need to work harder. Sui can master ninjutsu in an instant, Naruto, you can do it too, right? Every time he heard these words, Naruto wanted to refute them. He couldn't understand why Kakashi always compared him to someone named Sui. He longed for recognition and wanted to prove his worth in his own way rather than seeking his place through comparisons with others. The villagers, on the other hand, offered even more criticism. They always pointed at him, saying, this is the one who caused the death of the Fourth Hokage's family, the Nine-Tails Fox. Naruto found it hard to understand. He had done nothing wrong and didn't even remember the so-called Fourth Hokage's family. Why was he labeled a murderer? At that time, he even harbored resentment towards Sui. Yet when Naruto truly came to understand Sui, he found it impossible to dislike her. She was an elder sister figure much like himself and Sasuke, possessing her own optimism and Sasuke's pride. Perhaps it was because she reminded him of Naruto from childhood. The others had little thoughts about Sui. At most they felt pity. Returning to Konoha, Kakashi carrying Sui walked heavily to the Hokage's office. He reported the completion of their mission to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded slightly, but her gaze did not linger on Kakashi, what fell directly on Sui's face behind him. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion rising within her as she wondered why Kakashi was carrying her. Kakashi, what happened to Sui? Tsunade's voice held concern as her eyes locked onto Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Tsunade's caring expression, feeling a surge of inner turmoil. He was unsure whether he should reveal the truth, as Tsunade was Sui's master, and he worried she might not withstand the pain of her disciple's passing. But at the same time, Tsunade was the fifth Hokage, his superior, and by common sense he felt he shouldn't keep anything from her. She is dead. Sakura's voice was hoarse, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Just as Kakashi hesitated, Sakura stepped forward, without hesitation revealing the truth about Sui. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Tsunade's previously calm expression instantly stiffened. A flash of disbelief crossed her eyes, her lips trembled slightly, as if wanting to say something, but could not make a sound. What did you say? Sui is dead. Tsunade's voice carried an unmistakable shock as her body swayed slightly, seemingly unable to accept this reality. Kakashi silently watched Tsunade, filled with helplessness and pain. He knew this news was undoubtedly a heavy blow for her. So should we prepare a funeral for her? Kakashi asked softly, a hint of sorrow evident in his gaze. Tsunade did not immediately answer Kakashi's question, as she slowly lowered her head, seemingly trying to calm the turmoil within her. After a moment, she suddenly stood up. Nonsense. Do you think we shouldn't hold a funeral for the child of Minato? With that, she hurriedly walked out of the Hokage building, leaving Kakashi and the astonished Sakura and Naruto behind. Kakashi lowered his head and also walked out of the Hokage building. They'll take Sui home first, you all can disperse. Sakura and Naruto were a bit worried about Kakashi and hesitated whether to follow him. But before they could speak, he promptly declined. Don't follow me. Yes. Arriving at the door of the house once belonging to Minato, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. It seemed he could change nothing in this life, save no one. He couldn't save his dear friend Uchiha Obito, nor could he protect Rin, and even his teacher and mentor were the same. Even in the end, he couldn't save Sui. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi used one hand to knock on the door, waiting a moment before it slowly creaked open. A familiar face appeared from behind the door, and his gaze immediately locked on his Sui body on Kakashi's back. Sui, wait. What happened to her? I reached out to take Sui body, leading Kakashi into the house. I first brought Sui to his room, carefully placing him on the bed and kindly covering him with a blanket. After finishing all this, I brought a cup of water to the living room and sat down opposite Kakashi. Speak up, master. What happened to Sui? I placed the water on the table in front of Kakashi and propped his face up with one hand, asking. Kakashi kept his head down and remained silent, and Bai also chose not to speak. Bai vaguely sensed that something was amiss. His heart felt heavy, as if a stone were pressing down on it, making it difficult for him to breathe. After a few minutes of silence, Kakashi finally sighed and looked up, meeting Bai's dark pupils. She died. This statement seemed to drain all of Kakashi's strength. After saying it, he immediately looked down, not wanting Bai to see his expression. Bai remained calm, seemingly having anticipated the outcome. Master, you truly love to joke, but this time it has gone too far. Please leave. As he spoke, Bai raised his hand toward the door, making a gesture of invitation. Kakashi did not offer any explanation. Having spent time with Bai, he naturally understood Bai's feelings at this moment. He stood up and walked to the door, leaving with a faint remark, please accept my condolences. Condolences for what? Master, you are becoming more and more fond of jokes, aren't you? Sui. Bai smiled, casually glancing at Sui, who stood at the door with a gloomy expression. Sui also raised a smile, but it was a smile that seemed quite eerie. He raised his index finger to his lips, making a should gesture. Bai understood and closed his mouth, no longer speaking. Once the chakra outside dissipated completely, Sui lowered his finger, leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, his gaze scanning Bai up and down. Then he sneered and turned his head to shout towards the bathroom door, come out. You brat. As soon as Sui finished speaking, a light laugh came from behind the bathroom door, not a brat, but a teammate. Clad in a black hooded cloak with a dark mask covering his face, Uchiha Shisui stepped out, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving. Sui frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shisui, it's been years, and you're still resorting to backstabbing. Tell me, how did you know I was still alive? Shisui smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you one thing, I know all the information about you. Sui couldn't help but laugh. This guy had always said such things since childhood, and it turned out to be true. Wait for me outside the village, you can leave now. Sui waved his hand and turned to look at Mizuki Bai. Shisui nodded, put his hat back on, and vanished from sight. Sui walked in front of Bai, grabbed his chin, and stared intently at Bai's face. So disgusting, going out of your way to imitate a woman. Even if you don't find it nauseating, I do. Sui released his grip on Bai and sat down beside him, beginning to sort through his thoughts. By being perceptive, wisely chose not to interrupt him. System, has this body suffered any damage? It feels a bit different from my memories. Yes, because it has given all the vitality of this body to that Gari. Your body will be weaker, and the aberration will be somewhat alleviated. The system explained carefully. Sui fell silent for a moment, then looked at his heart, feeling its strong beating. He suddenly had a bad premonition. It can't be that the weakness of the alien body has been enhanced, right? Congratulations, host, you answered correctly, but there are no rewards. The system set off a firework in Sui's mind, colorful confetti drifting in the air. Sui facepalmed in silence. According to his memories, this body was likely made of jade. Its only weakness was the heart, but now he was still unclear about what the enhanced weakness would be. By the way, didn't you say you'd give me a password for Aoi? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Although I haven't reached the deadline, it's still my reason. Sui was afraid that the other party would backtrack because of that trivial time, so he hurriedly made excuses for himself. It's fine, I will naturally give you what you deserve. The system pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. That password is, one of you wants to save the other. This statement seemed to surprise Sui, how his expression changed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Bai, who had been watching Sui sideways, naturally noticed this slight change, but Sui was still deep in thought, so he didn't want to interrupt his train of thought. When Sui stood up, Bai hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and asked, will you take action against Konoha? Sui looked curiously at Bai's hand pulling at his clothes and asked in confusion. Didn't Uchiha Shisui's brat tell you everything? What's the point of asking now? You should hate your father's murderer to the bone, shouldn't you? What father's murderer? That person only told me you weren't dead. Bai's expression suddenly changed upon hearing Sui's latter words. What does that mean? Father's murderer? Is Sui the one who killed his parents? But back then it was clearly a man who was about 1.8 meters tall. Sui was somewhat surprised that Sui hadn't sold him out. Instead it was his own loose lips that had betrayed him. It's nothing, he replied casually. Since that's the case, it's better to play dumb to avoid further trouble. Sui shook off Bai's hand, and a picture frame appeared out of thin air in front of him. He finally reminded the dazed Bai, don't do anything unnecessary. As soon as these words fell, Sui did not linger, lifted his foot, and stepped into the picture frame, which then vanished, as if torn apart by space. Bai was left sitting alone on the sofa, his gaze vacant, propping his head up with his hands on the table. He was utterly confused. He had sensed something was off when Sui appeared. It seemed now that there was likely a special connection between Sui and Sui. And this special connection should have been noticed only by Uchiha Sui. Sui was no ordinary person. Bai could tell this just by intuition, and Sui's odd behavior likely stemmed from the amnesia phase. Clearly Sui's true nature was as cold and emotionless as it had just been, responding to everyone with indifference and sharp words. Bai was already aware of this. He didn't really understand why Sui chose to put on a different facade. But since Sui had always forbidden him from asking, Bai wouldn't say anything. The most curious thing was that it seemed only in front of Uchiha Sui did Sui truly become himself, revealing his most genuine side. On the other side, Sui, using the dream space to arrive at the entrance of Konoha, immediately spotted Uchiha Sui, who was clad in black. It seemed he had been waiting for a long time and appeared somewhat impatient. Sui strode up to Sui and whispered, I don't care what your intentions are, but keep your distance from me and don't interfere in my matters. Otherwise I can eliminate you without hesitation. Do you understand? Sui remained silent for a long moment, finally speaking in a low voice under Sui's increasingly impatient expression. Fine, but can you abandon that intention? Sui raised his eyebrows, feeling a slight interest in Sui. Then can you explain what my goal is? He did not believe that Sui could truly articulate it to him. Sui was just bluffing. Sui appeared perplexed by the question and asked, are you serious? Do you really want me to say it? Sui nodded. Sui took a deep breath, then met Sui's gaze and spoke in a solemn tone. To use everything around you to fulfill Qin Yes task given to you. Before Sui could finish, Sui covered his mouth with a hand, forcefully interrupting him. Sui's face turned furious and the hand covering Shu's mouth trembled slightly. How do you know about this? I thought I hadn't told anyone, so you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Sui gestured with his eyes for Sui to remove his hand. Without doing so, he couldn't speak. Sui snorted coldly and removed his hand, then wiped it on Shu's clothes, clearly disgusted. Sui pouted, somewhat displeased with Sui's behavior. You don't have to be so disgusted with me, do you? Sui shot Sui a cold glance, as if to say, what do you think? Stop wasting time and answer my question quickly, or I can eliminate you right now. Hearing this, Sui hurriedly took 2 steps back, as if afraid that Sui would actually kill him. Hey, I already told you I can't tell you anything. Then as Sui's blade was about to fall on his neck, he vanished. Due to Shu's disappearance, Sui's blade struck the tree behind him. Damn, how can the instantaneous movement technique be so disgusting? As the thick trunk fell, Sui retracted his blade back into his dream space. He spat at the spot where Sui had stood, and then sat cross-legged a short distance away. System claimed the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the clone. Create a copy of yourself and transfer some abilities to it, usable for 1 year. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 upgrade opportunity, can be applied to any item to grant it an upgrade under your command. Just as the system finished speaking, Sui felt a writhing sensation within. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind as he looked down in disbelief. Sure enough, a bloody fleshly thing began to grow from his body. Then, as if it had grown to a sufficient size, the thing fell away from Sui's body. Most of the blood on it had splattered onto Sui, and his own clothes were corroded and pitted by the blood. As the mass left Sui's body, it began to writhe wildly, its form gradually resembling Sui. Legs, torso, arms, head. Each part became increasingly defined. It finally ceased its frenzied writhing when it looked exactly like Sui. Please grant me abilities, the material spoke, and to Sui's astonishment, even the voice was identical. Sui crossed his arms and raised a hand, slightly pondering what abilities he should give to maximize its utility. Black Flash 6 Eyes Reversal Technique Buddhist Faith Demon Blade Thousand Blades Other Body. After a long consideration, Sui finally named these abilities. Then his system suddenly responded, host apart from other body, the rest can be transferred. Sui pouted, not understanding why the system insisted on reducing his combat power. Fine, if you can't give that one, then give it everything else I just mentioned except for other body. Your name from now on will be Sui, with Sui meaning the ear of rice and Sui meaning age. Your identity will be my sister, understand? Sui placed his hands on Sui's shoulders, seriously assigning her future identity. Sui blinked and repeated, sister. Sister, you are my sister. Sui mouth twitched. Was this girl a fool? Couldn't she understand basic language? He took a deep breath and tried to be patient for the first time in communicating with her. Yes, you are my sister, and I am your elder sister. Do you understand? Sui blankly repeated, sister. Sister, you are my sister. I am your elder sister. Sui irritably slapped her, the force being considerable, making Sui's face turn away. His tone was much colder than before. He couldn't stand seeing someone who looked just like him act so foolishly. Are you sick? Can't you learn such a trivial matter? Sui still looked dazed, covering the side of her face that Sui had slapped. Finally, she said something fresh. Her body trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on the hand that had slapped her. She spoke with a hint of surprise. Mom. Mom. Sui. Sui's expression darkened, forcing himself to suppress the urge to kill her. A few minutes later, having calmed down, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and pinched her chin with the other hand, asking, I don't care what you call me, as long as you remain loyal to me, that's all that matters. Sui's eyes sparkled, and she tilted her head to nuzzle Sui's finger, behaving much like a kitten trying to please a human. If he didn't still want help with animal language, she could have easily been a fox. However, Sui wasn't swayed by her antics and immediately withdrew his hand, hiding it behind his back. Sui glanced at his tattered clothes and recalled that there might be spare clothes in his dream space, so he reached into search. Before long, he pulled out a white dress and handed it to the still naked Sui while he hastily put on a shirt. After changing, Sui's expression brightened with a hint of joy. Now they looked like a pair of fraternal twins. The only difference between Sui and Sui was Sui green pupils compared to Sui blue ones. Because Sui directly inherited Sui body, her hair was also short like Sui. But Sui didn't want Sui to have the same hairstyle as him, so he used rewind to give her long hair down to her calves. He even dyed it black. Sui didn't resist, allowing Sui to do whatever he wanted with her body. Very good, now you look completely like a woman. You will take on the identity of a woman while I inherit the identity of a man. Sui admired his sister before him, pleased that he could be himself again. He didn't dislike the female identity, it was just that due to stereotypes he had to pretend to be a cute daughter. This was nothing like his original self. He no longer wanted to constrain himself. After Sue had dressed up nicely, she took 2 steps backward and stomped her foot on the ground. Then a white figure suddenly emerged from the earth. The white figure immediately started laughing loudly as it stared at Sue. Sue did not understand what it was laughing about and had no intention of paying it any mind. However, the figure's laughter was so loud that Sue could no longer hold back and quickly stepped forward, delivering a heavy punch to its face. The figure cried out in surprise as it was struck and crashed violently against the tree behind it. Sue approached and grabbed a small tuft of hair from its head, demanding an answer. What are you laughing at? I'm asking you, where is Obito now? The white figure chuckled softly again, and just as Sue was about to punch it again, it hurriedly spoke up. I wasn't laughing at anything. Obito is currently with the Akatsuki. If you want to see him, I can take you to find him right away. Sue squinted her eyes, released the figure's hair, and looked around with a hostile gaze, finally fixing her eyes on a patch of grass. Sue's gaze was similarly locked on the same patch of grass, and it seemed that she had noticed it a few seconds earlier than Sue. Do you really enjoy peeping? Why do you always hide in the shadows when you see me? Sue shouted towards the hidden spot. So you have regained your memory, haven't you? A figure wearing an orange spiral mask and a red cloud-patterned black robe stepped out from the shadows. Sue nodded. Yes, I have. Now I want to join the Akatsuki. Should I go directly to Nagato, or will you help me speak to him? Obito was silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, aren't you still gathering intelligence in Konoha? Sue raised an eyebrow and looked at Obito as if he were a fool. Haven't you received any intel from Zetsu? I'm already dead, you know. Obito nodded. Yes, Zetsu told me you were dead, but aren't you still alive now? How did you manage to come back to life? Sue slightly curled her lips, revealing a cheeky smile. You have to beg me, and if you do, I might reluctantly tell you. A glimmer flickered in Obito's eyes as he turned away and whispered, if you don't want to say, then don't. He'll help you speak to Nagato. Do you want to join right now, eh? Sue was contemplating whether she should go now when Sue slowly walked up behind her, reaching out to hug Sue's arm and softly calling Mom. Mom. Sue's expression stiffened and she quickly pulled her arm back. She was still not accustomed to someone being so close. Is this thing not very bright? Obito pointed at Sue, who was glaring warily at him from behind Sue. Sue nodded and shook her head. Well, I'm not too sure. Wait. This is just me, so how can you say it's not bright? Sue suddenly realized that this figure was just a split-off version of herself. So doesn't that mean it's equivalent to herself? Obito fell silent, realizing that indeed it wasn't very clever. So are you going or not? Yes, I'm going now. Sue nodded and moved closer to Obito, while Sui followed closely behind her, heading in Obito's direction. Obito's eyes flashed with kaleidoscopic patterns, and then the space around them twisted. After the distortion subsided, the figures of the three had vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a room filled with steel pipes. The room was quite dark, with only some sunlight filtering in from the window at the front. At the innermost part of the room, there was a wooden apparatus, and a red-haired skeleton was secured to it. The sight of the red-haired skeleton with many black rods piercing its back gave Sue a terrifying first impression. Beside the apparatus stood a woman with blue hair and orange eyes, dressed in a similar red cloud-patterned black robe. As soon as she saw the three, she rushed protectively in front of the red-haired man, adopting a defensive posture. "Obito, what does this mean? Are you having second thoughts?" the woman asked with a sharp tone, seemingly quite puzzled. Obito completely ignored her, addressing the red-haired man instead. "This is my pawn embedded in Konoha." As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal Sue behind him. The red-haired man looked momentarily stunned before displaying a shocked expression. "The Fourth Hokage's adopted daughter is actually your pawn." The woman was equally astonished and questioned Obito in disbelief. Did she not die saving the Jinchuriki of the One Tail? What is happening now? Obito's gaze sharpened. "You don't need to know that, Conan. Your questions seem to be getting a bit excessive." The woman referred to as Conan was taken aback and obediently stepped back beside the red-haired man. "So what is the reason for bringing her here today?" the red-haired man asked. After he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly struggle for breath, followed by a fit of coughing. Obito replied, "Her identity in Konoha has been declared dead. She will now join the Akatsuki to help us capture the tailed beasts." "What did you say?" The red-haired man clearly looked shocked and confused by Obito's words. "Nagato, are your ears having problems? Obito has made it abundantly clear, and yet you still don't understand." Sue used her gaze to signal Obito to stop talking and calmly looked at the red-haired man, saying, "I'm back to help you." Nagato furrowed his brows deeply. He naturally did not trust Sue, not only because she was affiliated with Uchiha Obito, but also due to the numerous secrets surrounding her. Ding. Conan's favorability rating 1 inch. Upon seeing Nagato remain silent for a while, Sue grew a bit impatient. "What's wrong? Do you disagree? My strength is known to you. It was just because I lost my memory, but now I have fully regained it." Sui, who had been tugging at Sue's clothes from behind, also poked her head out and said toward Nagato, "Agree. Mama, join the organization." Sue angrily pinched Sui's arm. "Stop making noise, or I'll kill you." Sui muttered back, "I'm sorry." Ding. Conan's favorability rating 0 inch. Ding. Conan's favorability rating 5 inch. Sue's action paused for a moment, then she quickly retracted her hand and smiled brightly at Nagato. "Leader, can I join the organization?" Then she thought about acting cute, putting on a charming expression. Ding. Conan's favorability rating 5 inch. Ding. Conan's favorability rating 0 inch. Sue's cute expression stiffened, and she felt a wave of displeasure in her heart. Damn it, are they all so hard to please? Just wait, and see, I'll make sure to take care of you all sooner or later. If it weren't for that favorability reward, Sue wouldn't naturally bother with such a thankless task. The atmosphere remained tense for a few seconds before Nagato seemed to make a firm decision and nodded. "Fine, you will be a part of the Akatsuki from now on. Conan, take her to get her things." Sue's face lit up with joy as she quickly turned to Conan. After seeing Conan nod to signal her to follow, Sue hurried forward to keep pace with her. "Sister Nin, are you particularly wealthy?" Sui followed behind Xiao, Nin poking her back with a playful smile. This wasn't small talk, it was simply sweet curiosity. She wondered where the 600 billion explosive talismans in the original story came from, and whether it was true as rumored online that they were stolen from the Kangle treasury. Xiao Nan ignored Sui's question and cast a sidelong glance at Sui, who was trailing behind. "Is this your daughter?" Sui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned to her carefree demeanor. "No, she is my sister." Sui stared blankly at Sui's profile, and then looked at Xiao Nan. "Mom, am I your daughter?" Sui's expression darkened as she nearly couldn't resist slapping the other, but considering Xiao Nan was still present, she ultimately lowered her hand, which had been raised halfway. Xiao Nan looked strangely at Sui before turning back to lead the way. Sui scoffed, inwardly thinking Xiao Nan really believed she wanted to talk to her. Who was she trying to impress? They entered a room filled with dozens of clothes racks, each adorned with a cloak. "What are your height and weight?" Xiao Nan approached one of the racks, and then turned to Sui to ask. Sui thought for a moment, and replied based on her memory's height. 168 cm, weight 35 kg. Xiao Nan nodded, and began rummaging through another rack. "Here, take this. Does your daughter need one too?" Xiao Nan handed a cloak from the last rack to Sui, who shook her head in response. "She doesn't need it." Xiao Nan nodded again, and picked up a box containing various nail polishes, indicating for Sui to choose one for herself. Sui searched for a long time, but couldn't find white, frowning in confusion. "Where's the white?" Xiao Nan explained, "We didn't buy white." Sui responded with an "O," and casually grabbed a green one, tossing it to Sui. "Help me apply it." Sui nodded, twisted open the nail polish, and dipped it. Sui extended her hand in front of Sui. After it was done, Xiao Nan put the nail polish back in the box. "From now on, you'll team up with Daidara," she said, while still facing away from Sui, continuing to organize the nail polish. Sui leaned closer to Xiao Nan, poking her soft cheek, and asking, "What about Ah Fei?" "I want to team up with Ah Fei. Is that okay, Sister Nan? I'm begging you." Xiaonin dismissed Sui hand with a casual tone. Then you can form a three-person team with Ah Fei and Deidara. When Sui was brushed off, her fake smile faltered. After thanking Xiaonin, she headed towards the Akatsuki headquarters. Go find Deidara, and then set off for the mission. Sui murmured to herself, while Sui followed closely behind, looking confused. His brain wasn't a complete copy of Sui, rather it was a brand new one, only replicating Sui combat instincts and some basic knowledge. Thus he might struggle with simple matters, but in combat he was undoubtedly a top-notch expert. They arrived at a spacious room, and Sui observed the layout. It was a classic conference room setup with a 4-meter-long table in the center surrounded by 10 chairs and a candlestick placed on the table. 7 people were already seated with 3 chairs remaining empty. The candle's flickering flame cast warm shadows on the walls. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive as everyone sat in silence. Suddenly the door creaked open, letting in a cold breeze that made the candlelight flicker violently. Everyone froze as if the play button had been paused. Then they turned their gaze to the door, curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of vigilance reflected in their 7 pairs of eyes. Sui stood at the door, feeling the weight of those 7 gazes upon her, making her uneasy. It was as if she was a commodity, waiting to be sold. Frowning, she felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a new member before?" Her voice echoed in the room, shattering the previous silence. Sui strode to the chair beside Deidara. The chair scraped against the floor with a loud creak as she sat down, crossing her arms defiantly. Sui quietly followed behind her, appearing like a specter standing behind Sui, like a loyal attendant, always ready to charge into battle for her. Deidara turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Sui with a probing look. Then he raised his arm and lightly nudged Sui with his elbow, speaking in a low voice, as if afraid others would overhear. "Do you know that acting like this can easily make enemies?" Sui smirked, fully aware of this fact, but so what? As long as they couldn't defeat her, they would all have to bow their heads. Suddenly, she slammed her palm down on the table with a loud clap, causing the teacups on it to jump, slightly spilling a bit of tea. She stood up, her gaze fierce as she scanned everyone in the room, shouting, "Anyone who isn't pleased with me can come and challenge me." Haydn, already known for his impulsive nature, exploded in fury upon hearing this. He had been displeased with Sui since the moment he saw her, and now she was provoking him. His eyes widened, veins popping on his forehead as he slammed the table, causing everything on it to scatter. With a loud crash, he stood up, causing his chair to topple backward with a resounding bang. "Come on, I want to sacrifice your head to the Lord of Evil. Remember not to act like this in your next life." As he roared, he waved the 3-blade scythe in his hand and charged towards Sui, his steps rapid enough to create a slight tremor in the ground. Sui, however, remained motionless, her smile growing increasingly radiant, filled with confidence and arrogance. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of disdain, as she quietly watched Haydn charge at her. Just as Haydn reached her, the 3-blade scythe slicing through the air with a whistling sound ready to strike her face, a glint of cold light flashed. Clang! The sound was crisp and clear, like lightning streaking across the night sky. Haydn's movements suddenly froze as his head slowly detached from his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering on the ground and soaking it in a glaring red. "Please, don't harm Mom." Sui's voice came from behind, gentle, yet undeniably firm. She had somehow appeared behind Haydn, gripping the demon blade, 1,000 blades, its long and narrow blade glistening with a chilling light. A drop of blood hung from the blade, slowly sliding down and dripping onto the ground. She crouched down, her movements gentle, yet emanating an icy aura, picking up Haydn's severed head and placing it back on the table. Then Sui extended her hand, pinched Haydn's hair with 2 fingers, lifted the head, and flung it to a nearby spot. The head rolled on the ground for a few circles before finally coming to a stop, its eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness. "How did you do that?" Haydn shouted in confusion. "You couldn't even react to her attack, and yet you dared to challenge me, you worthless fool." Sui's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, the room fell into a terrifying silence, everyone frozen as if under a binding spell. Everyone's gaze shifted between Sui Haydn's headless body and the severed head lying to the side, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. Except for Itachi and Ah Fei, who possessed the Sharingan, the others hadn't even seen when Sui made her move. At that moment, steady footsteps approached from the door, each step thudding in the hearts of the crowd. Pain appeared at the door, exuding an invisible authority, his black robe billowing gently in the wind, and his purple eyes reflecting a cold and undeniable demeanor. "Enough with the commotion. From now on, the new member will team up with Ah Fei and Deidara. Now go complete your respective tasks." His voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the room. "Yes, leader." Everyone replied in unison, their voices still tinged with lingering surprise. They all stood up together and filed out towards the door. Sui walked in the middle of the group and, casually turning her head, sensed a gaze closely following her. She abruptly turned around, but only saw the back of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's steps were steady, his black hair swaying gently as he walked, and his silhouette appeared particularly mysterious in the dim light. Sui fixed his gaze on the back of Uchiha Itachi, as if his eyes were glued to him, lingering for several seconds. There was a flicker of vigilance and scrutiny in his eyes, not missing any subtle movements of the other's silhouette. After confirming that the other's shoulder showed no signs of movement, and that the straightened back had no intention of turning, Sui slowly and silently turned his head back. his brow slightly furrowed, replaying the earlier scene in his mind, uncertain if the other had genuinely stolen a glance at him. His fingers instinctively tapped lightly at his side, thinking to himself that it would be best if he hadn't. He didn't want to oppose the deity. If he couldn't withstand it, he might end up having his will rewritten, becoming a blind follower of Konoha. That would be an irreversible disaster. Deidara and Akatsuki stood at the door, having waited for Sui for quite some time. Deidara's toes impatiently tapped on the ground, occasionally stretching his neck to peek. Meanwhile, Akatsuki swayed beside him, occasionally letting out a few strange laughs. After a long while, without seeing a single figure, both felt a sense of doubt. "Hey Akatsuki, why don't you go check on him? He hasn't shown up for ages." Deidara crossed his arms, a hint of impatience on his face, nodding towards Sui direction. Akatsuki replied with a strange elongated sound, "Why doesn't Deidara-senpai go himself?" As he spoke, Akatsuki nervously flicked his sleeves, his backside exaggeratedly twisting in front of Deidara, looking quite comical. "Is Deidara-senpai afraid?" He then let the brilliant and mighty Akatsuki assist you." Deidara's expression darkened, and his originally stern face now bore an added layer of frost. The black lines on his face were clearly visible, as if they would materialize in the next moment. "Akatsuki." He squeezed out these two words through gritted teeth, his tone filled with warning. Realizing he might be beaten up if he didn't leave, Akatsuki quickly took a step back, placing his hands defensively in front of his chest. He curled up, his tone becoming slightly high-pitched. "Don't. Deidara-senpai, you can't hit me, or you'll have to face Sui yourself." Just then Sui happened to walk by the two, his footsteps light, hardly making a sound. Unfortunately, he heard his name. "Are you discussing me?" Sui looked at Akatsuki in confusion, his gaze calm, yet subtly probing. Seeing that the other remained silent for a long time, he turned his head toward Deidara. Ding. Deidara's favorability increased to 30. Deidara shook his head, turning to walk outside, his steps steady and powerful. "Our next mission is to capture the three tails, but this requires the two tails to be captured first." Sui nodded, and in that moment he inadvertently caught sight of a crow perched on a branch outside the window. The crow's jet-black feathers shimmered with an eerie light in the sunlight, its black bean-like eyes seemingly fixated on the room. Sui felt a surge of irritation in his heart, as if something were disturbing his emotions. Frowning, he glared fiercely at the crow before following Deidara downstairs. After Sui glared at the crow, the temperature around seemed to drop instantaneously. Cold air rapidly gathered around the crow, visible ice crystals beginning to condense in the air. The crow seemed to sense the danger, letting out a strange cry, its wings flapping wide as it attempted to fly away, only to find its feet firmly frozen by a thin layer of ice. Immediately, the ice crystals, as if alive, swiftly spread along the crow's feet. In the blink of an eye, it was completely frozen into an ice sculpture, shimmering with a chilling light under the sun. Standing not far away, Uchiha Itachi was concealed in a patch of shadow. The black cloak he wore billowed gently in the breeze, the hem slightly lifting. Itachi couldn't help but frown, a subtle ripple flashing through his originally deep and serene eyes. He fixed his gaze on Sui, who was chatting casually with Deidara in the distance. His expression was ambiguous, as deep and inscrutable as an ancient well in the dead of night, making it impossible to discern the thoughts hidden within. Sui seemed to sense something, slightly turning his neck, slowly looking toward that direction. His gaze was sharp and alert, carefully searching the air, yet all that met his eyes was an empty expanse, nothing at all. Deidara, who had been talking to Sui, noticed Sui's odd behavior and followed his gaze, revealing a look of confusion on his face. Unable to restrain himself, he asked Sui what's wrong. Deidara's brows rose slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity, tilting his head as he awaited Sui's response. Sui gently shook his head, the movement light, as if he didn't want to disturb anything. He turned back, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that contained warmth and apology. "It's nothing, just felt like someone was watching me over there. Let's continue discussing our thoughts on art, Deidara-senpai." Ding. Deidara's favorability increased to 50. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Would you like to open it?" The system's notification chimed clearly in Sui's mind. Upon hearing Sui's words, the look of confusion on Deidara's face vanished, instantly replaced by a genuine smile. That smile was like the warm sun of spring, illuminating his originally stern face. He said enthusiastically, "I believe art is the beauty of the moment, just like an explosion." As he spoke, his hands waved in the air, as if depicting the vivid scene of an explosion. Akatsuki, who had been trailing behind the two, originally bored and swaying suddenly, let out a strange sound upon hearing this. The sound was sharp and jarring, particularly piercing in the silent air. Under Deidara's impatient gaze, Akatsuki loudly stated, "But didn't Deidara-senpai almost get killed by his own explosion a few days ago?" As he spoke, Akatsuki exaggeratedly gestured his masked face, displaying an innocent expression. It was as if he had no awareness that his words had ignited Deidara's anger. "Akatsuki." Deidara's face instantly reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, anger surging like a torrential wave. He quickly pulled out a handful of clay spiders from his waist and threw them at Akatsuki with force, the movement decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Then he pressed his right hand to his lips, raising his index and middle fingers, shouting "Ka." With that shout, a scent of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Akatsuki, sensing danger, widened his eyes in fear and hurriedly turned to run. His steps were frantic and hurried like a frightened rabbit. Yet even so, he was caught by the residual shockwave of the explosion, stumbling and falling heavily to the ground. Deidara-senpai. Akatsuki hates you. Akatsuki lay on the ground weakly muttering, his voice full of grievance and reluctance. Sui watched the two of them play around with cold eyes, his arms crossed over his chest, his face devoid of any expression. A hint of mockery shone in his eyes as he silently thought that Obito would be a waste if he didn't become an actor. Such acting skills would truly be wasted if not showcased on stage. Akatsuki lay on the ground for a few seconds as if gathering strength. Then he suddenly sprang up, brushing the dust off his clothes, and quickly walked to Deidara's side. His face was adorned with a flattering smile, his tone somewhat aggrieved. I'm sorry, Deidara-senpai. Deidara snorted coldly, his chest heaving violently, clearly still in a fit of anger. He ignored Akatsuki and quickly walked to the front of the group, taking large and hasty steps, clearly not wanting to see Akatsuki anymore. Akatsuki cast a sidelong glance at Sui, his eyes carrying a hint of darkness. He then quickly approached Deidara, the two chasing and running, their footsteps echoing on the quiet road. Sui quietly followed behind, his hands in his pockets, calmly gazing ahead, not wishing to speak to the live treasure behind him. Sui silently walked beside him, inherently reserved and not good with words. Thus the two of them remained silent, maintaining a quiet atmosphere, only the gentle breeze brushing past, fluttering their clothing. Sui suddenly recalled the system's previous notification sound calling upon the system in his mind. System claimed the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Absorb. You can refine the same powers as the other by immersing yourself in their blood. Upon hearing this reward, Sui couldn't help but grin. Very good, since the system truly bestowed this skill upon him, he could now achieve the purpose he initially sought. Sui patted Sui's shoulder and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "You should be able to completely transform into me now, right?" Sui nodded, and then his form gradually shifted back to flesh and blood, the flesh slowly writhing. Is this okay? Sui asked nervously, still exhibiting his usual neurotic behavior. Sui helplessly rubbed his forehead, saying, "You need to stay close to them from now on. Remember not to speak. If you don't talk, you won't expose yourself. If they ask where the person behind you went, just say they left for something." Sui nodded, but then tilted his head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why Sui suddenly wanted to do this. Sui paid no mind to Sui, and after giving him one last reminder, dove into the album. Sui remained dazed for a while, a hint of bewilderment still lingering in his eyes. After a moment, he seemed to suddenly snap back to reality, hurriedly chasing after the distant figure of Deidara, his steps quickening, afraid of losing him. Deidara sensed someone approaching slightly, turned his head, glanced at Sui, and inadvertently swept his gaze towards Sui back. After confirming that no one was truly following, a look of surprise crossed his face. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What happened to that little sidekick of yours, the one you call Mom? Why isn't she following you?" A Fae nearby chimed in, nodding vigorously, then leaned in close to Deidara's ear, lowering his voice. "She probably got knocked back into the womb to be remade." His voice was low but loud enough for those around to hear. Deidara's mouth twitched slightly, clearly at a loss for words at a Fae's nonsense. He ignored a Fae, though he couldn't help but wonder about it, ultimately deciding to let it go. Sui heard Deidara's question and was just about to say the words Sui had taught him. Yet just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered Sui's instruction not to talk. For a moment it felt like two little figures were fighting in his head, various thoughts intertwining chaotically. His brows furrowed tightly, a conflicted expression on his face as he kept pondering, should I speak or not? Sui stepped into the house, quickly closed his eyes, and focused his mind, trying to sense the location of Mizuki Bai. As his perception deepened, his brows slowly knitted together, forming a deep frown. Why is he in the hospital? Based on the timeline, this should be when Kakashi is hospitalized and Dei is taking the new 7th squad to meet Yakushi Kabuto. Sui murmured to himself, confusion and disbelief filling his tone. That means Mizuki Bai is likely with Kakashi. This could get a bit tricky. He thought about how using transformation jutsu would surely be seen through by Kakashi and Elite Jonin. Sui felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if he could hear his brain cells protesting silently. He had never been good at strategizing and felt even more powerless at this moment. Just as Sui was frowning, the cheerful chirping of birds outside caught his attention. He casually glanced out the window and saw a flock of small birds happily hopping and playing on the branches. Right, I could write a note and have these birds deliver it to him. Sui's eyes instantly lit up as if he had found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He quickly walked to the kitchen, skillfully opened the cabinet, and rummaged out some rice grains. Then he walked to the window, gently waved to the birds, and softly called out, "Come over here, I have food for you." His voice was urgent and filled with temptation. The little birds seemed to understand him, flapping their wings and flying to the windowsill. They happily pecked at the rice grains that Sui had scattered on the windowsill, making a cheerful chirping sound, creating a lively atmosphere. "Since you've eaten my rice, could you help me with something?" Sui quietly inquired, a hint of expectation on his face. The birds nodded in response to his words. Seeing this, Sui immediately picked up a small piece of paper from the table, quickly rolled it into a tube shape, and carefully placed it by the bird's foot. "Who is it for?" One of the birds grasped the rolled paper with its claws, asking for the recipient's name. "Mizuki Bai, a person with black hair. He should be in a hospital room with a white-haired person wearing a black mask." Sui detailed his guess to the bird. After understanding the location, the bird flapped its wings and flew towards the hospital. At that moment inside the hospital room, Mizuki-bai was quietly sitting beside Kakashi's hospital bed, steadily peeling an apple. The sharp fruit knife twirled skillfully in his hand, the peel falling away like a long ribbon, slowly cascading down. Are you saying Sweet body suddenly disappeared? Kakashi lay in bed, one hand holding a copy of Intimate Paradise, looking at it with great interest. Hearing Mizuki-bai's words, he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. Upon hearing this, Mizuki-bai's hand, which was peeling the apple, suddenly stopped, the sharp blade nearly slicing his finger. A vivid image of Sui's last words before leaving surfaced in his mind. Don't do anything unnecessary. The scene and emotions from that time surged back, making his chest feel heavy and slightly breathless. Yes, Sui disappeared within an hour after you left. Mizuki-bai's voice was low and suppressed, as if something was lodged in his throat. Kakashi sighed softly, gently placing the book over his face to hide the complex emotions that flashed across his eyes. How could this happen? Fortunately, Sakura and Naruto went on a mission together, otherwise she would surely cry all night long. Mizuki-bai set down the knife in his hand and slowly handed the peeled apple to Kakashi. I've actually been meaning to ask you, when did Sakura become so close with Sui? His gaze fell on Kakashi's face, full of confusion. Kakashi took a bite of the apple, the juice bursting in his mouth. He shook his head, indicating that he too was unsure of the reason. Then he sat up, looking at Mizuki-bai with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. You've actually always had different feelings for Sui, haven't you? His voice was soft, yet it felt like a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up countless waves. Mizuki-bai's face stiffened, a flicker of panic flashing across his features. He quickly shook his head and spoke rapidly. That's not true. I've always been grateful to Sui, and I will only ever be grateful to him. His gaze darted away, not daring to meet Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi nodded, not pressing further, simply saying softly, I hope so. The hospital room fell silent for a moment, only interrupted by the occasional chirping of birds from outside, breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a flurry of flapping broke the tranquility of the room as a bird darted in through the window. After circling the room, once it landed directly in the outstretched palm of Shui Wiwabai. The bird's feathers glimmered softly, its chest gently rising and falling as if carrying a message from afar. After a brief pause, the bird took flight again, vanishing outside the window, leaving Shui Wiwabai stunned in place. Instinctively, Bai looked at his palm where a note lay quietly, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Come home, I am waiting for you. These few words rang in his ears like a thunderclap. Bai's fingers trembled slightly as he quickly clinched the note, hurriedly stuffing it deep into his pocket, as if fearing someone might discover the secret. I'm sorry, master, I have to return now. Bai looked up at Kakashi beside him, his face full of regret, his tone tinged with a subtle urgency. The plants at home need watering. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. With that, he waved hurriedly and turned to leave. Kakashi stood still, his gaze following Bai's retreating figure. He noticed the note in Bai's hand, and the unusual expression on Bai's face didn't escape his notice. He felt a surge of curiosity within, wondering what could possibly cause the usually composed Shui Wiwabai to be so flustered. The bird quickly returned to Sui's side, having completed its mission. At that moment, Sui was seated on a soft sofa, delicately flipping through an old photo album. Each page carried memories of the past, the paper slightly yellowed as if kissed by the passage of time. Noticing the bird's return, Sui paused, closed the album, and looked up calmly to ask, Did you find it? The bird nodded, its small head gently responding to Sui's inquiry. Yes, he is on his way here now. Sui's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He waved his hand lightly, signaling the bird to leave, then returned his gaze to the album. Opening it again, the subsequent photos showed his appearance while unconscious. In the photos, his hair varied between long and short, clearly taken over a span of time. Has 15 years of waiting changed your emotions? What would you do if you knew the truth? Would you hate me? I am quite looking forward to your revenge. Sui closed the album and casually placed it on the table with a loud thud. The door burst open forcefully, and Shui Wiwabai rushed in, panting, his eyes fixed on the room. Upon seeing Sui sitting on the sofa, his surprise overflowed, and his steps halted as if nailed to the ground. Sui's lips curled into a playful arc as he stood up, spreading his arms wide, his eyes glinting with mockery. I find you quite entertaining. I came to find you for another reason today, but now it seems unnecessary. Bye-bye. As soon as he finished speaking, the album behind him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. It slowly revealed itself as Sui leaned back, seamlessly lying into the album. Shui Wiwabai watched in astonishment as Sui disappeared before his eyes, his hands instinctively clenching. His face was filled with confusion and helplessness, unable to comprehend what Sui's antics today were all about. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the album placed on the table. His previously bewildered expression changed instantly, his eyes revealing a hint of unease. Sui returned to the border of the land of fire, swiftly calculating his next move. Since there was no progress on Shui Wiwabai's side for now, he might as well try finding Uzumaki Karin. But problems followed, as he was completely unaware of Uzumaki Karin's exact location, only knowing she was in one of Orochimaru's bases. First, let's find Orochimaru and see if I can make a deal with him. Sui murmured to himself, picking up a kunai beside him and skillfully trimming his hair. In no time, a stylish short haircut appeared on his head. Then he closed his eyes using his time reversal ability to restore his left eye. Feeling the clarity return to his left eye and the fading of his surroundings, Sui couldn't help but reflect. Who says fading is useless? I quite like this fading ability. Sui donned the Wumo mask and stepped confidently into the album. Although he wasn't sure of Orochimaru's precise location, now his memories told him that Orochimaru would definitely appear at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. So as long as he went to the Bridge of Heaven and Earth, he had a good chance of finding Orochimaru. According to the original plot, they probably wouldn't arrive for a few more days, and Sui could only hope for luck as he went to check it out. Upon reaching the Bridge of Heaven and Earth, Sui concealed himself in the trees on the opposite side of the bridge, and as soon as he landed, he discovered a group of people confronting each other on the bridge. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Team 7, led by Yamato, facing Orochimaru. Seeing this scene, Sui's heart sank, realizing that the timeline was clearly off. Wait a minute. Could it be that because I killed Chiyo, the plot involving Sasori has changed? And the changes in Sasori's plot led to this encounter at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth happening earlier. The more Sui thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and beads of sweat began to form on his back. He could no longer afford to disrupt the plot recklessly. It was precisely because of having a god's perspective that he had acted so boldly before. But if his unintentional actions led to a complete breakdown of the plot, it would truly be a regrettable loss. Sui instinctively shrank behind the tree, ensuring no one could notice him, and quietly observed the situation ahead. He saw Naruto radiating with a violent aura, clearly having entered the foretale state, and judging by the traces at the scene, he had likely already battled Orochimaru once. Just as Sui was contemplating the timeline, Orochimaru had seized the moment and successfully escaped. At this moment, Yamato was sweating profusely, quickly forming hand seals, barely controlling the four-tailed Naruto, which would release. Immediately after, a green necklace around Naruto's neck emitted a faint green light. Several lines glowing softly with green light shot out from the necklace, swiftly wrapping around Naruto. Miraculously, as these lights entwined, Naruto's nine tails form gradually devolved, slowly returning to his original appearance. However, his skin was burned and charred by the nine tails chakra, leaving little flesh, yet his clothes remained intact, not even a wrinkle. Sui looked at this scene, unable to help but exclaim internally, this clothing's fire resistance is truly impressive. Sui gaze caught sight of Sai running off in the distance. If he remembered correctly, Sai should be heading to the snake's cave, and if he followed him, wouldn't that lead him directly to Orochimaru? Sui was thinking and hurriedly dashed towards Zhuijing's position. Suddenly, Orochimaru in front of Zhuijing stopped moving and turned to look towards the bushes behind Zhuijing. He opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and licked his face, saying hoarsely, "Come out, you've been following along." Sui didn't take it seriously. He felt that Orochimaru was merely bluffing, and being clever, he wouldn't be easily intimidated. Seeing that the bushes remained still, Orochimaru's smile widened. "Shinduo Suigu, weren't you dead?" Upon hearing this, Sui stood up directly. Zhuijing looked at Sui in disbelief. "According to Danzo, wasn't Shinduo Suigu dead?" "Well done, Orochimaru Zenpai, you figured out it's me." Sui gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Orochimaru sneered and waved his hand, drawing closer to Sui, almost within a punch's reach. "What does a dead man want with me? Surely you're not here to ask me to burn paper for you." Sui stepped back uncomfortably. "You really know how to talk. Do you think you deserve me to burn paper for you?" Ding. Orochimaru's favorability has increased by 30. Orochimaru licked his lips, not showing any displeasure on his face, contrasting sharply with the system's notification. "So what do you want?" Orochimaru asked. Sui crossed his arms. "I'm here to make a deal with you." Orochimaru frowned. "What kind of deal?" Sui raised a finger and pointed to his hair. "Vortex Xianglin, I want her." Orochimaru frowned. He was curious about what Sui needed Xianglin for. Surely it wasn't just for her special physique. "What do you want with Xianglin?" Orochimaru asked curiously. Sui placed his finger on the lips of his mask. "Just say whether you agree or not. I'll do my best to meet your demands." Orochimaru pondered for a moment before agreeing to Sui's deal, intrigued by the possibility of Sui's ability to bring the dead back to life. Compared to that, Xianglin's value was merely her special physique. If he could grasp Sui's method, his dream of immortality would have an excellent chance of breakthrough. "All right, but you must tell me how you managed to bring the dead back to life." As Orochimaru said this, the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Sui raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth slightly curving upward under the mask. He knew Orochimaru would ask him this. But would he reveal the truth to the other party? That was certainly impossible. However, if he didn't speak, he wouldn't be able to obtain Xianglin. Just as Sui's brain was racing, the system offered him a better suggestion. "You could go to the exchange to buy information about Xianglin, and you can't be sure that Orochimaru will follow through with his promise to give you Xianglin, can you?" The system's words made Sui pause in thought. Right, why hadn't he thought of simply going to the exchange instead of asking Orochimaru? He realized he was overthinking. After weighing the pros and cons, Sui decided he was too lazy to continue arguing with Orochimaru. He waved at Zhuijing, signaling him to come a little closer. Then, under his mask, Sui activated a Jinjutsu on Zhuijing. Zhuijing's expression initially stiffened before he appeared lost in thought. Sui altered Zhuijing's memories. He didn't want Danzo, that old wretch, to know too much. If it weren't for fearing that Zhuijing's death would disrupt the plot, he wouldn't have resorted to such troublesome Jinjutsu. He would have long since drawn his sword and cut him down like Louis XVI. Forget it if you won't give it, then you won't. I'm leaving now and don't tell anyone I was here. As Sui said the last sentence, his gaze locked firmly on Yakushi Kabuto. Even with Sui wearing a mask, Kabuto could feel the threat emanating from him. But why would Sui threaten him? Wouldn't it be more effective to threaten Orochimaru? At this moment, Kabuto could never imagine that his superior would soon be killed by the father he was raising. Just as Sui was about to turn and leave, his ankle was tightly coiled by a snake controlled by Orochimaru. The cold and rough sensation made him uncomfortable. He struggled hard, but found his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. You didn't think that making a deal with me and then suddenly giving up would mean I'd let you go, did you? Orochimaru chuckled creepily, his sharp laughter echoing in the silent space. The greed in Orochimaru's gaze became even more evident, as if Sui were already in his grasp. Sui chuckled a few times in response, but the curve of his lips carried a bone-chilling coldness, terrifyingly so. In an instant, the snake wrapped around Sui's ankle was suddenly covered by a thin, translucent ice crystal. Then with a crisp crack, the ice crystal exploded like fireworks, scattering shards everywhere. So you really thought you could keep my life? Sui's voice was deep and cold, devoid of any warmth. Now that the facade was torn away, Orochimaru no longer pretended. Thousands of long snakes surged out from his sleeves. They slithered forward, flicking their tongues like a black tide rushing towards Sui. Strangely, these snakes passed right through Sui's body without exception. What a... Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as he saw this scene, his pupils constricting rapidly, his face filled with disbelief. However, before he could recover from his shock, Sui's figure flickered, accompanied by a gust of wind, and he delivered a kick right at Orochimaru. The kick was powerful and heavy, sending Orochimaru flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull thud. Yakushi Kabuto had just reacted, wanting to defend himself, when he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Instinctively looking down, he saw that his lower body had unknowingly been covered by a thick layer of ice crystal shimmering with a ghostly blue light. The faint sound of cracking echoed in his ears like a countdown to death, constantly reminding him just one more move, and he would end up like the first snake shattered by the ice. Sui stepped forward and gently patted Yakushi Kabuto's face. The movement seemed gentle, but hid a secret, simultaneously casting a genjutsu on him. Sui was always a bit uneasy about Yakushi Kabuto. After all, in the original story, Kabuto was notoriously slippery, with top-notch undercover skills. Sui didn't want his information to be leaked by Kabuto to any of his superiors, which would lead to endless trouble. Orochimaru, having been kicked against the tree, staggered to his feet, swaying unsteadily. He raised his hand to wipe his lips, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood that splattered on the ground, staining it a dark red. At this moment, his eyes showed even more intense greed towards Sui, even tinged with madness. He secretly marveled at how terrifying Sui's physical quality was. His skin was taut with no excess flesh. When a fist hit him, it felt as hard as striking a stone. But what he didn't know was that Sui's body was indeed transformed from a certain type of stone. Chapter 105, Absolute Zero. Sui naturally understood Orochimaru's thoughts, snickering internally. Did he want to take over his body? That was simply a fantasy. Even if his spiritual power was inferior to Orochimaru's, the system in his mind would never let Orochimaru succeed. Moreover, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, how could he possibly lose in a battle of spiritual power? Just an overreaching dead snake. Although this time it's because you fought with Naruto and are in bad shape, I'm not taking advantage of your misfortune. Sui curled his lips into a mocking smile, his expression full of disdain. Remember, when you see me in the future, show some respect, otherwise I'll freeze you to death sooner or later. Take your subordinates and roll. He waved dismissively at Orochimaru, then, without hesitation, turned around, his figure flickering as he entered the dream space. Sui arrived outside an exchange. Without much thought, it was definitely the one closest to the Temple of Fire. After all, he had no idea where the other exchanges were located. He recalled the appearance of Jiao Du in his memory, raised his hand to imitate his actions, and successfully opened the hidden door of the exchange. As soon as Sui stepped inside, a pungent, unpleasant smell of decay instantly invaded his nostrils. The smell made him frown tightly, instinctively pinching his nose. He turned and saw a man standing behind the counter. Can I buy information here? Sui stepped forward, stood in front of the counter, knocked on the surface, and asked about the purpose of his visit. The man nodded, expressionlessly, bending down to pull out a notebook from under the counter, his voice hoarse. What type of information? Location, Sui replied succinctly. The man fell silent again, focusing on flipping through the notebook in his hands. A few minutes later, he lifted his head and extended a finger, making a 10 gesture. 100,000. Sui was nearly startled to jump up upon hearing this. The maximum amount he could accept right now was only 10,000. After all, it was just a piece of information. How expensive could it be? But hearing the extra zero made him feel dizzy, nearly passing out. 100,000. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you go rob a bank? Sui's face turned red with anger as he shouted. He barely had a total of 10,000. Where was he going to find the additional 90,000? He wasn't like Shinsuwa, who could make things happen by just wishing for them. The man's expression instantly turned displeased, arms crossed over his chest, tilting his head towards the door, his tone icy. If you have no money, then leave. Don't go crazy here. Sui let out a cold snort, burning with anger. His hand had already clenched secretly, just about to take action against the man. Suddenly a scene from the original work flashed through his mind. Jiao Du was about to come here. If he killed the man now, Jiao Du wouldn't arrive and that old horse wouldn't die. The plot would inevitably change because of this. Thinking of this made Sui feel a chill run down his back, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. Forget it. Sui gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, reluctantly turning around and leaving the exchange. How am I going to make money? I can't just go robbing, right? Sui walked down the street, hands clasped behind his head, chewing on a piece of grass. He had used transformation jutsu to change his appearance in advance. After all, he felt that wearing a mask outside was too conspicuous and inconvenient for doing things. He furrowed his brows, racking his brain in thought. The system could no longer bear to see Sui intelligence plummeting toward negative numbers, and helplessly spoke in his mind. Don't you have a Buddhist faith? Why not use that to buy a lottery ticket? Right. Sui's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly, nearly jumping up. He hurriedly spat out the piece of grass from his mouth, eagerly asking, "Where's the lottery store?" Just as he finished speaking, a light blue, transparent panel appeared before his eyes. It clearly marked his location and the nearest lottery store. Sui didn't immediately use the dream space to go to his destination. Instead, he calmed down and summoned the ice release power within him. In an instant, a chilling aura spread from his palm as a crystal-clear ice kunai took shape in his hand. Then he took a deep breath and cast the ninja technique again, splitting off a shadow clone. The moment the shadow clone appeared, faint smoke enveloped it, identical to the original. Sui handed the ice kunai to the shadow clone, which received it, steadily concentrating as it began to carve characters on Sui's body. With each stroke, carved wisps of cold air emitted from the grooves. The system, hidden deep in his consciousness, was filled with curiosity about what Sui was carving. In its understanding, Sui couldn't even recite ancient poetry, let alone comprehend complex scriptures. "What are you carving?" The system's voice abruptly rang in Sui's mind, tinged with inquiry. Sui replied without looking up, "The Diamond Sutra, can't you tell?" His words carried a hint of surprise. The system was clearly taken aback, its tone full of skepticism. "The Diamond Sutra? You know the Diamond Sutra?" This statement instantly ignited Sui's emotions, his tone growing impatient. "What? Can't I know the Diamond Sutra? Even though I dropped out of middle school, I still read some books." After saying that, he huffed lightly, ignoring the system. The system felt Sui's displeasure and fell silent, watching the shadow clone carve the characters. Before long, the carving was complete, and Sui's body was covered in dense green lines. These lines seemed to have a life of their own, occasionally flickering with a faint green light, strange yet mysterious. At that moment, Sui seemed to be struck by inspiration, his eyes brightening as he asked himself, "Don't I have an upgrade opportunity left unused?" The system's voice carried a hint of teasing. "I thought you forgot." Sui grinned, revealing a triumphant smile, raising his hand to make a 6 gesture at his chin. His gaze reflected deep thought, resembling Conan when he was contemplating. After a moment, Sui seemed to have made up his mind, calling out to the system again in his heart, "I've decided, upgrade the ice release." In an instant, a clear prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, the host has acquired Absolute Zero, which possesses powerful freezing capabilities capable of instantly freezing everything around, including air, water, objects, and living beings, into hard ice blocks, rendering the frozen items inactive and unable to move." Hearing the words Absolute Zero, Sui's eyes widened in surprise, filled with excitement and shock. After all, no one was unaware of the terrifying power of Absolute Zero, the ultimate temperature capable of freezing all things in the world. "Good job, system, you can actually get me Absolute Zero." The system ignored Sui's praise, merely smiling with a flicker of dark light in its eyes. Sui looked up at the sun already above his head and frowned. It seemed to be about 1:30. It was time to go to the lottery store to get the money. With a thought, a photo album appeared before him, and Sui stepped into the album, immediately finding himself on a street. The street was bustling with people, seemingly indifferent to Sui's sudden appearance. Sui paid no mind to the trivial matters and walked straight into the lottery shop next door. He stood at the entrance, glancing inside, noting the variety of options, yet only a few people were present. Stepping into the shop, Sui surveyed the interior before finally raising his eyes to the owner behind the counter and asked, "How much is the double chromosphere?" The owner, holding a cigarette, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, replying leisurely, 50 once. Sui nodded slightly, reached into his pocket, fished out a 50-yuan note, and placed it on the counter. After selecting his numbers, the owner glanced at the wall clock, smirking lightly as he chuckled. "Young man, you have good luck today. There are just a few minutes left until the draw." Sui smiled in return, reaching back into his pocket to pull out the remaining 99,950 yuan and laid it all on the table. "Buy 199 more tickets with the same numbers." The owner was momentarily stunned, his expression freezing instantly before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You are quite confident in yourself, huh? Good. Just don't cry if you lose everything later, ha ha ha." Sui confidently curled his lips upwards, revealing a faint smile. He dragged a chair over and sat down, casually propping his head up with one hand, staring blankly as if lost in thought. A few minutes later, the owner raised his voice, urgently calling out, Hey, young man, stop daydreaming, the draw is happening." Sui seemed oblivious, still fixated on the white clouds floating outside, his thoughts wandering who knows where. Seeing that Sui wouldn't respond no matter how he called, the owner speculated, inwardly assuming he didn't dare face the outcome, fearing he couldn't handle the blow. As the last number was slowly revealed, the noisy lottery shop fell silent. In an instant, the owner's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving only stillness. Sui stood up, leisurely walking steadily to the counter, his gaze casually flickering to the winning numbers, matching his selections. I've won $1 million. His tone was surprisingly calm, as if this expected outcome had always been within his control. The owner cleared his throat, awkwardly picking up a bag, carefully placing the winning number card inside, and handed it to Sui with both hands. I don't have that much cash here. You should go to the welfare lottery center up front to claim your prize. Sui nodded, took the bag, and turned to leave the lottery shop. He walked briskly towards the largest lottery redemption store on the street. After claiming his prize, Sui watched as the staff handed over stacks of cash, stuffing it all into his dream space. Sui reappeared at the gold exchange this time, not fiddling with the mechanism to open the door as he had last time. Instead, he raised his leg impatiently and kicked open the hidden door with a loud bang. The door slammed heavily against the wall with a dull thud. Give me the information about the location of the vortex fragrance phosphor. Sui strode to the table, slamming a thick stack of cash down, his tone fierce. His eyes were fixed intently on the man, as if he were about to devour him whole. The man was startled by the sudden intensity, hastily taking the money, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was genuinely curious how this person had managed to gather 100,000 in such a short time. He cast a puzzled glance at Sui and walked to the left side of the counter, opening a drawer to rummage inside. After a few minutes of rustling papers, he finally pulled out a document and handed it to Sui. Sui eagerly took the document, seeing a photo of the vortex fragrance phosphor printed on it with dense details about the person and their location written below. Seeing this, Sui's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile of determination. He then exited the gold exchange and headed straight for a body of water. Before him appeared a small island, and in the middle stood a conspicuous building resembling a prison. With his superhuman perception, Sui effortlessly pinpointed the location of the vortex fragrance phosphor. Beneath his feet, ice pillars began to slowly rise, as if alive, steadily growing towards a window. Just as the ice pillar stopped in front of the window, Sui raised his hand and shot an ice spike, creating a loud explosion as the spike shattered the window and wall. Behind the wall, a red-haired girl widened her eyes in terror, appearing before him. Vortex fragrance phosphor, will you come with me? Sui bent down and leaped effortlessly into the room, standing tall and looking down at the trembling, terrified Phosphor. Phosphor fearfully retreated a few steps, mumbling, "Don't kill me." Her voice quivered, echoing in the dimly lit room. Sui took a few steps toward Phosphor, slightly bending forward and repeating his earlier question, "Will you come with me? What benefits are there to coming with you?" Phosphor summoned her courage, lifted her head, and looked at Sui's masked face, her voice trembling yet tinged with a hint of defiance. Sui tilted his head as if seriously pondering the question, then reached up to remove his mask, revealing a radiant smile as his eyes fixed on Phosphor. "You can see my handsome face every day." The system couldn't help but retort in his mind, "How narcissistic." Sui immediately countered, "Isn't that right? My looks are outstanding, aren't they?" This time the system fell silent, unable to deny that Sui was indeed handsome. Phosphor stared blankly at Sui, seemingly taken aback by this sudden response, uttering a bewildered, "Ah." Sui gently patted Phosphor's head, his touch soft, yet his gaze hinted at something inscrutable. "Will you come with me?" Phosphor seemed enchanted, inexplicably nodding, her face suddenly flushed, even she didn't notice it. At that moment, ice from beneath Sui's feet quietly spread towards her, silently taking the shape of a plate. Sui smiled with satisfaction, though there was not a trace of warmth in his smile. Suddenly he drew a knife, his movements quick as lightning, and slashed it towards Phosphor's neck. Warm blood sprayed out, gleaming strikingly in the dim light, yet not a single drop splattered on Sui. "Why aren't you afraid of the plot changing this time?" The system curiously asked, considering Sui was someone who once spared a man's life out of fear of altering the story. If he could spare such a useless person, why would he not hesitate to act against someone as crucial to the plot as Phosphor? Sui stepped out of the ice plate, his gaze fixed on Phosphor's, blood gushing from her neck. "I'm just conducting an experiment. I will revert her back later." His voice was terrifyingly calm, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an utterly mundane occurrence. Sui words left the system momentarily bewildered. What experiment? A human experiment concerning absorption? For once the system felt a flicker of genuine curiosity. After all, he himself understood little about this ability. The skill description was largely fabricated, half-guessed, and half-invented. Whether it could truly absorb other abilities, as its name implied, remained entirely unknown to him. Once Kagami's blood had nearly drained, Sui dragged her lifeless body out and tossed it aside with casual indifference. It struck the ground with a dull, hollow thud. He then frowned, staring in dismay at the minuscule pool of blood, no taller than a human thumb, encased within the ice release. Immersing himself directly was clearly impossible. Diluting it with water might be the only viable option. Without further hesitation, Sui manipulated crystalline ice to carefully transfer the blood into the bathtub inside his dream space. He turned on the faucet. Scalding hot water gushed forth in a steaming torrent, splashing violently into the crimson pool, instantly mingling with it and gradually lightening its hue. Sui kicked off his shoes with a sharp, forceful motion. The footwear slammed heavily against the wall. He lifted his leg and stepped barefoot into the searing blood water, making no effort to undress, letting the viscous liquid soak through his clothes and cling to his skin. He felt his garments float and slide across his skin, a disconcertingly slimy, uncanny sensation. Bending his knees, he slowly lowered himself into the bath. The moment his body settled beneath the surface, he distinctly sensed infinitesimal particles, subtle, almost imperceptible, straining to penetrate his flesh. Each time one slipped through, drowsiness surged like a tide. After all, Sui was still only human, and even humans grow weary. As lethargy deepened, his eyelids grew leaden, his consciousness fraying at the edges, until at last he slipped into unconscious slumber. There was no sensation, only absolute silence and impenetrable suffocating darkness, a void so profound it defied description, hollow, desolate, utterly barren. Suddenly countless black shadows erupted, twisting, writhing like maddened serpents, and coiled around Sui's body with terrifying speed. They tightened relentlessly, layer upon layer, constricting his chest until breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. Then a blinding white light seared his eyes, sudden, overwhelming. In that instant the world ignited, the fierce radiance forced him to instinctively narrow his gaze. The crushing emptiness vanished, replaced by two overwhelming tangible emotions, love so fierce it burned, and hatred so visceral it choked. They collided violently within his heart. Before him stood a table, and seated at its far end a doctor clad in a pristine white coat. Sui could not discern his features, yet something about him felt deeply, unsettlingly familiar. Wait, wasn't this the same doctor from that earlier dream? It struck him as profoundly strange to relive an identical dream twice. That was rarer than his brother impregnating his girlfriend. Defiant, Sui attempted to rise, to examine the doctor's face more closely. But just as he began to lift his hand, an invisible pressure clamped down upon him, pinning him immobile, utterly helpless. He recalled the prior ordeal. It had only robbed him of speech. This time he couldn't even move. Then what of the next? Would he lose sight? Hearing? Sui couldn't fathom why he kept dreaming this way. Could he truly be falling ill? And then, yes, that illness. He suddenly remembered the medication the system had administered for nearly a year. Yet judging by the doctor's identity in his newly resurfaced memories, those drugs were utterly ineffective. Worse, they appeared to exacerbate his symptoms. Yet he had felt relief each time he took them. His physical condition visibly improved. So was he truly unwell? Or had his judgment failed him completely? Mr. Sui Gu, here is your latest medical record. A voice cut through Sui's fragile train of thought, and simultaneously the oppressive weight restraining him dissolved. Instinctively he glanced at the chart the doctor slid toward him, just as he'd anticipated, nearly identical to the last, differing only in the attending physician's name. Li Shuiqiang, a name that startled him deeply. Though he had never met this man, an intense visceral wave of revulsion and bafflement rose unbidden within him. How strange. I told you before, you're not ill. You refused to believe me then. Will you dare doubt me again, next time? The surroundings shifted rapidly, then solidified into the image of a quiet street. Sui stood beneath a tree side by side with another figure. And then from beside him came a voice he would remember for eternity. He turned incredulous, yet found only empty air beside him. As he stood frozen in confusion, warm hands gently covered his eyes, and a playful voice whispered softly into his ear from behind. Guess who I am, Sui? Got it. Get lost, fake copy. Sui grasped the wrists of those hands and smiled wryly. The figure behind him chuckled, withdrawing her hands. No, not a counterfeit. But neither am I the one you imagine. Sui got only half the answer right. The true answer is. He whirled around, fist already drawn for a brutal strike, but froze mid-swing. Her voice brushed his ear once more. Fong Qingye. Sui stared, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qingye lifted a finger and lightly tapped his nose, teasing, Am I right, Sui? This Qingye felt startlingly real, far more vivid than the one in his dream space. So real, in fact, that reality itself began to blur. When Qingye noticed his prolonged silence, she pinched his cheek, not unkindly, but with a spark of mock irritation. He felt the faint, unmistakable sting. Too real, both she and the world around them. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms tightly around her, yet unlike before, no tears fell. Instead, he murmured, voice low and steady, I'm sorry. I will return to you. I won't be afraid anymore. I'll stop at nothing. I'll accelerate my pace. Smiling, Qingye nodded and embraced him in turn. Her voice soft and tender. I believe in you, Sui. Keep going. I'll wait for you always. His vision blurred. He knew. He was waking. Time was slipping away. He was losing her grasp. Qingye was fading from his sight once more. Believe me, Qingye, I will succeed. Sui will surely succeed. Don't forget to buy me my favorite cake when you do. Sui rose silently from the bathtub, silently reversed the state of his clothing, and silently approached Sui. Revert. Standing behind a tree, he murmured quietly to Sui, concealed behind him, switch back. Sui said nothing, slipped silently into the tall grass ahead, while Sui stepped forward from behind the trunk to stand beside a Fei. We must accelerate the plan. I have no time to waste waiting for those incompetents to sluggishly capture the tailed beasts. A Fei tilted his head quizzically as if asking what had come over him. Sui gestured toward the grass where Sui hid. He'll assume my appearance and remain with you. I have matters of my own to attend to. A Fei remained silent, his 3-demo Sharingan hidden behind the mask. locked onto Sui with an unnerving intensity, as if his gaze could pierce flesh and bone to probe the very recesses of his mind. Sui held his stare for a moment, then abruptly leaned in close to Afei's ear, his voice, though whisper-soft as a mosquito's hum, carried crystalline clarity and iron resolve. My sole vulnerability lies in my heart. You may seal a talisman there. At those words, astonishment flickered across Afei's eyes, and his gaze darted instantly toward the precise location of Sui's heart. A low, mirthless chuckle rumbled from beneath the mask. You possess remarkable ruthlessness toward yourself. Very well, your wish shall be granted. Without another word, Afei's hands blurred into a rapid sequence of hand seals, fingers interlacing with serpentine grace, before he slammed both palms sharply against his own chest. In that instant, searing agony detonated within Sui's heart, 1,000 steel needles piercing at once, radiating violently along his veins, every nerve fiber clamped in merciless vice. Sui's knees buckled. He nearly collapsed, barely catching himself against the gnarled trunk of a nearby tree. Rough bark tore open his palm, blood welling darkly, his knuckles whitening under strain, tendons surging like taut cables across the backs of his hands. Afei stood motionless nearby, arms crossed, his blackened, clouded robe stirring gently in the wind. Behind the mask, his eyes shimmered with layered emotion, perhaps grudging admiration for Sui's ferocity, perhaps quiet anticipation of what lay ahead. This gambit is perilous indeed. I'll watch closely to see precisely what you intend. His voice was low, hoarse-edged with metallic resonance. Sui gasped raggedly, his chest heaving, yet he forced himself upright, his pallid face still etched with pain, cold sweat glistening on his brow and tracing silver paths down his cheeks. Yet his gaze burned unwavering, fierce as living flame. Rest assured, I would not dare this unless absolute certainty guided my hand. This is my pledge of sincerity. I stand irrevocably on your side. Afei fell silent. The air thickened with heavy stillness, broken only by Sui's labored, uneven breaths. Then slowly, Afei raised his hand once more. Sui's entire body tensed, bracing instinctively for renewed torment. Instead, Afei merely flicked his wrist, and the excruciating pain dissolved like mist before dawn, leaving only faint, lingering soreness coiling softly around his heart. I shall grant you provisional trust, for now. Should you betray it? His voice dropped to a glacial whisper echoing from the fathomless dark. This talisman will claim your life without warning. A wry inward sneer twisted Sui's lips, but outwardly his expression remained impassive. Inwardly, he cursed Tobi's lineage to the furthest reaches of oblivion. I'm leaving. Deidara returns shortly. Sui turned toward the distant horizon, spoke the words plainly to Tobi, then vanished without hesitation into the dream space. Within the dream space, he swiftly gathered his thoughts. First, he would journey to the Land of Lightning to locate the immortal duo. Capturing the Two Tails Jinchuriki was pivotal to the entire plan, each contingency meticulously rehearsed in his mind. If the capture had already succeeded, he would proceed immediately to the Fire Temple, where the key clue awaited. Having finalized his course, Sui stepped back into reality. Before him loomed shattered ruins, collapsed structures, splintered beams, desolation stretching in every direction. A lone standing wall bore dried, rust-colored bloodstains, irregular, hardened, ancient. Beside it, half-coagulated blood gleamed with an eerie sheen beneath the sun, silent testament to the brutal clash that had unfolded here. Sui's brow furrowed, disappointment flashed in his eyes. So it's done. To the Fire Temple, then. His voice was subdued, laced with resignation. In a blur of motion, he slipped into the photo album and reappeared instantly within the ravaged courtyard of the Fire Temple. Most structures had crumbled, charred beams lay scattered like fallen giants. The air hung thick with acrid smoke and the coppery tang of blood. It's complete. Sui stared incredulously toward the temple entrance, where one figure lay prone inside a crimson sigil, a black spear embedded deep in his chest. The weapon's strange material exuded a chilling, unnatural cold. Another figure gripped a third by the nape, lifting him effortlessly, limbs slack, breath stilled, utterly lifeless. Sensing Sui's arrival, he frowned sharply, eyes narrowing in appraisal. You're that new recruit from before. Kakuzu recognized Sui, his vigilance easing just slightly, the rigid lines of his muscles softening almost imperceptibly. Haiden sprang upright in fury, yanking the black spear from his chest with a sharp, wet sound. He raised his arm high and hurled it with explosive force, its obsidian length carving a violent arc through the air, howling like a stormwind. Sui's gaze sharpened. Mid-flight, the spear froze, encased instantly in glittering ice. Crystalline shards converged from all directions, sealing it in flawless, motionless suspension. Frozen midair, its momentum severed entirely. I'll join your team, for a time. Sui materialized directly before Kakuzu, his tone as frigid and unyielding as winter's first frost. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, deeper creases deepening like fissures in aged stone. Weren't you assigned to Deidara's unit? Sui offered no explanation. Without a word, he accepted the corpse from Kakuzu's grasp, still faintly warm, and cradled it steadily, turning toward the money exchange, his stride firm, resolute, unbroken. TCH, so Deidara's squad cast him out, and now he's crawling to us. Haiden muttered, voice thick with petulant disdain. His complaint sliced through the temple's silence, jarringly loud. Kakuzu cast him a single weary glance, shook his head faintly, eyes heavy with quiet exasperation, then quickened his pace to follow Sui. Haydn lingered, torn between staying and leaving, uncertain adrift. Bah, it's only temporary after all, he muttered under his breath, trailing behind with sluggish steps, grumbling incessantly, like a sullen child denied his due. The three figures receded into the temple's skeletal ruins, their fleeting volatile alliance dissolving into dust and shadow, leaving only decay behind as mute witness. They moved swiftly through narrow alleys surrounded by the clamor of street vendors and the ceaseless murmur of crowds. Haydn complained incessantly along the way, lamenting the endless walk. Kakuzu marched grim-faced and silent. Sui walked beside them in quiet vigilance, eyes scanning every corner, every passing face, alert, calculating, ever watchful. At last they halted before a dilapidated public restroom, its walls slick with emerald moss, its threshold cluttered with forgotten debris, its air thick with pungent decay. Hey Kakuzu, surely you're not planning to relieve yourselves here? Haydn pinched his nose shut, recoiling dramatically. This stench is unbearable. Kakuzu ignored him entirely, stepping past without pause, entering the restroom, and stopping before a cramped stall in the far corner. He crouched low, fingers sweeping the damp floor until they found a concealed mechanism, then pressed firmly. With a deep, grinding groan of shifting gears, the stall's floor rose slowly, revealing a yawning, lightless passage below. Follow me. Kakuzu's voice was hushed, commanding. He descended first. Sui followed without hesitation. Haydn, though scowling, reluctantly squeezed in after them, nose still tightly pinched. The man behind the stage was busy, instinctively lifting his head at the sound and glancing ahead. He saw the figure of Jiao Du leading the way, his expression calm and unperturbed. His gaze shifted to Fei Duan behind him, who remained expressionless. However, upon seeing Sui at the back, the man's lips involuntarily twitched and a hint of subtle unease flashed in his eyes. Jiao Du stepped forward, reaching out to take the corpse that Sui was carrying, then signaled the man to come over for inspection. The man received the message, immediately setting aside what he was doing and hurrying to the front of the three, tightly clutching a list. He first leaned in, closely examining the corpse's face to confirm its features. Then he swiftly flipped through the list, the rustling of paper sounding particularly clear in the silence. After flipping through several pages, he pulled out a mortuary board from beside the wall and skillfully placed the corpse on it. Afterward, the man hurried back behind the stage, laboriously retrieving a box which he handed to Jiao Du with a flat tone. There's 30 million in here. Jiao Du nodded, slightly expressionless, as he accepted the box filled with money. At that moment, Fei Duan could no longer contain himself, impatiently shouting, "Let's get this over with. This place smells unbearable." As he spoke, he waved his hands vigorously in front of him, his brows knotted in disgust. Sui remained silent, but the slight furrow of his brow and his indifferent gaze clearly revealed his displeasure. Yet Jiao Du opened the box and began counting the bundles of money. Fei Duan frowned. "Are you really going to count all that before leaving?" Jiao Du didn't even raise his head, continuing his task with unwavering focus. "I need to confirm it all before I can leave. Not a single cent can be missing." Fei Duan huffed, covering his nose as he walked out alone. "I'm not staying here to smell this." He exited the restroom and sat on the steps outside, breathing in the fresh air. Sui glanced at Fei Duan's departing figure, then back at Jiao Du, who was eagerly counting the money. With a slight sigh, he realized he didn't have the time to entertain two lunatics, especially in such a foul-smelling place. Without saying a word, Sui also walked out of the exchange, standing beside Fei Duan. Fei Duan snorted coldly, interpreting Sui's movements as a deliberate attempt to irritate him. He discreetly shifted a few steps away, wary of catching even a whiff of the other. The evil god does not like pretentious individuals. However, Sui was completely oblivious to Fei Duan's subtle movements, as his mind was preoccupied with planning the next steps. If he recalled the plot correctly, the next event would be Orochimaru getting stabbed by Sasuke, followed by the formation of the Snake Team. Wait, did I forget about Karen? Sui's expression froze as he imagined what the prison would be like without Karen. "You don't need to worry. I've already traced back the timeline for you. Karen doesn't remember you being there at all now." The voice of the system echoed in Sui's mind, sounding as resigned as usual. Sui truly wanted to permanently disable the system's ability to hear his thoughts. It was simply too repugnant. Even though every time it eavesdropped on his thoughts was to help him, Sui still felt no goodwill toward the system. "You don't have to silently curse me in your heart. You can just curse me directly. Idiot." Hearing Sui actually curse him took the system by surprise. Given Sui's usual demeanor, shouldn't he be explaining himself vigorously instead? At that moment, both Sui and Fei Duan were taken aback, looking down at their own shadows. Shadow mimicry succeeded. Shikamaru emerged from behind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Controlling two fully operational Akatsuki members was still quite challenging for Shikamaru at this moment. Upon hearing the familiar lines, Sui's expression changed. He was not wearing a mask at the moment, and if the Konoha people saw him, it could lead to trouble. "Stop." As Sui spoke this low command, the surrounding space transformed. The leaves hung, suspended in midair, and the birds remained still in the sky. The entire world except for Sui seemed to have been paused. He quickly stepped out of his shadow's range and retrieved a mask from his dream space to put on. "Release." He returned to his shadow, uttering another low command. His time-related abilities could not be exposed. They were his greatest tool for confronting the ninja world later. Then everything around him resumed movement, and a knife pierced through Fei Duan's chest, blood dripping down the blade onto the ground. Sui's chest was also pierced by a knife, but unlike Fei Duan, no blood flowed out. Fortunately, it wasn't through the heart, just the center. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. If the knife had shifted 2 or 3 centimeters to the left, he would have been done for. Hey, do you know how much that hurts? Fei Duan glared displeasedly at the steel man behind him. Although Sui felt no pain, he was still quite irritated. Can you get this filthy thing off me? Chiyun and Koji stared in shock at the two in front of them, marveling at how they could still speak and move even after being pierced through the body. At that moment, Asuma with a cigarette in his mouth lunged at Fei Duan. Chi and Koji, you handle that masked one as Shikamaru, and I will deal with him. Masked one. Fei Duan leaped back to evade Asuma's attack, but he simultaneously caught the keyword in the opponent's words. Where was there a masked one here? Sui chuckled softly, thinking that with these two fools they could actually fight him. A powerful chakra erupted from his body, easily breaking Shikamaru's shadow mimicry technique. With an ice spike forming in his hand, he thrust it violently towards Shingetsu Chiyun behind him. Shingetsu's expression changed as he quickly raised his hand to block with a kunai. Then the wall behind him was forcefully broken apart, the loud noise causing Sui to momentarily halt his actions. Saishi took this opportunity to kick towards Sui's head, but his foot passed right through Sui's head. What? Before he could act, a pair of gray-brown hands loomed large before his eyes. This is bad. Asuma, who was entangled with Fei Duan, furrowed his brows at this sight. Seizing the moment, he kicked aside the annoying Fei Duan, then swiftly threw the chakra knife he had in hand. The chakra knife expertly embedded itself into the gray-brown hand, nailing it firmly to the wall. Taking advantage of Saikishi's moment of surprise, Sui swiftly grew ice spikes beneath him, piercing right through Saikishi. Shingetsu stared in disbelief at the pierced Saikishi, his anger towards Sui reaching a peak. Ding! Shingetsu Chiyun's favorability 100. This was the first time Sui encountered someone who disliked him so much, and he lost all inclination to sneak attack. Jiao Du pulled out Asuma's chakra knife and tossed it aside, moving to Fei Duan's side, who was still entangled with Asuma. Do you need my help? Faden, upon hearing this, suddenly curled the corner of his mouth into a wild smile. That smile was filled with disdain and confidence as he loudly declared, "You sit aside, I will deal with them." Kakuzu let out a slight sigh, and raising his eyes happened to see Asuma's face. His expression momentarily froze as if touched by something, and then he chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his laughter. It's rare for you to have a connection with money. That's 35 million. Then I shall wait for my payment. Just remember not to mess up your face. Kakuzu turned around and walked steadily to sit on a relatively clean set of stairs. He did not want to help, but had his own plans in mind. He aimed to take this opportunity to probe the opponent's strength, though he did not have high expectations. After all, the foes were merely 2 ordinary jonin. If he were to unleash all his abilities against just 2 jonin, then in his view Sua had no reason to remain in the Akatsuki any longer. Sua, with a curious expression, was particularly eager to know what kind of power Shinue Chiyun would unleash when his anger reached its peak. Thus he strode boldly to Shinue Chiyun, a teasing smile on his face, and asked in a frivolous tone, "Are you very angry? How about trying to kill me? I'm giving you a chance right now." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide in a provocative embrace, not forgetting to add, "Come on, show me your anger, little waste." Shinue Chiyun did not hesitate and struck out immediately. A sharp blade whistled through the air as it slashed towards Sua's neck while he roared, "Die." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, almost transforming into a tangible force, and his entire body trembled slightly with rage. Sua's head was instantly severed and fell to the ground with a thud, landing not far from Kakuzu, and his mask flew aside with the momentum. Sua lay on the ground, excitement flickering in his eyes, muttering to himself, "Will Mizuki by that waist also become slightly stronger? Then I would be." Kakuzu looked in astonishment at the body lying on the ground, noticing that not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed neck. Instead, there was a smooth, variably colored green substance resembling some strange mineral. "I accidentally discovered a secret." Kakuzu muttered softly, inadvertently locking eyes with Sua's green pupils, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Help me put my head back." Sua stared at Kakuzu, his tone particularly indifferent, as if the one who had just been beheaded was not himself. At this moment, Kakuzu dared not delay. He knew very well that Sua's strength was unfathomable. He hurriedly walked to Sua's head, bent slightly, and carefully picked up the head with both hands. Just as he was about to approach Sua's body, Su suddenly halted him, saying, "Mask, help me put on the mask." If it were any other time, Kakuzu might have truly breathed fire without hesitation. But now he was fully aware that he was no match for Sua. This feeling stemmed from the moment their eyes met. His intuition told him that he stood no chance against Sua. With no other option, Kakuzu stretched out his hand to pick up the mask not far away and gently placed it on Sua's face. Then he came to Sua's body, reached out to support it, and carefully placed the head back on the neck. At the moment of contact, the gap on the neck swiftly vanished as if it had never existed, making it seem like Sua had always been whole. Sua gently relaxed his neck, moved his muscles and bones, looked at Kakuzu with a hint of intimidation in his gaze, and asked, "Do you know what should be said and what should not?" Kakuzu remained silent, gravely nodding his head. He did not want to invite disaster upon himself by speaking too much. After all, he had not yet earned enough money. Seeing this, Sua chuckled softly, satisfaction evident in his laughter. With that laughter, Shinue Chiyun, who was lying next to Gonzi Tai, was instantly pierced by an ice spike. The ice spike protruded from his back, and fresh red blood slowly dripped down, staining the ground with a glaring crimson. At this moment, Asuma was already burned to the point of his skin rotting by his own ash, large patches of skin showing a charred black color, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. But he was still holding on, even though he was gasping for breath, each inhale feeling as if he were drawing from a worn-out bellows. Yet he gripped the chakra blade tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Shikamaru stood behind Asuma, worry etched across his face as he watched Asuma silently lamenting. If the opponent failed to defeat the Akatsuki members next, their whole group would be wiped out. He had witnessed the battle between Suwa and Chiyun Zidi, Suwa had achieved overwhelming victory. The gap in strength left him feeling hopeless. The current situation was a wounded man and a support jonin facing 3 Akatsuki members, which seemed utterly hopeless. Shikamaru's rational mind told him that even if Kakashi came, the odds of winning would still be less than 20%. Suddenly, Faden, wielding a black long staff, strode towards the weakened Asuma, laughing maniacally. That laughter echoed in the empty space, sounding particularly eerie. Go meet the evil god. The first thing Shikamaru saw upon regaining his senses was his teacher being pierced through the chest by Faden. His pupils dilated instantly, and he was left completely dumbfounded, his mind going blank. He suddenly wondered if something was wrong with his brain. He clearly knew their side was at a disadvantage, but was still thinking about how to win. Why didn't he hurry to take Asuma and flee? If he had escaped immediately, he might have been able to join the Konoha volunteer team. But he didn't. Asuma! Shikamaru cried out in pain, his voice filled with despair and regret. Tears uncontrollably streamed down, blurring his vision. Just as Faden was about to deliver a finishing blow, Suwa's hand landed on his shoulder. That hand seemed to carry an invisible force, instantly halting Faden's actions. It's time to go. The leader wants us to extract the Two Tails chakra. Suwa reminded him in a calm tone devoid of any emotion. Faden pouted in displeasure, filled with reluctance, but still unwillingly retracted the black staff. Shortly after they left, Konoha's support troops arrived, just in time. What met their eyes were Chiyun and Zidi, both pierced by ice spikes, their bodies long devoid of life, blood dried on the ground, presenting a dark red hue. And there was Shikamaru kneeling beside Asuma's corpse, his shoulders slightly trembling. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, permeated with a sense of sorrow and despair. Suwa and the others arrived in a relatively secluded forest with lush trees surrounding them and branches intertwining. The sunlight was thoroughly blocked, leaving only specks of light scattered on the ground. At this moment, Faden and Kakuzu's rings emitted a wave carrying a special signal. The leader was urging them. The leader is already urging us. Oh, what will you do if you don't have a ring? Kakuzu raised his hand to look at his ring, then curiously asked Su. After all, Suwa did not have a ring, and if he did not go to the cave to meet up, he would not be able to perform the sealing technique to absorb tailed beast chakra. I have my own matters to attend to. Suwa waved his hand at the two, a mysterious smile on his face, and then in a flash disappeared from the spot, leaving Faden and Kakuzu looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what Suwa intended to do. Sui was preparing to attempt to find Chongwu within 3 days, laying the foundation for his future study of immortal arts. Let's not even mention the Naruto and Sasuke, who have reached the 6 paths power. Only the sage arts can successfully attack the fully realized Madara and Obito. Even if he possessed absolute zero and the soul gem, it would be of no use. Sui sighed lightly, saying there's no point in overthinking it now. I should find my target quickly. Chongwu's unique physique could greatly assist others in absorbing natural abilities. In other words, he was like a vacuum cleaner. He could occasionally replicate and absorb natural abilities into his own body far more conveniently than Naruto's need to actively absorb them. So let's go to the exchange shop for information first. Sui opened the dream space and stepped inside. In an instant, he returned outside the exchange shop. Asuma and the bodies of the 2 men were already gone, likely taken by Konoha. Can I absorb Shikamaru's brain? Probably not. Sui recalled Shikamaru's extensive knowledge, feeling a twinge of envy. If it were possible to absorb it, perhaps he could come up with quicker and more convenient methods. Sui slightly raised his head and slowly walked into the exchange shop. He took out a stack of money from the dream space and placed it on the counter, casually calling out a name, Chongwu. The man nodded, reached out to take the stack of money, and placed it in a box. Then he bent down and rummaged through a cabinet, soon pulling out a leather pouch and handing it to Sui. Sui opened the leather pouch with interest and took out several pieces of paper with writing on them. Why is it different from last time? Sui casually inquired while reading the contents of the paper. Naturally, the man wouldn't reveal that last time he had only given Sui a third of the information. But knowing this, he remained unfazed and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly pulling one out and offering it to Sui. It's a perk for returning customers. Sui didn't even lift his eyelids, casually taking the cigarette from the man's hand and expertly placing it in his mouth. In an instant, a wisp of azure flames sprang from his fingertips, and Sui used this fire to light the cigarette. He took a deep puff, his chest slightly swelling, then slowly exhaled the smoke towards the man's face. The smoke coiled between them like a languid white serpent. Do you really think I can't guess anything? It's utterly laughable. Sui's voice was low and cold, as if wrapped in the frost and snow of winter. The man's motion of waving the smoke abruptly halted, his arm frozen in midair. His expression instantly solidified, eyes wide with shock as he stared at Sui. As the man barely uttered a word, a sudden sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, drowning him like a surging tide. The man instinctively looked down only to see a moderately sized ice spike firmly embedded in his abdomen, its tip shimmering with cold light. Sui lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand in a gun gesture, his thin lips parting to mimic the sound of a gun firing bang. Before the man could react or reach for the ice spike, it exploded violently within him. Countless shards of ice burst through the man's skin, blooming like bizarre ice flowers, creating a scene that was both absurd and horrifying. Sui pressed the remaining half of the cigarette against the man's wide-open eye. A rare, genuine smile appeared on his face, yet it held no warmth. You can't just throw away a lit cigarette. With that, Sui stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and left the exchange shop with steady steps. He knew this might be his last time stepping into this place. Gripping the leather pouch tightly, he recalled the swirling smoke from the cigarette obscuring his view of the last words on the paper. Only after exiting the restroom and feeling the sunlight streaming down did Sui finally read through all the contents word by word. There was little mention of Chongwu's location, just a small part of it. Most of the other content primarily introduced the unique abilities of the Chongwu clan. Although Sui already knew much of this, reviewing it again would always yield greater insights. After confirming Chongwu's location, Sui no longer hesitated. He casually tossed the documents aside and stepped into the dream space. When he reappeared, he found himself at the outskirts of a base undoubtedly belonging to Orochimaru. Sui often wondered where Orochimaru got so much money. If it was given to him by Danzo, where did Danzo get his money? Sui shook his head, feeling like he was increasingly prone to wild imaginations. If he didn't change this bad habit, soon he would inevitably stumble because of it. He sensed Chongwu's current position, but his pinpointing ability had let him down. What's going on? Why can't I sense Chongwu's location? Sui looked up towards the base in surprise, his mind racing. Doubting this, he closed his eyes again, intensifying his mental perception. As time slipped away and Sui's mental energy neared exhaustion, he finally felt a presence that was distinctly different from before. Sui suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. He had exhausted too much mental energy, making even thinking a difficult task. However, he was not worried about this state, after all. He had rewind. After using it, he immediately rushed towards the source of the chakra disturbance. The only explanation for his earlier inability to find Chongwu was that the latter had likely gone berserk due to sage transformation, resulting in unstable chakra. This indirectly caused him to lose track of Chongwu's location. Sage arts are truly powerful, so strong that they can even interfere with perception at a certain level. I'm increasingly pleased with my visit to find Chongwu. If it weren't for this trip, I might never have known that sage arts had such a function. He finally stood outside a tightly locked iron door, gently gripping the doorknob. It seemed like he was hesitating whether to open it, but in reality, he was using his mental energy to probe Chongwu's ever-growing sage chakra. Who? Suddenly, Chongwu in the room seemed to sense Sui's presence, then shrank back, covering his head with both hands. Sui gathered enough chakra in his hand, ensuring he could freeze an elite jonin in one blow, then slowly opened the door. Can we have a chat? Sui flashed a gentle smile and waved at the terrified Chongwu in the corner, who trembled uncontrollably. Why you? Who are you? Sui did not hear the answer he wanted, and the smile he had just raised fell. You don't drink the toast, but prefer the penalty. He almost instantaneously arrived in front of Chongwu, driving his gathered chakra-laden hand into the latter's abdomen. Chongwu staggered violently under the sudden assault, terror instantly flooding his eyes. Sui granted him no respite, no chance to catch his breath or counterattack. With her free hand, she struck like a bolt of black lightning, seizing the arm embedded deep in Chongwu's abdomen. In that instant, an unceasing torrent of chakra surged inward, flooding Chongwu's body like a ravenous undercurrent. His face contorted in excruciating agony, features twisted beyond recognition. He could feel it with chilling clarity, the temperature of his flesh plummeting, every inch of skin seized by creeping frost. Even his blood vessels were slowly crystallizing beneath Sui's invasive chakra. Though his outer form showed no visible change, his interior had solidified into a flawless, unyielding block of ice. Sui exhaled softly, a wisp of white vapor dispersing into the frigid air. With a swift, decisive motion, he withdrew his hand from Chongwu's frozen corpse. System, can I acquire his abilities through absorption? He questioned the system, inwardly uncertain whether his power could truly replicate Chongwu's gifts. If not, even soaking in the man's blood for 7 full days and nights would be utterly futile. Unclear. The system replied tersely. Sui. That laconic answer left him momentarily speechless, utterly disarmed by the system's maddening unreliability. You don't even know the abilities you gave me. 666. You've stopped pretending altogether. Sui retorted, exasperated. I'm not pretending. I truly don't know. The system's voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible edge of grievance. To Sui's own astonishment, he detected something akin to wounded pride, and immediately doubted his own ears. How could a system possibly feel hurt by a single complaint? He must have misheard. That was the only rational explanation. Sui no longer cared to argue further with this useless system. His hands flew through a rapid sequence of hand seals, conjuring an ice vessel, an enclosed cylindrical chamber. Within its hollow core floated a spiral-bladed apparatus, eerily still. Then with a single powerful motion, muscles coiling taut, he hoisted Chong Wu's rigid frozen corpse, like lifting a sack of stone, and hurled it unceremoniously into the icy vessel. He sealed again, releasing a water release technique. Water gushed in, filling the chamber. Kusui intended to employ a principle akin to a juicer, grinding the corpse into raw essence. Once all preparations were complete, he channeled chakra to spin the turbine at blinding speed. Instantly, a thick clot-like substance began thudding against the inner ice walls. Deep muffled thump, thump, thump. Next came the viscous churning blend of pulp and liquid. Merely hearing that sound extinguished any desire to immerse himself. He imagined it would feel no better than wallowing in cold, clinging mud. He regretted not adding more water during the initial release. Staring into the vessel now, filled with a semi-solid slurry, he frowned in quiet dismay. After a short while, he halted the turbine and approached the vessel, cautiously peering inside. To his surprise, the result defied his expectations entirely. The crimson fluid within was not thick and muddy. It possessed a thin, watery consistency, nearly translucent and loosely cohesive. At least Kusui reasoned it wouldn't provoke visceral revulsion. He shifted the ice vessel into his dream space. Immersing himself externally offered no sense of security. After removing his sandals, he drew a slow, steadying breath and stepped inside. Unlike his previous immersion in Kagami's blood, this time brought no drowsiness, only sharp, stinging cold. His skin fissured repeatedly where icy water met frozen walls, fine cracks blooming across his surface. 3 hours passed. The vivid red fluid inside the vessel gradually faded, first to rose, then to pale amber, and finally to perfect limpid transparency. Kusui rose shakily. New microfractures still spiderwebbed across his limbs, but each vanished instantly, seamlessly repaired by his retroactive ability, restoring him to peak condition. Yet these fissures did not stem from mere cold. They erupted from the relentless influx of Senjutsu chakra surging through his very being. Incredible! The inventors of Chongwu's clan are truly extraordinary. Kusui murmured, eyes alight with uncontainable exhilaration and fierce, unbridled triumph. If he mastered the delicate equilibrium between his innate chakra and the incoming Senjutsu energy, then limitless Senjutsu chakra would flow to him, boundless and eternal. At that moment, Obito, you fraud, just wait. If I don't beat you to dust, consider it proof I lost my mind that day. Kusui stepped out of the vessel. His foot slipped, nearly toppling him. His entire frame trembled, not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming tide of Senjutsu chakra. Every fiber screamed fatigue, yet was sustained, invigorated, reborn by ceaseless power. He wiped his face, streaked with mingled blood and meltwater. Damp strands of hair clinging to his temples, yet his gaze burned with startling intensity. Now he burned with impatience to test his newly acquired power. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply, reaching outward, to perceive the subtle currents of natural energy around him. In that heartbeat, the world revealed itself anew, a profound, luminous connection awakened. The whisper of wind upon his skin, the drifting dance of airborne dust. Each sensation rendered crystalline, hyperreal. He could see the ambient natural energy, countless shimmering motes drawn inexorably toward him like stars converging on a singularity. Is this the power of Sage Mode? He whispered, voice thick with awe and fervor. Slowly he raised his palm upward and willed the surrounding natural energy to gather there. At first, only a single gleaming point coalesced. Then it swelled rapidly, swirling, intensifying, until a radiant sphere of emerald chakra spun above his hand, bathing his face in verdant light and illuminating the confident curve of his smile. Go! With a sharp flick of his wrist, the chakra sphere shot forth like a cannonball, striking a distant wall with devastating force. A thunderous detonation shattered the stone. Debris exploded outward, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Ha ha ha! Kusui roared with laughter, the sound echoing triumphantly through the dream space. This intoxicating surge of power intoxicated him. After a brief rest, he began rigorous training within the dream space. He relentlessly fused Senjutsu chakra with his native ice release and bloodline limit, forging unprecedented jutsu layer upon layer of innovation. Trial after trial ended in failure, but Kusui never wavered. His eyes held unwavering resolve. A sweat drenched his clothes, yet could not dampen the blazing fire of his hunger for strength. Time blurred, until at last he succeeded in fusing Senjutsu chakra directly into ice release. Hands flashing through seals, incantations low and precise, a wave of bone-deep cold swept forward. Before him loomed a colossal ice dragon, its sinuous form wreathed in swirling green Senjutsu chakra, radiating an aura so terrifying it froze the breath in one's lungs. Go! At his command, the dragon roared and surged forward, leaving fissured earth and air locked in glacial stasis in its wake. Surveying the devastation, Kusui nodded, satisfied. This effort was not in vain. He murmured to himself, then added, time moves too slowly. Let's accelerate it directly. For the next 2.5 days there was nothing to do, and Sui did not plan to continue resting. Thus he first made Zhongwu rewind, allowing his memories to remain within an hour before Sui arrival. Next he began to gather a substantial amount of magic power into the Soul Gem, intending to accelerate time directly before heading to meet Jiao Du and the others. As the magic power continued to pour into the Soul Gem, the gem's brilliance became increasingly dazzling. Everything around seemed to come alive, racing swiftly behind Sui. The sun spun madly in the sky. Moments later, the light from the soul gem gradually faded, eventually returning to its original state. Sui staggered slightly, almost falling to the ground. This was his first attempt to use the soul gem to accelerate time, and it had drained all his chakra in an instant. It seems that chakra is still insufficient. Even with the rapid recovery speed of the 6 eyes, the amount of chakra is fixed. Sui shook his head in frustration and simply sat down on the ground, waiting for the 6 eyes to restore his chakra. As for why he didn't use rewind this time, isn't that obvious? How could he use rewind without any chakra? After sitting quietly for a few minutes, Sui felt that his chakra should be sufficiently restored, so he decided not to rest any longer. He stood up, patted his backside, and the photo album appeared before him. They should have finished their preparations as well. Sui took out a mask from the dream space and put it on his face. If it weren't for Kakashi being around, he wouldn't need to wear a mask every day. He could just transform into a stranger directly. He walked slowly into the photo album, arriving at a wide barren road surrounded only by dead trees. "Jiaodu," Sui called out to the 2 people walking ahead, and when they turned to look, he jogged up to them. "Why are you here again? Do you really enjoy teaming up with us?" Upon seeing the familiar mask, Fei Duan immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer. Jiaodu remained silent, but his eyes showed curiosity regarding the matter. Sui tilted his head slightly to look at Fei Duan, remaining silent for a while. Fei Duan felt uncomfortable under Sui's gaze. His tone became somewhat stuttered. You can just follow us if you want. You should talk less in the future." Jiaodu could no longer bear his partner's high intelligence. Could he really not see that Sui had a purpose in teaming up with them? Fei Duan was taken aback by Jiaodu's words, asking why. "Did I bother you by talking?" Sui couldn't help but laugh at Fei Duan's emotional intelligence. "Hey, you are quite articulate." Fei Duan seemed oblivious to the teasing tone in Sui's words, thinking that he was being complimented. Ding. Fei Duan's affection level is at 30. Sui glanced meaningfully at the silly-looking Fei Duan, feeling that this foolish deer was quite easy to impress. At that moment, a swift eagle flew overhead, its posture upright. Its feathers glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, landing on a nearby branch. The position was excellent, as if intentionally chosen to clearly observe every move of Sui and the others. "It seems the plot has begun," Sui thought quietly, his gaze seemingly nonchalant as it swept towards the eagle. However, he kept an eye on Jiaodu and the surrounding movements, a hint of subtle vigilance flashing in his eyes. As an experienced ninja, Jiaodu also keenly noticed the bird and simultaneously observed Sui's unusual demeanor. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of suspicion passing through, and tentatively asked, "That bird seems unusual, right?" After all, the distance was somewhat far, and he couldn't fully confirm his judgment. "No abnormalities. Where are you guys headed now?" Sui withdrew his gaze from the eagle, wearing an expression that seemed indifferent. He casually brought up a topic to ask Jiaodu, attempting to divert his attention. Kakashi and the others hidden in the shadows were filled with surprise upon seeing Sui suddenly appear. Their eyes were fixed on Sui, not daring to blink. If he wasn't mistaken, he should have emerged from something that appeared out of thin air. Moreover, Kakashi had seen that thing before. It was a peculiar object resembling a photo frame released by Sui when he lost his memory, and the scene from back then was still vivid in his mind. But why would an Akatsuki member use Sui ninjutsu, and from the intelligence gathered the other party also used ice release? Sui would never have imagined that his habitual use of ice release would expose his identity. Kiba, who was half squatting behind Kakashi, naturally knew the identity of that person, as he considered himself the only one besides Sui who knew Sui's secret. This confidence lent a certain certainty to his gaze at that moment. Of course, this was just his assumption. At this time, Ino had also undone the control of the mind-body switch technique, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her face slightly pale. Seeing this, Shikamaru stepped forward, asking anxiously, "How is it? Is there any situation?" Ino shook her head, still trembling slightly, as she said, "I followed them for a while, and shortly after Kakashi Sensei and the others arrived, a masked figure appeared out of nowhere, and it seemed he noticed me, but for some reason, he didn't say anything." Recalling the moment Sui first looked at her, Ino couldn't help but tremble slightly, though she had almost panicked and directly undone the mind-body switch technique. Shikamaru furrowed his brow tightly, deep in thought before analyzing. "Logically speaking, the other party has no reason to act this way unless he knows our plan and intends to use our plan to obtain something he desires." Shikamaru's thinking was always meticulous. If this hypothesis were applied to someone else, it might indeed hold water. However, regarding Sui, aside from the first statement being correct, the rest of the deductions deviated from the facts. But this was only limited to this particular matter. "Let's go, we need to catch up quickly." After calling out to Ino, Shikamaru quickly headed towards Kakashi and the others, his footsteps hurried, yet resolute, stirring up a bit of dust from the ground. Not long after, Sui and the others sensed a powerful fluctuation of chakra behind them. They moved like beasts, sensing danger, leaping back swiftly, successfully evading Shikamaru's first ambush. Immediately following, 3 kunai tied with explosive tags were thrown from the shadows like lightning. Fei Duan was caught off guard. The explosion from the explosive tag boom severed the rope on his scythe, and the broken rope flew in the air. Jiaodu, on the other hand, nimbly jumped aside, his footsteps lightly tapping the ground like a swift leopard. Sui remained completely still, allowing the kunai to pass through his body, his expression calm, without a trace of disturbance. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, was startled, his pupils contracting instantly, feeling an overwhelming shock. This ability seemed to nullify attacks. Indeed, they had no intelligence whatsoever regarding the masked figure aside from his ice release. At this moment, Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness rise within him. This battle would likely end in defeat. Shikamaru also glanced at the always motionless Sui, with a strange expression, inwardly lamenting the complete lack of intelligence. At this rate, there was no chance for Kiba to defeat the masked man. But in that moment, Sui had no other recourse. He bit his lower lip hard, his brows knitting into a deep frown. Fine beads of sweat formed on his brow. Oh, he could only proceed with the plan as intended. He slipped his hand quickly into his tool pouch and deftly produced 3 chakra blades. Then with nimble fingers, he tightly wrapped the detonator talismans around each of them in successive coils. He drew a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and hurled the chakra blades with violent force toward the 3 shadows. Fei Duan and Zhao Du's nerves snapped taut. Their eyes widened, convinced the blades were aimed at them. They twisted aside with the agility of hunting felines. Sui had read Lu Wan's intentions clearly, though every subtle motion the other had made had been observed and catalogued in his mind. He understood that if he too followed the other's example and dodged, the enemy might break free as they had last time. So Sui violently thrust his right hand upward, and the ground answered with a dull tremor. A half-meter-thick wall of ice erupted from the earth, rising steady and unyielding to intercept the chakra blades. Except for Sui, the other 2, Fei Duan and Zhao Du, were already immobilized, their bodies frozen by the shadow mimicry technique that overlaid the blades, unable to move. Lu Wan had only just begun to relax, thinking the scheme had succeeded, when he turned and saw Sui, the blade still in his hand, charging madly toward him, feet kicking up dust. Lu Wan's expression changed in an instant, his heart shrank inward. Yet Sui's chakra blade was already within striking distance, about to fall before his eyes. At the critical moment, Kakashi appeared like a streak of black lightning, sweeping Lu Wan behind him. His kunai met Sui's blade, steady and immovable. The clash of metal rang sharp and grating sparks scattering. After a few tense seconds, Kakashi felt his strength wane, his arm trembled. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of force and drove a side kick into Sui's waist. Lu Wan, you and Jing Yi go with Ding Xi to handle the other 2. I will hold this one. Kakashi seized Lu Wan by the nape and in a single motion flung him toward Ding Xi like a sack. He himself pivoted and lunged toward Zhao Du, his figure vanishing from sight. Sui clicked his tongue in annoyance and, clearly impatient, hurled several cyan-infused ice spikes at Lu Wan, each tracing a cold streak through the air. Just as the spikes were about to pierce Lu Wan, an ice wall condensed in an instant, intercepting Sui's assault. Then dozens of mirrors rose and snapped around Sui, forming an impenetrable sphere. Shui Wuyue Bai, you'd better crawl aside now, and I'll spare you. Sui rubbed his forehead irritably, a hard glint flashed in his eyes. Though he could not yet seize Bai by force, he had no qualms about escalating matters if Bai truly provoked him. Bai's figure slowly materialized on one of the ice mirrors facing Sui. His gaze was tangled with emotion, his lips trembled, and his voice caught as he said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't strike anyone from Konoha?" Sui, clearly irritated, scratched his ear and regarded Bai as if looking at a fool. He sneered coldly, "You actually believe that? Huh, go play somewhere else. Keep interfering, and it will not end well for you." He waved dismissively, his face a mask of contempt, urging Bai to leave at once. "Sorry," Bai muttered, apologetic. His hands moved swiftly through hand seals, fingers dancing with practiced agility as he intoned, "Ice release, ice thousand snow." Snowflakes began to fall inexplicably above Sui's head, crystalline and pure, drifting downward with soft grace. The moment they touched the ground, they exploded with sharp pops. Sui snorted derisively, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. "So you'll fight? You'd risk opposing me just to help Konoha?" No matter what jutsu Bai employed, none could pierce Sui's ethereal form. Sui did not step back from any of Bai's attacks. He continued to taunt without respite. "Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Oh, poor Konoha. More precious than even your own mother, huh? How terribly tragic for me." Sui mocked, feigning tears as he touched his face, his expression exaggerated and ludicrously theatrical. Bai's movements faltered, his attack delayed for a beat. For a moment, it seemed he believed Sui's lies. "You are really sad?" Bai asked softly, uncertainty coloring his voice. "Do as you like, but tell me, are you going to leave or not?" Sui's Jampa blade shimmered with cold light. He lifted the sword and pointed it at the mirror image of Bai. His tone lost its earlier levity and turned ice cold. A flash of conflict crossed Bai's eyes, the hand that gripped his kunai trembled. Memories of moments shared with Sui, fleeting tender, now pricked his heart like needles. In Bai's mind, Sui had always been eccentric, but never so brazenly malicious. Bai began, then stopped, the turmoil within him rising like a tempest. On one side stood his vow to protect Konoha, on the other the one who had once given him warmth. Seeing Bai waver, Sui's impatience deepened, his Jampa blade hummed faintly as he shifted it. "Stop dithering, I haven't got all day." From outside the mirror, the sounds of fierce combat reached them, Kakashi and the others clashing with Fei Duan and the rest. Bai drew a breath. The confusion in his eyes cleared and was replaced by resolve. "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you harm Konoha." With that, his hands flew through a series of seals. The temperature inside the ice mirror plunged. Countless icy stalactites sprouted from the mirror's walls, thrusting towards Sui. Sui snorted a contemptuous laugh, and his body shimmered into an ethereal form. The ice shards passed through him without hindrance. "You ingrained traitor. See if I don't make you regret it." He taunted, and then surged toward the mirror whereby stood his Jampa blade, descending with savage intent. Bai dodged swiftly and unleashed more ice release, conjuring dense frost mists within the mirror to blind Sui. Sui threaded through the ice fog like a shadow, his gaze cold and precise. He locked onto Bai's position by sheer perception. Suddenly, he slashed, releasing a blade of frigid energy. Bai could not evade in time. The blade grazed his arm, drawing blood that dripped onto the ice and froze instantly. Damn! Gritting his teeth against the pain, he formed hand seals again. Ice release, ice dragon break. A colossal ice dragon roared forth from the mirror, fangs bared as it lunged at Sui. His eyes narrowed, but he did not recoil. He poured Cien Art into his Jampa blade and charged headlong into the freezing onslaught. He struck fiercely with his blade, cleaving towards the ice dragon with the force of a breaking bamboo as a tremendous power erupted in an instant. In that moment, immense ice blocks shattered into pieces, crashing down to the ground like a torrential rain. Seizing the opportunity as the ice dragon disintegrated, Sui charged towards the ice mirror without hesitation. The aura around him surged, ready to break through the barrier that obstructed his path. Just as Sui was about to touch the ice mirror, the scattered ice blocks on the ground suddenly emitted a crackling sound. This sound was all too familiar to Sui. It was precisely the unique noise made when his ice crystals exploded. A hint of surprise flickered in Sui's eyes as he looked at Bai, his gaze now laced with complexity. "You do have some talent, but it's a pity you're going against me." Sure enough, after a few more crackling sounds, the ice blocks violently exploded, and the flying shards of ice pierced through Sui's body. Bai gripped the ice blade tightly, and under the infusion of his chakra, the blade became increasingly clear and sharp. He raised his arm, pointing the ice blade directly at Sui, turning back, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, but I value the collective interest more than personal feelings." With that, Bai's expression sharpened, and without a trace of hesitation, the determination in his eyes seemed capable of cutting through the pervasive chill in the air. He exerted force, suddenly swinging his blade with great might. A sword aura wrapped in bone-chilling coldness surged forth towards Sui like lightning. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground and trees were instantly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals, transforming the surroundings into a frozen landscape in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but sneer coldly. With such meager skills, he dared to try to stop him. Was he truly underestimating him? "Shui Wuyue, by today, I will let you understand that in the realm of ice escape, I am beyond the heavens." As soon as the words fell, the aura around Sui erupted instantly, and overpowering cold surged forth. In merely an instant, the ground within 1,000 meters was completely covered in ice, as if the whole world had been frozen in that moment. By witnessing this scene, was first taken aback, then the shock in his eyes became palpable, almost spilling over. Do you want everyone to die here?" Nearby, Kakashi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Jiao Du, was also stunned by the sudden, overwhelming aura, momentarily speechless, his attacks instinctively slowing down. Kakashi and Shikamaru felt a wave of despair in their hearts. Such an enemy had terrifying power. Their every effort seemed utterly futile in the face of this absolute power, as the victory of the battle appeared distant and unattainable. Is this the power of ice escape? Shikamaru murmured to himself, having once thought that Shui Wuyue's ice escape was already among the world's top tier. But upon witnessing Sui's ice escape ability firsthand, he was completely stunned, his throat feeling as if it were choked by something, unable to utter another word. Moreover, what Sui had just displayed was merely a burst of chakra. A cold smile crept across Sui's lips as he disdainfully said, "Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Bai's face turned even paler, his lips trembling as he managed to force out 2 words, "madman." Sui burst into loud laughter at Shui Wuyue. "Bai ha, are you really foolish, or just pretending to be? I've always been a madman with mental illness." Sui laughed so hard that he bent over, and after a few minutes he straightened up, lifted his hand to remove his mask, and wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Then he slowly placed his hand on the ice mirror, which instantly transformed into countless transparent particles, dissipating into the air. At this moment, he happened to see Shikamaru controlling Haiden with the shadow mimicry technique, directing him towards the fleeing figures in the distance. "If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use for me, you would die here today." Sui turned his head to look at Bai, who was severely depleted of chakra and currently in a weak state, his eyes filled with frustration. Then he pointed at the few people outside and said, "Here's a piece of advice. If you obediently roll away, now they can avoid death. But if you insist on blocking me, then prepare for a funeral. We are all the same." Upon hearing Sui's last words, Bai's final hope vanished without a trace. "So you have fallen this far." Shui Wuyue Bai's favorability 80. Sui didn't care about the favorability now. After all, his strength was already capable of standing alone. Since that was the case, why should he still act like a good dog for others? "Just answer me one thing, will you block me, or let me pass?" Sui asked coldly. Bai clenched his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his mind in turmoil. He understood that what Sui said was not false. With the power Sui was currently displaying, annihilating everyone present was merely a thought away. But if he allowed Sui to leave just like that, how could he reconcile with his own sense of duty and responsibility? I began to speak, but a violent cough interrupted him. He covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers, as the excessive consumption of chakra had brought his body to its limit. Even so, the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. I cannot let you go even if it costs me my life, I said slowly, his voice slightly hoarse due to weakness, yet filled with resoluteness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Sui's eyes, and the cold aura around him surged once more. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing the water molecules in the air to wildly converge, and countless sharp ice spikes began to form around him, dense like a forest of ice. Can you withstand this move? Sui said coldly, then suddenly thrust his hands forward, sending the ice spikes shooting towards by like a torrential rain, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. I took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand up, crossing the ice blade before him. An ice shield quickly formed in front of him, and the ice spikes collided with the shield, producing a series of bang-bang sounds with ice shards flying everywhere. However, under the tremendous impact, Bei's ice shield began to develop cracks, which rapidly spread, and it seemed on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, Kakashi swiftly formed seals with both hands. Raikiri. A blinding bolt of lightning flickered in his hand as he darted towards Sui. Sui noticed Kakashi's movement and smirked disdainfully. You're overestimating yourself. He sent some of the ice spikes towards Kakashi. After a brief moment of shock, Jiao Du also returned to a combat stance, manipulating 5 black lines towards Sui, the lines moving like venomous snakes, radiating a deadly threat. In their earlier conversation, Jiao Du understood what Sui was aiming to do. He intended to kill everyone present. Sui was attacked simultaneously by both opponents, yet remained calm, using the ice spikes to fend off their assaults while pressing closer to Bai. Finally, Bei's ice shield could no longer withstand the burden and shattered with a loud crash as the ice spikes stabbed towards him. Bai couldn't dodge in time, and his body was torn by the ice spikes, blood staining his clothes. Bai. Seeing this, Kakashi was frantic, the light of Raikiri intensifying in his hand as he charged recklessly towards Sui. Hurricane Water Vortex Technique. A loud roar erupted as the surging vortex of water surged forth like a roaring beast, carrying with it immense power. He suddenly lunged towards Sui, who was focused on manipulating the ice spikes. The moment Sui sensed the danger, his pupils shrank sharply, resembling 2 startled ink dots. At this moment, he found himself in a dilemma. If he used phasing now, the power controlling the ice spikes would dissipate in an instant. However, if he did not phase, he was very likely to be reduced to dust along with the ninjutsu by Kakashi and John. Just when Sui was stunned and at a loss, Kakashi's Raikiri struck like a lethal lightning bolt, precisely cutting through Sui's mask. Sui did not notice this detail at all. The mask itself possessed a characteristic of full visibility, causing him to often forget that he was still wearing it. Moreover, in this life-and-death moment, Sui's mind was entirely consumed by the imminent, deadly crisis, leaving no room to consider such trivial matters. Looking at the terrifying water vortex that seemed to devour everything, Sui finally made a decision. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance to continue manipulating the ice spikes, but once he died, he could only control the air. In an instant, apart from Kakashi's attack, all other assaults effortlessly penetrated Sui's body. Kakashi reacted quickly, leaping backward just in time to narrowly evade the range of the water vortex. Immediately after, Naruto and Yamato swiftly positioned themselves in front of Kakashi, both looking serious, their gazes sharp and focused tightly on Sui standing outside the vortex. At this moment, John, dragging his broken and bloody body, painstakingly approached Sui and asked, "Which side are you on?" Sui didn't even bother to turn his head, simply raising his hand backward to instantly condense 5 ice spikes. The target was directly aimed at the positions of John's 5 hearts, and the ice spikes shot forth like meteors. With John's current weakened physical condition, there was no way he could evade Sui's fierce attack. Furthermore, Sui's assault was infused with the power of senjutsu, moving at such speed that John had no time to react. Kakashi watched the half-revealed face of Sui, his heart jolting violently, waves of turmoil rising within him. Even though only a third of his visage was exposed, Kakashi recognized him instantly thanks to years of familiarity and understanding. "Sui, you're still alive." Kakashi murmured, his gaze towards Sui, filled with confusion and disbelief. What could be the reason for this? Why did Sui suddenly betray Konoha? Or was it truly as he had always suspected, that Sui harbored hidden secrets? Naruto also looked at Sui with a puzzled expression, but his confusion did not stem from recognizing Sui, or rather, he could not comprehend why Sui wanted to kill John. After all, just from their outfits, it was clear they were teammates. "Hey, which side are you on?" Naruto pointed directly at Sui, demanding in a stern voice. Sui glanced at Naruto, inadvertently noticing the fervent, yet probing gaze of the person behind him. He frowned slightly, instinctively covering his hand over the mask. "I'm not on either of your sides." Just then, the sharp edge of the mask cruelly pierced his fingertip. It was only then that he abruptly realized that the weight of the mask seemed somewhat off. "Oh no, this mask is likely broken. It seems Kakashi has probably figured it out while the others probably haven't yet." Thinking of this, Sui felt a wave of irritation in his heart, secretly cursing, "If it weren't for that guy getting himself killed, I wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. It seems I have no choice but to use Jinjutsu," he muttered softly. In an instant, Sui's gaze sharpened, the originally black tomo gradually becoming clear. Then it was as if a drop of vivid red ink slowly dripped and rapidly spreading out. His originally dark green eyes transformed in the blink of an eye into blood-red Freedomo Sharingan, radiating an eerie and dangerous glow. Seeing this, Kakashi was suddenly engulfed by a strong sense of foreboding. Before he could understand why Sui possessed the Sharingan, Sui had already surged towards them like a white lightning bolt. Rasengan. Naruto reacted swiftly, immediately positioning himself in front of Kakashi. His palm quickly gathered a bright blue chakra sphere glowing brilliantly. Naruto forcefully pressed the hand holding the Rasengan against Sui's abdomen. Sui's expression remained as calm as the water with no trace of turbulence. He simply passed straight through Naruto's body like a ghost, instantly arriving in front of Kakashi. The distance between them was less than a centimeter, and Kakashi could even clearly see the faint green glow emanating from beneath Sui's skin, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Yamato, witnessing this scene, tightened his pupils instantly, his face filled with tension and anxiety. He hurriedly clasped his hands together, and in an instant thick branches like tree trunks burst forth from the ground. Like angry pythons they rushed towards Sui at high speed, attempting to restrain him. Yet Sui paid no mind to this, his eyes fixed intently on Kakashi's. Then a powerful genjutsu surged forth like an invisible undercurrent. Kakashi's eyes instantly became hollow and bewildered, but only for a few brief seconds. He felt his whole body lose strength and collapsed directly to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, what have you done to Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Immediately after, a powerful chakra of the Nine Tails uncontrollably leaked from his body, turning Naruto's originally azure eyes into an eerie red. At the back of the group, Choji and Ino exchanged glances, their faces filled with panic and unease. The current situation had clearly exceeded their control, even with two experienced jonin in the group and Naruto whose strength matched that of a jonin. Yet the enemy's movements were still so calm and unhurried, exuding a sense of leisure, as if everything was under his control. Sui ignored Naruto's furious roar, his gaze still locked on the fallen Kakashi, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Naruto's body was engulfed by the Nine Tails chakra, the wild wind whipping up his clothes, making the edges flutter loudly. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, looking as though he was on the brink of explosion. Yamato was frantic, fully aware that if Naruto lost control completely now, the situation would become even more unmanageable. Yamato quickly formed seals, chanting incantations. The thick branches twisted again, not only rushing towards Sui, but also parting to try to hinder Naruto. Sensing the commotion behind him, Naruto spun around abruptly, his aggressive red eyes glaring at Yamato as he growled in a low voice, "Don't stop me." That voice, mixed with the roar of the Nine Tails, made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Taking advantage of this chaotic moment, Sui quickly formed hand seals, and the ground beneath him began to freeze rapidly, the ice spreading towards Naruto and Yamato at an alarming speed. Yamato, reacting swiftly, quickly altered his hand seals again, more vines sprouting from the ground, attempting to block the advance of the ice. The moment the vines contacted the ice, a sizzling sound erupted, and a large amount of water vapor rose, as if a thick fog was spreading. Within this water vapor, Sui's figure appeared, hazy, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. He understood that he must resolve this quickly and could not afford to delay any longer. Suddenly his figure vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Choji and Ino. Choji realized what was happening and immediately turned around, his plump body attempting to block Sui's attack like a small mountain. Ino quickly formed hand seals beside him, intending to use the mind-body switch technique to control Sui. Sui's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful cold smile. He gently sidestepped, effortlessly dodging Choji's clumsy attack, while releasing a powerful chakra wave that directly interfered with Ino's mind-body switch technique. Ino let out a muffled grunt, her body uncontrollably retreating a few steps, her face turning pale. At this moment, Naruto finally broke free from Yamato's hindrance, pushing off the ground and charging towards Sui like a cannonball. He gathered another Rasengan in his hand, this one larger than before, its blue glow illuminating the entire battlefield. Sui sensed the immense power of Naruto's strike and did not dare to be careless. He quickly formed seals, instantly erecting an ice wall in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the ice wall. With a deafening boom, the ice wall shattered instantly, and the powerful impact sent ice shards flying in all directions. Using the cover of the broken ice wall, Sui once again vanished from the spot. Naruto scanned his surroundings vigilantly, but could not find Sui's figure anywhere. Sui slowly emerged from the dream space, surrounded by a dense jungle where tangled branches and leaves filtered sunlight into scattered, dappled patterns. "I'm not here to fight them," he muttered under his breath, scanning the surroundings with sharp, vigilant eyes, missing no flicker of movement. Behind him lay a clearing, a small patch of earth distinct from the rest, dark, damp, and freshly disturbed. Nearby, a deer grazed serenely, then lifted its head, ears pricked upright at the intrusion. The figure feeding the deer turned, as well, a low-brimmed hat obscuring most of his face. "You've arrived. Would you like to stroke the deer? They're quite gentle." His voice was calm, laced with quiet ease. Sui made no move, only arched a brow, his emerald gaze flickering with veiled meaning. "Uchiha, sure, Sui. What charade are you playing before me?" Do you truly think a hat hides who you are? He strode forward and yanked the black hat from Shisui's head in one swift motion. Familiar raven-black curls tumbled into view, then unshielded the crimson Sharingan met his jade-green eyes. Seriously, you're activating your Sharingan now. Sui bristled under that unwavering stare, fury surging hot and sudden. He seized Shisui's hair in a tight, brutal grip, tendons straining in his forearm as he forced the other man's head down. Shisui offered no resistance, merely bowed his head in compliance, his Sharingan fading back into obsidian pupils. Then he caught Sui's wrist, fingers tightening to pry loose the clutching hand. But after repeated effort, his grip remained unyielding, only deepening Sui's rage. What are you really doing here? Sometimes I truly wonder, why do you know me so intimately? Sui released his hold, then kicked Shisui hard, toppling him backward onto the ground, before planting his boots squarely on the back of Shisui's skull and grinding down. Kneeling beside him, Sui studied every micro-expression across Shisui's face, eyes burning with suspicion and ire. For a heartbeat, Shisui's gaze hardened with something feral, cold, sharp, fleeting, then vanished beneath practiced stillness. Because I'm your obsessive fan, they're satisfied. Sui had caught that flash, the subtle shift, and it unsettled him deeply. So he'd been pretending all along. But what did feigning gain him? Nothing, yet he persisted. Why? Only one explanation held weight: someone had sent him. Pretense served Shisui no purpose, but perhaps it served the one who dispatched him. Who sent you? And for what purpose? Sui withdrew his foot, then seized Shisui's curls again, fingers digging in, forcing their eyes to lock. Shisui blinked, genuine surprise flitting across his features. You're changing, truly changing. This is the first time. Sui grasped only fragments of the murmured words. Changing? What the hell does that mean? He shook Shisui's head roughly, hands clenching tighter, voice fraying at the edges. But Shisui remained eerily still, only staring unblinking into Sui's eyes. I'm talking to you. Unable to bear Shisui's vacant intensity any longer, Sui reared back and struck him full across the face. A stinging, open-palmed blow. Shisui winced, his gaze sharpening, not with pain, but with simmering resentment. You sent me. You sent me to help you. After a long pause, Shisui finally replied, his tone flat, certain. Sui froze, utterly bewildered. What nonsense was that? He knew, absolutely, that he'd issued no such order. He stood there now, alive and present. No command had ever left his lips. Are you mocking me? Do you think I'll believe anything you say? I'm not lying. If you refuse to trust me, I have no recourse. He paused, as if weighing his next words, then continued, voice low and grave. As the final living testament to your existence, let me warn you, do not seek to resurrect that person. It never existed. A thunderous impact. Sui's chakra-wreathed fist slammed Shisui to the earth. Delusional rambling. The last proof of my existence. You. Dare you? Sui's eyes dimmed, cold, hollow. Ice coalesced in his palm, crystalline and lethal, as he rose and stepped toward Shisui. He would end him now. Before, he'd spared him, only out of fascination with the cipher hidden within him. Now Shisui had crossed the final threshold. Staggering upright, Shisui batted the ice blade aside, then seized Sui's throat and pinned him hard against the trunk of a towering tree. Did you think I wanted this? Did you think I wanted to choke down hatred each day, just to whisper I love you? Did you think I chose to serve you? How absurd. You forced this upon me, yet now you condemn me as a liar. Do you imagine repeating these words cycle after cycle leaves me untouched by loneliness? Do you know how deeply I hate you? Right now I'd tear your plan apart, kill you outright, if it meant halting this torment. Do you have any idea what it costs me to face you daily wearing this mask of devotion while my soul screams in silence? Shisui's fingers tightened, his voice dropping to a fevered whisper, his eyes blazing once more with the Sharingan. But this time they were no longer identical. They were two distinct Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the last time I'll ever speak these words. I love you forever, forever. Sui heard none of it. His entire awareness locked onto Shisui's left eye. That was his Mangekyo pattern, the black snowflakes warped against a field of crimson, grotesquely elegant. How is that posse up? Before the question could fully form, Shisui's grip constricted, cutting off his breath, stealing even speech. Was Shisui trying to kill him? Rest now? I won't repeat this. Shisui's right Mangekyo began to whirl. Sui's instincts screamed danger. I don't know Aoba. I don't know Aoba. Don't know Aoba. I don't know Aoba. The phrase detonated inside his skull, relentless, invasive, fracturing his thoughts. No, I do know Aoba. Wait. No, I don't know Aoba. You do know Aoba. She is your anchor. Your reason. Your everything. Just as the voice threatened to consume him entirely, another sound pierced the chaos. Familiar. Intimate. As if it came from within himself. I am Uchiha Shisui. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I emerged as a prodigy during the Third Shinobi World War. And I am also the last living testament, and the final friend, of Sensei in this world. People are forever awestruck by my talent and overwhelming strength. Yet they remain oblivious to the relentless effort behind it, to the very reason I possess such power. In a forest 3 years ago, when I was only 3, I first met him. At that time, Hotaka did not appear as a woman, but in his original form. He was never the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage. Rather, he was an orphan brought into the village from beyond its borders. This Hotaka, unadorned, unaltered, Is my Hotaka, all others who came after were mere replicas. His movements were crisp and precise, kunai carved silver arcs through the air, seamlessly interwoven with ninjutsu. Though he appeared no older than 4, his mastery far surpassed that of his peers, and even stirred quiet humility in me, who stood a year his senior. Enthralled, I leaned forward instinctively, dry leaves rustling faintly beneath my feet. Hotaka's hand froze mid-throw, his expression instantly hardening come out. His voice was glacial, yet his gaze did not turn toward me. Startled, my heart clenched. Instinctively, I recoiled behind the trunk, breath held tight. Only my own rapid heartbeat echoed in the stillness, sharp, insistent, impossible to ignore. Pressed flat against the bark, I clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps he didn't mean me. After all, his eyes had not locked onto me. Reassuring myself, I steadied my pulse and remained silent. The air hung motionless for several seconds. Then Hotaka's brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes, his tone sharpening. 3 seconds left. If you don't emerge now, I'll treat you as an enemy. Before the words fully faded, he flicked his wrist. A kunai sliced the air. It hurtled straight toward the trunk behind me, then impossibly veered mid-flight, aiming directly for my eye. My pupils contracted. I raised my arm on pure reflex. The kunai struck my forearm guard with a sharp clang, then clattered to the ground. The metallic echo confirmed it irrevocably. I had been exposed. Apologies. I was merely passing by and saw you training. I couldn't help but watch. I stepped slowly from behind the tree, the kunai still resting in my palm. As I approached, his expression flickered, surprise fleeting, before settling back into cool detachment. I studied his aloof, almost imperious demeanor, and felt a quiet resentment rise, too arrogant, too distant. I waited for his reply, but minutes passed in silence. The tension thickened, awkwardness coiled between us. I rubbed my nose, then set the kunai gently upon the earth. I'll leave it here. My deepest apologies for disturbing your practice. I'll take my leave now. With that, I bowed deeply and turned to go. What is your name? His voice cut through the quiet from behind me. I halted, turning back in genuine surprise. His gaze remained detached, yet now held a trace of quiet scrutiny. Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, I replied with a light, easy smile, voice buoyant, unguarded. He murmured my name softly, testing its weight, then gave a slight nod. Kemado Hotaka. I blinked, unprepared for him to offer his name so readily. Given his icy reserve, I'd assumed he'd be taciturn, solitary, aloof by nature. Yet here he was exchanging names with me. Unexpected, deliberate. I stood rooted, a subtle warmth stirring within me. Perhaps this boy, so seemingly untouchable, was not as remote as he appeared. Will you train here again tomorrow? I asked, voice tentative, fingers unconsciously tightening at my hem. From what I'd just witnessed, his talent was staggering. Perhaps I could learn something vital from him. Though his frigid demeanor and ever-evaluative gaze unsettled me, I still dared to ask. Hotaka paused, long enough that I mistook his silence for refusal. Just as I prepared to bow and depart, he gave a small, quiet nod. Yes. Will you train with me? Yes, I answered instantly, voice bright with unrestrained excitement. His eyes softened just slightly, curiosity mingling with gentle amusement, as the faintest hint of a smile touched his lips. Heat rose to my cheeks, my ears burned. Well, I'll go now. I ducked my head, avoiding his gaze, and fled, nearly stumbling in my haste. My footsteps whispered through the trees, but my heartbeat thundered louder still. That chance encounter felt less like fate and more like design. Back home, I lay awake on my futon, replaying the day in vivid loops, each gesture, each word burning fresh in memory. Then it struck me, I'd never seen him in the village. Never heard his name spoken, not once. Yet when his eyes met mine, a faint, unmistakable flicker of recognition crossed them, as if he'd known me all along. Does he know me? The thought sent a chill down my spine, a dissonant, uncanny unease. He descended like a phantom, gifted beyond measure, yet leaving no trace in the village's memory. It was profoundly unnatural. Doubts multiplied, silent, insistent, winding around me like invisible threads. A nameless dread seeped upward from my core, whispering a question I couldn't ignore. Should I go tomorrow? I stared at the ceiling, thoughts spiraling. Moonlight spilled through the window, dappling the wall in shifting, fractured light. I drew a slow, deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the unease only deepened. Had I refused that meeting, none of what followed would have touched me, yet neither would I have gained such power. I often reflected on this long after, through millennia of ceaseless struggle, until every ember of longing had burned to ash. What sustains me now is nothing more than hatred for him. At dawn the next day, I lingered outside my window for a long while, the delicate breeze soothing my restless mind. I'll go. Perhaps it was all just a misunderstanding. After prolonged hesitation, I resolved to keep the appointment. There at the same spot, yesterday's kunai still lay untouched upon the grass. I scanned the clearing, no sign of the white-haired boy. Kamado, are you here? I called out tentatively, only silence answered. Am I simply too early? I glanced up at the sun hanging high in the sky, and wondered. Suddenly a figure plummeted from the tree, almost brushing against my face. My heart stopped from the shock of this unexpected scene, and I instinctively took a few steps back, nearly tripping over a tree root. Once I steadied myself and focused, I realized it was Sui. Shindu, what are you doing hanging upside down in a tree? You scared me. I patted my chest, trying to calm my rapid breathing, my tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and complaint. Sui legs were curled around the tree, trunk his arms casually hanging by his sides resembling a bat, hanging upside down. He squinted his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and cheerfully said, "Good morning, Shisui." He waved at me, his smile more pronounced than before, even carrying a hint of mischief. Looking at him in this manner, a wave of confusion arose in my heart. By all accounts, Sui shouldn't have this kind of personality. He was typically cold and aloof, speaking little. Why was he suddenly so lively today? Though I felt somewhat unaccustomed, out of courtesy, I forced a faint smile and replied, "Gee, good morning, Shindu." Sui deftly flipped over and jumped down from the tree, landing steadily in front of me. His movements were as smooth as a cat, barely making a sound upon landing. He stood up straight, slightly lowering his head to look at me, and casually said, "Just call me Sui." I was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "What about Gu? Aren't you supposed to be called Su?" Sui raised an eyebrow, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and retorted, "Did I ever say my name was Su?" Upon hearing this, I was completely bewildered, my mind in a haze. Wasn't that the case? Isn't Shindu his surname? I furrowed my brow, looking at him in confusion. Isn't that so? Isn't Shindu a surname? Sui's expression darkened for a brief moment, but quickly returned to clarity. He gently shook his head and explained calmly, "My single character is Sui. Shindu is merely a name I gave myself and has no connection to me." I nodded in a daze, a line from an ancient poem unconsciously surfacing in my mind, murmuring it aloud. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like clay. Sui seemed to have heard my words and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was crisp and cheerful, as if breaking through some cold barrier. He wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, straightened his posture, and explained to me, "Not that shatter, but the ear of rice character Sui. You can call me Sui or Sui Sui." I nodded, yet I still felt somewhat puzzled. Why is it that they share the same pronunciation, but the character for age can be used while the character for shatter cannot? Sui. No, Sui. Behavior today was exceedingly unusual, completely unlike the cold boy I had met yesterday. His smile, his tone, even his movements exuded a strange sense of ease. Yet despite the many questions in my heart, I still didn't plan to inquire directly. From our earlier conversation, it was clear that he was quite cautious. Though he occasionally revealed some things, they were ultimately trivial. If I were to ask now, I would likely be brushed off with various excuses. Seeing that I had been silent for a while, Sui inexplicably walked up to me and said, "All right, stop daydreaming." Sui waved his hand in front of my eyes, interrupting my thoughts. "Since you're here, let's begin training." I snapped back to reality, nodded, and followed him to an open area. Sui pulled out a few shurikens from his pocket and casually tossed one to me, saying, "Let's test your basics first." I caught the shuriken, gripping it in my hand, feeling its icy touch. Sui stood to the side, arms crossed, focusing intently on me. I took a deep breath, adjusted my stance, and then suddenly hurled the shuriken. The shuriken traced an arc in the air, firmly embedding itself in a distant tree trunk. Sui nodded, a hint of approval in his tone. "Not bad, but your movements are still a bit stiff." After saying this, he walked over to me and adjusted my arm position. His fingers were icy, devoid of any warmth of a living person, and when they touched my skin, I couldn't help but shiver slightly. Sui seemed unaware of my reaction, continuing to focus on his guidance. "Relax your wrist and focus the power at your fingertips rather than your entire arm." Following his instructions, I adjusted my stance again and hurled another shuriken. This time the shuriken's flight path was much smoother and it flew faster. "You've improved," Sui said flatly, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. For the next while, Sui patiently guided me. Though his tone remained flat, he seemed much warmer compared to his indifference yesterday. As we practiced, we occasionally exchanged a few words. Though he still spoke little, at least he no longer felt as unapproachable as he had the day before. "What got you so interested in ninjutsu?" Sui suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on my actions. I was taken aback and then smiled, replying, "Because I want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the ones who are important to me." Sui fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "To protect important people, huh? What a simple reason." I turned my head to look at his profile. His eyelashes cast fine shadows under the sunlight, and the line from his nose to his chin seemed to be meticulously sculpted by a blade, hard yet sharp. His gaze remained calm, but the dark ripples faintly swirling in his pupils resembled a vortex hidden beneath a lake's surface disturbed by a stone. Suddenly, I recalled my speculation from last night, and my throat involuntarily rolled. "Do you know me? Why did you react as if you already knew who I was when you heard my name yesterday? If you knew me all along, then why had I never seen you? You are clearly so powerful." As soon as I said this, I immediately covered my mouth, realizing it was merely a thought in my heart. How did it slip out so unconsciously? I had thought Sui would be displeased, nervous, or silent. Yet what I saw instead was only Sui bent over in laughter. "Jishui, are you afraid of me? Why are you speaking so cautiously with me?" He wiped away the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, leaned against a tree, and sat down, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the sky. His expression had changed from before, now tinted with a touch of gloom. I unconsciously moved beside him and sat down, leaning in to listen to what he was about to share. "I am an orphan, and until recently, I have been wandering alone." He continued, "Until last week, when a ninja from Konoha discovered me, saying I possessed the bloodline limit of ice release, and then brought me to Konoha." Hearing this, my heart was filled with confusion, becoming even more intense. If that were the case, then why was he surprised by his own name? The sound exploded like thunder in Sui's mind, causing a buzzing in his eardrums. The soft whispers that had been lingering in his mind vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Sui gritted his teeth, reaching out to tightly grip the hand of Shisui that was choking his neck, staggering as he tried to push it away. His finger joints turned white from the strain, veins bulged on his forehead, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. Jishu's expression darkened like water, his grip tightening once more as if he intended to completely crush Sui's neck. Sui's arm let out a crisp crack under the immense force, the pain causing his vision to darken. The fissure on his neck deepened, the skin tearing apart. Crack! Shisui suddenly released his hand, as if all his strength had been drained, staggering back a step. Sui's head and neck had been severed by his own hands, the green substance at the junction emitting a faint, otherworldly glow, eerie and cold. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Uchiha Shisui, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can survive against my strength? Sui's head spoke coldly, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his left eye manifesting beginning to slowly rotate. With the activation of the rewind ability, Sui's head began to reconnect with his body. Even the fragments that Shisui had accidentally driven into his flesh gradually merged back into him. Sui reached to touch his recently choked neck, giving a cold laugh. Did you think I kept you for what purpose? Shisui chuckled to himself, slowly pulling out a kunai from his bag, gripping it tightly, a hint of determination in his eyes. I almost forgot this ability originally belongs to you. Sui's face suddenly changed, seemingly realizing Jishu's next move. He quickly reached out, intending to snatch the kunai from his hand, but it was too late. The kunai plunged straight into Jishu's temple, blood flowing down the blade, staining his fingers. Shisui did not stop, but instead gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he pushed the kunai deeper. The sharp pain engulfed him. In an instant his body began to tremble, his vision blurred, yet the action in his hand did not cease for a moment. The kunai drove deeper, blood splattering like a fountain, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him. Eventually his strength waned, his body slowly collapsing, the kunai still lodged in his temple. Blood pooled beneath him, forming a dark red lake, reflecting his final faint smile. Sui knelt half before Shisui, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He grasped Jishu's hair, as if defying fate, pulling out the kunai, allowing more blood to flow out. Sui's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, the right eye's eyeball has been completely pierced. There's your doing, Shisui. Then he started to laugh, the light chuckle gradually evolving into a hearty laugh tinged with sarcasm and madness. It seems I have misjudged him all these years. He is not a difficult opponent at all, but a complete fool. Knowing I possess the ability to rewind, he still chooses to die in vain. Sui plunged his hand into Jishu's eye socket, extracting the already mangled eyeball. His left eye's kaleidoscope manifested again, but this time it did not yield as he had hoped. The eyeball in his hand felt as if it were frozen. No matter how Sui manipulated time, he could do nothing about it. Frowning, Sui looked again at Jishu's corpse in confusion. It was then he noticed that Jishu's left eye was completely gone, not even a trace of blood left in the eye socket. Logically, unless the eye socket had healed for several months, it was impossible for there to be no blood at all after an eye removal. System, what is going on? Sui questioned the system in his mind. Unclear, but I suspect he sacrificed his left eye to prevent you from controlling the right eye. The system's voice was cold and mechanical. Sui recalled the kaleidoscope pattern he had seen earlier, the twisted black snowflake. He half covered his right eye, a foreboding thought creeping into his mind. System, can you analyze Jishu's personal data? Sui asked the system again in his mind to confirm his suspicions. Checking. The system's voice suddenly cut off as if something had forcibly interrupted it. Before Sui could react, a black shadow suddenly linked with his shadow. Sui's body became uncontrollable, rooted to the spot. Then Shikamaru's voice echoed behind him, carrying a hint of coldness. I thought I'd come back to check, but I didn't expect to stumble upon a big one. Sui's hands lifted, the eyeball slipping from his grasp to the ground. He stiffly turned his head, looking at Shikamaru standing atop a tree, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Did you see everything? Before he finished speaking, a chill began to emanate from Sui, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying. Shikamaru suddenly felt the pressure in his hands increase, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his grip tightening once more. Boom. A massive wave of cold erupted from Sui, causing Shikamaru to spit blood and be knocked far back. Feeling the pressure on his body dissipate, Sui concealed his smile, his expression particularly frigid. I have use for your brain. Sui's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly rushing to Shikamaru's front. In the final second before Shikamaru landed, he conjured an ice blade in his hand, thrusting it upward from beneath Shikamaru. The ice blade pierced through the air, bearing a bone-chilling coldness as it aimed for Shikamaru's abdomen. Shikamaru's pupils dilated, his body unable to gain leverage in midair. He could only watch the ice blade approach. However, just as the ice blade was about to pierce his body, the corner of Shikamaru's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. Shadow mimicry technique complete. Shikamaru spoke softly, though his voice was low. It clearly reached Sui's ears. Sui's movement suddenly froze, the ice blade in his hand halting midair, unable to advance a single inch. His body felt as if it were bound by an invisible force. Not even a finger could move. Looking down, he realized his shadow had fully merged with Shikamaru's shadow, the black shadow wrapping around him like chains. Did you think I would show up unprepared before you? Shikamaru slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold and sharp. Since you entered this area, my shadow has already been waiting for you. Sui's expression darkened, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. He attempted to channel the chakra within him to break free from the shadow's restraint, but found that his chakra flow had been completely sealed. Even his rewind ability could not be activated. Useless. Shikamaru formed hand seals his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. My shadow mimicry technique has evolved to a new level, not only controlling your body, but also sealing your chakra flow. All your abilities are now unusable. A hint of panic flashed in Sui's eyes. His body was already weak and now, but he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Do you think this can trap me? Shikamaru, you are too naive. Shikamaru remained silent, merely increasing the output of his chakra. The power of the shadow binding grew stronger. Sui's body began to tremble, slightly fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His breathing quickened, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes spinning wildly, searching for an opportunity to break free. However, Shikamaru's tactics were always foolproof. He had already calculated every step, even considering Sui's potential counterattacks. Just as Sui attempted to forcibly break free from the restraint, Shikamaru formed hand seals again, shouting shadow strangulation technique. The black shadow coiled around Sui's neck like a living creature, slowly tightening. Sui's face instantly turned pale, his breath completely cut off, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes gradually lost its luster. It's over, Shikamaru said softly, a hint of fatigue and relief in his eyes. However, just as Sui's consciousness was about to fade, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. His body began to emit a faint green glow, the surrounding air seeming to warp under some force. Shikamaru, did you really think you could kill me? Your shadow mimicry technique is indeed powerful, but merely a paper tiger. Sui's voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a chilling aura. Shikamaru's pupils suddenly constricted, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He quickly retreated, forming hand signs, once more ready to counter Sui's retaliation. However, at that moment, Sui's body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless green light points dissipating into the air. Is this a clone? Shikamaru's brow furrowed, internally on guard. Just then a low chuckle echoed from afar. Sui's silhouette slowly emerged from the depths of the forest, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his left eye flickering with a cold light. It's a hassle, let's just end this directly. The moment Sui's words fell, everything around froze midair. The air seemed to grow heavy, even the wind ceased to flow. Everything except Sui was as if bound by a spell, remaining motionless in place. Luming was still holding the gesture of forming hand seals, his fingertips trembling slightly, the rage in his eyes, yet to fade, his pupils reflecting Sui's figure. In an instant, Sui appeared before Luming, moving as gracefully as a falling leaf. With a mere lift of her hand, Luming's head silently dropped, blood, not yet spilled, suspended in midair by some force. System, can you give me his IQ? Sui bent down to pick up the head, holding it in her hands and shaking it lightly, her fingertips gently brushing against Luming's cheek, as if appraising the value of an item. The system was silent for a moment, then a mechanical indifference echoed in Sui's mind. Unclear, but there should be a 50 probability. Upon hearing this, Sui pouted, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. Suddenly the space before her began to tear apart, a dark glow seeping through the fissures, and a human-sized picture frame emerged, intricately carved around its border. She first tossed Luming's head into the dream space, then grasped Luming's arms with both hands. With a strong pull, she dragged his entire body into the dream space with swift and decisive movements. Meanwhile, in the Water Nation, why have you been silent these past few days? Deidara casually asked Sui, who walked beside him, his tone laced with a hint of probing. His gaze lingered on Sui's face for a moment, trying to discern something from her expression. From his observations, Deidara found that ever since he and Sui teamed up, she had become almost mute. If it weren't necessary, she would likely just silently stand behind him, and Akai, her gaze coldly fixed ahead. Even when it was necessary, she would only say a few words, okay or no. Deidara had long wanted to ask her the reason, but due to pride he had refrained from doing so. Until today, he could no longer tolerate it. Oh, within this team, one was a chatterbox, and the other a mute. How could he continue like this? Sui looked up at Deidara, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations. After pondering for 2 seconds in her mind, she finally thought of a suitable reason. She raised her hand and pointed to her vocal cords, then crossed her arms in an X gesture, simple and clear. Deidara crossed his arms, frowning, slightly contemplating the meaning of Sui's gesture. Just as he was still pondering, Akai interjected. Is Sui's voice broken? Don't worry, your brother Akai can speak for you. Akai quickly ran to Sui's side, wrapping one arm around her frail form, his action affectionate, yet tinged with mockery. Sui nodded, agreeing with Akai's statement, then she pressed her hands together in front of her. Blocking the cold mask of the other, her fingertips applied slight pressure, seemingly resisting such overly intimate contact. Deidara shot Akai an annoyed glare, snorted coldly, and turned away, quickening his pace, as if to distance himself from the two. Hey, Akai is very curious about how your voice suddenly broke. Akai poked Sui's face, his tone filled with curiosity, his eyes beneath the mask shimmering with a cunning light. Sui gazed at the mocking pure black eyes beneath the mask, her expression darkening. She had seen everything when this person sealed her mother. Putting aside the thought of directly confronting him to avenge her mother, she knew she had to minimize contact with him. He was beneficial to her mother. Suiwi broke free from Akai's grasp and quickly walked to Dodara's side. She rummaged through her bag for a notebook, then took out a pen and quickly wrote a line of text holding it up for Akai to see from a distance. What does it have to do with you? Stay away from me. Because she was right next to Sue, Dodara easily read the words on the paper. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, seemingly pleased with Sui's attitude. After she finished writing, she quickly closed the notebook, her fingertips turning slightly pale. Akai tilted his head and stared at her for 2 seconds before bursting into exaggerated laughter. Oh, my Suiwi is so fierce. Stop messing around. Dodara suddenly spoke, flicking his fingers to release a clay spider that accurately landed at Akai's feet. The explosion splashed mud that instantly soaked the other's pant leg. During the mission, avoid provoking your teammates, okay? He said, glancing at Suiwi. Suiwi nodded, gently, the tip of her pen scratching across the notebook, making a faint rustling sound. She earnestly wrote, how about we split into groups? That would be more efficient. The handwriting was neat, infused with a hint of urgency. Dodara stood by, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on her writing. He pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing, then nodded decisively, saying, all right, it's settled then. Akai stood behind Suihui, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly reached out, pulling Sui's shoulder with an action that seemed casual, yet carried an undeniable force. His voice was upbeat, tinged with a hint of mockery. Let's team up, after all, Dodara-senpai is so strong, he doesn't need our help, right? Suihui's body stiffened slightly, her brows involuntarily knitting together. The intention behind her suggestion to split into groups was to team up with Dodara, thus distancing herself from Akai. But Akai's reaction completely disrupted her plan. Her fingers tightly gripped the pen, her knuckles turning white. Akai's face suddenly leaned in close, almost touching her ear. His voice dropped to a low whisper, carrying a hint of threat only audible to them. Say, don't you wanna? His breath brushed against her ear, carrying a cold pressure. You better behave, or you know the consequences. Suihui's breath hitched, her heartbeat seemingly missing a beat. She lowered her gaze. She certainly knew what the consequences meant. Her fingers trembled slightly, and in the end, she gently nodded, no longer resisting. Staring at the still wet ink on the notebook, her throat felt as if it were blocked by something, unable to produce a sound. Akai smiled satisfactorily at Sui's silence. He released her shoulder, turned, and waved at Dodara, his tone lighthearted. Then we'll head off first, Dodara-senpai. Don't overexert yourself. Dodara cast a glance at him, snorted coldly, and said nothing more, turning to walk in another direction. His figure was tall, his steps casual, seemingly indifferent to Akai's antics. Suihui stood in place, her gaze following Dodara's silhouette until he disappeared from view. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her, an aversion towards Akai. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Akai's voice came from behind, laced with mockery. What's wrong? Reluctant to part with Dodara-senpai. He approached her, tilting his head, his eyes beneath the mask glinting with an elusive light. Suihui said nothing, merely lowering her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She knew she had no room for choice at this moment. She was all too aware of Akai's methods. If she angered him, Sui would not have it easy. Let's go, stop wasting time. Akai suddenly dropped the joking tone, his voice chilling. He turned and walked ahead, leaving Suihui with no choice but to silently follow. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, Sui's heart racing in sync. She had no idea what would happen next, but one thing was certain: she had to be cautious and never let Sui fall into a more troublesome situation. What is the name of the person who saved you? I speculated in my heart that perhaps his name was similar to mine, or even the same. Sui glanced at me and continued, I don't know his name, but I remember his surname is Uchiha, from the same clan as you. Sui's gaze was not on the blue sky above, but rather shifted to the clan emblem on my collar. His eyes were clear and focused, as if he saw something deeply buried in that emblem. His expression sincere, devoid of any other emotions. So that's how it is. I thought to myself, realizing that I may have overreacted. But he died the day after bringing me back to Konoha. Sui fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying this, his tone calm, yet carrying a barely perceptible tremor. For a moment, I was at a loss for how to respond, feeling a heaviness in my chest. You? Just as I was about to offer some comfort, he continued with the rest of his sentence. I originally wanted to repay just him, but since he is dead, I can only respond to Uchiha now. To repay Uchiha, the most talented genius in history. Sui said this while staring intently into my left eye. That eye, which would possess the strongest Genjutsu in the future, was also the one that would host other Sharingan in the days to come. His gaze was deep and complex, as if looking through my eyes towards some distant future. Sui fell silent for a moment, inexplicably standing up and blocking the sunlight in front of me. Sure, Sui, you are the genius of the Uchiha, right? I will teach you some things that are within my capacity. He pointed at my nose, obscuring my view of his face. But after saying this, Sui tilted his head and smiled at me. The fully risen sun illuminated his white hair, making it shine and almost blinding me. This also made me unaware of the indelible indifference in his eyes. Indeed, how could someone whose life was filled with lies show a genuine smile to others? At most, there would only be the despair and anxiety that comes after the lies are shattered. Sui bent down, gently grasping my hand, and led me to the small creek in front. The stream flowed gently, the sunlight shimmering on its surface, creating glistening waves. Besides physical techniques, is there anything else you want me to teach you? Sui released my hand and stood in front of me, asking, isn't it too close? Looking at the white-haired boy who was so close I couldn't help but think to myself. I hurriedly distanced myself from him and casually replied, just ninjutsu I suppose. Ninjutsu. Did the genius of the Uchiha clan start learning ninjutsu at the age of 5? Sui looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Then he walked a few steps to the side and stopped at about 10 meters away. Then he quickly formed hand seals, his movements smooth as if innate. Ice release, ice flame bullet. Instantly several ice balls fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with blinding white light and loud booms. White smoke erupted, shrouding the entire training ground. When the smoke cleared, the scene before me left me utterly stunned. Several circular pits about 1 meter in radius were scattered across the grass with fragments of earth strewn about. How did you do that? I gazed at Sui, who was standing not far away, and asked with a trembling voice, are you really just a kid? Sui raised his eyebrows in confusion and retorted, can't you do that? Aren't you a genius? His words were delivered lightly, as if I was the odd one for not being able to achieve this. I fell silent, just staring blankly at him. Sui took a deep breath, a fleeting look of fatigue passing through his eyes. He walked over to me and placed his hands on his hips. You can't do this. I nodded honestly. After all, such ninjutsu might be beyond even an average genin, let alone someone who hadn't become a ninja. Sui lowered his head, and after a few seconds he raised it again, walking towards the river surface and standing firmly above it. The training for chakra control involves concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet. I've seen this in books. After observing carefully for a few seconds, I analyzed it accurately. Then I looked at him in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. That makes sense. After all, you've already mastered such ninjutsu. Sui shot me an unhappy glare and said, are you going to make me act like a fool again? Then his eyes shifted, and the previous displeasure vanished, replaced by a rather playful expression. Perhaps if you call me teacher, I can teach you chakra control and some ninjutsu. What do you think? Isn't that a good deal? Sui grinned mischievously, and what he said was overly childish. When I heard him say this, I thought he was joking, so I laughed and called him out. Teacher. Upon hearing this, Sui looked like a child who had just received candy, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It's the first time I've been called teacher. I'm so happy. It seemed that he was quite pleased with my calling him teacher. The dark hue in his eyes faded a bit. Sui walked from the water to the shore and opened one hand towards me just as I was puzzled. A small flame surged from his palm, followed by a droplet of water appearing. Then a rapidly rotating small tornado manifested alongside the other two. The three elements perfectly formed a triangular shape. My chakra affinities are water, fire, and wind, and I have already mastered their form changes. His voice was calm, but carried a hint of uncontainable pride. I was utterly shocked by the things in Sui's hands and the words he spoke. I had barely learned chakra control, while he had already mastered form change. This inevitably made me feel inferior compared to someone like Sui. My talents were mere child's play. All right, my genius student, I've shown you both chakra control and form change. Oh, which one do you want to learn first? Sui retracted his hand and raised his eyebrows in question. I pondered for a while, constantly weighing the two in my mind, and finally nodded, replying, let's practice chakra control first. I'm not very familiar with it yet. Sui nodded in agreement and began explaining many techniques related to chakra control. He spoke in great detail, and many previously obscure and difficult phrases from books transformed into something comprehensible through his words. At this moment, he no longer resembled the child from earlier. It was as if a mature soul resided within that small body. The day quickly slipped away in training. As the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, Sui halted my movements. Goodbye, come find me again tomorrow. My home is not far from the Hokage building. Hearing this, I waved back, but for some reason, I found myself standing still, watching as his figure grew more distant. It wasn't until the cool night breeze roused me from my trance that I realized I had been staring at that empty space for half an hour. Shaking my head, I mumbled to myself, is there anyone living near the Hokage building? Walking home, my mind replayed the scenes from today. I must say, when it came to teaching methods, Sui was already superior to most of the instructors in our clan. Upon returning home, I pushed the door open casually and murmured, I'm back. As usual, the dark and empty house offered no response. Silently, I turned on the light, and the house instantly brightened, yet it could not conceal the coldness within. I need to sign up tomorrow. It's better to go to bed early. On the morning of the second day, the blinding sunlight woke me up. After a quick tidying up, I hurriedly made my way towards the school. Good morning, Shizumi. Are you in such a hurry to go to school? Suddenly, a female voice called from behind me, followed by a hand resting on my shoulder. I stopped in my tracks, rapidly searching my memory for any girls I knew. Perhaps it had been too long since I had made any move, as the person behind me spoke with a hint of confusion. Why aren't you moving? She said, stepping in front of me. What came into view was a dazzling white, followed by a pair of pale green eyes. Her long white hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering brightly in the sunlight. A simple white spaghetti strap dress suited her perfectly. What shocked me the most was that this person looked exactly like Sui. Even the position of the mole on her face was the same. Yet I was also well aware that this person was not Sui. After all, Sui was male. How could a boy possibly wear a dress? This person clearly appeared female, and since I didn't know her, I could only politely greet her. Good morning. As soon as I spoke, she immediately asked, who are you greeting? I was taken aback by her assertiveness and found myself at a loss. Looking at the girl before me, I couldn't help but associate her with Sui. Yet that was utterly absurd. Suddenly a bold idea struck me. Could it be that you were Sue's sister? Hearing this, her expression froze. Just when I thought I had made a mistake and felt a little smug about it, bam. A fist hit my head. I don't have a sister. My family is all gone. The white-haired girl's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, and her forehead seemed to form a crisscross pattern. She withdrew her hand and walked away, her arms crossed. I rubbed my throbbing head in pain, watching her figure grow farther away, when suddenly an absurd thought occurred to me. Are you Sui? However, the only response was a heavy voice coming from ahead. Why aren't you following me? I dazedly replied, and then hurried to catch up with her, feeling particularly awkward. So, are you a girl? When Sui heard my question, his face turned even grimmer, and he asked sharply, if I'm a girl, does that mean the person from yesterday was a she-male? Well, that's true, but what's with your appearance? You can't possibly be here just to tease me, right? Can't you tell this is a transformation technique? Sui said, raising his right hand, as if to punch me again. As he swung his fist, I quickly bent down to dodge the blow. At the same time, I brought my hands together, pleading pathetically, don't hit me. Don't hit me. If you hit me again, my head will get damaged. I didn't expect this plea to have any effect on Sui. It was merely to buy myself some time to escape. To my surprise, Sui's expression changed almost instantly. His tightly clenched fist loosened, and he looked at me in a somewhat dazed manner. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly reached for the small bag tied to his leg. He pulled out a black potion bottle and dipped his finger into it to scoop out a small amount of white ointment. I have some medicine here. Want me to apply it for you? Sui held my head with one hand and reached toward the spot he had just hit. I didn't understand why Sui cared so much about someone he had only known for a short time. I assumed it was just because of my Uchiha identity. I allowed him to part my hair and apply the ointment to the wound. Once he stopped, I turned my head to look at him, but the backlight made it hard to see his face. The only thing I clearly saw was the mole beneath his left cheek. We should go sign up. Maybe we can end up in the same class. Sui glanced in the direction of the school and extended his hand to me, signaling me to take it. I silently stared at his hand for a while before finally taking it. After standing up, I suddenly realized something from Sui's earlier remark. A class. You should only be 4 years old this year. Even if you transformed into someone my age, you still wouldn't pass the test. Upon hearing this, Sui formed hand seals to deactivate his transformation technique, and his height, which had been on par with mine, suddenly dropped to my chin. He first looked up at me, then, as if doubting the situation, gestured with his hand before sighing. Sigh. Let's go sign up or we'll be late if we don't hurry. I nodded and followed the dejected Sui towards the school. Just as we were nearing the school gate, Sui suddenly stopped in his tracks, nearly causing me to bump into him. Sui then turned to me and made a series of exaggerated expressions indicating for me to look to the right. I was puzzled but still turned my head to see. I then caught sight of a handsome boy with black hair. In just a second, he quickly turned his head away and began talking to someone beside him. I looked at Sui, who was staring intently at that boy, his expression blank. I turned back to ask, did he keep looking at us just now? Sui nodded without saying a word and proceeded to walk towards the school gate. I took one last glance at the boy and hurried to catch up with Sui. At the school gate, there were many ninjas and villagers surrounding it while the other children were inside the school. I stopped Sui, who was about to enter, and gave an apologetic smile. Sui, you can't go in. Oh, please wait outside for a moment. After finishing his words, Sui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and pointed to himself, saying, I am already 6 years old and a student who needs to enroll, so I followed you to school, idiot Jishui. Upon hearing this, I looked at the person before me in disbelief, 1,000 questions bursting forth in my mind. Seeing that I was just staring blankly, without saying a word, Sui snorted coldly and walked into the school gate. I shook my head vigorously and walked through the school gate as well. After completing my registration with the instructor, I hurried to the front of my classroom. Class 1, Grade 7. I murmured as I stared at the class sign hanging next to the door. Ever since Sui had walked in ahead of me, I had been unable to find him. I only hoped to be in the same class as he mentioned. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by a cacophony of noise with conversations filling the air. They turned to look at me standing in the doorway as they heard the noise, most of them casting inquisitive glances. Some of the gazes shifted away after a short, while others remained fixated on me like glue. Of course, most of these stares came from the girls. I surveyed the classroom from the entrance, eventually focusing on the person sitting by the window in the last row and the familiar face next to him. It was the black-haired boy I had encountered at the school gate. He was seated upright, resting his right hand on his forehead, while occasionally flipping the pages of a book with his other hand. I walked over to him and leaned down to ask in his ear, can we switch seats? I want to sit with my friend. The black-haired boy looked at me briefly, pursed his lips, and his face turned slightly red. He shook his head and softly replied, sorry, I want to sit here. It seemed that saying this had drained all his energy, and he immediately buried his head in the book in front of him. I looked curiously at Sui Gu, who had been lying on the desk, without saying a word since the beginning. I glanced again at the black-haired boy with his head buried in the book side, and sat in front of Sui Gu, pulling out a book to read. The only thing that bothered me a little was the incessant chatter of the girls in the class. Hey, did you see that boy with the black curly hair? Isn't he particularly handsome? Indeed. But as handsome as he is, I still think the one sitting behind him is better looking. Are you all blind? Clearly the boy with the black straight hair next to him is more handsome. They debated fiercely, their faces turning red from arguing. Finally, Sui Gu, who had been lying quietly, stirred a bit. He straightened up, yawned, and then squinted, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suegu rested his chin on his hand, and with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, he nudged the arm of the person next to him. "Hey, those girls can tell him a boy, so why can't you?" he said, leaning and closed the distance between them, almost negligible warm breaths mingling in the space between. The black-haired boy was startled by this sudden turn of events. His face turned red visibly, and he hurriedly leaned back. In his haste, his leg inadvertently tripped Suegu's chair, and with a thud both fell to the ground, the noise drawing everyone's attention. The girls who had been discussing Suegu quickly rushed over to check if he was hurt. Suegu was completely sprawled over the person beneath him, his face shadowed by his hair. He propped himself up slightly, ignoring the chattering girls beside him, and after adjusting his chair, he lay back down on the desk. I hurriedly closed my book and reached out my hand to the black-haired boy still lying on the ground. He first glanced at Suegu, who was already lying on the desk, then looked at my outstretched hand. In the end, he shook his head and stood up to sit properly, leaving me feeling a bit awkward as I retracted my hand, not understanding why he had rejected my kindness. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and an old man in a white robe with a character for fire on his head entered. This caused a stir among the class. I was just as surprised, though I had never expected the Hokage I admired to come to my class. Just then I wanted to turn around and discuss with Suegu why the Hokage was here. But I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the disgust that flickered in his eyes, though it was fleeting. Upon noticing my gaze, his eyes inexplicably cleared up. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Jishui," he inquired, puzzled. "No, it's nothing, just looking at you," I replied with a slight shake of my head, turning back around. Even with the Hokage I had long admired standing right in front of me, I couldn't help but drift into a daydream. I vaguely heard him say, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternally." All other thoughts were consumed by Suegu's earlier glance. I couldn't see clearly, nor could I articulate it. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I hope everyone can work hard in the future and contribute to our family in Konoha. The Hokage waved to everyone and walked out of the classroom. Soon after, the class began to stir. Suegu came to my side, called my name, and when he saw I was unresponsive, he waved his hand in front of me. I finally came to my senses, realizing I had been daydreaming for a while. "What's wrong with you? It seemed like you started daydreaming after you glanced back at me. Is there something on my face?" Seeing that I finally reacted, Suegu asked while wiping his face with his hand. I smiled apologetically, saying, "It's nothing, just thinking about some things." Upon hearing this, Suegu's interest piqued further. "What are you thinking about? You aren't thinking about how handsome I looked just now, are you?" As he said this, he suddenly became a bit shy, rubbing his nose, seemingly convinced that was what I was thinking. I was about to explain when Suegu's words cut me off. "Do you acknowledge me as your master?" His eyes were fixed on me, and I was taken aback, responding with an incredulous, "Huh? I thought you were just joking back then." Upon hearing this, Suegu's expression darkened slightly, then he forced a smile and said, "Yes, it was just a joke, but it's good that you didn't believe it." Looking at Suegu's forced smile, I naturally couldn't believe his words, but I didn't want to confront him directly, pretending to be oblivious. As I conversed with Suegu, more and more people began to leave the classroom one after another. By the time I noticed, only Suegu, the black-haired girl, and a friend standing beside her remained. They stood at the door, seemingly engaged in conversation. His friend's gaze was consistently, albeit casually, sweeping over me, and Sui no more accurately fixed on Sui. Honestly, even if he is indeed very beautiful, you can't mistake him for a girl, can you? "Look, he has short hair, Jidu." His friend suddenly raised his voice. "So his name is Jidu." My thoughts were completely consumed by the latter half of his friend's statement regarding the black-haired boy. Suegu's demeanor was different. His brows were deeply furrowed, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You brat, you're interesting. Say that in front of me. If you have the guts, let's go outside and compare ourselves." He pointed out the window, and before the two could respond, he leaped down from the window. Seeing this, I exchanged glances with the two at the door, both of us somewhat surprised and confused. "Aren't you going to check? Otherwise he'll fall and die later." Jidu's friend spoke with a hint of disdain and mockery. While I was somewhat concerned for Suegu, I still believed he wouldn't get injured so easily. Moreover, the attitudes of those two made me feel very uncomfortable. I walked over to them and quietly advised, "I suggest you both hurry down, don't keep Suegu waiting too long." Upon hearing this, one of them wore a playful grin, while the other looked troubled. I didn't care about what would happen to them afterward. I had already given my advice, and whether they went or not was their own choice. I ran all the way to the training ground below, where Suegu was sitting under a tree. Noticing someone had arrived, he slightly tilted his head to look at me, and then glanced behind me. I turned around and saw Jidu and his friend. Jidu was walking with his head down, while his friend walked with his head held high, hands in his pockets. After locking eyes with Suegu, he immediately mocked, "Still not dead, little white face. Quite a lucky one, huh?" Hearing his friend say this, Jidu hurriedly covered his friend's mouth and whispered, "Didn't we agree to speak properly?" His friend, dissatisfied, shook off Jidu's hand nonchalantly, saying, "What's wrong? Isn't he just a little white face?" He hadn't finished his words when a stone flew swiftly, hitting him squarely in the face with such force that it knocked him to the ground. "Little white face. I was born this way, but I can turn you into a little red face," Suegu said angrily, slowly walking to the fallen man's side and stepping on the back of Jidu's friend's head. He pressed down hard, pinning the man who was about to get up, so he couldn't move. "Damn you. Oh, Just as he was about to curse, Sui-gu bent down and grabbed his hair. The sudden pain made him scream, and Sui-gu frowned, slapping him across the face. "Keep it down, you're bothering my ears." Then, as if he thought of something amusing, Sui-gu's lips curled into a smile. He forcefully pressed the man's face against the ground and began to rub it vigorously. Screams echoed continuously, each one more tragic than the last, each one a more desperate wail. I was greatly startled by this scene, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At first I only thought Sui-gu intended to teach him a simple lesson, but I never expected him to go this far. Alt. The last scream was unprecedentedly loud, snapping me back to reality. "Sui-gu." I instinctively called his name, but when our eyes met, I didn't know what to say. If I had to describe Sui-gu at this moment with a single word, it would be from the abyss. He raised an eyebrow at me in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "Calm down." Upon hearing this, I swallowed hard and nervously replied, "Stop hitting him, or he might die." Jidu also chimed in, "Yeah. After all, son, Chuan only scolded you once." Sui-gu raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking back, "Are you afraid of me?" "Calm down, but we're on the same team, you know." He smiled innocently, as if he wasn't the one who had just ground Sun Chuan's face into a bloody mess. Seeing that I didn't respond for a while, Sui-gu released his grip on Sun Chuan's hair, raising his hands with a tone of resignation. "All right, I'll listen to you, and he won't die, I'll treat him." Sui-gu stood up from Sun Chuan, squatting down in front of him, speaking softly. "Next time you see me, you should call my name otherwise. Next time it won't just be skin that falls off." As he spoke, he lifted his hand and placed it on Sun Chuan's forehead. I vaguely saw a white light emerging from Sui-gu's palm, enveloping Sun Chuan's entire body. Then strange squelching sounds began to emanate from Sun Chuan's face. Accompanying this sound, the flesh on Sun Chuan's face started to grow at a visible rate. In just a matter of seconds, he was completely unharmed. I was so astonished by this scene that I couldn't speak. I had only seen such ninjutsu before in medical ninjas. Moreover, it was different from this. The medical ninja's light was green, while Sui-gu's was a semi-transparent white. While I was still pondering this, Sui-gu had already walked to my side. When he looked up at me, his eyes were no longer as cool as before, but instead looked as if a drop of blood had been added. They were filled with a fierceness. But perhaps I was just mistaken. "Let's go home." Sui-gu simply said 4 words before breaking into a sunny, innocent smile. His smile was so alluring. Every time I saw it, I couldn't help but trust him. On the way home, the weather was no longer bright. Instead, it had taken on a gloomy unexpectedness. Blue-violet rays of light shone from the horizon, but failed to illuminate the world, making it increasingly dark and dull. "You've been standing there for a few hours. Are you not leaving? Your mom's going to scold you soon." Sui-gu squatted next to me, yawning repeatedly due to overwhelming drowsiness. I glanced down at Sui-gu and then sat down directly, lying on the soft grass. Looking up at the full moon hanging in the sky, I replied softly, "No one is at home. They all died on the battlefield long ago. No matter how late I return, I won't be scolded." Sui-gu was taken aback for a moment, then sat down beside me, hugging his knees and pointing at the bright moon in the starry sky. I followed his finger's direction and looked at the round moon hanging in the sky with confusion. "That's not true. Your parents are watching you through the moon. Everyone who loves you is watching you, including me." Sui-gu withdrew his hand, and my gaze shifted to him. "Because I love you too. If one day I die, then every reason for each year will replace me in watching over you until the moon is destroyed." The moment he finished speaking, everything before my eyes suddenly changed. A person who looked just like Sui-gu was crouching in front of him. That person was staring intensely at me, and I couldn't tell what he was saying. I could only infer from his lip movements, "You don't deserve." This scene lasted barely half a second before vanishing. What replaced it was Sui-gu's dazed expression. "Sui-gu." I called softly, but he didn't pay me any attention. Suddenly blood began to flow from his nose, and then a gash suddenly opened on his forehead. Blood continuously oozed out, quickly staining most of his face red. He felt the thick liquid on his face and reached out to touch it. After confirming that it was indeed blood, Sui-gu sighed in relief and pressed his hand against the wound on his forehead. He then smiled apologetically at me, saying, "I'm sorry I can't accompany you home, but I will next time." After saying this, he hurriedly stood up and walked back the way he came. It was then that I remembered that Sui-gu's home and mine were 2 completely opposite routes. Youth chapter, the end. Sui walked behind a Fei, her head bowed, lost in thought. "Have you met Sui before?" a Fei suddenly asked without turning around. "Or did he say anything to you?" Sui nodded, then shook her head. "I saw him once yesterday. He told me not to interact with you." A Fei froze mid-step, then seized her throat in a vice-like grip, his voice turning glacial. "Since yesterday, I've been unable to sense Sui's location, and still am. You're telling me now that you saw him yesterday. What the hell is going on?" Sui's brow furrowed, her breath choked off her face, flushing crimson. She clawed desperately at his arm, trying to pry his fingers loose, but each attempt failed utterly. Her brows knotted tight, fine beads of sweat glistened at her temples. His grip tightened like iron. Her vision swam, darkening at the edges. She gasped soundlessly, cheeks burning, temples throbbing violently. Her nails dug deep into his wrist, yet his hand remained immovable, only tightening further. A sickening crunch echoed from her larynx. The roar of blood rushing in her ears grew deafening. "You damn, you let go." Just as consciousness began to fade, a flash of cobalt light flared deep within her eyes. An invisible force erupted from her core, hurling fallen leaves into chaotic spirals. Caught off guard, Fei was blasted backward, his spine slamming hard against the trunk of a tree. Sui slid down the bark to the ground, her breath ragged and wheezing like a broken bellows. She hunched over, coughing violently, each inhale laced with the metallic tang of blood. Her trembling fingers clutched at her collar, knuckles whitening with strain. These, you ask me? What good does it do? Her voice cracked hoarse, and uneven, a thin line of blood tracing her lower lip. You can't find him. So why should I be able to? As Fei staggered upright, his right arm, pale and fleshless, hung severed at the shoulder. The ghastly limb lay several paces away, and the mud fingers still curled faintly in a grasping spasm. This bears resemblance to Pain's Shinra Tensei. He mused, inwardly staring at the stump, but ultimately dismissed it as mere chakra detonation, far simpler than divine repulsion. Yet if so, her chakra reserves were unfathomably vast. Sui shook her head, dazed by the rush of blood, but the harder she struck it, the more disoriented she became. Something's wrong, mother. The thought struck her like ice. Before awareness slipped away entirely, she acted. She snatched a jagged stone from the ground and slammed it against her own forehead. A wet, sickening crack, then thick crimson blood welled from the gash. All of it unfolded under Fei's silent, watchful gaze. Memory stirred. 14 years passed when White Zetsu delivered intelligence to him, and again, just weeks ago, their connection rekindled. Sui suffers from a psychiatric disorder and has long relied on medication to stabilize it. After the Nine Tails assault, Sui fell into an unexplained coma, later recovered by Konoha personnel. Weeks ago, he awoke miraculously, yet claimed total amnesia. Watching Sui bleed profusely before him, Fei finally accepted the truth: Sui was ill. Partnering with a mentally unstable comrade left him with a pounding headache. Does Sui suffer the same affliction? Might he one day lose all sense of friend or foe? That's none of your concern. Just know this, mother, and I stand unwaveringly beside you. The sharp sting at her brow brought clarity, her voice steadier now. A faint wry smile touched her lips, though strictly speaking, it's only mother who stands with you. How I envy you, her absolute trust. Unlike me. Fei let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Don't think I'm blind to his covert maneuvers. Whether he truly stands with me remains uncertain. Sui fell utterly silent. This stoic-faced man was sharper than he appeared. Then coolly she countered, you don't trust us. Oh, you distrust me. What exactly are you so afraid of, Obito? Sui's voice drifted from behind Fei, calm, amused, before a hand settled firmly upon his shoulder and passed straight through. What are you so afraid of? Sui strode forward, his form dissolving like mist as he stepped through Fei's body, then reappeared directly before him. At the same moment, Sui approached from the opposite side, her words echoing Sui's precisely, her expression serene, faintly smiling. Two identical figures stood facing Fei, one drenched head toto in blood as though risen from a slaughterhouse vat. The other began shifting, hair lengthening, stature shrinking. Fei stared silently at Sui's masked face, its crimson surface unyielding, then murmured low, why are you soaked in blood? Why can't I locate you? Sui tilted his head, then scoffed. Huh, that's none of your business, Obito. 1 hour earlier, Sui sat up naked from the crimson pool, vibrant, lucid, the cacophony of fractured thoughts gone from his mind. Damn, should have severed his head and claimed it for myself sooner. He muttered to himself, utterly unshaken by having slain a pivotal narrative figure. He drew a slow, deep breath, then sank back into the bath, raising one arm to shield his eyes from the harsh overhead light. Then he noticed something wrong. Cracks. His entire arm was fissured, fine branching fractures webbing across limbs and torso. He leapt up, inspecting his body. The blood had seeped into the cracks, threading through like capillaries, pulsing, spreading. Snatching a clean towel, he scrubbed at the stains. Useless. Frowning, he pressed harder, rubbing until his skin burned. A complimentary tattoo. Interesting. He tossed the towel aside, pulled on clothes at random, and stepped out of the dream space. He stood atop a rooftop, city clamor rising around him, pedestrians moving beneath eaves, indifferent, anonymous. Glancing down, he stiffened. Every passerby bore the same face, black hair, black eyes, features merely passable in refinement. Each bore a single mole beneath the mouth and another on the right cheek, and wore a white-shaped hairpin on the left side. From the same ear dangled a golden tassel earring, chiming softly with every step. Emotions flooded his mind like a raging river. Revulsion, fury, tension, elation, irritation, each present in varying measure. Yet Sui remained eerily calm, no madness, no collapse. He simply watched, still silent, observant. What is happening? System, he queried inwardly. Seconds passed before the system replied, voice hollow in his skull, apologies, host. I cannot determine the cause with certainty. However, my preliminary hypothesis suggests excessive absorption capacity has triggered systemic instability. Additionally, diagnostic protocols regarding Uchiha Shisui continue to register persistent errors. Listening to the system's words, Sui silently nodded, already having a general understanding in his heart. The problem with Shisui could be said to be his very existence, and this matter was likely related to himself. Suddenly, fine snowflakes began to fall from the sky, landing gently on the shoulders of passersby. They stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. What's going on? How can it snow under such a bright sun? Before people could decipher the situation, more and more snow began to fall, each flake as big as a thumb. Sui sat cross-legged, his right hand resting on his knee palm, covering his right cheek, his expression dark and terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly the sound of flesh exploding echoed, followed by the dull thud of flesh falling to the ground. From time to time, blood splattered on his sweet clean clothes. The once lively street had instantly transformed into a scene reminiscent of purgatory, with dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Why? 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 It hurts so much. Why? Don't you recognize me anymore? Why do you treat me like this? Clearly I have worked hard to be by your side. The bodies on the street lay in disarray, dark red pools of blood winding through the cracks in the bricks. Whispers constantly filled Swe's ears, growing increasingly clear. It felt as though someone was softly sobbing against his ear, the damp cold breath invading his ear canal, provoking a subtle shiver. The voice was intermittent, tinged with a broken sob, as if the green leaves were complaining to him, and yet it also sounded like the whispers of countless souls. He could feel icy fingertips brushing against the back of his neck, an almost imperceptible weight pressing down on his shoulders. It was as if someone truly leaned against him, their bloodied lips pressed against his earlobe, recounting the pain of a torn body. Yet Sui didn't even flinch. He remained quietly seated, fingers resting on his knees, not even bending his knuckles in the slightest. Even among the shattered corpses below, not a single face resembled that of the green leaves. Gradually those voices grew more urgent and sharper. Even if Sui truly didn't care, he couldn't manage to ignore them. The sounds were exceedingly grating, his eardrums were screaming in agony, tugging at his brain. If he continued to sit idly, he would likely be completely deaf within minutes. Thinking of this, Sui finally made some movement. He raised his hand to cover his ears, attempting to block out the maddening noise, but it was utterly futile. The sound slipped into Sui's ears like a slippery loach from the fields. Host, you can use the no-self mask. Such sounds can be considered illusions, and the mask just happens to counter all illusions. The system's voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced Sui's eardrum. His fingers trembled slightly as he swiftly withdrew the cold mask from the dream space. In the final moment of putting it on, the cacophony around his ears fell abruptly silent, as if severed by a blade. To see you again, I am very satisfied. The girl's voice softly entwined in the air, carrying a barely perceptible sob. The only flaw. Perhaps it is. That the time spent with you is too short. Sui's vision suddenly warped, and the figure of the girl in the white dress reappeared. She lifted her delicate finger, gently covering the mask for him, her movements as tender as if touching a fragile dream. Then her lips lightly brushed against his forehead, the warm sensation fleeting. I love you. It will never change. In that moment, the world fell utterly silent. The mask cut off all sound, leaving only the heart in his chest pounding wildly, each throb as if it would shatter his ribs. Sui's fingertips slowly tightened, pressing against his heart, feeling the nearly uncontrollable pulse beneath. Fake, don't disgust me. He lowered his head, his voice cold as ice. He looked up at the sky, deciding not to linger any longer. Entering the dream space, Sui instantly arrived at the position where Sui was, and as soon as he landed, he saw Dai-Tu and the injured Sui. Sui's earlier words echoed, "Don't you trust us?" Dai-Tu naturally understood the meaning behind those words and chose not to ask further. He turned around and continued walking forward. Sui tilted his head and glanced at the person leaning against the tree beside him. Are you capturing the Three Tails? Indeed, based on the current timeline, it was indeed time for the Konoha team to seal the Three Tails. Coincidentally, Sui had long been interested in the Three Tails. To be precise, it was the chakra of the Three Tails that intrigued him. Ever since he placed the Six Eyes on Sui's own chakra had started to deplete significantly. From originally being at the tailed beast level, he could now barely be considered an elite jonin. Such a chakra amount was simply insufficient to support him in unleashing several large-scale ninjutsu. Even activating the dream space had become increasingly laborious, only possible through constant use of reversal to regain chakra. But this was indeed quite exhausting. If every battle required him to divert energy to stimulate reversal, he would eventually fall into the hands of his enemies. Sui nodded, affirming Sui's earlier words, her gaze fixed on him. Sui responded with an and walked towards Dai-Tu, while Sui, after a moment of surprise, took small steps to follow. Dai-Tu, can I team up with Xiaonan? I want to team up with Xiaonan. Sui dashed to Dai-Tu's side and quietly asked in his ear. Seeing this, Dai-Tu subtly distanced himself from Sui and solemnly countered, "Ya." Then he quickly added, "Xiaonan usually doesn't take on missions, as she has her own matters to attend to. Teaming up with her is of no use." Hearing Dai-Tu say this, Sui seriously nodded, then suddenly turned to look at the cliff on his right. There are slight chakra fluctuations over there. It could be the Three Tails. Sui squinted slightly, recalling the plot of this time period. The plot of capturing the Three Tails was an original creation of the TV series, so Sui wasn't too familiar with it. He vaguely remembered that there were many troublesome individuals in this plot. If he didn't use abilities other than Ice Release, the most troublesome would undoubtedly be Hong Lian. In the ninja world, the unique Crystal Release was not inferior to Sui Ice Release, but that was limited to only using Ice Release. Dai-Tu followed Sui's line of sight towards the cliff, the Sharingan beneath his mask slightly rotating. The Three Tails. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. It seems that Orochimaru's old subordinates are indeed restless. At this moment, Sui had caught up and instinctively tightened her sleeve after hearing their conversation. She keenly sensed Sui's unusual familiarity with the intelligence regarding the three tails, but at this moment, she was even more concerned about Dai Tu's subtly indulgent attitude toward Sui. Sui closed his eyes and expanded his sensory perception. In an instant, every chakra fluctuation within a 100-meter radius became vividly apparent to him. Below the cliff lay a dark lake, its center hosting 4 stable chakra sources interconnecting gradually to form a web-like network. Beneath the lake's surface churned a violent chakra surge. Beyond those 4 points, several other chakra signatures flickered around the periphery of the web, evidently locked in combat. Just as Sui immersed himself in observation, Obito suddenly spoke up. Whoa, Junior, you were right. It really is the three tails. And it's not just Konoha shinobi down there. Orochimaru Zenpai's people are present too. Hearing Obito's voice, Sui opened his eyes in bewilderment, silently wondering how such sharp vision could possibly belong to him. He then saw Obito crouched at the cliff's edge, peering downward, and beside him stood Sui, equally curious, gazing intently into the abyss below. A faint twitch tugged at Sui's lips. So he was the least perceptive among the three. He stepped calmly to Sui's side and tilted his head, fixating on the cerulean 6 eyes nestled within the other's eye sockets. His mouth opened and closed, hesitating, uncertain whether to speak at all. Then he shook his head with a sigh, placed a firm hand on Sui's shoulder, and said, "If you cannot fully harness the power of those 6 eyes, I'll simply pluck them out and reinstall them where they belong in my skull." At this, Sui froze, then slowly raised his hand toward his left eye, his tone grave and unwavering. "If you truly wish for them, I'll gouge them out for you now. Follow me." Sui fell silent for a long moment, his gaze withdrawing from the 6 eyes. Then without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff's edge. Sui lunged instinctively to grab him, only to lose his footing and tumble after him. You're not seriously trying to steal it? No, please no. I still want to live another 2 years. Yet despite these frantic words, Toby remained utterly motionless, still sprawled lazily atop the cliff. Midair, Sui suddenly recalled something and shouted upward, "Find Deidara. Tell him to come and reel in the three tails." His cry instantly drew the attention of the 4 below, none more stunned than Haruno Sakura. Gazing up at the long-haired figure suspended in midair, her mind reeled and her control over chakra wavered violently. The delicate chakra net sheet, painstakingly sustained, began trembling, on the verge of collapse. Noticing Sakura's distress, Shizen likewise turned her gaze skyward, then gasped, "Sui? Wait, no, those eyes, they're wrong." At first sight of Sui, she, like Sakura, widened her eyes in shock, but almost immediately discerned the anomaly. Shizen realized in an instant this Sui was not Sui at all, merely an ordinary person bearing uncanny resemblance. She immediately cried out to Sakura, "That's not Sui. Sakura, maintain chakra control." Sakura snapped back to focus, yet deep within disbelief lingered stubbornly. Still she refocused her chakra flow, and within seconds the net steadied whole once more. Sui was dead. That fact was irrevocable. You need only guard the three tails. Everything else is none of your concern. Sui murmured the order to Sui, then formed a single hand seal, unleashing his chakra in full force. The moment his chakra touched the water's surface, ice release chakra surged through the currents, spreading across the entire lake. From Sui at its center, the lake began freezing, layer upon layer, outward in perfect silence. Rewind. At his mental command, the ring on his left middle finger glimmered faintly, and his chakra surged back to its peak strength. In a single breath, he appeared behind Shizen, pressing his forehead gently against hers, whispering softly, "May I have the three tails? If not, I shall find myself quite troubled." Shizen stiffened sharply. From the corner of her eye she registered the stark, white mask covering his face, and the crimson clouded black cloak draped over his frame. Those unmistakable signs triggered immediate recognition. He was the Akatsuki member who killed Asuma. Before she could react, Sui's fist slammed into her abdomen. "Shizunini." The other three cried out in unison, desperate yet paralyzed by the sheer oppressive weight of Sui's aura, unable to move a muscle. "Too slow. Since you choose silence, then silence you shall keep, forever." As he spoke, his free hand trailed lightly, teasingly along her cheek. Shizen clutched her stomach, her face contorted in agony, suddenly tasting copper as blood rose hot and thick into her throat. Sui smiled faintly, withdrawing his hand, revealing palm up a jagged eye spike now embedded within his flesh. Blood dripped steadily from its tip, and on Shizen's abdomen a crimson wound gaped where the spike had struck. Konoha, great breakthrough. Rock Lee roared, spiraling forward like a living drill. Sui raised one hand, fingers shaped like a pistol, tilted his head, shut one eye, and mused inwardly. "I won't bully you. I'll just pulverize you with ice release." Bang! A simulated gunshot echoed in his mind, and a razor-sharp ice dart shot forth from his fingertip. It pierced straight through Rock Lee's shoulder mid-flight. Ice release chakra flooded his flesh, creeping relentlessly up half his body. Lee screamed, but clenched his teeth, refusing to halt his assault. Just as he neared success, a towering wall of ice erupted from the ground. His kick struck the barrier with bone-jarring force, shattering ice into glittering shards. Seizing the opening, Sui vaulted behind the defenseless Lee in a single fluid motion. He drove a crushing blow into Lee's back. "Leakin." The three struggling to sustain the chakra net cried out as one. Sui cocked his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Don't provoke me unnecessarily. I don't kill pretty girls. At that, all three tightened their brows. Sakura glanced first at Ino, sweat beading on her brow, then at Hinata, whose face was etched with raw terror, and finally at Shizen, gravely wounded beside them. Fury flared in her chest. She ceased channeling chakra and faced them, voice sharp with resolve. Stop wasting chakra. Ino turned to Shizunini. I'll hold him off. Hinata, go. Find Kakashi sensei. Without waiting for reply, she gathered chakra into her fist and launched herself forward. Sui shook his head, inwardly a foolish choice. To possess no strength, and yet harbor no humility. You should simply accept death quietly. As he raised his hand to end her, a memory flashed across his mind. Sui, you must protect the weak. Do it for my sake, please. A black-haired girl in a white slip dress knelt before a calico cat, her fingers tenderly stroking its soft, fluffy head. Promise me. Bang. A shard of ice shot out from Sui's fingertips, but Chunai-ing, who was already prepared, tilted her head to dodge it. Then a punch struck Sui's mask, instantly shattering it into fragments, yet Sui's face remained unscathed. Fine. I will comply with your request, but you are not her. A slight crack appeared in Sui's calm heart, driving him to roar madly within. However, despite this, he did not continue to attack Chunai-ing. He merely expressionlessly placed his hand over the mask, and in an instant the mask returned to his face. Chunai-ing, on the other hand, had completely frozen in place, her expression unusually blank. At the moment the mask shattered, she seemed to have seen a familiar face. Combined with the earlier incident of the disappearing corpse, Chunai-ing almost immediately associated it with a possibility. Sui turned to glance back at the still dazed Chunai-ing, then nodded towards Sui's position. Receiving Sui's signal, Sui's right hand suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the hilt of the magic sword Shinrin. As the blade was drawn, it emitted a cold arc of light. Without hesitation, she crouched low and thrust the magic sword fiercely into the ice. The moment the sword tip pierced, fine cracks immediately radiated outward from the center of the blade. A low growl escaped Sui's throat as the muscles in her arms bulged, and she suddenly exerted force upward. Countless shards hidden in the water trembled simultaneously, each releasing a chilling aura of blade energy. The entire surface of the lake shook violently, the ice layers pressing against each other, producing a sound of cracking that made one's teeth ache. A grotesque crack rapidly extended across the ice surface, shattering ice crystals into fragments, which formed a hazy mist in the air. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's actions to pause, and astonished gazes turned toward the center of the lake in unison. Among them, the pharmacist Kabuto, who had been observing from the shadows, immediately recognized the attire that Sui was wearing, making his eyes widen. Why is Akatsuki here? This could be troublesome. I hope the leaf has some real skills. Kabuto thought to himself as he suppressed his chakra. Standing by the crack, Sui leaned down to look, then raised his eyes toward the cliff. After confirming that Obito hadn't returned, he reached for the pendant hanging on his chest. Seal released. With the white light shining again, Sui once more grasped the bird-headed staff he hadn't held in a long time. I wonder if I can still use large-scale techniques without the 6 eyes. Sui tightly gripped the bird-headed staff in his hand while a card inscribed with the character tree appeared in his left hand. He then threw the card into the air, allowing the bird-headed staff to land steadily in the center of the card. Tree card. In an instant, numerous wooden vines burst forth, flooding into the crack. Feeling his chakra rapidly drained, Sui's vision darkened, and a buzzing sound filled his head. He hurriedly reached for the ring on his left hand, using the little chakra he had left to activate the rewind technique once more. In an instant, his body returned to its peak state, brimming with energy, completely free of the dizziness and nausea he had just experienced. Without delay, Sui raised his hand to touch the tree card, which was still extending its vines outward. This time he channeled all his chakra into it, and in an instant the speed at which the vines spread more than doubled. Vaguely, Sui seemed to hear a beastly roar emanating from within the lake. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he slowly walked over to Sui, who was standing guard. He extended 2 fingers to point at her forehead, and said, I'm going to play with the crystal escape technique soon. Keep the 3 tails secured for me, and use the crystal to find out how to seal the tailed beast chakra within. After speaking, a book with a black cover appeared in Sui's palm, which he casually tossed to Sui before sprinting toward the north side of the lake. From the moment he stood at the cliff, he had already noticed the unusual scenery over there. A massive crystal cone of deep pink stood tall on the lake's surface, surrounded by numerous scattered crystal shards of various sizes. It was clear without thinking that Honglian was definitely there. Honglian, he shouted, kicking apart the crystal blocks blocking his path, then landing steadily before the 2. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 4 feet clad in ninja boots, and Sui looked up in confusion. He then made eye contact with Kakashi and Sai, who were equally puzzled. Akatsuki, why are you here? Where is Honglian? The 3 spoke simultaneously. Sui raised an eyebrow, beginning to doubt whether his perception was still normal. He took a few steps back, releasing his perception to ponder Honglian's location. Kakashi and Sai exchanged glances, immediately understanding the implication in each other's eyes. Clearly, this member of Akatsuki, while not on the same team as them, was also not on the same side as Orochimaru. Moreover, he seemed quite interested in that crystal escape ninja. If he could use the other party's hand to eliminate the troublesome crystal escape ninja, that would be perfect. Of course, this was just imagination. Are you looking for that crystal escape ninja? I can take you to find him. Kakashi stepped forward, trying to keep his tone and expression friendly, while Sai standing to the side hid behind Kakashi. Utilizing Sui blind spot, Sai quietly used Super Beast imitation to conjure an ink mouse. Go find Naruto and have him hold off the crystal escape ninja. Sai whispered, injecting a considerable amount of chakra into it. Upon hearing this, Sui opened his eyes and with a smirk countered, are you suggesting that I fight Honglian? Then take the opportunity to seal the three tails. What a classic case of the clam and the snipe fighting while the fisherman benefits. Surprised by Sui insight into his thoughts, Kakashi, momentarily stunned, suddenly realized that his previous comment had been a bit too obvious. Just as he was about to explain, Sui's Zanpakuto appeared in his hand. Alright, I agree, but you won't be able to seal the three tails. Oh, I've already taken care of the 4 people who were going to seal it. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the two with an innocent expression. You won't blame me, will you? Kakashi and Sai both frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Sai, go check on Sakura, and the others will take him to Naruto. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sai nodded, obediently leaping towards the center of the lake. After taking a few steps, Sai was stunned by the scene before him. The three tails, resembling a turtle, was in a sorry state, entangled in vines with only one crimson eye visible. Atop its back was a figure holding a kunai who without any hesitation cut open his palm and then dipped the other hand in the flowing blood, writing in the book resting on his knee. Meanwhile, Sui and Kakashi were casually chatting on their way. Masked One, how old are you this year? A little older than you. Oh, then you should be about the same age as Sister Nan. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? No. I thought so. After all, no one would like someone who wears a mask all the time. What about you? Kakashi asked in confusion, and upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow passed through Sui's eyes. I do. She's a very nice girl. Seeing Sua say this, Kakashi felt a different kind of thought arise in his heart. Could it be that a person with such a bad temperament could also fall in love? Suddenly, Sua grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and leapt backwards with him. In the next moment, a pink crystal dragon descended from the sky, crashing directly where the two had just been. What the hell, trying to ambush me? Are you tired of living? Sua was quite displeased with the appearance of this crystal dragon. He suddenly unleashed a wave of cold energy, causing ice to form beneath him, ultimately taking the shape of an ice dragon. Sua sat astride the dragon's head, gripping its majestic horns, its flowing whiskers glinting with power. He soared into the air and immediately spotted another pink crystal dragon flying in the sky. In terms of size, this dragon beneath Sua was clearly twice the size of the crystal dragon. However, unlike Sua, there were 3 of them, while Sua had only 1. Seeing this, Sua let out an annoyed hum, dissatisfied that he could be easily outdone by others. His palms emitted a bright white light, and the ice dragon beneath him let out an angry roar. With a sudden burst, a wave of white light shot from his mouth, charging towards the crystal dragon under Honglian. All substances that came into contact with the light wave transformed into ice crystals, and a second later, they shattered into powder. Noticing Sua's actions, Honglian's heart tightened. She quickly raised her hand and shot a crystal escape technique towards the oncoming Sua. She did not believe that someone so close could dodge this attack in just 1 second. Die. Undoubtedly, the crystal escape technique struck Sua's body accurately, and just when Honglian smirked in her heart, she was astonished to see it pass straight through Sua's body without causing him any harm. Sua delivered a direct punch to her face, then was knocked back several meters by the ice dragon. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing his posture. As soon as he lifted his head, the ice dragon controlled by Sua had already smashed through Honglian's crystal dragon and began to gather energy for a new energy cannon. Damn it! Honglian cursed inwardly, ignoring the pain coursing through her body as she stood up. She raised both hands to form a hemispherical protective shield in front of her. While Sua and Honglian fought, Kakashi had quietly approached Naruto, who was hiding not far away and watching the show. Upon Kakashi's arrival, Naruto felt a sense of relief. After all, he knew a bit about his teacher's strength. Naruto, wait until that masked one kills the crystal escape ninja. He probably won't be in good shape then. At that time, we can join forces to take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Kakashi whispered his plan to Naruto, pulling back the eye patch over his left eye to reveal the 3-Demo Sharingan hidden beneath. Naruto nodded in response, observing the battlefield with a serious expression. Sua sat atop the ice dragon, looking down mockingly at the disheveled Honglian. He did not control the ice dragon to release the energy cannon as the other had expected. Instead, he stood up and jumped down from the ice dragon, approaching Honglian. You have truly disappointed me. How can the illustrious crystal escape be this weak? But it is indeed my fault for breaking the rules. We originally agreed to use only ice escape, yet I ended up using that in the end. Sua's voice came from beneath the mask as he slowly walked up to the protective shield, extending a hand to place it on top. I've been patient, but I will get angry. The ice escape chakra began to cover Honglian's crystal escape, with some even penetrating deeply within. Suddenly, Sua increased the chakra output, causing the protective shield to shatter under the overwhelming pressure. The fragments scattered, piercing through Sua's body and hitting the trees behind him. Seeing this, Sua helplessly rubbed his forehead, looking at Honglian, whose body was riddled with his ice spikes. Her head, throat, eyes, thighs, heart, abdomen, chest, and arms were all pierced by the cold ice spikes. Among them, the most disturbing was her abdomen, which was completely filled with thick ice spikes, and her intestines were pushed out, many of them entangled around the ice spikes. Unpleasant reddish-yellow substances hung all over her body. Suwa squatted expressionlessly, dipped his fingers in the blood on the ground, then wiped his blood-stained fingers on his clothes. What a grotesque sight of death. If you hadn't acted like a coward, perhaps you wouldn't have died so quickly. Who told you to be so weak? The crystal escape in your hands is merely a waste. Suwa rambled on, unaware of a figure moving through the shadows of the trees behind him. In the next instant, the figure appeared behind the unsuspecting Suwa, thrusting a kunai towards his head with all their might. The sharp blade passed through Suwa's body without any obstruction, as if cutting through a patch of empty air. The person's pupils constricted, and before they could recover from their shock, Suwa had already turned around, gripping their wrist with cold fingers like iron claws. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply in the silent forest, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Suwa expressionlessly tightened his grip until the opponent's wrist was completely twisted and deformed. The intense pain caused the attacker to stagger back, but Suwa's movements were even faster, delivering a fierce kick to their abdomen. Ugh! The person let out a muffled groan, their body uncontrollably arching. Suwa seized the opportunity to hook their ankle forcefully, slamming them down onto the ground. As dust flew up, Suwa slowly straightened up, shaking his wrist before sitting astride the person's waist, firmly pinning down their other arm with his knee. He leaned down, casting a shadow over the attacker's face, which was twisted in pain. The opponent gritted their teeth, their eyes swirling with unwillingness and anger, but Suwa merely narrowed his eyes, tightening his fingers to pin their wrist firmly to the ground. The night wind swept past, tousling the loose strands of hair on Suwa's forehead, yet it could not disperse the coldness in his gaze. Honglian, did you really think I wouldn't recognize that was your crystal escape clone? But to be fair, it looked quite real. I don't think I've seen you before. Why do you have to trouble me? Because it's fun. Huh. Honglian was truly angered to laughter by Suwa's words. She turned her head and casually noticed two vague figures in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, various thoughts surged in her mind. Hey, don't just make me your entertainment. There are two others over there who seem to be planning to ambush you. How about I go help you deal with them? Upon hearing this, Suwa looked towards the position Honglian mentioned, but saw not a trace of anyone. Although he didn't see them, Suwa could naturally guess who the people Honglian was referring to were. He tilted his head, feigning a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Honglian, who was pinned beneath him, felt a surge of joy in her heart, believing she had truly intimidated Suwa. Don't hesitate, just. She was about to add fuel to the fire when she saw a kunai suddenly appear in Suwa's hand, stabbing towards her forehead. Her heart raced, adrenaline surged, and her body inexplicably found strength. She unexpectedly broke free from Suwa's control and reached out a hand to block the kunai. With her other hand, she grabbed Suwa's arm, but just as she grasped it for a second, her hand passed through his body. This time she finally understood why her attack had failed, for at that moment Suwa was nothing more than an illusory figure. After failing her attack, Honglian immediately jumped back 2 steps, distancing herself from Suwa.